Zhang Zhiga traveled through time and space and became the notorious villain Demon Emperor in the book. At the beginning, he was besieged by the male and female protagonists and fell into a death situation. When he was on the verge of death, he awakened his life memory editing system and showed his past to the world. Thus, a series of tear-jerking memories appeared before the world. Only when everything comes to light will the world understand. The evil Demon Emperor does everything for the people he loves and to protect peace in the world. Chapter 1. Anyone can punish him. The Demon Lord is full of evil and bloodthirsty. He is not worthy of ruling the heavens. Destroy the Holy Land, slay the Demon Lord. Bring peace to all the heavens and worlds. Kill. 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 In the Xuanzang Holy Land, the sound of killing shook the sky. This place was originally the most sacred place for cultivation in heaven, but now it is devastated and only ruins remain. The monks on both sides fought to the death, leaving the Holy Land littered with corpses and rivers of blood. The outside world is merely the most one-sided battlefield. Inside the Zhengyang Temple, a young man dressed in black as ink knelt on one knee, holding a blood-stained black halberd in his hand. The young man had an extraordinary temperament and handsome appearance, but he exuded a chilling murderous intent, like a god of death. This time, his eyes were closed tightly, and his body was trapped by countless illusory chains. As time passed, the aura he emitted became weaker and weaker, and it was obvious that he would not live long. Even so, the hundreds of strong men surrounding the hall still did not dare to be careless, because the young man trapped by the chains was none other than Zhang Zhiga, the Holy Lord of Xuanzang Holy Land, a powerful emperor who ruled the heavens. What's going on? Feeling the movement outside, Zhang Zhiga was confused. At the same time, a flood of memories flooded into my mind. I traveled through time? After feeling the memory, Zhang Zhiga quickly understood the current situation, and it seemed as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his heart. I have traveled across time to a fantasy novel that I am reading, and have become the #1 villain in the universe, the Demon Emperor Zhang Zhiga. The plot of the novel mainly tells the story of the protagonist Chu Yun rising from a waste, meeting 3 female protagonists along the way, and finally killing the Demon Emperor Zhang Zhiga. The 3 female protagonists each have their own strengths, and none of them is just a vase. The 3 female protagonists have made indispensable contributions to Chu Yun's ability to go all the way to confront the Demon Emperor head-on. Unfortunately, in the plot, since the 3 female protagonists all have the potential to be the main wife, and the author is afraid of being censored, there is no substantial progress until the finale when the Demon Emperor is about to be killed. This was criticized by many readers at the time, and Zhang Zhiga was one of them, but this is not the point. Now, the point is that I have traveled through time and space and become the Demon Emperor, and what's even more fucking is that he's going to die right after he shows up. Zhao. Is this the beginning or the end? Zhang Zhiga was a little crazy. Even the Demon Emperor couldn't escape the disaster. Wouldn't he be dead for sure if he traveled through time? Ding, life memory editing system has been bound. Wait, what was that sound just now? Ding, my life is in danger. Please act quickly. Fuck. System. Zhang Zhiga's body shook in excitement. He really was worthy of being a time traveler. However, why is the name of this system a bit strange? The question now is how to use this damn life editing system. After carefully checking the function of the system and thinking about the following plot of the novel, Zhang Zhiga quickly made a plan. The life memory editing system, as the name suggests, can rewrite Zhang Zhiga's past life memories. As long as they are not too outrageous, the edited memories can even become reality. In the plot of the novel, Zhang Zhiga was actually involved with all 3 female protagonists, but later they became enemies for various reasons and he eventually sided with the male protagonist. The male protagonist Chu Yun is only in the initial stage of Xin realm cultivation, and he can get to where he is today thanks to the 3 female protagonists. And nowadays, Zhang Zhiga can edit his past life memories. If he can clear himself in the following plot, or even incite the 3 female protagonists to rebel, Chu Yun alone will not be a match for him. Yes, that's it. There was no time to lose and Zhang Zhiga had no time to think about it. Inside the hall, seeing that Zhang Zhiga's life breath was getting weaker and weaker, many powerful men gradually felt relieved with the power that Zhang Zhiga has displayed now. There is no way he can break free from his restraints. The unforgivable Demon Emperor has finally met his day. This is truly a relief to all. Today's success in killing the Demon Emperor was entirely due to the efforts of Master Chu. Mr. Chu has extraordinary talent and character. He will surely become the great emperor in the future and take over the heaven realm in place of Zhang Zhiga. Many powerful men breathed a sigh of relief and came forward one after another to compliment Chu Yun. They were not just saying this for show. Chu Yun really had the potential to become emperor and rule the heavens. Chu Yun showed humility, cupped his hands and smiled. No, even if I become an emperor in the future, I will still trouble you seniors to take care of me. He said so, but a hint of pride and complacency flashed across his eyes imperceptibly. At this moment, the spiritual chain that locked Jiang Jiga suddenly shook, releasing a dazzling colorful light. What's going on? Could it be that the demon emperor still has the strength to resist and is preparing to strike back before his death? Everyone panicked for a moment. The person who was sealed was the demon emperor Jiang Jiga. This was no joke. Chu Yun's face also changed slightly. If Jiang Jiga escaped, he would probably be the first one to be retaliated against. The demon emperor has great powers. In a head-on confrontation, even if Chu Yun plays all his cards, he won't survive more than 3 rounds. Don't panic. Jiang Jiga has no power to escape. He will die within 7 days. This is the divine power of the heavenly binding chain. It shows the other party's memories of his past life. I will deploy them to various places in the heavenly realm. Anyone who asks the strong in the mysterious realm and observes his Tao in the emperor realm will have the hope of becoming an emperor. A cold female voice came from the sky, calming everyone down. I see. Empress Hang's sky binding chain is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Jiga has committed many evil deeds, but he is also a real emperor. If we can learn something from his memory, it will help us to reach a higher level in our understanding of the great Tao. Having said that, this is probably the only thing that the demon emperor can do to benefit the heavens in his lifetime. Everyone looked moved and bowed to the sky. The person who spoke was the Empress Hang, Su Qingqiu, who ruled over another world. It was she who had used up her original Taoist magic to set up the sky binding chain to lock up Jiang Jiga. Humph, Jiang Jiga has done evil all his life. What does the emperor remember? I'm afraid it was all about arson and murder. Just as everyone showed their fiery gazes, a cold voice full of disgust suddenly sounded in the hall. Everyone looked back and found that it was a beautiful woman beside Chu Yun. She was wearing a spotless green dress, her skin was as white as cream, and she had beautiful eyebrows. She was one of the heroines, Nangong Ro. It is rumored that Nangong Ro was once the sister of the demon emperor, but she discovered that the demon emperor approached her on purpose. In the end, not only was her family treasure taken away, but her biological father was also killed by the demon emperor. Killing her father to steal his treasure, this hatred is irreconcilable. No wonder she hates the demon emperor so much. Everyone sighed and said that if they were in his place, they would also hate Jiang Jiga to the core. As he spoke, a layer of light and shadow slowly gathered above the head of Jiang Jiga, who was trapped by chains. After the light and shadow were formed, they appeared above the heaven through the Zhengyang temple, forming a larger light curtain. At this moment, no matter where you are in the heaven, you can see it clearly. Chapter 2. Can I call you brother? Dalan Kingdom, border city Yuchenji. In the cold winter, heavy snow fell and the ground was covered with a layer of snow. A skinny boy with a purple face huddled under the eaves of the alley. He was shivering from the cold in his thin clothes, holding half a dry, moldy pancake tightly in his arms. It's so cold, he tossed and turned in the corner, trying to get some warmth. Unfortunately, in the coldest days of winter, resistance will not be of much use. Soon, the boy stood up shakily, leaning on a wooden stick. He glanced at the empty alley, then looked down at the broken bowl at his feet, and sighed. Forget it, the new year is coming, and every family is celebrating the new year. Reunion, how can anyone give me charity? I didn't have much hope in the first place, and the weather was freezing and windy, so there was no need for me to continue begging on the street and risk freezing to death. The boy bent down to pick up the broken bowl and walked out of the city in the downy snow. When passing by a house, the lights were on inside and I could hear the laughter of a family reuniting. Hearing the sound, the boy stopped in the snow. He looked through the crack in the door and saw a family warming themselves by the fire inside, with a lonely look on their faces. After a while, the boy sighed, looked down at the half-piece of pancake in his arms, and murmured, "It's New Year's Day today, it seems I can't keep you here." The boy took out the pancake from his arms and just opened his mouth to take a bite when he suddenly noticed a figure lying in the snow not far away. His eyes flashed slightly, he walked forward and saw that it was a little girl of 6 or 7 years old. The boy looked around, hesitated for a moment, and then pretended not to see it and walked away. It was a time of war and chaos, people were living in poverty, and it was also a season of heavy snow. It was extremely difficult for him, a beggar, to survive on his own, and he didn't have the energy to save lives, but after walking a short distance, the boy stopped again and looked back with some confusion. He hesitated for a long time, but finally turned around and walked back. The boy stretched out his finger to feel the little girl's breath and found that although the breath was weak, there was still a breath. He threw away the stick, put the broken bowl in his arms, bent down and picked up the girl with difficulty, and staggered out of the city. Not long after, the boy carried the girl into a dilapidated temple outside the city. "Girl, I lost half my life to save you." The boy's face was pale and he was sweating profusely. Years of malnutrition had made his body extremely weak. He almost died on the way back while carrying the girl. The boy put the girl aside, skillfully made a fire with flint, and then carried the girl to the fire to keep warm. With the warmth of the fire, the girl who was originally frozen to death gradually looked better. After a while, the girl's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the boy in confusion. "Where is this? Who are you?" The girl rubbed her eyes, as if she had just woken up. The boy added a stick to the fire and said with a wry smile, "I should be the one asking this question. You are dressed in gorgeous clothes, so you must be a lady from a wealthy family. How could you faint in the snow and no one rescue you?" "I can't remember. The girl tried hard to recall, but as soon as she remembered something, her head started to hurt. The boy shook his head and advised, "If you can't remember, don't think about it. Don't make it difficult for yourself." The girl's eyes were red and she curled up, hugging her knees. "Daddy, Mommy," after all, he was only 6 or 7 years old, and he started crying when he didn't see his parents for a while. The boy stepped forward and patted the girl on the shoulder, and comforted her softly. "Don't be sad, your parents must have just encountered some problems, and they will definitely come to find you. Well, Daddy and Mommy are so kind, they will definitely come to find me." The girl wiped her tears and nodded with sobs. The boy breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, "By the way, my name is Jiang Jiga, and you, what's your name?" The girl lowered her head slightly and said sadly, "I can't remember clearly, I just remember that my last name seems to be Nangong." "Really? You don't even remember your name? How about this, I'll give you a name, just Ro, Nangong Ro, how about that?" Jiang Jiga blinked. He could not read many words, but he had accidentally seen the word Ro, soft. He had remembered it until now and did not expect it to come in handy. The girl clapped her hands happily and said with a smile, Great, I have a name too." The outside world was in an uproar. The demon emperor Jiang Jiga, who was feared by the 9 heavens, was actually a beggar in his childhood. I knew before that Fairy Nangong had a close relationship with the demon emperor, but I didn't expect that Fairy Nangong's name was given by the demon emperor. The Nangong family was quite powerful back then. Fairy Nangong has ended up here. Something must have happened. Wait, didn't you realize that if the demon emperor hadn't rescued her, Fairy Nangong would have frozen to death in the snow? Shoo! Fairy Nangong is still here. Hundreds of strong men in the hall were whispering, but because Nangong Ro was not far away, they did not dare to discuss Nangong Ro's past loudly. Nangong Ro could hear these discussions, but she didn't care too much and looked at the pictures in the light and shadow with a confused look on her face. "Why, my memory of that year is so vague." Nangong Ro was extremely confused. She only knew that she and Jiang Jiga had known each other since childhood, but she had long forgotten such a past. Could it be that after thousands of years of practice, he can't remember things from the past clearly? Chu Yun, who was standing next to her, saw that Nangong Ro looked a little uneasy and felt a pang in his heart, thinking that Nangong Ro was just being reminded of the past. "Xiao Ro, the kindness of saving me in the snow is certainly admirable, but the revenge of betraying and stealing treasures can outweigh this kindness. The blood feud of killing my father is hard to settle in a lifetime." "I know." Nangong Ro's expression returned to calm, and she looked towards Jiang Jiga in the center of the hall with disgust in her eyes. Chu Yun was right. The grace of saving his life was certainly respectable, but the hatred of killing his father could never be forgotten. Besides, the reason why Nangong Ro hated Jiang Jiga the most was not because he stole the treasure and killed his father, but because she was betrayed by Jiang Jiga when she trusted him the most. If it were back then, Nangong Ro would definitely question Jiang Jiga why a treasure could make Jiang Jiga betray her and even kill her and her father. Nowadays, Nangong Ro has come to terms with the fact that she and Jiang Jiga are destined to be enemies standing on opposite sides. "Do you remember where your family lives?" "I don't remember." Jiang Jiga looked helpless. If Nangong Ro still remembered where her home was, he might be able to take her back. Now that Nangong Ro has lost her memory and her so-called parents are nowhere to be found, I'm afraid she'll have to stay with him for some time. Nangong Ro didn't notice Jiang Jiga's confusion, and asked curiously, how old are you this year? Jiang Jiga looked reminiscent and counted on his fingers. After this year, I should be 9 years old. Nangong Ro's eyes lit up, and she asked excitedly, you are 2 years older than me, can I call you brother? Jiang Jiga was stunned when he heard this and looked at Nangong Ro at a loss. Is it not possible? Nangong Ro looked disappointed when she saw this, and thought Jiang Jiga disagreed. Jiang Jiga came back to his senses, smiled and nodded, yes, of course, then you will be my sister from now on. Nangong Ro immediately danced with joy and kept calling Jiang Jiga brother. Jiang Jiga's face turned red and he scratched his head, not knowing how to respond to Nangong Ro. This moment, Nangong Ro's stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. She stopped moving, covered her stomach, and asked softly, brother, I'm hungry. Can we go eat? Food, we'll go eat later, you can eat this first. Jiang Jiga forced a smile, took out the half piece of pancake from his arms and handed it to Nangong Ro. He was very glad in his heart. If he had eaten the sesame cake at that time, Nangong Ro would have to starve now. As for food, Jiang Jiga had never had a proper meal since he was a child. When times were good, he could beg for food on the roadside, and when times were bad, he could only dig tree roots and drink stream water to fill his stomach. Nangong Ro was indeed hungry. She took the sesame cake and ate it up in no time. Jiang Jiga on the opposite side was drooling as he watched, but on the surface he pretended to be calm. Nangong Ro still looked unhappy after finishing the pancake, and pouted and asked, brother, this thing is too disgusting, I'm not full yet, can we go eat something delicious? Don't worry, Roer, I'll take you out for a good meal later. Jiang Jiga's expression froze. The sesame seed bun, which was like a delicacy to him, turned out to be unpalatable in Nangong Ro's mouth. Chapter 3 Kneeling and Begging. Was Fairy Nangong so ignorant when she was a child? Yes, the demon emperor was a beggar back then. He starved and left his sesame cakes to mold, but he gave them to Fairy Nangong without hesitation. Fairy Nangong didn't even say a word of thanks, but instead blamed the sesame cakes for being too unpalatable. This is not difficult to understand. Some people say, why not eat meat? Fairy Nangong has been living a life of luxury since she was young. How can she understand the suffering of the demon emperor as a beggar? Keep your voices down, keep your voices down. Many powerful men showed emotion on their faces, while others remained silent. After all, Nangong Ro was not far away, so how could they speak ill of her childhood without any hesitation? Nangong Ro did not scold him, because in her opinion, she was indeed a little ignorant back then. All over the heavens, countless people were looking at the images on the sky screen in shock. To be able to do this for someone he just met proves that the demon emperor was not a bad person in his early years. Yes, what kind of experience could create the demon emperor who was now wanted by everyone? I am now curious, how did a mere beggar become a demon emperor? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone woke up from their dream. Indeed, how could a small beggar become the demon emperor who rules the heaven? Half a month passed in a flash, and Nangong Ro's parents did not show up. She also lived a life of hunger with Jiang Jiga for half a month. Jiang Jiga would always comfort Nangong Ro, but after a long time, Nangong Ro could not stand the life of not even having enough food to eat. Roer, get away. Get away. You are not my brother. I want to find my father and mother. Jiang Jiga wanted to dissuade Nangong Ro, but was pushed away by Nangong Ro while crying. Seeing Nangong Ro about to run out in the heavy snow, Jiang Jiga hurriedly grabbed her little hand and said in a hurry, Roer, give me a little more time, I will definitely find you something to eat today, okay? Jiang Jiga knew very well that if Nangong Ro's parents were still in Yucheng, they would have sent people to look for them nearby. However, he had not seen anyone looking for Nangong Ro in the past half month, proving that Nangong Ro's parents were not in Yucheng at all. Nangong Ro was still very young and couldn't even walk. If she ran out in the heavy snow, she would probably freeze to death outside. You are not allowed to lie. Nangong Ro's little face was full of tears and she kept sobbing. This time, her little face was black and the clothes she was wearing were no longer clean. She looked not much different from the beggar Jiang Jiga. Don't worry, Roer. Not only will I find food today, I might even be able to find your parents. Jiang Jiga smiled and tried to comfort her on the surface, but he felt extremely heavy inside. He has tried his best to take care of Nangong Ro, but he is just a beggar after all. How can he give Nangong Ro a satisfactory life? It is hard to imagine that this humble beggar in front of me would become the demon emperor who would later dominate the 9 heavens. Why do you have to do this? If it were someone else, saving a life would be a kind act. How could they possibly tolerate the arrogant temper of a rich lady? The powerful men watching in the hall all frowned. They had seen how much Jiang Jiga had given for Nangong Ro in the past half-month. Jiang Jiga himself was not well fed and clothed, and in order to feed Nangong Ro, he fainted from hunger in the snow several times and almost lost his life. After all this effort, all he got in return was Nangong Ro's dislike. Hearing everyone's discussions, Nangong Ro secretly clenched her fists. She was not angry about the comments, but felt a little guilty. After leaving the dilapidated temple, Jiang Jiga went straight to the downtown area of Yuchenji.at. This time, the new year has passed, and the streets of Yucheng have become bustling again, with the sounds of hawkers on the roadside heard everywhere. Jiang Jiga stood in the middle of the crowd, his eyes quickly locked on a steamed bun shop that was selling its wares. He looked uncertain and stood there hesitating for a long time. Thinking of Nangong Ro, who was still waiting for him in the dilapidated temple, Jiang Jiga finally made up his mind. He took a deep breath and quietly approached the bun shop as if nothing had happened. The owner of the bun shop was a burly middle-aged man. He quickly noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Jiga. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Jiga suddenly rushed over, grabbed 2 buns and ran away. "Stop right there, you little brat!" The bun shop owner glared, rolled up his sleeves and strode after him. Jiang Jiga, who was weak, couldn't run fast to begin with. Feeling guilty, he didn't pay much attention to the road. He bumped into someone from behind before he had run far. He slipped and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, the bun shop owner quickly walked over, grabbed Jiang Jiga by the back of the neck with one hand and lifted him up. "You little bastard, I don't want to do anything, just hand over the buns." The bun shop owner's eyes were as big as copper bells, and his ferocious appearance scared Jiang Jiga so much that his face turned pale, but even so, he still held the bun tightly and refused to let go. The boss of the bun shop looked gloomy when he saw this, and said in a cold voice, "You little bastard, I see you have been begging here for a while, and you never steal or rob. I used to feel sorry for you, but I didn't expect you to be such a low-class person." Jiang Jiga gritted his teeth and said nothing, just holding the bun tightly. "2 buns are not a big deal to me, but I won't give them to you. Do you know why? A guy like you, once you have done it for the first time, will definitely be a petty thief who can only steal and do bad things in the future. I won't beat you today, but I will teach you a lesson." The bun shop owner snorted coldly and pulled the buns out of Jiang Jiga's arms. Jiang Jiga was much weaker than the bun shop owner, and he failed to protect the buns despite trying his best. The bun shop owner took a look at the buns that were crushed by Jiang Jiga, and instead of taking them back, he took a bite of them, threw them on the ground, and stomped on them until they were crushed to pieces. In order to prevent Jiang Jiga from picking up the leftovers, the bun shop owner even used his feet to mix the broken buns into the dirt and snow. Jiang Jiga looked ashen as he watched helplessly as the steaming hot buns were crushed to pieces by the boss. Seeing the despair in Jiang Jiga's eyes, the bun shop owner sneered and walked back. After taking a few steps, Jiang Jiga behind him suddenly fell to his knees. The bun shop owner was stunned for a moment, then turned around to look at Jiang Jiga, who was kneeling on the ground. "You are..." Bang! 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 Jiang Jiga kowtowed 3 times, and a trickle of blood oozed from his forehead. "Why are you doing this? I never said I would give you buns if you kowtow." The bun shop owner frowned slightly. He didn't expect Jiang Jiga to go to this extent. Jiang Jiga knelt on the ground, lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, I have been begging for a living since I was young. It is not surprising that I died of hunger or cold, but I have a sister, and I can't let her be like me. It's ridiculous. You can't even support yourself, and you dare to take in irrelevant people?" The bun shop owner shook his head. He had seen Jiang Jiga begging in the city in his early years, and had never seen Jiang Jiga have any sister. With the sudden appearance of a younger sister, Jiang Jiga apparently took in a younger beggar. "She calls me brother, so she is the only relative in my life." Jiang Jiga's eyes were red and he bowed deeply to the bun shop owner again. Chapter 4 Lost. Witnessing this scene, the feelings of the hundreds of strong men present could no longer be described as emotion, but shock, deep shock. Just to ask for a few buns for a sister who was not related to him by blood, the notorious and powerful demon emperor Jiang Jiga actually knelt down and kowtowed. If it were someone else, people might not have such a big reaction. But this is the demon emperor who kills people like crazy and rules the heavens. Such kindness and righteousness. actually appeared in him. It seems that the demon emperor in his early years was not as violent as people thought, but for some reason his temperament changed drastically later. Looking at the people in the hall who were so shocked that they were speechless, Nangong Ro's heart remained calm. So what if he knelt down and cowed out for her? Didn't he betray her later? The better Jiang Jiga treated her at this time, the more she hated Jiang Jiga's betrayal later. The bun shop owner finally softened his heart and handed 2 buns to Jiang Jiga. Jiang Jiga never asked for buns directly from beginning to end, but his sincerity, which could not be faked, was enough to move the bun shop owner. Just 2 buns. He has never been such a stingy person. The main reason why he didn't give Jiang Jiga the buns was that he thought Jiang Ziga would become a petty thief. Knowing that Jiang Jiga was doing this for others, his risky act of stealing actually seemed admirable. Jiang Jiga stood up and took the bun with both hands, and expressed his gratitude solemnly. Thank you very much. Although Jiang Jiga is a beggar, I will definitely repay you for your kindness today one day. Seeing Jiang Jiga's serious expression, the bun shop owner was stunned for a moment, then said with a bit of a smile, "It's just 2 buns, you should go back to find your sister as soon as possible." Jiang Jiga nodded. He knew that the bun shop looked down on a beggar like him for his favor, but he just needed to remember it. Jiang Jiga is a beggar, but he is only 9 years old, but he always has lofty ambitions in his heart. One day the dragon will marry the phoenix, so why would you want to live your whole life with holes in your pants? After saying goodbye to the bun shop owner, Jiang Jiga couldn't wait to run out of the city. Rower, you must be impatient, right? Feeling the hot buns in his arms, Jiang Jiga felt a sense of relief. For the past half month, he dreamed of seeing Nangong Ro smile happily again. It's not just because of hunger. A 7-year-old girl who was suddenly away from her parents for half a month must feel deep fear and helplessness. Jiang Jiga makes a living by begging and has a low status, so he has no ability to help Nangong Ro find her parents. All he could do was to stay with Nangong Ro as a brother, giving her a little warmth of home and reducing her inner fear as much as possible. Look at this determined look in his eyes. The demon emperor was destined to be something special since he was young. I admire you so much. If I had been begging since I was young, all my ambitions would have been crushed by the suffering. No, why are you praising the demon emperor so much? No matter how powerful this guy is, he is still an unforgivable scum. That's right. An emperor who stepped on thousands of corpses to ascend to the throne is not worthy of being called an emperor. That's wrong. Looking back at the history of the great emperors, which one didn't have a pile of corpses under his feet? After hearing you praise the demon emperor so much, why are you still here to fight him? Why not join Shin Song Holy Land? Everyone present was a strong man who was respected by the outside world, so naturally no one was willing to give in to the other, and a fierce quarrel and debate began. Please don't hurt the harmony. The demon emperor is not dead yet. It's not time to rest easy. Shuyun's face looked grim, and he felt very unhappy inside. Just a glance from childhood could cause hundreds of powerful people who were vying for the top of the heavenly realm to fall into quarrel. If you ask who has this ability, the only one in the world is the demon emperor Jiang Jiga. Even though he killed countless people, it did not prevent people from admiring him. Nangong Ro beside him had a complicated expression. She hated Jiang Jiga deeply, but she had to admit that Jiang Jiga's life was legendary. He rose from a beggar to an emperor and ruled the heaven for nearly 1,000 years. If Jiang Jiga had not committed so many evil deeds and caused attacks from all sides, he would have been able to control the heaven for tens of thousands of years. Outside Yuqing, Jiang Jiga quickly ran into the ruined temple. Rower, look, he was stunned before he could finish his words, because Nangong Ro was not in the dilapidated temple at all. Jiang Jiga's heart skipped a beat and he had a very bad feeling. Rower! Rower! Brother found something delicious for you, don't be angry. Jiang Jiga searched anxiously nearby, but no matter how he called out, he received no response. It was clear that Nangong Ro was no longer around. Could it be? Jiang Jiga's face turned pale. Nangong Ro disappeared inexplicably. She might have gone out to look for her parents. He immediately rushed out of the ruined temple, praying that he could find Nangong Ro's footprints nearby. Unfortunately, the downy snow had been falling all day, and the footprints had long been covered by the snow. Jiang Jiga stood in the snow, his eyes full of despair. Nangong Ro was only 7 years old. If she got lost outside, even if she didn't meet any bad people, the wind and snow would take her life. I finally have a younger sister, am I just going to let her die out there? Jiang Jiga couldn't do it. Although the chance of finding Nangong Ro was slim, after living together for half a month, he couldn't bear to part with this adopted sister. I'm going to find her, Jiang Jiga cheered himself up again and walked towards Yucheng again in the heavy snow. If he couldn't find it in 1 day, then he would try 2 days. If he couldn't find it in 2 days, then he would try 3 days. He believed that good people will be helped by good fortune, and as long as he was still alive, they would definitely meet again. For the next half day, Jiang Jiga searched all the familiar places in the city, but he didn't see Nangong Ro. He became increasingly uneasy and kept calling out Nangong Ro's name in the city. In fact, during the half-month they spent together, Jiang Jiga still had some selfish thoughts. He didn't want Nangong Ro's parents to really come looking for him, because then he would lose his sister Nangong Ro. At this moment, Jiang Jiga regretted. He regretted not doing his best to find Nangong Ro's parents, and regretted not being able to take good care of Nangong Ro. If Nangong Ro could have reunited with her parents, she wouldn't have fallen to the point of living like a beggar, and she wouldn't be in the danger she is in now. As long as she can live, what is there to be reluctant about? As it was getting dark, Jiang Jiga was completely desperate and walked on the street in a daze. He kept comforting himself, but he couldn't deny in his heart that it was basically impossible for a young girl without independent ability to survive in the snowstorm. Don't worry, little sister. My Shin family is very wealthy. As long as you become my maid, you and your brother will have no worries about food and drink, and enjoy a life of wealth and glory. Really? But the older brother said that I'm still young. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. Jiang Jiga suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of excitement. There was no way he had heard it wrong. That was Nangong Ro's voice just now. Chapter 5 Shin Mansion. In front of the gate of a wealthy family's house stood a little girl with a hesitant look on her face. The little girl's clothes were nice but covered in stains, and her timid appearance was truly pitiful, and she was Nangong Ro, whom Jiang Jiga had been looking for a whole day. Nangong Ro left without saying goodbye, not because she hated Jiang Jiga. In fact, after seeing Jiang Jiga's desolate back as he went out in the heavy snow, she regretted her behavior. Although Nangong Ro is young, she knows who is good to her and who is bad to her. Jiang Jiga took care of me without complaint. How could I vent my anger on him and say such heartbreaking words? Nangong Ro blamed herself for a while and decided to go out to look for food to share the pressure with Jiang Jiga, but she was still young and had no experience, and she gained nothing after working hard all day. It was not until recently that Nangong Ro came to the conclusion that if she wanted to eat delicious food, she had to have money. She began to look for ways to make money, but after walking for an hour, she finally saw a job as a maid that would provide her with food and clothing, but she was rejected because she was too young. Just when Nangong Ro was about to return home disappointed, a man with a mustache who obviously held a high status in the mansion stopped her. Youth is not a problem. I can train you personally. Shin Quan laughed lewdly, his eyes constantly looking at Nangong Ro's young body. Nangong Ro was a little young and looked like a beggar, but even so, she was clearly a beauty. Yet if she is cultivated, she will surely become a stunningly beautiful woman in the future. Nangong Ro felt uncomfortable being stared at, and always felt that the uncle in front of her was a little weird. If it were before, she would definitely agree happily, but now that Shin Quan has personally agreed, she is a little hesitant. The manager of the Shun mansion standing by felt heartbroken. What a well-behaved girl. He wanted to persuade her to leave, but he didn't expect that she still couldn't escape Shin Quan's clutches. Roar! Just as Nangong Ro was hesitating, Jiang Jiga's voice suddenly sounded not far away. Elder brother. Nangong Ro's eyes lit up, and as soon as she turned around, Jiang Jiga rushed over and hugged her tightly. Jiang Jiga's eyes were filled with tears, and he said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you. The moment before, he was still shrouded in despair, but when he saw Nangong Ro at this moment, the feeling of having lost and regained was really indescribable. Elder brother. Nangong Ro was stunned. She had just been away for a while, so what happened to her brother? Shin Quan's face darkened when he saw this. He thought Nangong Ro was a good choice, but he didn't want to waste food by taking in another Jiang Jiga. Just now, when Shin Quan heard Nangong Ro mention that she had a brother, he didn't care at all. After entering the Shin mansion, it was not up to Nangong Ro to leave or stay, but now, the brother and sister appeared outside the Shin mansion in the street. If Shin Quan was unwilling to take Jiang Jiga in, he would definitely get a bad reputation. It would be fine if Jiang Jiga was useful, but he is skinny and haggard, and it seems that he even has trouble serving tea or water. Inside the Zhangyang Palace, hundreds of powerful men all looked puzzled. It was hard for them to associate the stunning beauty not far away with the beggar-like girl in the light and shadow. Fairy Nangong, one of the 10 great beauties in the heaven, was willing to be a maid to help the demon emperor share his pressure? This brother-sister relationship is really tear-jerking. Yes, now that I think about it, Fairy Nangong was only 7 years old back then. She had been pampered since she was young. Suddenly she was separated from her parents. It was a blessing for her not to cry. How could we force her to be as sensible as a beggar like the demon emperor? Among the hundreds of strong men in the hall, some were shocked by Nangong Ro's willingness to be a maid, while others were impressed by how well behaved she was at the age of 7. There were also some people who felt ashamed for accusing Nangong Ro of being ignorant not long ago, but if you think about it carefully, Nangong Ro was only 7 years old at that time. How much could a 7-year-old girl understand? Looking at herself being hugged by Jiang Jiga in the light and shadow, Nangong Ro gritted her teeth and clenched her fists secretly. Silly girl! Why don't you push him away? He's just a jerk. Nangong Ro believed that it was because she was too nice to Jiang Jiga and had no guard against him at all that she was easily used by Jiang Jiga, causing her father, who had a powerful cultivation level, to be harmed by this villain. If her mother had not been willing to exchange the family treasure for her, she would have died at the hands of Jiang Jiga. Moreover, even though Jiang Jiga is very nice to Nangong Ro now, Nangong Ro clearly remembers that when they both embarked on the path of cultivation and her bloodline awakened, she was the one protecting Jiang Jiga most of the time. Chu Yin next to him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unhappy with Jiang Jiga's hugging Nangong Ro, what he was most worried about was that Nangong Ro would be moved by the scene. Looking at Nangong Ro's expression now, it seems that her resentment towards Jiang Jiga has not diminished. Chu Yin turned his head to look at Jiang Jiga, who was half kneeling on the ground, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. So what if he has known Nangong Ro since childhood? Aren't he and Nangong Ro on better terms now? Shen Quan suppressed his inner contempt and smiled. Child, you are her brother, right? Jiang Jiga was stunned when he heard this. He looked up at Shen Quan, then looked at Nangong Ro and asked, Roar, he is? He knew that Shen Quan was definitely not Nangong Ro's long-lost father, otherwise he would not directly call him Nangong Ro's brother. Besides, Nangong Ro was pretty and delicate, and she didn't look at all like the pointed-faced, monkey-faced, mustachioed man in front of her. Shen Quan frowned slightly. How dare a mere beggar ignore him? Nangong Ro was very excited when she heard this, and she danced with joy and said, Brother, he is the owner of this house. He promised that as long as I become his maid, he will never worry about food and clothing in the future. She had been a little hesitant before, but now that she saw Jiang Jiga, she only wanted to lighten her brother's burden. As long as he and his brother can have enough food and clothing, what does it matter if Shen Quan is a bad guy? Maid, Jiang Jiga's expression suddenly darkened, and he slowly let go of the hand that was holding Nangong Ro. He ignored Nangong Ro, who was still describing the beautiful future life, and walked straight to Shen Quan, bowed and said, Uncle, thank you for your kindness, but my brother and I are weak and sick, so it is inconvenient to cause trouble to your family. As Jiang Jiga spoke, he looked up and stared at Shen Quan. He had been struggling to survive in the cracks since he was a child, and he could tell at a glance that Shen Quan was not a good person. Don't worry. I have food and drink in my house, as well as doctors. Within a month, I will be able to make you and your sister healthy again. Shen Quan's face froze. A mere beggar, who could be so excited as if it was New Year's Day just because he was given a steamed bun, actually refused to enter his Shen mansion. Uncle, it is your kindness that makes me not want to cause you any trouble. Jiang Jiga remained unmoved, but bent his waist down again. Chapter 6. Unyielding. Nangong Ro's face was full of confusion, and she couldn't help asking, Brother, Uncle can give us delicious food, why should we refuse? Jiang Jiga declined Shen Quan's offer twice, and even she could see that Jiang Jiga did not want to enter the Shen mansion. Jiang Jiga didn't have time to answer Nangong Ro, and stared at Shen Quan with a sincere face. Shen Quan's face gradually darkened, and he said in a cold voice, Boy, do you really want to be ignorant of what is good for you? I had originally thought of keeping Jiang Jiga at bay first, and then find an excuse to drive Jiang Jiga away after entering the Shen residence. I didn't expect Jiang Jiga to be such a smart kid. Nangong Ro's heart skipped a beat. How come the uncle who had such a gentle face just now suddenly became a little scary? Seeing this, Jiang Jiga concluded that Shen Quan was not a good person. He clasped his hands together and bowed, pretending to be sad, and said, Uncle, please do us a favor and let us go. Humph, are you still pretending to be crazy? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't change your mind. Shen Quan snorted coldly and gestured to the guard behind him. He is not stupid. Judging from Jiang Jiga's previous cleverness, he must be deliberately playing the victim at this moment. After they walk far away, they might even curse Shen Quan behind his back, calling him a good-for-nothing. The Shen mansion steward next to him saw this and his face changed slightly. He said anxiously, "Master, they are just children, don't talk nonsense, I'm going to take care of this little girl today." Shin Quan's eyes were grim. Anyway, the Shin family's reputation in Yucheng was already very bad, so what if it got worse? The two guards at the Shun residence looked indifferent and strode towards Jiang Jiga with sticks in their hands. "Roar, run!" Jiang Jiga's face turned pale and he hurriedly stood behind Nangong Ro. Unexpectedly, Nangong Ro was so frightened that she stood there in a daze, holding on to the corner of Jiang Jiga's clothes and trembling. She has been protected by her family since she was young, so how could she have ever seen such a scene? Shin Quan put his hands behind his back and looked at Jiang Jiga, sneering, "Beat this kid until he changes his words. Remember, don't hurt the little girl, especially her face. Aren't you afraid that I will report you to the police?" Jiang Jiga gritted his teeth. Yucheng is located at the border and there are imperial troops stationed there. Shin Quan should not dare to make a big deal out of it. Shin Quan curled his lips and sneered, "It's ridiculous. I, Shin Quan, have made countless contributions to Yucheng. If I report this to the authorities, will they help me, or a beggar like you?" Although he said so, he was actually still a little afraid, otherwise he would have dragged Nangong Ro into the house long ago. After all, Jiang Jiga was not very old, and was a little scared, thinking that the Shin family was a powerful family with connections. "Hit me." In order to avoid any further complications, Shin Quan immediately ordered the guards to take action. The two guards sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the situation, they really didn't want to do anything to a skinny little beggar. Jiang Jiga pulled Nangong Ro and turned around to run, but was pulled back by a guard. Another guard stepped forward and grabbed Nangong Ro's hand to prevent her from escaping. Jiang Jiga was trying to break free, but the next moment he was hit by a fist and saw stars. The guard held back and didn't hit him with a stick, but Jiang Jiga was too weak and was beaten to death by 3 punches and 2 kicks. "Elder brother!" Nangong Ro cried loudly and wanted to save Jiang Jiga, but her hands were firmly grasped by the guard. People passing by nearby stopped when they heard the noise, and when they saw that it was in front of the Shin mansion, they immediately guessed what had happened. They stood in the distance and pointed, but no one came forward to help. In fact, Shin Quan's notoriety has long been known far and wide, and many people hate him to the extreme, but the Shin family is extremely wealthy, so who would dare to really offend him? Seeing Shin Quan bullying a young brother and sister, some people didn't even dare to stop. The head of the family, seeing this, the security guard quickly stopped. If someone was killed, he would definitely be blamed. Shin Quan waved his hand, walked up to the fallen Jiang Jiga, and asked with a smug look on his face, "Boy, I'll ask you again, are you willing to enter my Shin mansion?" Jiang Jiga had blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at Shin Quan. At this moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Today. If I don't die today, I will wipe out your entire Shin family tomorrow." Jiang Jiga knew that at this point, even if he was lucky enough not to die, Nangong Ro would not be able to escape his clutches. Shin Quan shuddered and took 3 steps back in fright. "Beat him. Beat him to death with a stick." Shin Quan had lived for decades and had never thought that he would see murderous intent in the eyes of a 9-year-old beggar. Moreover, beggars usually have no worries. If you really try to take revenge on him, it will definitely be a big trouble. The guard swallowed, bent down and picked up the stick angrily. He raised the stick towards Jiang Jiga, but after hesitating for a long time he still couldn't hit him. "Go ahead. What are you hesitating about?" "But the master is too weak. If we continue to fight, he will surely die." Shin Quan looked crazy and shouted angrily, "Why do I spend money to feed you? If you don't fight, get out of here." He just wanted to kill Jiang Jiga to prevent Jiang Jiga from taking revenge. The guard gritted his teeth and raised the stick towards Jiang Jiga again. In this day and age, life is hard for everyone, and he doesn't want to lose such a good job as the gatekeeper of the Shin mansion. "Stop." At this moment, an old man in a white robe and wearing a bamboo hat walked out of the crowd. Hearing someone dissuading him, the guard immediately retracted the stick. The other guard also took the opportunity to pretend that he did not catch Nangong Ro, wanting to give Nangong Ro a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, Nangong Ro showed no sign of running away. She rushed over and supported the dying Jiang Jiga. "Brother! Brother, please don't die." Seeing Jiang Jiga's miserable appearance up close, Nangong Ro cried even louder, thinking that Jiang Jiga was about to die. Jiang Jiga wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a forced face, "Don't be afraid, Roar, brother is fine." Nangong Ro's crying slowed down a little, but she was still sobbing. Shin Quan raised his eyebrows slightly, turned around, and looked at the person who came, and asked, "Who are you?
How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Shin family?
Not to mention the entire Yuqing, at least in this nearby area, it is his Shin mansion that has the final say. Anyone who dares to go against it will be courting death. The old man in white robe ignored Shin Quan. He walked up to Zhang Zhiga with his hands behind his back and asked with interest, "My friend, your sister is a maid in the Shin mansion, and you two can have food and clothing without worries. Why do you want to fight to the death?" Nangong Ro sniffed and looked at Zhang Zhiga with some confusion. She felt very strange when Zhang Zhiga rejected Shin Quan for the second time. It was obvious that as long as she became a maid, she and her brother would never have to worry about food and clothing, and her brother would not be beaten. So why did her brother refuse? Seeing the confusion in Nangong Ro's eyes, Zhang Zhiga raised his hand and touched her little head, and said with a helpless smile, "Rower, do you know what being a maid means to you?" Nangong Ro's eyes were filled with tears. She shook her head and said, "No, I don't know. She just wanted herself and her brother to have enough food and clothes, so why would she care about so many things?" Zhang Zhiga did not explain too much. His expression became more serious and he said in a deep voice, "Rower, remember, I would rather be a beggar than a slave. As long as I am still here, I will never let you become a slave." Chapter 7. Rower only wants her brother. Hundreds of powerful men in Zhangyang Palace showed admiring looks. The Demon Emperor is truly extraordinary. He is only 9 years old, but he has such a long-term vision. That's right. If you become a slave, you will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Besides, Shin Quan is obviously not a good person. It's really fate that makes people feel that way. Fairy Nangong originally wanted to reduce the burden on the Demon Emperor, but she didn't expect that the Demon Emperor would be beaten up instead. Nangong Ro, who was not far away, had a rather ugly expression on her face. Her memory of those years had long been blurred, and she only just realized that she still owed Zhang Zhiga so much. Being rescued in the snow was a one-time thing. If it weren't for Zhang Zhiga, she would have frozen to death in the snow. Now it happened again. If it weren't for Zhang Zhiga, she would probably have been toyed to death by a rapist from a mortal family. Chu Yun, who was standing next to him, suddenly felt a sense of crisis when he saw this. He knew that although Nangong Ro still resented Zhang Zhiga, she could not deny that she owed Zhang Zhiga many favors. "Xiao Ro, don't feel you owe the Demon Emperor anything. He was just a beggar back then, and he was just trying to show off. If no one had saved him, the outcome would have been impossible to change." Nangong Ro was stunned for a moment, then nodded in approval. Chu Yun was right. She should thank the old man in white robe who came to her rescue, and that old man in white robe, if Nangong Ro remembered correctly, was the master, Yao Qianji, who had led her and Zhang Zhiga on the path of cultivation. Nangong Ro is still grateful to her master, but unfortunately she was later found by her family. When she returned after successful training, her master had already passed away. Good. It's better to be a beggar than a slave. The old man in white robe nodded and smiled, looking at Zhang Zhiga with admiration. He didn't come out of the crowd just now because he wanted to see how Zhang Zhiga would react next. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhiga didn't even cry out after being beaten. That if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a character could appear in a little kid who was less than 10 years old. Shin Quan, who was not far away, could not help himself. He suppressed his anger and shouted coldly, "You coward, you dare to ignore me?" What was going on today? First it was Zhang Zhiga, and now an old man in a white robe dared to ignore him. Not if he wasn't afraid of the old man in white robe's background, he would have beaten Zhang Zhiga as well. Rat? The old man in white robe snorted lightly, and flicked his finger, sending a blue stream of light toward Shin Quan. The light instantly pierced Shin Quan's calf, causing him to wail in pain. Immortal, the two gatekeepers and the manager of the Shin mansion were stunned on the spot. Only the legendary immortal cultivators could use such means. In the secular world, immortal cultivators are extremely rare, and each one of them can easily change the situation between the two countries. Even if the current ruler of Dalan was here, he would have to respectfully call him immortal. "Please spare my life, immortal. Please spare my life, immortal. It's all Shin Quan's fault. He ordered all of this. We were forced into this situation." After coming to their senses, the two guards knelt down hurriedly and begged for mercy. The manager of the Shin residence did the same. Although he had no bad intentions from the beginning, he was a member of the Shin residence. After all of the people watching from afar were so excited that they all knelt down and called him an immortal. Immortal, Zhang Zhiga looked dazed. He glanced at Shinquan, who was wailing while covering his calf, and then looked at the people who were kneeling and saluting in the distance. At this moment, he developed a strong yearning for cultivating immortals. Jiang Jiga has always believed that he would not be a beggar all his life, and now, the way to change his destiny that he has always dreamed of is right before his eyes. Jiang Jiga stood up despite the pain, walked to the old man in white robes, knelt down, and said in a trembling voice, "I am Jiang Jiga, I beg the immortal to accept me as his disciple." The people in the distance were full of ridicule. How could a beggar dare to ask an immortal to accept him as a disciple? If you want to accept disciples, you should definitely accept them first. The old man in white robe smiled but said nothing. He walked around Jiang Jiga and came to Nangong Ro, saying, "Little girl, you are gifted and have an extraordinary physique. Are you willing to become a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion?" Nangong Ro's face was dull. She pointed at herself and said, "Me? What about my brother?" She didn't understand why it was her turn first when her brother was the first to ask to become his disciple. The old man in white robe turned around and looked at Jiang Jiga, snorting coldly, He has a very poor foundation, a bad temper, and is inflexible. He is not qualified to be my disciple." Jiang Jiga, who was still kneeling on the ground, had a buzzing head and was filled with incomprehension of the old man in white robe. The old man in white robe clearly praised him just now. Why is he now saying that he has a bad temper and is inflexible? "Grandpa, are you saying that I am the only one who can take you as my master?" "You can, but he can't." The old man in white robe stroked his white beard gently. He was not lying. Nangong Ro's talent for cultivation was indeed better than Jiang Jiga's. Jiang Jiga's eyes were red, he clenched his fists tightly, and he felt like crying. The 6 short words from the old man in white robe determined his life. If he could not become an immortal, Jiang Jiga might become a beggar all his life, or he might starve to death one winter. "Then I won't become your disciple." At this moment, Nangong Ro's voice woke Jiang Jiga up suddenly. He stood up and looked at Nangong Ro, and said anxiously, "Roar, don't mess around. Do you know what it means to you to join the immortal sect?" "I don't care, I just want my brother." Nangong Ro pouted her lips and looked at the old man in white robe with unkindness. Seeing Jiang Jiga's extremely sad look, her gratitude towards the old man in white robe for saving her instantly disappeared. "Brother, don't kneel to him. This stinky old man refuses to accept you as his apprentice, he must not be a good person." Now Nangong Ro didn't have any favorable feelings towards the old man in white robe. Her brother had even knelt down to become his disciple, but this old man didn't show any expression at all. The people in the distance were dumbfounded. It was rare for an immortal to accept a disciple, but this little girl actually refused? She even called the immortal a stinky old man. The old man in white robe did not speak, but just smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Jiga could only pretend to be serious and said in a deep voice, "Roar, how can you be rude when the immortal comes to your rescue? You should be my disciple obediently. When you have made some progress in your studies, I will come to find you." Nangong Ro couldn't bear to leave him, and he naturally couldn't bear to leave Nangong Ro either, but joining the immortal sect was a step to heaven, and Jiang Jiga couldn't afford to be indecisive. "Just as I thought before, as long as Nangong Ro can live, why would I be reluctant to give her up?" "You are lying. Brother, you are lying. What do you mean by 'I would rather be a beggar than a slave' and 'I would rather become an immortal'?" Roar doesn't understand. "I only want you, brother." The first time she was scolded by Jiang Jiga, Nangong Ro burst into tears out of grievance. What does it mean to her? She doesn't understand, and she doesn't want to understand. As long as her brother stops being beaten and as long as she can stay with him, she is not afraid of how hard life will be in the future. Jiang Jiga looked reluctant and wanted to say something but was interrupted by the old man in white robe. "Forget it. If she doesn't want to, how can I force her?" The old man in white robe didn't seem to be very disappointed. After he finished speaking, he stepped into the void and left. "Farewell, immortal." The people were shocked when they saw this, and they knelt down again and again in the direction the old man in white robe left. Jiang Jiga's face turned pale. Not only did he miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but he even caused his sister to fail in becoming an immortal. Just when he was feeling discouraged, the voice of the old man in white robe suddenly rang in his ears again. "My dear friend, although I have not accepted you as my disciple, I am willing to give you a chance because I have a connection with you and your sister. 10 miles east of the city, there is a plum tree. Under the tree is the opportunity. Remember, you two brothers must go together. Chapter 8. Nangong Ro's compassion. Inside the hall, everyone was quite emotional. They had heard some rumors about the demon emperor and fairy Nangong, but they never imagined that the relationship between the two was so deep. One risked his life to save his sister, and the other refused to join the immortal sect without hesitation for his brother. I really can't understand why the demon emperor's temperament changed so drastically after such a deep brother-sister relationship. You'll know if you look down.
Where are we going?
By the way, a fairy is indeed a fairy. She was so cute when she was little. Fairy Nangong is not far away. Be careful not to get beaten. Nangong Ro didn't pay attention to these discussions. Her attention was always on the picture of light and shadow. At this moment, her cheeks were blushing, and she could hardly believe that the girl in the picture was herself. What does "I only want my brother" mean? Even when I was a kid, it was too embarrassing, right? Chu Yun, who was standing next to him, looked grim upon seeing this, and his murderous intent towards Jiang Jiga grew stronger. Although there has not been any substantial progress with Nangong Ro, Chu Yun has already regarded her as his own. Seeing the woman he liked being shy because of someone else, Chu Yun would naturally feel extremely aggrieved.
Not to mention that Nangong Ro was such a stunningly beautiful woman. Chance? Jiang Jiga's eyes flashed. Could it be called an opportunity by an immortal?
Or a mountain of treasure? No matter which one it is enough to make Jiang Jiga tempted. But these 10 miles, Jiang Jiga sighed silently. Although opportunity was important, he still had to consider it carefully. For others, even without taking a carriage, it would be easy to walk 10 miles on foot. However, Jiang Jiga was weak and had just been beaten up. It was difficult for him to even stand steadily, and it was almost impossible for him to walk the 10 miles. The old man in white robe also emphasized that he wanted to be with Nangong Ro. Jiang Jiga had difficulty walking 10 miles by himself, so how could he have the ability to take Nangong Ro with him? By the way, where's that bastard? At this moment, Jiang Jiga suddenly thought of Shen Quan, who was not far away. He turned his head and found that Shen Quan and the Shen family guard had disappeared. Jiang Jiga immediately thought that something was not good. The old man in white robe did not kill Shen Quan directly and left. Now, who knows whether Shen Quan will be frightened or transfer his anger towards the old man in white robe to him. And Nangong Ro, noticing Su Ling's gaze, the Shen mansion steward sighed, stood up and walked over to say, "Children, you'd better leave Yuqing as soon as possible.
The master of the family has always been vindictive.
You failed to worship the immortal as your master. When he recovers from his leg injury, he will definitely take revenge on you."
Thank you very much. Jiang Jiga was in a heavy mood.
After he finished speaking, he pulled Nangong Ro, who was still sobbing, and ran out of the city. The manager of the Shen mansion was right. If he and Nangong Ro had not been able to take the old man in white robe as their master, they would still be ordinary beggars. As one of the richest businessmen in Yuqing, how could Shen Quan care about two little beggars? So this was not the time to think at all. If he left any later, he would probably be beaten to death on the spot by the people from the Shen mansion. I had originally thought that even if I wanted to go, I would have to recuperate for a few days. I didn't expect that the opportunity 10 miles east of the city would be Jiang Jiga's only way out. Nangong Ro was unable to react to Jiang Jiga's sudden action, but when she saw the seriousness in Jiang Jiga's eyes, she subconsciously dared not cry anymore.
Brother, are we going back?
No, I'll take you to a fun place, but it's a little far. If you behave yourself, I'll give you something delicious, okay? Jiang Jiga appeared to be comforting on the surface, but he was extremely solemn inside. If the opportunity mentioned by the old man in white robe did not allow him to get what he wanted, he and Nangong Ro would definitely freeze to death in the heavy snow. Hearing that there was something delicious, Nangong Ro quickly changed her mood and said excitedly, "Brother, don't lie. Roer will definitely be obedient." Amid the laughter of children, the brother and sister gradually moved away from Yuqing. He's only 9 years old, but he has such a steady mind. Even if the opponent is the mighty demon emperor, I still don't dare to believe it. Nonsense, the demon emperor has been begging since he was young and trying to survive alone in the chaotic world. If compared with an ordinary child, the cold winter alone would kill him more than 100 times. Yes, even at the moment of life and death, the demon emperor is trying hard to make Fairy Nangong happy.
Everyone in the hall sighed.
Having witnessed the previous memories, they all knew how difficult it would be for Jiang Jiga to walk the 10 miles with the cold winter, hunger, physical weakness, injuries, and the presence of Nangong Ro. The possibility of Jiang Jiga reaching the place 10 miles east of the city safely was almost zero. Not far away, Chu Yun had a gloomy expression. The fact that they could see this memory proved that Zhang Jiga did not die on the 10-mile journey. They were able to survive in such a desperate situation. What did Zhang Jiga and Nangong Ro experience along the way? Nangong Ro next to her side, looking a little melancholy. At this point, no matter how much she hated Zhang Jiga, she had to admit that she once liked Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga back then was not a powerful warrior who could fight 100 people alone, nor was he the demon emperor who ruled the heaven, but he fascinated Nangong Ro so much. But who could have expected that the brother and sister who survived together in a desperate situation would become enemies because of a treasure? Zhang Jiga, what happened to you later? Witnessing these dusty memories, Nangong Ro gradually felt a little confused that if she were given a chance to start over, what would she do? An hour later, outside U City, it would take an ordinary person 2 hours to walk 10 miles, even at the slowest pace. However, Zhang Jiga walked for an hour and it seemed that he had not even finished half of the journey. As if the sky was deliberately mocking Zhang Jiga, it started to snow down again, adding a layer of white raincoat to his clothes. Crunch, crunch, the snow was thick enough to cover Zhang Jiga's knees. He carried Nangong Ro on his back, endured the pain and moved forward step by step with difficulty. Nangong Ro, who was standing behind him, looked weak and murmured, "Brother, how long will it take?" Rower is so hungry. She was better off than Zhang Jiga, but she hadn't had a full meal for half a month and was almost exhausted. "It's almost there, Rower, hold on a little longer." Zhang Jiga's face was pale, and his lips turned purple from the biting cold wind in the endless snowfield. His frail body seemed so small. Zhang Jiga thought about giving up more than once and just dying in the snow, but the weight from behind kept reminding him that he must not die, otherwise Nangong Ro would not be spared. Zhang Jiga raised his head and looked forward. In fact, he still held out a glimmer of hope. The snow was not heavy today. If Zhang Jiga was determined enough, he might be able to take Nangong Ro to find the plum tree that the old man in white robe mentioned, but there is a prerequisite, that is, the weather will not deteriorate further. Chapter 9 Cutting meat for food. Just as I was thinking this, the cold current in the air suddenly changed. Zhang Jiga's expression changed drastically. He looked up at the sky and said in a trembling voice, "Is this a blizzard?" Even in the border city of Guanyu, which is covered with heavy snow all year round, snowstorms are extremely rare. How could he happen to encounter one? Once a blizzard comes, the heavy snow and wind will freeze people into ice sculptures, and staying outside will surely lead to death. Zhang Jiga looked around anxiously, but found that there was no one around and there was no place to hide. Zhang Jiga gritted his teeth, and instead of retreating, he moved forward at a faster pace. It was impossible to outrun the wind and snow with just foot strength, so he could only pray that there was a hiding place in the snow-capped mountains not far ahead. It's really like when it rains, it pours. The ship is late and encounters headwinds. In such a desperate situation, even the demon emperor should be at the end of his rope, right? There must be other changes, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see these memories. Not only the strong men in the hall, Shuyan was also very curious about how Zhang Jiga survived such a desperate situation. Even if Zhang Jiga managed to survive the snowstorm, how would he find the plum tree 10 miles east of the city when the temperature drops sharply? If we keep hiding somewhere waiting for the environment to improve, we will probably freeze to death or starve to death in less than 3 days. After running a short distance, Zhang Jiga stopped when he saw a snowstorm coming. His eyes suddenly lit up. Is that a cave? Zhang Jiga looked delighted and immediately rushed over carrying Nangong Ro on his back. The cave should have been formed naturally, and the space inside was very large, more than enough to accommodate him and Nangong Ro. However, because of this, the cold wind from outside will continue to blow in from the cave. Brother, is it going to snow heavily outside? Well, let's hide here for a while. Zhang Jiga took Nangong Ro to hide behind a rock that could block the cold wind, and quickly collected everything that could be ignited in the cave. After a while, looking at the fuel, which was only a few pieces of firewood, Zhang Jiga sighed. Although there is always a way out, this road is obviously not that easy to walk. There were very few dead branches and leaves in the cave, and it was impossible for him to go to the forest to find firewood in the snowstorm. If the blizzard lasted too long, the two would still freeze to death hiding in the cave. Zhang Jiga shook his head. Now that things had come to this, he could only leave it to fate. He took out the flint from his arms and began to make a fire with great concentration. The dead branches and leaves in the cave were very damp, and it would take some effort to get them out. Nangong Ro next to her rubbed her belly. She looked at Zhang Jiga and opened her mouth to say something, but when she saw Zhang Jiga's serious expression, she held her words back. The wind and snow were howling outside the cave, and the temperature inside the cave was gradually dropping. After half an hour, Zhang Jiga finally started a fire, and his hands were covered with blisters from touching the flint gurgle. Before Jiang Jiga could feel the warmth of the fire, a strange sound suddenly came from beside him, and he turned his head and found Nangong Ro with her head down and holding her stomach, obviously very hungry. Rower, Jiang Jiga looked remorseful. He wanted to comfort Nangong Ro, but found that whatever he said at this moment seemed pale and powerless. If he had food to give to Nangong Ro, why would he wait until now? Nangong Ro didn't say anything. She lowered her head and her body trembled continuously. Jiang Jiga's heart sank slightly, and he quickly lowered his head to check on Nangong Ro's condition. He noticed that her little face was covered with tears and she was biting her lips to hold back her tears. Rower, are you hungry? Rower is not hungry. Rower just misses home, so, tears as big as beans kept falling down Nangong Ro's face. She didn't want to make Jiang Jiga worry, but she cried so much that her breathing became a little difficult. Jiang Jiga's eyes turned red and he clenched his fists. Seeing his sister crying due to hunger, he suddenly felt like collapsing. At this moment, if Nangong Ro lost her temper like a spoiled brat, Jiang Jiga would feel better. Although he had a hard life since he was born, he never complained about his life, but now, Jiang Jiga hated himself for being a beggar and hated himself for being unable to do anything. Rower, I'll go find some food. You keep an eye on the fire. Jiang Jiga didn't say anything else. He stood up and walked out of the cave. But brother, it's snowing so heavily outside. Nangong Ro looked guilty. Her brother usually ate less than her, but she was the first one who couldn't help crying. If it weren't for me, my brother would definitely not have gone out in the heavy snow to find food. Don't worry, Rower. Brother is very confident this time. Jiang Jiga turned around and smiled, then strode out of the cave. Confident? What confidence? With such heavy snow, you will freeze to death even if you try to find firewood, let alone food. What on earth is the demon emperor thinking? Does he want to die? Everyone in the hall complained. It would be impossible for a frail beggar to find food in the midst of a raging snowstorm. Even if the other party was the demon emperor Jiang Jiga, this is not something that can be achieved with a strong will. There is simply no possibility of this. Something is wrong. Look, the demon emperor has stopped outside the cave entrance and has not gone far. At this moment, someone noticed that Jiang Jiga in the light and shadow did not walk far away, but sat in the snow outside the cave. Chuyun's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and he pretended to say casually, "It seems that the demon emperor doesn't really want to take this risk. He just pretends to comfort Xiaoro." So what if he is the demon emperor? It is like he is trapped in Zhengyang Palace now, and there will be a time when he will reach the end of his road. Nangong Ro neither refuted nor agreed, but just stared at the picture in the light and shadow with a frown. There's no way. The wind and snow are howling outside the cave. Even if the demon emperor really finds food outside, he can't bring it back alive. Seeing his sister suffer, the demon emperor probably thought that it was better to pretend to do something than to do nothing. Wait a minute, what does the demon emperor want to do? Could he be? In the light and shadow picture, Jiang Jiga was sitting outside the cave and did not walk far. After enduring the cold wind and snow for a while, he dug through the snow around him and found a sharper stone. Jiang Jiga held the stone, lifted up his left trouser leg, and kept looking at his calf. After a long time, he took a deep breath and suddenly stabbed the stone into his calf. The severe pain made Jiang Jiga's face turn pale and blue, but in order to prevent Nangong Ro in the cave from noticing, he forced himself not to scream. Jiang Jiga gritted his teeth, held the rough stone and cut his calf bit by bit. Although the stone was pointed, it was not sharp. It took him a full half a quarter of an hour to successfully cut out a palm-sized piece of leg meat. Jiang Jiga's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he looked up and gasped for breath. After a long pause, he looked at the bloody piece of leg meat. Rower, I'm sorry, brother is too thin. Chapter 10, Love Becomes Hate. Jiang Jiga was too thin, and even if he did this, it would be impossible for him to feed Nangong Ro. In order to prevent Nangong Ro from discovering the blood, Jiang Jiga grabbed a handful of snow and pressed it on the wound on his calf before going back. A sharp pain came from the wound, making Jiang Jiga almost faint. He gritted his teeth and was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. After a long time, Jiang Jiga was panting and his whole body was soaked with sweat. He rolled up his trouser legs tremblingly, stood up and limped into the cave. Elder brother? Seeing Jiang Jiga return safely, Nangong Ro immediately cast a look of joy. At this moment, she didn't care whether Jiang Jiga found food or not, as long as Jiang Jiga could come back alive. Jiang Jiga adjusted his state, raised the meat in his hand, and said with a smile, "Roar, look, brother found something to eat."
Meat? Brother, there's so much snow outside, where did you find the meat? Nangong Ro blinked her eyes. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten meat. Jiang Jiga staggered to sit next to Nangong Ro and explained, "Just now my brother didn't walk far when he ran into an uncle who was out hunting. He felt sorry for me and gave me some of the meat from the prey." Nangong Ro did not ask about the origin of the meat, and said happily, "That's great, brother, we have meat to eat." Jiang Jiga smiled and nodded, then grilled meat for Nangong Ro as if nothing had happened. In order to prevent Nangong Ro from noticing, he deliberately placed the skin side under the fire. As soon the aroma of barbecue filled the cave, Nangong Ro swallowed her saliva greedily and asked impatiently, "Brother, can I eat now?" "Eat it." Jiang Jiga carefully confirmed that there was no sign of the roasted meat before handing the wooden stick with the meat to Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro took the barbecue but didn't rush to eat it. Instead, she asked in confusion, "Brother, what about you? Don't you want to eat it?" Jiang Jiga looked ashamed, shook his head and said, "No need. In fact, the uncle gave brother some buns at that time, and brother was full." When he mentioned buns, he thought of the 2 buns that the bun shop owner had kindly given him. If they had not been accidentally lost when he was looking for Nangong Ro, the 2 of them would not have ended up in this situation. Oh well. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro did not blame Jiang Jiga for eating first, and began to chew the barbecue without hesitation. There was dead silence in the Zhangyang Palace. The hundreds of powerful men who were originally discussing Jiang Jiga's past fell silent and lowered their heads. At this moment, everyone present was filled with emotions. Could a brother who was willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood for his sister really be the demon emperor that people imagine him to be? It perhaps. The demon emperor Jiang Jiga is not as one-sided as the rumors say. No one has ever truly understood Jiang Jiga, and no one knows what he is thinking now that he is on the verge of death. Tears glistened in Nangong Ro's eyes. She bit her lips tightly and turned her head away, somewhat afraid to look at the scene in the light and shadow. Perhaps it was because of her overwhelming emotions that she did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort when she witnessed the scene of herself devouring human flesh. Chuyan's face was gloomy. It was obvious without any guessing that Nangong Ro must be deeply moved at this moment. He admitted that Jiang Jiga had been very good to Nangong Ro in the past, but now that things had come to this, he would never allow the woman he loved to turn against him. Just as Chuyan was thinking about how to turn the situation around, a woman's voice suddenly came from the side. "Xiao Ro, I really envy you a little bit. At least Jiang Jiga has been so nice to you." When everyone heard the voice, they looked and found a beautiful woman in a red dress, charming and attractive. "It's Fairy Ziyan. When did she come? Wasn't she dealing with the remaining followers of the demon emperor?" With Fairy Ziyan's cultivation at the peak of the profound realm, it won't take her too long to deal with a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. It is rumored that Fairy Ziyan was once the disciple of the demon emperor, but she was drugged by the demon emperor and lost her virginity. Now that the demon emperor is about to die, she should have come here to see his miserable state. Ziyan, with her long skirt like flames, is enchanting and sexy. Her every frown and smile has a charm that can make men lose their minds. She is one of the 3 female protagonists in the novel. Although there are rumors that her innocence was taken away by the demon emperor, she is as beautiful as a fairy and has an unparalleled beauty. She can still surpass many peerless beauties and is ranked among the top 10 beauties in heaven. This time, Ziyan had a complicated expression as she stared at the sad little boy in the light and shadow picture. For some reason, even though her revenge was about to be accomplished, she didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. At this moment, Nangong Ro suddenly let out an extremely sad laugh. "Be good to me? Be good to me? Ziyan, do you know how he treated me later?" Nangong Ro stopped avoiding and turned back to look at Jiang Jiga in the center of the hall. Tears welled up in her eyes as she screamed hysterically, "He killed my father and stole my clan's treasure. He is a scumbag and he deserves to die." It was those unforgettable memories that made Nangong Ro hate Jiang Jiga so much. She hated Jiang Jiga's ruthlessness, and she hated his betrayal even more. She clearly had deep feelings for Jiang Jiga, but was betrayed when she trusted him the most. "Why? Why are you doing this to me?" Nangong Ro burst into tears, accusing herself over and over again in her heart. If Jiang Jiga had been acting from the beginning, she would have felt better, but Jiang Jiga didn't. Judging from the pictures in light and shadow, his friendship with Nangong Ro was not fake. Chuyun was secretly delighted. It seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Nangong Ro did not seem to have reduced her hatred for Jiang Jiga because of this,
after editing the memory of survival in the snow, Jiang Jiga was relieved. This memory almost moved him to tears. Would Nangong Ro be a little soft-hearted? Unexpectedly, just as I started to imagine a happy life after escaping from the predicament, I suddenly heard Nangong Ro's crying voice from the outside world. Damn it, listening to the crying, let alone abandoning Chuyun to save me, now you wish I were dead? Jiang Jiga felt guilty. He didn't expect that after Nangong Ro saw the touching memories of the past, she not only did not regret helping Chuyun to kill him, but hated him even more. If you think about it carefully, Nangong Ro originally turned hatred into love. The more she cared about the relationship back then, the more she hated Jiang Jiga's betrayal later. If Jiang Jiga wants Nangong Ro to come to the rescue, he still has to modify Nangong Ro's ending plot. Well, Roer, just wait and shed tears for your brother again. Jiang Jiga was quite confident about modifying memories, because he had not only read the original novel, but also knew many immortal love stories. As long as he edits the past memories with the three heroines properly, not only can he make the three heroines feel regretful, but he may also be able to make thousands of people in the heaven change their impression of him as the demon emperor. By then, Jiang Jiga will be out of trouble, in power, and drunkenly sleeping on the lap of a beauty. Wouldn't he be more emperor than an emperor? Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Jiga suddenly felt weak all over and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. No way? This is only the first day? Jiang Jiga suddenly panicked and almost forgot that the sky binding chain was still draining his life. At this rate, he might not last the full 7 days before dying. No, I have to think of another way out. There are only 7 days left, and Jiang Jiga cannot place all his hopes on the three heroines. With his level of cultivation as the demon emperor, as long as someone is willing to help reduce the seal of the sky binding chain, he should be able to take the opportunity to escape. Chapter 11 Burning Clothes for Warmth. Jiang Jiga carefully recalled the plot in the novel about the siege of the demon emperor and quickly found a solution. Among the people present was a former subordinate of the demon emperor, the Xuanzang divine general Zhou Wuji. Since joining Xiansong Holy Land, he has been loyal to the demon emperor. Unfortunately, not only did he not gain the demon emperor's trust, but one day he even heard the news that his wife was killed by the demon emperor. Zhou Wuji mustered up the courage to ask the demon emperor for an explanation, but was dismissed by the demon emperor. Years of suspicion and the brutal murder of his wife made him completely disappointed in the demon emperor. In fact, what hurt Zhou Wuji the most was not the death of his wife, but the demon emperor's indifferent attitude. This time, Chu Yun had the idea of besieging the Xuanzang Holy Land. After much hesitation, Zhou Wuji finally betrayed the demon emperor. If it weren't for his internal and external support, Chu Yun and his group would not have been able to capture the Xuanzang Holy Land so easily. Jiang Jiga thought to himself that with Zhou Wuji's character, as long as he modified his memory appropriately, Zhou Wuji would definitely change his mind and risk his life to help him reduce the seal of the heaven binding chain. My boy, whether I can escape from this predicament depends entirely on you. In the picture of light and shadow, several hours passed in a flash. As it was getting dark, it was impossible for the two men to travel all night in the heavy snow, so they could only rest in the cave for one night. At the hour of the next day, Jiang Jiga's face turned pale. He covered his calf and slowly sat up. How could he sleep peacefully when the pain from the wound was so piercing? Jiang Jiga turned his head to look at Nangong Ro, who was snuggling beside him, frowning and seeming to be sleeping uneasily. Jiang Jiga put Nangong Ro in a comfortable sleeping position and moved his body to sit a little further away. He lifted up the left leg of his trousers, revealing the bloody wound inside. After the snow covering the wound melted, in order to prevent Nangong Ro from discovering it, Jiang Jiga could only endure the pain and sit cross-legged in one position for several hours. If he doesn't treat his wound now, he won't live more than 2 hours. Jiang Jiga thought for a moment and looked at the fire that was about to go out. He quickly took out a piece of charcoal from the fire and pressed it on the wound on his calf. Sizzle. The intense burning pain from his calves and palms made Jiang Jiga's expression distorted and veins bulged on his forehead. In order not to wake up Nangong Ro, he could only grit his teeth and remain silent, watching the charcoal burn the wound on his calf bit by bit. Inside the Zhangyang Palace, everyone showed shocked expressions. Is the demon emperor going to use charcoal to forcibly suture the wound? Although this method can stop bleeding and save lives, the surrounding environment is harsh. At most, it can only allow people to live for a few more hours. The demon emperor is truly cruel. He is so young, yet he can endure the severe pain without making a sound. Hundreds of powerful men present were filled with emotion. Even for them who had reached the pinnacle of the heavens, it was impossible for them to remain calm when charcoal burned their flesh and bones. Chu Yun frowned, staring at Zhang Jiga in the picture, and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps it is this ruthlessness that allowed him to ascend to the realm of the great emperor." Nangong Ro wiped away her tears gently. Shu Yun was right. Zhang Jiga was not only cruel to her, but even more cruel to the people around him. Otherwise, how could he, a mere beggar, become the demon emperor and rule the heaven? When the wound was completely burnt, Zhang Jiga suppressed the dizziness and threw away the charcoal. Then he lay flat on the ground. He looked pale and was gasping for breath, feeling like he had just walked back from the gates of hell. In fact, Zhang Jiga has been wandering outside the gates of hell every day since he was born. However, this time was the closest he had ever been to death. After a long time, Zhang Jiga sat up with difficulty and looked at the fire where only a few sparks were left. The snow had not stopped yet, and without the fire, the temperature inside the cave would not be much higher than outside. Zhang Jiga could barely endure the cold, but Nangong Ro was different. He absolutely could not let Nangong Ro suffer with him. Zhang Jiga didn't think much about it, and slowly took off his patched linen clothes, revealing the hay wrapped around his body with thin ropes. He lived in poverty all his life and naturally could not afford brocade clothes or embroidered jackets, so he could only tie a circle of hay around his body to keep warm. Zhang Jiga untied the rope and put the hay into the fire. Little by little the fire reignited, and Nangong Ro's expression quickly eased. Unfortunately, the hay was not resistant to burning and the fire soon began to weaken. Seeing that Nangong Ro's expression became uncomfortable again, Zhang Jiga began to get anxious. He thought about it, then suddenly took off his underwear and put it into the fire. The fire immediately stabilized, and Nangong Ro slept much more comfortably. Zhang Jiga breathed a sigh of relief and got as close to the fire as possible to warm his almost frozen body. In the following time, in order to maintain the fire, he burned his clothes again and again until only a linen jacket was left. Zhang Jiga did not burn the linen jacket, not because he was reluctant to do so, but because he was afraid that Nangong Ro would wake up and know what he had done. With a linen jacket on the outside, Zhang Jiga just looked a little thinner. Nangong Ro probably couldn't notice it. 2 hours later, the fire was completely extinguished, and the wind and snow outside finally subsided a little. Zhang Jiga glanced at the dawning sky, leaned over to Nangong Ro's ear and whispered, "Roar, wake up, it's dawn." After a long while, Nangong Ro slowly got up and mumbled sleepily, "Brother, are we leaving so early?" "Roar, when we find that place, you can sleep as long as you want, and you can also eat a lot of delicious food." Zhang Jiga smiled bitterly. He was afraid that if he didn't hurry up, he would not be able to live to accompany Nangong Ro to complete the 10 miles. Nangong Ro seemed to be in a bad mood after getting up. She still didn't feel happy after hearing this. She pouted and said, "Brother, I'm hungry again. I don't want to wait. I want to eat now." Zhang Jiga's expression froze slightly. He was silent for a moment, then forced a smile and said, "Then wait a moment, Roar. I'll go find something to eat now." After saying this, Zhang Jiga took a deep breath, stood up despite the injury on his left leg, and walked out of the cave as if nothing had happened. "Well, Roar, wait for your brother to come back." Nangong Ro yawned, lay back and closed her eyes again. After the experience of eating meat yesterday, she still had high hopes for Zhang Jiga this time. At this moment, everyone in the hall had a look of emotion on their faces. Clothes are used to keep warm. Zhang Jiga could have given the clothes to Nangong Ro, but he threw them into the fire as fuel. You say he is stupid, but he is not stupid, but he still did it. Burning clothes for warmth, is there really such a ridiculous thing in the world? The demon emperor is already in this state, and he's still looking for food? Look, the demon emperor has stopped outside the cave again. Could he be going to? All the tribes in the 9 provinces and all over the heavens were shocked, their eyes fixed on the pictures and the light and shadow. He burns clothes for warmth, cuts flesh for food. Is he really the demon emperor? The artifact of Empress Hang has appeared, so it cannot be fake. Since the demon emperor took control of the heavens, he has been tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and arbitrary, and has let down everyone in the world. But now it seems that he is at least worthy of Fairy Nangong. Chapter 12. Bad Brother. Under the shocked gazes of countless people in heaven, Zhang Jiga once again stayed outside the cave and found the sharp stone in the snow. He lifted up his left trouser leg, stabbed into the intact thigh part, and endured the severe pain to cut out a piece of intact flesh bit by bit. After taking the meat, Zhang Jiga tore the right leg of his pants and lied to Nangong Ro that he was accidentally cut by a stone when he was out. He used charcoal that had not yet turned to ash as fuel to roast the meat. Nangong Ro saw that Zhang Jiga's right calf was exposed to the cold wind and wanted to give the mink fur coat to Zhang Jiga, but he rejected her without question. Nangong Ro didn't argue much. In her impression, Jiang Ziga was always very cold resistant, so losing a little trouser leg shouldn't have much of an impact. Stupid. Stupid. Although Fairy Nangong was young back then, she wouldn't die if she didn't eat a piece of meat or got a little cold. Why would the demon emperor do this? I also find it hard to understand. My sister's life is life, but his life is not life? Now that he is a dying man, how can he accompany Fairy Nangong to the 10 miles east of the city? Have you ever thought that the demon emperor never thought that he could finish this journey alive? When these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was stunned. Looking back at the previous scenes, it seems to be true. What they were thinking about was how Jiang Ziga could accompany Nangong Ro to find the plum tree 10 miles east of the city, but Jiang Ziga himself only wanted Nangong Ro to be safe and sound. The demon emperor, why on earth have you come to this point? I'm beginning to wonder who was wrong about the siege of Xuanzang Holy Land today, the demon emperor or us. Everyone in the hall sighed and looked at Jiang Ziga, who was kneeling in the hall. At this moment, they were shocked and ashamed. It's a bit ridiculous. How could they, a group of outsiders, understand Jiang Ziga's feelings back then? In fact, Jiang Ziga was already dying when he first cut off his flesh for Nangong Ro. The reason why he did this was perhaps just to increase Nangong Ro's chance of survival as much as possible before he died. Chuyun's face became increasingly gloomy, and he warned, "Don't be soft-hearted, everyone." The demon emperor did have an innocent childhood, but since he took over the heaven realm, he has committed many crimes that would not be enough even if he died 1,000 times. Everyone in the hall nodded. They understood that no matter how kind Jiang Ziga was in his early years, it was not enough to show leniency to him. Hundreds of strong men in the hall did not show any mercy, but Nangong Ro secretly clenched her fists. Noticing Nangong Ro's little movement, Mozian couldn't help but sigh silently. In fact, Chuyun's words are very ambiguous. You say Jiang Ziga is naive. He is a beggar, but he can survive in a difficult environment by being self-reliant. You said Jiang Ziga was innocent, but for 2 buns, he once stole in the street. Therefore, Jiang Ziga was not innocent back then, he was just simply being nice to Nangong Ro. A group of irrelevant people in the hall may remain indifferent, but what about Nangong Ro, who witnessed these painful memories after so many years? By the time Nangong Ro finished eating the meat, the wind and snow outside had subsided a lot. Jiang Ziga's lips had turned pale, but he still pretended to be normal and walked out of the cave holding Nangong Ro's hand. Not long after he walked, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the downy snow in the sky. "Roar, from now on, you can only rely on yourself." Jiang Ziga looked melancholy, his thoughts lost in memories. His parents died when he was 3 years old. He was adopted by an old beggar and suffered from hunger and cold. When a 6-year-old beggar died of illness, he began to know things and followed the old beggar's will to beg on the street. He walked through the streets and alleys, displaying the corpse of an old beggar and acting pitifully, just to gain sympathy and get some food. This day, what Jiang Ziga cannot get over the most is the pity of others rather than the contemptuous looks. Jiang Ziga once firmly believed that he would not be a beggar all his life, and that one day he would soar into the sky. Thinking about it now, it's just a joke. Finally, Jiang Ziga thought about the time he had spent with Nangong Ro over the past half-month, and a smile of relief appeared on his lips. Meeting this simple and lovely girl may be the greatest comfort in his life. "Roar, shall we play a game?" "Play games? Sure. Nangong Ro's eyes lit up and she turned to look at Jiang Ziga expectantly. Jiang Ziga pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "This game is to see who is stronger among us. Whoever speaks to the other first loses. The one walking in front is not allowed to look back. Do you understand?" "Okay, then brother, you go ahead." Nangong Ro immediately understood the rules of the game and wanted Jiang Ziga to go in front. She is not stupid. If she walks behind, she can see Jiang Ziga's back, but if she walks in front, she can only look at the endless white snow. As long as she can see her brother's back, Nangong Ro is confident that she can defeat her brother. Jiang Ziga straightened his expression, shook his head and said, "No, that's not fair. Let's play rock paper scissors to decide who goes first." Oh well, Nangong Ro suddenly lost her confidence, but it was not easy for her to refuse Jiang Ziga. "Since we are playing games, it must be fair and just to be interesting." Jiang Ziga got into position and said with a smile, "Roar, I can use my fists." Nangong Ro looked delighted, thinking that her brother wanted to give in to her. Stone, scissors, cloth. This time, Jiang Ziga did not give in to Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro's face fell, and she said angrily, "Brother is a bad guy, brother is a liar." She thought Jiang Ziga would use his fist, so naturally he used cloth, but Jiang Ziga used scissors. "I accept the defeat. Roar, you go first."
Jiang Jiga laughed triumphantly and motioned Nangong Ro to walk in front. Whoever goes first goes first. Rower may not necessarily lose. Nangong Ro stamped her feet, turned around and walked forward. When Nangong Ro turned her back to him, Jiang Jiga slowly put away his smile. Without the childish voice to cover his face, he now looked like a dying man. His face was pale, his breath was weak, and he limped so hard that he had difficulty even following Nangong Ro. Even though Jiang Jiga pressed the wound on his thigh tightly, blood still continued to flow out. Every time he walked a distance, he left a long trail of blood in the snow. At this moment, almost the entire heaven fell into silence. Countless people stared at the picture in the light and shadow. Some were shocked, some were deeply moved, and some bowed their heads and thought, "He is not the demon emperor, he is just a foolish brother who was willing to sacrifice his life for his sister. If I had a brother like this, I would have no regrets in life or death." Most of the people in the celestial realm have never experienced the cruelty of the demon emperor firsthand, so witnessing this scene is enough to make them forget their hatred towards him. How bad could a man be who could do this for his sister? Chapter 13. This game is not fun. The cold wind was howling and the snow was falling heavily. In the snowy field, the only sound was the footsteps of two people stepping on the snow. A crow landed on Jiang Jiga's shoulder, and its dark eyes kept looking at him. At this moment, the cold air is filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. Looking at Nangong Ro's back in front of him, Jiang Jiga's consciousness became increasingly blurred. A gust of cold wind blew, almost causing him to fall in the snow, and also scared away the crows that were trying to fill their stomachs. "I can't die yet, at least, accompany her to finish this journey." Jiang Jiga stood up tremblingly, and almost instinctively drove him to follow Nangong Ro. This time, Nangong Ro stopped and asked nervously, "Brother, are you still there?" Although she knew they were playing a game, she really couldn't stand the feeling of walking alone in the snow without her brother. "Rower, you lose." Jiang Jiga panted weakly, trying his best to make his voice sound normal. Nangong Ro was stunned for a moment, and then the panic in her heart disappeared without a trace. Rower didn't look back, Rower didn't lose. She snorted softly and continued walking forward. Although she didn't look back, Nangong Ro knew that her brother must be grinning at her from behind. The theme of the game is to see who is stronger. Nangong Ro was the first to ask anxiously, "Doesn't it mean that she is not as strong as her brother?" Rower must prove herself. Rower is not a child who cries because she doesn't have a brother. Nangong Ro's footsteps became more and more rapid, leaving the limping Jiang Jiga far behind. Jiang Jiga secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. At first, he just made up a game because he didn't want Nangong Ro to see him dying. Unexpectedly, it actually aroused Nangong Ro's desire to win. Inside the Zhengyang Palace, everyone stopped talking and stared at the scene in light and shadow. Chuyan wanted to interrupt this heavy atmosphere, but when he turned his head, he found that even Emozian and Nangong Ro's expressions seemed a little strange. Jiang Jiga, Nangong Ro sighed in her heart. Why did she have such vague memories of these? Jiang Jiga was clearly about to die, but he still thought he was playing a game. Was she really so naive and ignorant back then that she almost let Jiang Jiga die in the snow? In fact, everyone in the hall shared this view. For Nangong Ro, Jiang Jiga even treated his life as a tool to be used. On the other hand, Nangong Ro started out crying, then became more of a hindrance, and is now ignorant. If Nangong Ro had been more sensible back then, Jiang Jiga would never have fallen into such a state worse than death. Nangong Ro didn't remain tough for long. After walking for a distance, she began to feel uneasy again. In the past, as long as her brother was around, she would subconsciously believe that everything would be fine no matter what happened. Now that her brother is no longer in sight, she is always afraid that he will suddenly disappear, and her heart is filled with anxiety and fear. Nangong Ro hesitated for a long time, but thinking about how her brother took care of her, she decided to muster up the courage. "No, if I look back now, my brother will definitely look down on Roer." Nangong Ro looked determined. She had to prove herself in front of her brother. Perhaps Jiang Jiga did not expect that Nangong Ro tried hard to win the game, not because she was really motivated by the desire to win, but because she wanted to gain her brother's recognition. At the same time, Jiang Jiga behind him was trying hard to close the distance with Nangong Ro. He was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and he looked dazed. The blood from the wound on his left leg was almost frozen. Pain, cold, and hunger tortured Jiang Jiga all the time. For him, death had long been a relief, but an inexplicable will drove Jiang Jiga to move forward. He no longer wanted to see Nangong Ro arrive safely 10 miles east of the city. He just wanted to see Nangong Ro's back a little longer. It seemed that as long as he saw Nangong Ro was still alive, he would have a stronger desire to survive. After an unknown amount of time, Nangong Ro in front suddenly stopped. This time, she was in tears and sobbing.
clenching her fists and sobbing. Nangong Ro is still 7 years old. She has been relying on Zhang Jiga's care to survive for the past half-month. She has already developed an inseparable dependence on Zhang Jiga. She simply couldn't endure the loneliness and fear of being without her brother for a long time.
Brother, can Roar stop playing this game?
Nangong Ro's eyes were blurred with tears and she sniffed her nose. In order not to disgust her brother, she did not turn around. I thought I would get a response from my brother soon, but after half a while, there was no sound of footsteps behind me. Brother? Nangong Ro was so frightened that her mind went blank and she turned around in a hurry to look. At first glance, there was no trace of Zhang Jiga behind him. Only a bean-sized black shadow could be seen in the distance. Thinking of how far away her brother was from her, Nangong Ro could no longer hold back her tears and stumbled towards Zhang Jiga.
My brother is a bad guy, this game is not fun.
The more Nangong Ro thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and the louder she cried. The snow was too thick and Nangong Ro tripped every few steps. But even though she fell and had a nosebleed, she never slowed down. In the distance, Zhang Jiga had reached his limit and his vision went dark. Even when he heard Nangong Ro coming to him crying, he didn't have the energy to greet her. Thump, Zhang Jiga fell straight into the snow and gradually lost his voice. Brother! Brother! Nangong Ro burst into tears upon seeing this and ran towards this side desperately. When she ran to Zhang Jiga, Nangong Ro suddenly discovered that his left leg was soaked in blood and his body was as stiff as a corpse. Brother! Brother!
What's wrong with you? Nangong Ro was so frightened that she shook Zhang Jiga's body. Her efforts seemed to have some effect, and Zhang Jiga's eyes regained some spirit.
Roar, don't be afraid, brother is fine. This sentence could have fooled Nangong Ro before, but now his expression was too far-fetched. Brother, please don't die.
Roar will take you to see a doctor now. Brother will be fine.
Nangong Ro's tears kept falling like a dam bursting, and she hurriedly carried the dying Zhang Jiga on her back, because she was too scared. She didn't notice that her brother, who was taller than her, weighed less than her. Nangong Ro ran in the snow with Zhang Jiga on her back, but she was too scared and nervous, and she caused Zhang Jiga to fall in the snow several times. Nangong Ro didn't have time to say sorry. She kept crying while carrying Zhang Jiga on her back and moving forward.
Don't worry, brother. Roar will find a doctor soon.
Hearing Zhang Jiga's weak response, Nangong Ro's tears became more violent, and she didn't react even when the clear snot flowed into her mouth. It was unclear whether her comfort was to comfort Zhang Jiga or to comfort herself.
Brother? I am here, brother, are you still there?
Tears blurred Nangong Ro's vision. She called out to her brother over and over again, not daring to look back. Elder brother. This time, there was no sound at all behind him. Nangong Ro paused and looked back tremblingly. This time, Zhang Jiga's pupils were lifeless and there was no sound at all. Chapter 14. Roar is not a coward. Nangong Ro's lips were trembling, and she turned her head slowly and stiffly. Brother, you will be fine. Nangong Ro's voice was hoarse and she was gasping for breath. She did not cry as usual, but continued walking in the snow with Zhang Jiga on her back. The demon emperor is dead?
Impossible, there must be some other unexpected event, otherwise how could we see this scene?
Fairy Nangong seems to have grown a lot. After witnessing her brother's death, she did not give up on survival, but continued to move forward with the demon emperor on her back.
Everyone in the hall was talking about it.
Even through a layer of light and shadow, they could sense that Nangong Ro, who was only 7 years old at the time, had grown a lot at this moment. In the past, let alone learning that her brother had died, she would have collapsed on the ground and cried loudly at the slightest sadness. This time, a man in black armor shook his head and sighed. Fairy Nangong may not have grown up because of this, but
she was unwilling to accept reality.
Not far away, Nangong Ro's eyes gradually turned red, and her eyes were fixed on the picture in the light and shadow. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. Chuyun's face looked grim. He wanted to interrupt Nangong Ro's sadness several times, but he didn't know what to say. He thought about it and decided it would be better not to say anything. After all, if he interrupted at an inappropriate time, it might cause Nangong Ro to dislike him. In the vast snow, a small figure is extremely conspicuous. She was carrying a corpse, her eyes were empty, but she still kept moving forward in the wind and snow. Unexpected things happen. Not long after, heavy snow fell from the sky again, and the biting cold wind seemed to tear people into pieces. A gust of cold air swept over and blew Nangong Ro to the ground. She climbed up tremblingly, and carried Zhang Jiga on her back again in the wind and snow. Brother, it's okay, Roar will take you to find a doctor. Nangong Ro's cheeks were covered with tear marks, and a few tears froze into ice particles and hung in the corners of her eyes. She no longer complained, and continued to move forward in the snowstorm, carrying Jiang Jiga on her back. But the blizzard was so fierce that every step Nangong Ro took exhausted all her strength, and she was simply unable to stand firm in the wind and snow. Her little face was covered with frost, her hands and feet were frozen blue and purple, and she felt like she was going to die in the next moment. After walking not far, Nangong Ro could no longer hold on, and fell into the snow with Jiang Jiga. She knew that she couldn't take Jiang Jiga across the snowfield, so she could only crawl towards Jiang Jiga with difficulty and hug him with her body to shield him from the wind and snow. Brother, can you still hear Roar talking? Roar is not a coward, Roar didn't cry. Nangong Ro looked dazed and her voice became lower and lower until finally, she gradually lost her voice and fell on Jiang Jiga. The wind and snow showed no mercy and continued to drop heavy snow. When the wind and snow subsided, only a tall pile of snow remained in the snowfield. At first glance, it looks like a small tomb. All over the heavens, men bowed their heads in silence, while women sobbed. This scene shocked countless people. It was hard to imagine that this was the childhood of Demon Emperor Jiang Jiga and Fairy Nangong Ro. This kind of brother-sister relationship has long surpassed blood ties. He could die for her, and she would die for him. The love, hate, and vengeance in the eyes of the world were blasphemy to be mentioned in comparison with her. I heard rumors that the Demon Emperor later betrayed Fairy Nangong for a treasure. I believed it at the time, but now that I know about their past, I realize how ridiculous this statement is. You're right. The love between the two is so deep that even their lives are not worth mentioning. How could they become enemies just for a treasure? Inside the Zhengyang Palace, no one dared to comment on the affairs of the two people anymore. Originally I thought it was just the Demon Emperor who was protecting Nangong Ro, but unexpectedly, Nangong Ro also used her body to shield her brother from the wind and snow. Witnessing this scene, even the powerful warriors in the Xin realm who had experienced countless life and death situations could not help but shed tears in their eyes and were moved. Now that I think about it, outsiders like them have no right to judge the relationship between Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro. Who is right and who is wrong is only in the hearts of the two people themselves. Seeing the miserable situation of the two back then, Nangong Ro could no longer bear it. She turned around, 2 lines of tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, and she bit her lips tightly to stop herself from crying out loud. Jiang Jiga, you bastard. Now, a crack has appeared in Nangong Ro's heart. She began to doubt the truth of what happened that year and whether her action of besieging and killing Jiang Jiga was correct. If the scene in front of him was the most profound memory for Jiang Jiga, how could he betray Nangong Ro for a treasure? And how could he kill Nangong Ro and her father, Chu Yilin, who was standing next to him, clenched his teeth, his face looking frighteningly gloomy. He now understood that no matter how much Nangong Ro hated Jiang Jiga, she did have real feelings for him in the past. The resentment nowadays is only because he cares too much about Jiang Jiga's betrayal, so much so that love turns into hate. Even now, Nangong Ro still has feelings for Jiang Jiga. If the two of them could put aside their past grudges, their love would surely be the envy of the whole world. No, Jiang Jiga will definitely die, why should I worry? Shu Yun sneered inwardly. Jiang Jiga was trapped in the sky chain. Not to mention that he had not yet resolved his past grudges with Nangong Robing. Even if it was really a misunderstanding, Jiang Jiga could not escape death. There will be no competitors then, and he will have plenty of time to make Nangong Ro fall in love with him. In fact, at this time Jiang Jiga had no intention of competing with Chu Yun for Nangong Ro. All he thought about was how to survive. As for the 3 female protagonists, as the saying goes, beautiful women are the root of trouble, and Jiang Jiga doesn't want to provoke them too much. Besides, the Demon Emperor is a villain, but Jiang Jiga is not. He has no real feelings for the 3 female protagonists, and he edited their memories purely to stay alive. As long as he could survive, why would Jiang Jiga rely on these fabricated memories to harm others? The best way is to pretend to be dead and escape from Xuanzang Holy Land. Then use your extraordinary skills to travel around the world and find a beautiful woman who truly loves you. In the light and shadow picture, after the wind and snow subsided, a figure gradually walked towards us from a distance. The person who came was an old man in white robe. He waved his hand to blow away the snow, revealing 2 small figures inside. Seeing Jiang Jiga frozen into an ice sculpture, and Nangong Ro risking her life to protect her brother, the old man in white robe suddenly felt a lump in his throat and almost shed tears. He leaned over and picked up the 2 children, saying in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The old man in white robe knew that his mistake was not in testing Jiang Jiga in this way, but in underestimating the feelings between the brother and sister. Chapter 15 The Great Immortal. Originally, the old man in white robe wanted to use the 10 miles of snow to see the limit of Jiang Jiga's will, but who would have thought that 2 blizzards would appear in 2 consecutive days? In such a desperate situation, it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators to hold on, let alone 2 little kids. However, what shocked the old man in white robe was that the brother and sister only walked 9 miles out of 10 miles. The plum tree he mentioned was less than a mile away. In the first half of the journey, Jiang Jiga cut meat for food and burned clothes for warmth, allowing Nangong Ro to survive a snowstorm in the cave. In the second half of the journey, as the snowstorm raged, Nangong Ro used her body to block the snow and carried Jiang Jiga on her back step by step until the last moment. In fact, it would be impossible for the brother and sister to get here without either of them. If it was only Jiang Jiga, he would have lost his will in the cave, given up resistance and frozen to death. If it was only Nangong Ro, she would be buried in the snow the first time the blizzard came. The old man in white robe sighed deeply, then carried the brother and sister in his arms and flew towards the east. Don't worry. I'm glad to see you 2 brothers and sisters today. Even if I die, I won't let you die. The old man in white robe had a determined look on his face. While flying in the air, he took out 2 pills from his storage ring and gave them to the brother and sister to take. The pill was bluish-white in color, with 3 layers of pill patterns all over it. The moment it was taken out, a strong pill fragrance filled the air. It turns out that the so-called opportunity is just a test. I was wondering how the Demon Emperor and Fairy Nangong survived in such a desperate situation. Speaking of which, this person is only at the Yuanhai realm, but he actually took out the 7th grade elixir Zhou Xian Dan. He is really willing to spend. If it weren't for the gift of the elixir, Fairy Nangong and the Demon Emperor would have probably frozen to death in the snow. In the supreme cultivation system of the human race, it is divided into the body refining stage, the spiritual martial arts realm, the Tao seed realm, the Yuan Si realm, and the soul-breaking realm. Further on are the transcendental realm, the mysterious realm, the sage realm, the mysterious realm, and the rotation period. Those who have reached the Wenchuan realm can be called immortal lords, and everyone present is at least at the initial Wenchuan stage. The rotation period is also known as the half-emperor realm. The heavenly wheel rotates 9 times endlessly. Nangong Ro is a strong man in the half-emperor realm, but perhaps because of her inner demons, she is still unable to comprehend the power of the root of the great Tao, and has not been able to touch the threshold of breaking through to the great emperor realm. Finally, there is the realm of the great emperor where Jiang Jiga is. He can be called the Lord of the Realm or the Immortal Emperor, and he can destroy a small world with just a wave of his hand. Even in the heaven, one of the 3 major divine realms, only 3 great emperors can be born at most. For a Yuanhai realm cultivator, ordinary 7th grade elixirs are extremely precious, and 2 extremely difficult to refine Zhou Xian Dan pills are worth no less than half of his fortune. If given to 2 mortals, it can almost have the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Master, Nangong Ro had a complicated expression. Her memory of that year was vague. She only knew that Yao Qianji had saved her and Jiang Jiga's lives, but she didn't know how much Yao Qianji had paid. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jiga woke up in a daze. The next moment, he sat up abruptly and looked around hurriedly for Nangong Ro. Jiang Jiga quickly found the little girl lying not far away, staggered over and hugged Nangong Ro. At first glance, Nangong Ro looked calm and her breathing was steady, and it was obvious that she was just sleeping. Jiang Jiga let out a long sigh of relief, holding Nangong Ro, and began to look around. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there were birds singing and flowers blooming all around. The temperature was just right, and there was no trace of wind or snow. Woke up? Before Jiang Jiga could come to his senses, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Jiang Jiga turned his head and saw that the old man in white robe was sitting on a stone bench not far away, with a plum tree filled with fragrance next to him. Seeing the face of the old man in white robe, Jiang Jiga instantly understood what had happened. Not only did he not die at this time, the injury on his left leg had also healed, which was obviously something only an immortal could do. Jiang Jiga gently put Nangong Ro back, stood up, bowed, and said, "Thank you for saving my life, immortal." He finally found the plum tree 10 miles east of the city, but unfortunately he didn't get there by walking step by step. The old man in white robe sighed, shook his head and said, "No need to thank me. If it weren't for me, how could you risk crossing the 10-mile snowfield to seek an opportunity?" No, the boy ventured out of the city to avoid being hunted by his enemies. It has nothing to do with the immortal. When it comes to opportunity, Jiang Jiga's heart trembles. At this point, even a fool can guess what the opportunity the old man in white robe is referring to, but he failed to seize the opportunity. Instead of walking the 10 miles on his own, he had to rely on the old man in white robe to rescue him.
So, you don't care about the opportunity one mentioned?
The old man in white robe stroked his white beard and looked at Jiang Ziga with a smile. Jiang Ziga looked unwilling, lowered his head and said, I care, of course I care, but kid, for him, being alive was a blessing, so why should he ask for an opportunity? Since you care, why don't you become my disciple and seek immortal fate? Jiang Ziga's pupils shrank when he heard that, and he looked up at the old man in white robe in disbelief that he was stunned for 3 full seconds before he knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, I, Jiang Ziga, would like to take the immortal as my master. For a beggar, becoming an immortal is literally changing one's fate. However, when he finally found the way to change his fate, Jiang Ziga no longer had his previous ambitions. All he thought about at this moment was that he would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future, and that he would be able to better protect Nangong. The sun and the moon are for brightness, and stopping war is for strength.
What a good name. Who gave it to you?
The old man in white robe nodded and smiled. Jiang Ziga was humble, polite, loyal and righteous, which was exactly what he liked, not to mention that Jiang Ziga has some talent for cultivation. Even if Jiang Ziga is a waste, he is willing to keep him by his side. The old beggar who took me and said that the 2 countries have been at war for years and the people have suffered because of it. He hoped that I could join the army and make meritorious contributions in the future, so as to put an end to the war between the 2 countries with force.
Jiang Ziga sighed secretly.
In the past, it was difficult for him to even stay alive, let alone serve in the army and make achievements. The old man in white robe stood up and walked over, stretched out his hand to help Jiang Ziga up, and smiled softly. That's right, but after entering the Immortal Gate, you will not only settle the war between the 2 countries, but also stop the disputes between immortals and demons, and determine the ambitions of all living beings in the world. If Jiang Ziga had his level of cultivation, it would only take a few words to quell the war between the 2 countries. Therefore, Jiang Ziga should have longer-term goals. Jiang Ziga was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he realize that after entering the Immortal Gate, he would be able to do much more than just have enough food. My boy, you understand that the greatest heroes serve their country and their people, and the greatest immortals guard the gates of heaven, suppress demons, and pacify the chaotic world. Jiang Ziga leaned forward and saluted, his expression gradually becoming firm. In the past, he didn't have the ability to quell the war between the 2 countries, but now, he has the ability to do something even more far-reaching. The old man in white robe was pleased, nodded, and said with a smile, Good boy, I was right about you. A beggar was worried about his livelihood not long ago. After he became capable, he did not think about becoming rich and powerful, but about benefiting all living beings. This kind of mentality is rare in the world, not only in the secular world, but also among immortal cultivators. Chapter 16 Changing Destiny. Jiang Ziga blushed when he heard this. He didn't think much about it when he said it, but after being praised by the old man in white robe, he suddenly felt embarrassed. After all, for a beggar, suppressing demons and bringing peace to the chaotic world is too far away. The old man in white robes did not notice Jiang Ziga's abnormality. He looked up at the sky and said, Okay, it's getting late. Come back to the sect with me first. Jiang Ziga followed his gaze and found a crane circling in the sky. At the signal from the old man in white robe, the crane flapped its wings and flew over, landing beside Jiang Ziga. Jiang Ziga glanced at the crane, then looked down at Nangong, who was still sleeping soundly, and said hesitantly, Immortal, my sister. Although he felt that since he could worship the immortal as his master, Nangong should be no exception, he was somewhat worried because he didn't get the consent of the old man in white robe himself. Don't worry, even if I don't accept your sister as my apprentice, you can still keep her with you. The old man in white robe shook his head and smiled. Compared with Jiang Ziga, he liked Nangong more. How could he abandon Nangong? The reason why he deliberately did not accept Jiang Ziga at the beginning was purely to test Jiang Ziga again. Jiang Ziga immediately breathed a sigh of relief, bent over and carefully picked up Nangong, fearing to disturb her. However, standing in front of the crane holding Nangong, Jiang Ziga didn't know what to do. Sage, we are not going to sit on its back, are we? The old man in white robe smiled without saying a word. He stretched out 2 fingers and lightly lifted them up. Jiang Ziga, who was holding Nangong, was wrapped in a ray of spiritual light and slowly flew to the back of the crane. Witnessing such incredible means, Jiang Ziga was not afraid, but felt excited instead. This is the power of the immortal. Thinking that he would be able to be like the old man in white robe in the future, Jiang Jiga felt elated for the first time in his life. At this moment, the old man in white robe suddenly remembered something, and flew to the side of the crane with his hands behind his back. He turned his head and said to Jiang Jiga, "By the way, my name is Yao Qianji. From now on, you can call me Master. But Immortal, Master, we haven't officially performed the apprenticeship ceremony yet. Shouldn't there be a lot of rules when joining the Immortal sect? I accept you as my disciple, and you accept me as your master. Why do we need so much formality?" Yao Qianji laughed heartily, then flew away, leaving Jiang Jiga with only his back. Before Jiang Jiga could come to his senses, the crane under his crotch made a cry and carried him and Nangong Ro to chase Yao Qianji. The crane flew very steadily, carrying the two of them through layers of dark clouds. When the clouds dispersed and light came out, Jiang Jiga opened his eyes and was stunned for a moment. The sky was filled with clouds and mist. The setting sun was shining brightly, and half of the sky was dyed with red. Being in it feels like a fairyland, as if you were in another world. He quickly adapted to the feeling of weightlessness and flying, and stood up while holding Nangong Ro to look at the crimson sunset. "It's been a long time since I saw such a beautiful sun," Jiang Jiga sighed and looked down at Nangong Ro in his arms. At this moment, his heart was full of longing for the future. The great immortals guard the gates of heaven, suppress demons, and pacify the chaotic world. It is hard to imagine that such words came from the mouth of the Demon Emperor. Joining the Immortal sect should be the first turning point in the Demon Emperor's life. How can a golden scale stay in a pond? Once it encounters wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon. The Demon Emperor has such a character at the age of 9. Even if he is not favored today, he will surely achieve something in the future. Now it seems that everything is going in a good direction. I am very curious about what caused the Demon Emperor to fall into the path of evil. All the powerful men in the hall were filled with emotion. The feeling of witnessing the growth process of a great emperor was truly indescribable. Hearing these discussions, Xu Yun's heart moved. He almost forgot that although Jiang Jiga was very good to Nangong Ro in his early years, didn't he fall into the evil path later? When Nangong Ro witnesses Jiang Jiga's betrayal, let alone turning against him, she will probably hate Jiang Jiga even more. Nangong Ro had no idea what Xu Yun was thinking, and her eyes were fixed on the picture in the light and shadow. Compared to Xu Yun's little thoughts, her heart had already begun to waver and she began to doubt the truth of what happened. That year. If Jiang Jiga's feelings for her were really so deep, would he really betray her for a treasure one day? Although it was hard to believe, Nangong Ro was not sure. After all, she trusted Jiang Jiga so much back then. Nangong Ro was in a state of confusion. She turned to Jiang Jiga, who was half kneeling in the hall, and murmured, "Jiang Jiga, if there was something else going on, why didn't you explain it to me?" In the picture of light and shadow, 7 years passed in a flash. Nangong Ro is extremely talented. In just 7 years, she has reached the initial stage of spiritual martial realm. It is said that she may have some kind of bloodline hidden in her body. The elders of Tianyun Pavilion regard her as a designated true disciple. Jiang Jiga had mediocre talent and became a disciple in the Tianyun Pavilion's medicine garden, who was responsible for collecting herbs. Even though he practiced very hard, he was still only at the organ refining stage. The body refining stage is divided into the skin refining stage, bone refining stage, marrow refining stage, organ refining stage, and blood refining stage. Jiang Jiga had just entered the organ refining stage not long ago, and it would take at least 5 or 6 years for him to break through to the spiritual martial arts stage. Moreover, it becomes more difficult to make progress as one progresses in cultivation. With Jiang Jiga's talent, without external help, he would probably never be able to break through the Yuanhai realm where his master Yao Qianji is in his lifetime. Jiang Jiga was not discouraged. To him, a life of collecting herbs and practicing cultivation was 1,000 times better than begging and yuching. Moreover, after breaking through to the Dao Seed realm, his life could be extended by more than 300 years. Jiang Jiga was already very satisfied to be able to accompany Nangong Ro for more than 300 years. Tianyun Pavilion, Jishingpiki. Jiang Jiga squatted in the field, carefully taking care of the spiritual herbs that emitted a faint spiritual light. Although it's just taking care of spiritual herbs, the work is not easy. The nourishment and water control alone need to be controlled to an extreme degree. The slightest mistake will make the spiritual herbs lose their best effect. Not long after, a beautiful girl in a light blue dress ran into the medicine garden and shouted, "Brother! Brother! There's a sect competition today, come with me and watch it." Jiang Jiga stood up from the field and saw Nangong Ro, who was looking for him. He couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. "Rower, the inner sect test is coming soon.
Why don't you work hard to practice and still want to watch other people's competitions? Bah!
Brother, you are such a pighead that you only think about practicing every day and never find time to relax.
What's the point of practicing so hard? Nangong Ro pouted, ran over and pulled Jiang Zhiga out without question.
Okay, let me go first, I'll go with you.
Jiang Zhiga smiled bitterly.
7 years had passed, and Nangong Ro had not become more sensible, but had become even more naughty. Nangong Ro immediately giggled, let go of Jiang Zhiga's hand, and walked in front, skipping and leading the way for Jiang Zhiga. Fuck, is this lively and lovely girl really the Nangong fairy who was not interested in worldly things in my impression?
She even called the demon emperor a pighead? I think Fairy Nangong had a better relationship with the demon emperor back then. The fairy is indeed a fairy.
She is only 14 years old, but she is as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. Seeing the stunning young girl in the picture, everyone in the hall forgot about the demon emperor and carefully admired the young Nangong Ro.
Chapter 17. He is so handsome. Nangong Ro had a cold expression.
The good memories she had in Tianyun Pavilion back then were now the scene she least wanted to see, especially when she remembered that she had said something similar to a confession to Jiang Zhiga. She suddenly felt suffocated and had the urge to ask Empress Hang to turn off the memory screen. It would be fine if the other person was really the one he liked, but he was the demon emperor Jiang Zhiga, an existence he hated deeply.
Confessing to such a person was an indelible shame for Nangong.
Nangong Ro was angry for a long time, but finally calmed down. If she turns off the memory screen, how can she confirm the truth of what happened back then?
Jiang Zhiga, you'd better not let me down.
Jiang Zhiga followed Nangong Ro all the way to the sex martial arts arena and sat down in a random seat in the spectator seats. As soon as the two showed up, they attracted a lot of attention, including true disciples who were about to compete to determine their rankings. They were not looking at Jiang Zhiga, but Nangong Ro. There was no way around it.
Nangong Ro was not only extremely talented, but also extremely beautiful.
At the age of 14, she had already been dubbed the future most beautiful woman in Tianyun Pavilion.
Look, Nangong Ro is here. Is she here to watch the competition among the true disciples as well?
That should be the case. She will be able to become a true disciple within 3 years. Experiencing the battles of true disciples will be of great help to her cultivation.
Fuck, can you guys stop being so prudish? Is that the point? Yes, junior sister Nangong is simply a fairy. As long as I can hold her little hand, what's the harm in living 10 years less? You still want to hold junior sister Nangong's hand? Are you worthy? If anyone wants to touch it, I'll be the one to do it. Nangong Ro's halo was so dazzling that they didn't even mention her brother Jiang Zhiga. Nangong Ro pretended not to hear the discussion behind her and snorted, "Brother, did you hear me? I'm here to watch the competition and improve my practical experience." Jiang Zhiga couldn't help but laugh.
If Nangong Ro came here to experience the competition among true disciples, she wouldn't have come over to call him. On the high platform, the gray-robed elder frowned slightly and shouted, "Silence, silence." Although he also thought Nangong Ro was cute, it was now the time for the sex small competition and he had to step forward to maintain order. After hearing the elder's words, the discussion in the spectator seats quickly died down.
Let's start drawing lots now.
The disciples who draw adjacent numbers will compete against each other, and so on, until the top 3 are decided. There are only 14 true disciples in total, so the rules of the competition are very simple. After the winner of the first round of drawing lots, he will compete with the winner. Although one of them has a bye, he must defeat a defeated disciple in order to advance to the finals and compete for the top 3. After drawing the lots, the 14 true disciples went on stage to compete according to the numbers they drew. The sect competition not only concerns the ranking of the true disciples, but also determines the places for the 3 major competitions in the near future, so they all play very seriously. For a moment, the arena was filled with flashing lights, the gleaming of swords and the shadows of sabers, attracting the attention of all the disciples watching the fight. Jiang Zhiga observed every battle, and when he saw the powerful spiritual power, he couldn't help but feel fascinated. The Lingwu realm refers to the ability to absorb spiritual power, control spirits to fight enemies, and kill people from thousands of miles away. Only when you reach this realm can you truly enter the gate of immortality. However, Jiang Zhiga's talent is too mediocre, and He will have to be at least in his 20s before he can enter the spiritual martial realm. After half a day, the sect competition finally came to the final battle. The remaining 4 people will duel in pairs to determine the top 3 true disciples. Jiang Jiga's expression became more serious. The remaining 4 were the strongest, so the battle would naturally be the most exciting. If he could absorb a little bit during the battle, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Seeing Jiang Jiga's serious face, Nan Gongro held her forehead inside. Looking depressed, she specifically called Jiang Jiga over, not really to watch the competition. Nan Gongro thought for a moment, then suddenly pointed to a true disciple in Taichung and said excitedly, "Brother, look, he's so handsome." Jiang Jiga was stunned for a moment, and looked carefully at the young man that Nan Gongro was talking about. This person's name is Lu Tianjiao. He is 17 years old, and has reached the late stage of Lingwu cultivation. Judging from his performance, he should be ranked 3rd among the true disciples. Although he is not the strongest among the true disciples, he is definitely the most handsome, with a handsome appearance and a heroic look in white clothes. Yeah, it's really good. Jiang Jiga didn't think much about it and nodded in approval. He's so handsome and so strong, he's just perfect. Nan Gongro clenched her little hands and stared at Lu Tianjiao with a crazy look on her face. Jiang Jiga touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Perfection is not necessarily the case, Roar. People can't just look at the surface." He felt in his heart that Nan Gongro was, after all, still a young girl who had just begun to fall in love. Compared to a powerful man with profound cultivation, she preferred a handsome and childish boy. No way. Fairy Nangong already likes someone else. The demon emperor is not angry. Why is he still rationally analyzing for Fairy Nangong? That's right. Although the current demon emperor's cultivation is a little bit inferior, his appearance is definitely not worse than that of Lu Tianjiao. Having seen Yu Cheng's memory, everyone in the hall felt deeply empathetic towards Jiang Jiga's situation. When they saw Nan Gongro praising other people, they immediately felt aggrieved for Jiang Jiga. The main reason is that everyone subconsciously believes that Jiang Jiga and Nan Gongro should have more than just a brother-sister relationship. Chu Yun was secretly puzzled and glanced at Nan Gongro beside him. With Nan Gongro's personality, even if she was young and ignorant, she shouldn't have fallen in love with Lu Tianjiao, whom she had only met a few times. He wanted to ask, but when Chu Yun turned around, he found that Nan Gongro's expression was as cold as ice, as if a volcano was about to erupt. Chu Yun quickly fell silent and turned back to look at the picture in the light and shadow. He didn't quite understand why Nan Gongro was angry. On the arena, the battle was decided. Lu Tianjiao defeated his opponent and successfully won the 3rd place in the true transmission. He did not continue to challenge because the first 2 were both in their early 20s and had already reached the Dao Seed realm. Just as Lu Tianjiao was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly noticed the gaze of Nan Gongro, who was watching the fight. Lu Tianjiao was immediately excited and waved to Nan Gongro. Although he couldn't hear the conversation between the brother and sister, he could tell from their eyes that Nan Gongro was praising him. Nan Gongro, who originally had a crazy look on her face, turned cold when she saw Lu Tianjiao waving in response. Jiang Jiga couldn't help but wonder, and asked, "Roar, what's wrong?" Nan Gongro ignored him and suddenly stood up and left the spectator seats. Jiang Jiga was even more confused. He stood up and followed Nan Gongro to leave. He couldn't help but say, "Roar, since you like someone, it's too rude of you to ignore them." Nan Gongro was furious when she heard this. She stretched out her leg and kicked Jiang Jiga, saying angrily, "My sister likes someone else. How come you don't have any sense of crisis? Aren't you afraid that I will be kidnapped?" Chapter 18 Pure Feelings. Jiang Jiga looked serious when he heard this, and nodded. "Afraid? Of course I'm not afraid. So Roar, if you find someone you like, you must let me check it out for you, understand?" Although she is reluctant to leave Nan Gongro, she will find a new home one day. As for myself, I would be very happy if I could see Nan Gongro get married and have children before I die. You big idiot. I'm ignoring you. Nan Gongro's pretty face flushed red, and Jiang Jiga simply couldn't understand what she meant. Jiang Jiga shook his head and sighed, thinking that Nan Gongro was also reluctant to part with him. "Junior sister Nangong, wait for me." Just then, Lu Tianjiao, who had finished the fight, ran towards the 2 of them. Nan Gongro snorted softly, turned around and wanted to leave quickly. Jiang Jiga smiled, cupped his hands and said, "Brother Lu, it's been a while since we last met." Lu Tianjiao stepped forward and put his arm around Jiang Jiga's shoulders, laughing and saying, "Brother Jiang, I've been busy in seclusion lately trying to reach the top 3 in the true transmission. Today I'm free, so let's not go home until we're drunk." In fact, he should call Jiang Jiga junior brother, but he has always been unwilling to consider himself superior to Jiang Ziga. Nangong Ro was stunned for a moment.
Judging from the appearance, Jiang Ziga and Lu Tianjiu had actually known each other for a long time. No wonder Jiang Ziga had some recognition of Lu Tianjiu just now. Jiang Ziga showed a bitter smile.
He was still 16 years old and his cultivation was not high. He would pass out after just a few drinks. As for Lu Tianjiu's thoughts, Jiang Ziga was also very clear. He just wanted to establish a good relationship with him and increase Nangong Ro's favor, but Nangong Ro is too important to Jiang Ziga. He will not let Lu Tianjiu get close to Nangong Ro before he fully understands Lu Tianjiu's background. Noticing Nangong Ro's gaze, Lu Tianjiu whispered to Jiang Ziga, "Brother Jiang, did junior sister Nangong look at me just now?"
"Yeah, Ro even praised you for being handsome."
Jiang Ziga smiled and nodded, then said it without hesitation. As soon as these words came out, Nangong Ro's face turned red and she said anxiously, "I was just joking, why did you take it seriously?"
Lu Tianjiu was secretly delighted, thinking that Nangong Ro was too shy to admit it.
"Are you kidding?
No way. Even I think Brother Lu is handsome and well-mannered."
Jiang Ziga couldn't help but feel puzzled and stared at Lu Tianjiu from head to toe. Apart from anything else, at least in terms of appearance, Lu Tianjiu is undoubtedly handsome.
Idiot. Idiot.
Nangong Ro was so angry that she stomped her feet, turned around and walked away. "Hey, rower!" Jiang Ziga was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Lu Tianjiu.
"Brother Jiang, don't worry. Junior sister Nangong is just shy for the moment.
Chasing after her will only embarrass her."
Lu Tianjiu seemed to understand Nangong Ro, but in fact he didn't have much confidence because Nangong Ro seemed really angry.
"That's true," Jiang Ziga sighed and decided that it would be better to go to Nangong Ro to apologize later. Then again, he still didn't understand why Nangong Ro was angry. Lu Tianjiu pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Jiang, the day after tomorrow is the Qingyuan festival, do you want to go shopping in the sect market together?" Every year, Tianyun Pavilion has a day to celebrate the founding of the sect, which is called the Qingyuan Festival. On this day, most people will put aside their cultivation and go out to relax, and the sect's market will become more lively. The sect market is a market provided by the sect for disciples to trade with each other. The sect has also set up many fixed shops in it to sell elixirs, spiritual weapons, and other items. But, Brother Jiang, practicing all day is not a good thing. You have to take time to relax. Otherwise, you will get sick if you suppress your mood for too long. Lu Tianjiu knew what Jiang Ziga was going to say, and raised his hand to interrupt him before he finished speaking. "That's okay." Jiang Ziga hesitated for a while, but finally agreed to Lu Tianjiu. During the annual Qingyuan festival, he knew that even if he refused, Nangong Ro would definitely pull him out. Rejecting Lu Tianjiu at this time was just refusing him to follow the two of them. Lu Tianjiu immediately smiled happily.
He also knew that Nangong Ro would definitely come along.
Since he could go with both of them, he would have the opportunity to enhance his relationship with Nangong Ro.
"Brother Lu, don't be too happy too soon.
It will take more than 1 or 2 days to marry Roer." Jiang Ziga smiled helplessly.
Even if he approved of Lu Tianjiu's character, Nangong Ro might not approve of him. For 7 years, Nangong Ro has been pestering Jiang Ziga all day long.
He is very happy about this, but he can't help but worry about Nangong Ro's lifelong happiness. The day will come when Nangong Ro will get married, and the day will come when she will part with Jiang Ziga. The more she misses him, the more reluctant she is to leave him.
Brother Jiang, rest assured.
I will definitely work hard to make you and junior sister Nangong accept me. Lu Tianjiu looked determined and made a gesture to cheer himself up. He was serious about Nangong Ro, because not only was Nangong Ro as talented as him, she also had the title of the most beautiful woman in Tianyun Pavilion in the future. She was definitely the best candidate for his Taoist partner. Moreover, both Nangong Ro herself and Jiang Ziga's personalities are very much to his liking. If he could become a relative with them, it would definitely be a great blessing in life. It seems that the Demon Emperor does not have any feelings for Fairy Nangong. It's a pity that we are still worried about the Demon Emperor. Yes, from the perspective of the Demon Emperor, how could he have any other thoughts besides worrying about Fairy Nangong's lifelong affairs?
Lu Tianjiu is extremely talented and has an extraordinary appearance.
If I were the Demon Emperor at that time, I would also think that Fairy Nangong is a good match for him.
No wonder the demon emperor was so generous in praising Lu Tianzhao.
Everyone in the hall felt ashamed, as all they were thinking about was love between men and women, but Jiang Jiga's feelings for Nangong Ro were pure. Seeing that Jiang Jiga had no other thoughts about Nangong Ro, Chuyan suddenly felt relieved. It turned out that he had been judging others by his own standards from the beginning to the end, and there was no such relationship between Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro back then. Just as he was thinking this, Chuyan suddenly noticed that Nangong Ro's expression beside him looked a little strange. Her expression was obviously cold, but there was a blush on her cheeks, which was really confusing.
Xiao Ro, what's wrong with you?
No, nothing. Nangong Ro coughed twice and pretended to be calm. She was still a little unsure at first, but after seeing this memory, she remembered most of the things that happened in Tianyun Pavilion. That's right, Jiang Jiga didn't have any improper thoughts about her back then. Instead, she was the first one to fall in love with Jiang Jiga, thinking that the friendship that was admired by countless people in heaven was actually destroyed by herself. Nangong Ro almost had the urge to bang her head against the ground. Apart from anything else, how would the hundreds of questioning profound realm experts in the hall view her at that time? Chapter 19 Reawakened Memories. 2 days later, the Qingyuan festival was celebrated in Tianyun Pavilion. The Taoist bell rang 3 times and the cranes cried together. Some people went on stage to perform music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, while others competed in martial arts to liven up the atmosphere. From the mountain peaks, towers, streets and alleys, laughter and joy can be heard everywhere. It is even more lively than the spring festival in the secular world. Jiang Jiga arrived at the agreed location on time, but found that he was the only one around, with Nangong Ro and Lu Tianzhao nowhere to be seen. After a while, Lu Tianzhao came late and said with an apologetic smile, "Sorry, Brother Jiang, I'm late." At this time, he was still dressed in white, but it was obviously more luxurious. He wore a silver crown on his head and silver boots on his feet. With his handsome appearance, he looked like a handsome young man. On the other hand, Jiang Jiga was still wearing the blue robe that symbolized that he was an outer disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Jiga looked Lu Tianzhao up and down and praised him. "The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the gentleman is unparalleled in the world. I am talking about you, Brother Lu." As long as Lu Tianzhao's character does not have any problems in the future, he really doesn't mind letting Lu Tianzhao be his brother-in-law. "Brother Jiang, you are too kind. You are too busy practicing to dress up. Otherwise, I would be just a foil in front of you." Lu Tianzhao made a polite remark and looked around for Nangong Ro while speaking. Jiang Jiga shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, Roar hasn't come yet." Given Nangong Ro's personality, she would probably have to wait for a long time. Lu Tianzhao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. He was afraid that Nangong Ro would arrive before him. If Nangong Ro knew that he was not punctual, it would definitely ruin her impression of him. However, Lu Tianzhao soon gave up this idea, because the two of them waited for nearly half an hour and still did not see Nangong Ro. "Brother Jiang, will junior sister Nangong come?" "I don't know either. Why don't we go first?" Lu Tianzhao fell silent. If there were only 2 men, him and Jiang Jiga, why not go out for a drink and have fun instead of going to the market? Just when Lu Tianzhao was feeling desperate, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. His heart suddenly lifted and he looked up. The person who came was Nangong Ro. At this time, she changed into a brand new pink and white short skirt, tied her hair into a double flat bun, and wore a few cherry blossom hair accessories. She walked with a fragrant breeze and looked playful and cute. Not to mention Lu Tianzhao and the many male disciples passing by, Jiang Jiga was a little stunned. Blooming with the help of water is a wonder, bones are made of water and skin is made of jade, is a slightly inferior description for Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro walked quickly in front of the two of them, selectively ignoring Lu Tianzhao, and asked Jiang Jiga with her hands on her waist, "Brother, I've been looking for you for an hour, why did you come first?" Jiang Jiga looked Nangong Ro up and down, and after a long pause he said, "Roar, do you mean that you were late because of me?" At this time, Nangong Ro was not only dressed up carefully, but also put on makeup for the first time in her life. It was obvious that she was delayed by dressing up like Lu Tianzhao. However, Nangong Ro not only did not feel guilty, but she even complained first. "What else?" Nangong Ro gritted her teeth secretly, looking angry. She spent so much time getting dressed, and it would have been fine if Jiang Jiga didn't praise her, but he actually picked on her for being late? "Well, it's all my fault.
Zhang Jiga smiled awkwardly and did not argue with Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro snorted softly, crossed her arms, walked around the two of them and headed towards the market. Before Zhang Jiga could say anything, Lu Tianjia followed him happily. Zhang Jiga was speechless for a moment, and suddenly wanted to take back his praise for Lu Tianjia not long ago. At this moment, Lu Tianjia was like a follower. How could he still look like a gentleman? The demon emperor spoiled fairy Nangong too much, causing her to become a little rebellious. Can this be called rebellion? It's just that the demon emperor dotes on fairy Nangong and the two of them have a very good relationship. You're right. Didn't you see that fairy Nangong didn't even look at Lu Tianjiao? She must have dressed up so carefully for the demon emperor. Perhaps because of the preconceived impression that the demon emperor was unforgivable, most people in the hall subconsciously favored the playful and cute Nangong Ro, especially the female Shen realm masters. Nangong Ro frowned. The opinions of those strong women were not wrong. Back then, almost every time she dressed up, she wanted to get Zhang Jiga's praise. However, to this day, the affection she felt back then only makes her feel upset. It took Nangong Ro nearly 1,000 years to gradually bury these memories deep in her heart, but now they have been completely outlined out by the sky chain. Thinking about Zhang Jiga's betrayal later, she said she didn't feel sad, but that was ALIE.AS for hatred. After witnessing Yu Cheng's memory, Nangong Ro no longer had much hatred. At this moment, she felt more of a lack of understanding towards Zhang Jiga, and an inexplicable difficulty in letting go. Hearing the discussion of everyone in the hall, Xu Yun subconsciously turned his head to look at Nangong Ro. Noticing the complexity in Nangong Ro's eyes, his heart sank. At some point, the focus of discussion in the hall changed from killing the demon emperor to brother-sister love, and they seemed to have forgotten what Zhang Jiga had done during his time as the ruler of the heavens. This trend is not right. On the surface, it wasn't a bad thing for Xu Yun, but he always had a bad feeling. In the Tianyun Pavilion Market, Nangong Ro looked excitedly at the novel goods on the street. In the Xianmen Market, even the humble roadside stalls do not sell vegetables, fruits, and melons. Each of them is enough to change the fate of a mortal in the outside world. Passing by a stall, Nangong Ro picked up a stone curiously and asked in confusion, "Uncle, why are you selling stones too?" Before the stall owner could start selling, Lu Tianjiao next to him quickly introduced, "Junior sister Nangong, this thing is called Yunling Stone. As the name suggests, it contains spiritual power of varying strengths. It may contain spiritual stones or other natural treasures. It is often used for gambling and entertainment among immortals." Gambling? How can we still gamble when we have become immortals? Nangong Roliu frowned slightly and hurriedly put the stone back. Lu Tianjiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Nangong Ro had been following Zhang Jiga for too long and her thoughts had become rigid. Zhang Jiga, who was standing behind them, remained silent and quietly observed the two people getting along. Along the way, he never took the initiative to disturb Nangong Ro and Lu Tianjiao, and at most he would respond to Nangong Ro occasionally. The purpose of doing this is very simple. The three of them go out together, and Zhang Jiga naturally wants to take this opportunity to observe Lu Tianjiao's character and give Lu Tianjiao a chance. Lu Tianjiao thought that Zhang Jiga was simply creating opportunities for him, and he cast grateful glances at Zhang Jiga from time to time. Nangong Ro was completely unaware of what the two were thinking and was immersed in the bizarre Xianmen market. Because Zhang Jiga and Yao Qianji were urging her to practice, she usually had to stay at home to practice and rarely had the opportunity to come to the market to broaden her horizons. Moreover, Nangong Ro would stick to Zhang Jiga whenever she had time and hardly interacted with other female disciples. Apart from her brother Zhang Jiga, she had no other good friends in the sect who could hang out with her. Chapter 20. No merit, no reward. After shopping for a while, Nangong Ro suddenly stopped and stared at the goods in a story. Zhang Jiga and Lu Tianjiao followed her gaze and immediately guessed what she was interested in. It was a treasure shop established by the sect and managed by the elders, which had everything from spiritual herbs, elixirs, spiritual weapons, and forging materials. Right in the center of the shop entrance, there was a short dagger suitable for women. It was emerald green in color and had a beautiful shape, but because it was a mid-level yellow-grade spiritual weapon, it was so expensive that most disciples could not afford it. Lu Tianjiao retracted his gaze and asked tentatively, "Junior sister Nangong, since you like it, do you want to buy it?" "No, it's too expensive." Nangong Ro shook her head decisively. Her monthly salary was only 15 spirit stones. If she wanted to buy that thing, she had to ask her master for spirit stones. Zhang Jiga nodded.
He was pleased that Nangong Ro was 14 years old but had no vanity at all. Seeing Jiang Jiga's actions, Lu Tianjiao couldn't help but frown slightly. If the girl he likes takes a fancy to a certain item, how can he back down just because of the price? Junior sister Nangong, wait for me for a moment. After making sure that he had enough money on him, Lu Tianjiao walked straight towards the shop. Nangong Ro and Jiang Jiga were slightly stunned, and for a moment they didn't react to what Lu Tianjiao wanted to do. Lu Tianjiao walked into the shop, bowed to the bald elder who was napping beside the counter and said, "Elder, I want to buy this dagger." For a long while after he finished speaking, the bald elder did not move. "Elder, who is it?" As soon as Lu Tianjiao's voice became a little louder, the bald elder suddenly stretched. He looked sleepy, sizing up Lu Tianjiao, and asked with a yawn, "Lu Tianjiao? What are you buying this for?" Although this dagger is much cheaper than other mid-level spiritual weapons, it still costs 120 spiritual stones, and it is specially made for women. According to the bald elder, Lu Tianjiao should have a yellow-grade upper-level spiritual weapon bestowed by his master, so he doesn't need to waste spirit stones to buy spiritual weapons. "Elder, money is not a problem. I completed the task of hunting down ghost monsters some time ago, and my savings are enough to buy this dagger." The corner of Lu Tianjiao's mouth twitched. In fact, he really wanted to say that it was none of his business what he bought, but he didn't dare to say more due to the pressure from the elders. The bald elder wanted to persuade him, but suddenly he noticed Nangong Ro not far from the door, and he immediately understood. "You're buying it for your sweetheart, right? Let me tell you, this moon breath blade is good looking but useless, otherwise it wouldn't be sold for only 120 spirit stones." The bald elder chuckled. He had a good relationship with Lu Tianjiao's master and knew that Lu Tianjiao liked Nangong Ro. "It doesn't matter. It's enough for me to protect her." Lu Tianjiao looked indifferent. As long as Nangong Ro liked it, who cared whether it was useful or not? "Bah, you are just a half-baked person yourself. You should break through the Dao Seed realm first, otherwise, you won't be able to get past old man Yao Qianji, let alone her brother." The bald elder curled his lips. He knew Jiang Jiga quite well. Although he lacked talent in cultivation, he was diligent, had solid cultivation, and mastered many low-level martial arts. When he used all his strength, he was no less than an ordinary spiritual martial artist. "Thank you for your concern, elder." Lu Tianjiao became more and more annoyed. The bald elder just talked too much, which was why he annoyed the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion. Nangong Ro was still waiting outside, and he didn't have that much time to chat with the bald elder. Besides, Nangong Ro was known as the goddess in Tianyun Pavilion. If he can't even beat Jiang Jiga, how could he dare to pursue Nangong Ro? During the time when they first met, Lu Tianjiao often sought out Jiang Jiga to spar with him, but even if he deliberately let Jiang Jiga win, Jiang Jiga was no match for him. A moment later, Lu Tianjiao ran out quickly with the brocade box containing the moon breath blade. He walked up to Nangong Ro and said with a smile, "Junior sister Nangong, this spiritual weapon is called moon breath blade, and I think it suits you very well." As Lu Tianjiao spoke, he opened the brocade box, revealing the moon breath blade, which was obviously very expensive. Nangong Ro was stunned for a moment and cast a questioning look at Jiang Jiga, but Jiang Jiga also looked stunned. Seeing this, she frowned slightly and refused. "Brother, this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it." Nangong Ro was very confused at this moment. Wasn't Lu Tianjiao a friend of Jiang Jiga? Why did he give her such a precious spiritual weapon for no apparent reason? Jiang Jiga felt quite helpless. He really didn't expect that Lu Tianjiao would be a bit thick-skinned. Even if you like Nangong Ro, you have to take it step by step. In Nangong Ro's impression, they have only known each other for a short time. How could she accept an expensive spiritual weapon? Lu Tianjiao's mind went blank. Judging from Nangong Ro's attitude, she had no attachment to this spiritual weapon at all. If she really liked this spiritual weapon, she would not have rejected it without hesitation, even though she was concerned about her brother Jiang Jiga being around, and even though she was concerned about how expensive the spiritual weapon was. But Lu Tianjiao was at a loss and wanted to try again. He spent more than 100 spirit stones to buy the moon breath blade in order to make Nangong Ro happy. Now that Nangong Ro has rejected him, wouldn't the more than 100 spirit stones be wasted? Nangong Ro sighed silently, trying to look more tactful, bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept gifts without merit. We haven't known each other for long. If I accept this spiritual weapon, I will feel guilty." She had no other thoughts, she just felt that she was not familiar with Lu Tianjiu and should not accept this expensive gift. Zhang Jiga sighed inwardly. Nangong Ro usually acted mischievous in front of him and his master Yao Qianji, but was humble and polite in front of other people. This must be the so-called bully at home. Lu Tianjiao slowly took back the brocade box, lowered his head and fell silent. Nangong Ro has said so much, if he continues to insist, wouldn't that be unreasonable? Nangong Ro didn't notice the tense atmosphere at all. She heard someone playing the piano not far away and immediately smiled. Senior sister Qiushui is playing the piano in Tingyu Pavilion again. Brother, let's go over and take a look. Nangong Ro didn't know what Lu Tianjiu was feeling, so she didn't know how miserable Lu Tianjiu was at the moment. Zhang Jiga glanced at Lu Tianjiu, shook his head and said, Rower, you go first, we'll be there soon. Then come quickly. Nangong Ro didn't think much about it and ran towards Tingyu Pavilion impatiently. After Nangong Ro left, Zhang Jiga stepped forward and patted Lu Tianjiu on the shoulder, sighed and said, Brother Lu, don't rush into anything. Rower is not familiar with you yet. What you need to do is to cultivate an impression, not try to impress her with precious gifts. If Nangong Ro is a materialistic girl, how is it possible that she doesn't have a single friend of the opposite sex? Brother Jiang, you misunderstood. Lu Tianjiu looked depressed. He didn't think the moon breath blade was expensive, but he thought Nangong Ro would like it. Chapter 21 Love is a blasphemy to him. Zhang Jiga couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, and said jokingly, I told you long ago that it's hard to marry my sister, so you feel depressed now? Brother Jiang, don't laugh at me, you are still single, right? Lu Tianjiu's face turned dark. After hearing what Zhang Jiga said, the gloom in his heart suddenly dissipated a lot, because Zhang Jiga was right. If he felt difficult with such a small setback, then what qualifications did he have to pursue Nangong Ro? Zhang Jiga's expression turned serious when he heard this, and he said earnestly, Brother Lu, I may not understand other women, and I know nothing about love, but for Roer, I'm afraid no one in the world knows her better than me. For example, if you fail this time, there is actually no need to be discouraged. With her personality, she will not take this matter to heart at all. Instead, she will remember your kindness in giving her an expensive gift. After listening carefully to what Zhang Jiga said, Lu Tianjiu suddenly felt as if he had been enlightened. Yes, although Nangong Ro failed to accept his gift, he had taken a big step forward compared to the previous situation where they were strangers. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your guidance. Lu Tianjiu looked sincere and bowed directly to Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga is Nangong Ro's elder brother, but he is willing to guide him in pursuing Nangong Ro. What kind of trust in friendship is this? If I have Zhang Jiga's help, it will probably only be a matter of time before I pursue Nangong Ro. Go ahead. To be honest, I'm quite optimistic about you. Zhang Jiga smiled. With his keen eyesight, he could already see that Lu Tianjiu was deeply in love with Nangong Ro, that he is sincere and his other qualities are no worse than Nangong Ro, which is enough for Zhang Jiga to recognize Lu Tianjiu. However, all Zhang Jiga can do is give guidance. Whether he can successfully impress Nangong Ro depends on Lu Tianjiu's own efforts. I will definitely live up to Brother Zhang's high expectations. Lu Tianjiu was deeply moved. After saying this, he turned around and ran towards Tingyu Pavilion. Since Zhang Jiga trusts him so much, he must show his sincerity and must not let Zhang Jiga down. After Lu Tianjiu left, Zhang Jiga slowly put away his smile, and a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. After pondering for a long time, he was about to go to Tingyu Pavilion, but he inadvertently noticed the Wanba shop where Lu Tianjiu bought the Yueshi blade, and he stopped in his tracks as if possessed by a ghost. The Zhangyang Palace was in an uproar, with many people cursing at Zhang Jiga, especially the female Xian realm experts. Is the demon emperor stupid? Fairy Nangong obviously likes him. Even if he can't see it, there is no need for him to push Fairy Nangong to someone else, right? That is to say, the demon emperor is really not a good guy. I think he is just eyeing the status of Lu Tianjiu's true disciple and wants to use Fairy Nangong to curry favor with him. Can you guys just calm down? The demon emperor is Fairy Nangong's brother. Isn't it normal for a brother to worry about his sister's life? Even if a small number of people spoke up for Zhang Jiga, they would soon be drowned out by the abuse. Compared to men, women are more emotional. They are outsiders and can easily notice Nangong Ro's love for Zhang Jiga. Naturally, they can't help but speak up for Nangong Ro. Back then, Zhang Jiga, who was trapped in the sky chain, felt helpless. It turned out that his previous bad impression was too deeply rooted in people's minds, otherwise he would not have been criticized by everyone as soon as something was wrong.
I think you misunderstood. The demon emperor at that time might not have been in a hurry to push his sister away. Amidst the curses, a distinctive voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked back and saw a rough-looking man wearing black armor, and he was none other than Zhou Wuji, the divine general who rebelled against the Xuanzang Holy Land. Zhou Wuji had a complicated expression, and said in a deep voice, "I can sense that the demon emperor is also reluctant to part with Fairy Nangong, but he is still her elder brother, and his talent is mediocre. It is impossible for him to accompany Fairy Nangong for her whole life, so he will naturally think of finding another person for Fairy Nangong to rely on." After he finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. Everyone was eager to criticize the demon emperor, but did they notice the loneliness in Jiang Zhiga's eyes after Lu Tianjie left? Everyone was silent for a while after hearing this. There were so many prejudices against the demon emperor that they didn't even think about it carefully. Zhou Wuji was right. Jiang Zhiga had a mediocre talent back then. He can only live for 300 years at most. It was impossible for him to accompany Nangong Rou for the rest of her life. The same is true in terms of strength. In the early stages, he can work hard to narrow the gap between the two, but as time goes by, the gap will only get bigger and bigger, and he will inevitably become a burden to Nangong Rou. He gave advice to Lu Tianjiao, perhaps just hoping that someone would be able to protect Nangong Rou on his behalf when he was unable to do anything. Lu Tianjiao has superior appearance, great talent, and good character, and meets all of Jiang Zhiga's requirements. Although he appeared a little early, he had no reason to stop Lu Tianjiao from pursuing Nangong Rou. Everyone is outside the situation and knows that Nangong Rou loves Jiang Zhiga, so they think Jiang Zhiga's behavior is bad, but Jiang Zhiga himself only has brotherly and sisterly feelings for Nangong Rou. From his point of view, protecting Nangong Rou too much would only delay her lifelong happiness. Now that I think about it, the demon emperor clearly has great reluctance to part with Nangong Xian, but he still plans the rest of his life for Nangong Xian. This kind of affection has long surpassed the so-called love. Yes, even though Fairy Nangong has hidden feelings for the demon emperor must be more upset about the fact that she advised Lu Tianjiao to pursue Fairy Nangong, compared to Fairy Nangong, right? Everyone was full of admiration for Jiang Zhiga, and no one dared to abuse him anymore. Jiang Zhiga's foresight and intentions had long surpassed what they had heard, seen, and imagined. The few female Shen realm masters who had shouted the loudest earlier were also secretly ashamed. Compared with Jiang Zhiga's feelings for Nangong Rou, the love in their eyes seemed too insignificant. Hearing the sudden change in the tone of discussion in the hall, Jiang Zhiga couldn't help but feel happy. Now everyone's impression of him has changed greatly, and the progress of whitewashing has been completed at least 3/10. Zhou Wuji did a good job. When I get out of this predicament, I will definitely benefit from your help. Jiang Zhiga really didn't expect that the first person to raise objections was Zhou Wuji, who had a rough and honest face. It was true that there was a subtle side to a rough face, and one cannot judge a person by his appearance. At the same time, Xu Yun's face turned blue, and he clenched his fists, almost suppressing his anger. His focus was completely different from that of everyone else in the hall. Having previously learned that Jiang Zhiga only had brotherly and sister feelings for Nangong Rou, Xu Yun was secretly relieved. However, he never expected that it was Nangong Rou who was the first to fall in love with Jiang Zhiga. Although the two did not make much substantive progress, the frustration and anger almost drove Xu Yun crazy. When he thought that the goddess he had loved for a long time had once loved a scumbag, he felt worse than eating shit. Not to mention that Xu Yun's possessiveness is too strong. Any man would feel more or less uncomfortable if it were him. Nangong Rou, who was standing next to him, was completely focused on the light and shadow picture and didn't notice Xu Yun's suppressed anger at all. Even if she noticed it, she would not explain or feel guilty, because in the plot of the novel, at this time Nangong Rou only had a certain affection for Xu Yun, and it was not yet to the point of entrusting her life to him. Even at the end of the final chapter, Nangong Rou and Xu Yun were still in a relationship that was more than friends but less than lovers. It's not that the author is stupid, but all three heroines have a certain popularity, and there is no harem set up in the early stage. Collecting all three heroines will inevitably destroy the beautiful love in the eyes of readers. Therefore, he could only set an open ending, allowing readers to imagine which heroine Xu Yun finally chose as his wife. Chapter 22.
What is the meaning of love? In Tingyu Pavilion, the sound of the piano is graceful and the lingering sound lingers in the air. A woman in a green dress covered her face with a veil and played the piano with her bare fingers, like a fairy who was not tainted by the mundane world. Everyone present was mesmerized and immersed in the performance of the woman in green skirt. The same was true for Nangong Ro, except for Lu Tianjiao, who was beside her, who was clearer, apart from the sound of the piano. The reason why everyone was so intoxicated was that the person playing the piano was as beautiful as an immortal. Even Nangong Ro only has the title of the future most beautiful woman in Tianyun Pavilion, and the woman playing the piano in front of him is Ning Qiushui, who is now known as the most beautiful fairy in Tianyun Pavilion. Lu Tianjiao only has Nangong Ro in his eyes, so his situation is naturally much better than that of others. He knew that it wasn't that Nangong Ro was inferior to Ning Qiushui, it was just that she was too young to be considered a fairy. If you had to say she was still a little fairy. Lu Tianjiao and Nangong Ro are of similar age, but he thinks Ning Qiushui is too old and has a cold personality, which is completely different from the type he likes. Although age is just a number in the world of immortal cultivation, Lu Tianjiao is only 17 years old after all. He has a strange feeling when he thinks that Ning Qiushui has lived for more than 40 years. Soon, accompanied by a melodious and graceful tune, a song praising love was played. Ning Qiushui's eyes were filled with melancholy. She stroked the strings of the zither with her bare hands and asked quietly, "This piece of music is called Mandarin Duck. What do you think?" Everyone in the pavilion looked intoxicated, as if they were still unable to come out of the touching mood. Mandarin ducks, I am happy that they share the same pond, I envy that they share the same forest with their wings together. In this poem about Mandarin ducks, Fairy Ning must be trying to praise the fact that Mandarin ducks live in pairs. Yes, Fairy Ning's piano skills are amazing. The song of Mandarin ducks made me feel like I was witnessing a touching love story with my own eyes. From the naivety of childhood to the helplessness of adulthood and the longevity of marriage, this piece of music expresses the love in its entirety. I can't think of anyone else who can play such a heavenly sound except Fairy Ning. Not only disciples from Tianyun Pavilion, but also talented young men from other sects were present. When they heard Ning Qiushui ask the question, they all rushed to offer words of praise. Ning Qiushui lowered her beautiful eyes and sighed silently. The words were more ornate than the last, but none of them were the answer she wanted to hear. Nangong Ro pinched her chin and thought hard. Just as she was about to answer, she suddenly found that Jiang Zhiga appeared beside her without her noticing. Nangong Ro pouted and asked unhappily, "Brother, why did you come just now? The song has already been played." Senior sister Qiushui finally played a song about love. If Jiang Zhiga heard it, maybe it would enlighten this blockhead. Jiang Zhiga smiled softly and said, "Roar, I heard it." It was very quiet inside and outside Tingyu Pavilion. No one was making noise to disturb the place, and no one dared to make noise to disturb the place. As he walked along, he could hardly hear any other sound except the sound of the piano. Nangong Ro wanted to say something, but Lu Tianjiao next to her suddenly sighed deeply. He turned to look at Jiang Zhiga and said with a wry smile, "Brother Jiang, you came at the right time." It seems that no one can give senior sister Qiushui a satisfactory answer now. Do you have any ideas? After the song Mandarin Ducks Praising Love was played, the Tingyu Pavilion was filled with a touching atmosphere. Lu Tianjiao wanted to take the opportunity to find some poems to express his love to Nangong Ro, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even fart after trying for a long time. Nangong Ro stopped talking. She also wanted to know what Jiang Zhiga thought about love. Jiang Zhiga pondered for a moment and replied, "From what I think, senior sister Qiushui is not singing the praises of love, but is asking us what the word love means." What does the word love mean? Lu Tianjiao and Nangong Ro were both stunned. How could a song called Yuan Yang be asking about the meaning of love? Jiang Zhiga smiled but said nothing. Everyone was immersed in the song and forgot to observe Ning Qiushui himself. The song is indeed praising love, but Ning Qiushui's brows are filled with sadness and there is a hint of euphemism in the song, which is enough to prove that the artistic conception of Yuan Yang's song was not what she intended. Before Lu Tianjiao and Nangong Ro could ask, a young man in purple clothes and a golden crown sitting next to them couldn't help but sneered, "What do you mean by love? Are you kidding me? Do you think you can guess Fairy Ning's feelings?" He was a true genius from the sect, so naturally he would not give Jiang Zhiga, who was in the body refining stage, face. We all think this song refers to a love story, but you are the only one who refutes it. Do you think you understand it better than us? That's right. You said it so quietly. I guess you're afraid that Fairy Ning would hear you and make fun of you, right? Seeing that a scum who was not even at the spiritual martial realm dared to presumptuously guess Ning Qiushui's intentions, the people around him also made sarcastic remarks. Seeing Zhang Jiga being laughed at, Nangong Ro was the first to lose her seat. She slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily, "You are a bunch of short-sighted stinky pigs. You don't know anything. What qualifications do you have to refute my brother?" Lu Tianjiu was stunned. It was the first time he saw Nangong Ro so angry. Stinky pig? The young man in purple was also stunned and looked at Nangong Ro in astonishment. What surprised him was not that Nangong Ro dared to curse, but was shocked by Nangong Ro's talent and cultivation. Judging from her appearance, she was less than 16 years old, but she actually exuded the spiritual power fluctuations that only exist in the spiritual martial realm. She must be a core disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Not only that, Nangong Ro is still a girl, but she has a beauty that is comparable to Ning Qiushui. In time, she may replace Ning Qiushui and become the new most beautiful woman in Tianyun Pavilion. Such a talented and beautiful girl actually calls a loser in the body refining stage. Brother Zhang Jiga was full of helplessness and signaled Nangong Ro with his eyes not to get too excited. Nangong Ro pretended not to notice and glared relentlessly at the group of outer sect disciples who were mocking Zhang Jiga. "Junior brother Jiang, you said I was asking about the meaning of the word love, so what do you think about this?" At this moment, Ning Qiushui's voice came from above. When everyone heard the sound, they looked and found that she was staring at Zhang Jiga with curiosity. Nangong Ro made such a big noise that Ning Qiushui naturally noticed it. The brother and sister were quite special in Tianyun Pavilion. Not only did she know them, but she had also met them several times unexpectedly. The first person to raise objections to the song Yuanyang would be Zhang Jiga. The young man in purple was even more surprised that Ning Qiushui actually knew Zhang Jiga. It seemed that he was not just an ordinary outer disciple. Zhang Jiga felt ashamed when he heard this. He stood up, bowed to Ning Qiushui and said, "I'm sorry, senior sister Qiushui, I have too little experience and don't understand love, let alone how to solve it." He didn't lie, he just saw what Ning Qiushui was thinking and had no way to help Ning Qiushui resolve her emotional knot. As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of whispers in Tingyu Pavilion. Nangong Ro gritted her teeth in anger. Although she couldn't hear clearly, she knew that this group of people must be mocking Zhang Jiga. Ning Qiushui couldn't help but feel disappointed. She sighed and asked, "If that's the case, how did you figure out that there was love hidden in the song of Mandarin ducks?" "Senior sister Qiushui, I am just a layman and cannot understand the music. I just happened to see the sadness in your eyes." Zhang Jiga had a complicated expression. He actually hoped that he could be immersed in the touching love in the Mandarin duck song like everyone else. It's a pity that he couldn't do it. Now he only had Nangong Ro in his eyes. Chapter 23, Mandarin Ducks Separate O? So what? Ning Qiushui's eyes flashed slightly. When Zhang Jiga played the piano, he focused on her rather than the sound of the piano, which was enough to show that Zhang Jiga was different from others. The purple-clothed young man and others were also confused. Just by looking at a hint of sadness, could Zhang Jiga tell what Ning Qiushui was thinking? Zhang Jiga thought for a moment and replied, "Your eyes are sad, but you play a song of Mandarin ducks. If it's not about love, then what else can it be?" Junior brother does have a poem that complements what senior sister is thinking. What poem? Ning Qiushui stared at Zhang Jiga closely, feeling a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Not only her, all eyes in Tingyu Pavilion were focused on Zhang Jiga, only Nangong Ro looked confused. Isn't Zhang Jiga a big fool? Why can he understand other women's minds so well? When all the makeup is gone, the innocence is revealed, which means the love between Mandarin ducks. I regret that I can't have the wine I like, and everything is still new when I look down on you. It's a pity that I've wasted the springtime by the window, thinking of finding my lover. After listening to Zhang Jiga's recitation, Ning Qiushui was stunned. This poem may seem ordinary, but as Zhang Jiga said, it perfectly matches what she was thinking. I was standing far away and couldn't hear clearly. What does his poem mean? It probably means that Fairy Ning has a beautiful face but cannot find a lover, so she can only lament the passing of her youth. That's not right. This guy said before that Fairy Ning was asking about the meaning of love. Then, this poem about Mandarin ducks must be. After figuring out the meaning of the poem, everyone present was stunned. Could it be that when Ning Qiushui played the song Mandarin Ducks, she was not singing the praises of the touching love in the artistic conception, but was telling everyone that she also wanted to have such a beautiful love? Before everyone could react, Ning Qiushui suddenly stood up from her seat and walked towards Jiang Jiga with light steps. She smiled like a flower and said softly, "Junior brother, you understand me so well, how could you not understand the meaning of love?" Jiang Jiga's heart trembled, and he hurriedly took 2 steps back, leaned forward, and bowed, saying, "Junior brother, I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? You really don't understand romance." Ning Qiushui frowned slightly. "It has come to this, and Jiang Jiga is still pretending to be stupid. To put it bluntly, she fell in love with Jiang Jiga." Looking back on Ning Qiushui's life, the only man who could understand her so well and dedicate a poem to her was Jiang Jiga. Putting this premise aside, Jiang Jiga looks good and would definitely be a handsome young man after dressing up. As for cultivation talent, Ning Qiushui himself has average talent and is still at the spiritual martial realm. Jiang Jiga might not be a child of destiny, but he was a humble and modest person, and he was well known in Tianyun Pavilion for his hard work in cultivation. She had always admired him. Age is even less of a problem. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many couples who are dozens or even hundreds of years old. The two of them are only 20 years apart. Everyone present was heartbroken. The goddess they had been thinking about actually took the initiative to confess her love to a loser in the body refining stage. The young man in purple had a gloomy look on his face, his eyes fixed on Jiang Jiga. He has always been arrogant. When did he ever think that he would be no match for a useless guy in the body refining stage? If he hadn't been concerned about being in Tianyun Pavilion, he might have attacked Jiang Jiga directly. "Bad sister. My brother is mine, you are not allowed to take him away." Jiang Jiga was about to say something when Nangong Ro suddenly rushed forward and stood in front of him. Ning Qiushui's expression hesitated for a moment. Wasn't it a good thing for Nangong Ro that she fell in love with Jiang Jiga? Jiang Jiga winked and pretended to be displeased. "Roar, don't be rude." Although he had never thought of accepting Ning Qiushui, she was a beauty known as a fairy after all. It was embarrassing enough to be rejected. How could he save face if Nangong Ro also acted up? Unexpectedly, Nangong Ro seemed not to notice Jiang Jiga's look, and cried out with grievance on her face, "You are mean to me? You are mean to me for this bad woman? Brother, do you not want Roar anymore?" As she spoke, she hugged Jiang Jiga's arm tightly, looking so pitiful that everyone present felt pity for her. Liu Tianjiao next to him was shocked. It seemed that Nangong Ro's dependence on Jiang Jiga was even deeper than he imagined. "Roar, don't cry. Brother doesn't abandon you." Jiang Jiga suddenly panicked and reached out to wipe away Nangong Ro's tears. He never thought that his words would make Nangong Ro so uncomfortable. Ning Qiushui suddenly had a complicated expression on her face as she stared at the brother and sister quietly. She could see that Nangong Ro had a special feeling for Jiang Jiga. "Senior sister, no need to explain, I understand." Ning Qiushui raised her bare fingers and pressed them against Jiang Jiga's lips. Seeing Nangong Ro crying, Jiang Jiga was only concerned with comforting Nangong Ro and completely forgot about her. What's the use of having stunning beauty in front of a man like this? Since Jiang Jiga has someone else in his heart, he might as well stop the loss in time, and there is no need to humiliate himself. Witnessing the intimate behavior of the two, before the purple-clothed young man and his group could react, Nangong Ro collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. "Bad senior sister. Bad senior sister. Roar will ignore you from now on." Ning Qiushui looked helpless and released her fingers that were pressing on Jiang Jiga's lips. "Roar, you." Jiang Jiga suddenly felt torn and didn't know how to comfort Nangong Ro, who was throwing a tantrum. Everyone present was speechless. Didn't Ning Qiushui just touch Jiang Jiga's lips? They were also a little unhappy, but they didn't care as much as Nangong Ro. "Forget it, junior brother, we'll meet again if we're lucky." Ning Qiushui shook his head, turned and left. The relationship between Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro was so deep that she had no right to interfere. Seeing Ning Qiushui's lowly back, many people in Tingyu Pavilion felt distressed, and some even thought of asking Jiang Jiga to accept Ning Qiushui. That would mean they would lose the goddess, but they had no chance of getting involved with Ning Qiushui anyway. Rather than letting the goddess be sad, it would be better for Jiang Jiga and Ning Qiushui to be together. Jiang Jiga felt guilty when he saw this. He temporarily put down the throwing tantrum Nangong Ro and bowed again, saying, "Sister, the world is vast and there will always be someone who is more satisfactory than me." Ning Qiushui paused, she was silent for a while, and asked, "Junior brother, does the previous poem have a name?"
Jiang Jiga was stunned and replied, "Not yet, junior brother, since this poem was given to me, how about I give it a title, Yuan Yangsen?"
As senior sister said, since it is a gift to senior sister, it is entirely up to senior sister to decide how she likes it.
Jiang Jiga didn't care at all.
It was just a poem and the name was not important at all, and Ning Qiushui said nothing more after hearing this, picked up the Yaoqian and left Tingyu Pavilion. Jiang Jiga secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Qiushui gave up so easily, so she probably didn't care that much about him. Inside the Zhangyang Palace, everyone held back their laughter when they saw Nangong Ro rolling around in the light and shadow as a young girl, and they didn't dare to look back at Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro's pretty face flushed, and she turned her head away, unwilling to look directly at herself. Back then, in the eyes of others, she is cute, but in her own eyes, this is a lifelong shame. But this unspeakable thing was actually trapped in the sky chain and released to various places in the heaven. Chapter 24. It depends on the personas. It grew darker. After Ning Qiushui left Tingyu Pavilion, Jiang Jiga and the other two decided to go back to their respective homes and reunite another day. Jiang Jiga was in the outer gate and Nangong Ro was in the inner gate. Although they lived in different mountains, they were not far apart and they were heading home the same way. However, Lu Tianzhou is a true disciple and lives on a mountain all by himself, which is a completely different path from that of his brother and sister walking on the road. Nangong Ro lost her previous playfulness. She had a gloomy face and didn't say a word the whole time. It was obvious that she was still sulking.
"Rower, don't be angry, come and see what this is."
Jiang Jiga was quite helpless. Nangong Ro was too dependent on him and would become jealous once he had contact with other women. Over the past 7 years, this dependence not only resulted in Nangong Ro having no friends, but also made Jiang Jiga have little social connections in the sect. Nangong Ro snorted lightly and turned her head to glance at what Jiang Jiga was holding. It was a plum blossom hairpin with crimson stamens and pink petals.
Not only was it elegant in style, it also had a faint floral fragrance lingering around it. Seeing the hairpin, Nangong Ro suddenly turned from anger to joy and asked, "Wow!
Brother, how did you know I like this?" This item is called the March Spirit hairpin, and she had set her eyes on it several months ago. Unfortunately, the bald elder said that the hairpin has the effect of clearing the mind and nourishing the spirit, and can also slightly increase the speed of cultivation, so the price is as high as 35 spirit stones. Nangong Ro had hardly ever done any missions for the sect, and her daily expenses were all covered by her monthly salary and the spirit stones given by Jiang Jiga. The hair accessories that cost 35 spirit stones were too expensive for her, so she gave up on it at that time. Today, I happened to pass by Wanbao's shop and saw the March Spirit hairpin again. I was moved. I didn't expect that Jiang Jiga would secretly buy it. Keep it. It will look beautiful on you. Jiang Jiga chuckled. To him, Nangong Ro's thoughts were very easy to understand. Brother, the March spiritual hairpin is so expensive. Where did you get the spiritual stones?
Nangong Ro didn't think much about it and immediately took the hairpin and tried it on her hair.
You forgot that my brother can earn 5 more spirit stones every month by taking care of the spirit herbs. If I can save some by completing the sex tasks, it will be no problem to buy a hairpin. Jiang Jiga didn't want Nangong Ro to use the spirit stones just because she had them, so he had been saving them for emergencies. Nangong Ro nodded.
She put on the hairpin and showed it to Jiang Jiga.
She smiled and asked, "Brother, does it look good?"
"It looks good, of course it looks good."
Jiang Jiga smiled and nodded. He always thought that his sister was very cute and the hairpin was just the icing on the cake. Brother is the best to me after all. Nangong Ro giggled and moved closer to hug Jiang Jiga's arm.at. That time, she did not ask Jiang Jiga to buy it directly because she thought it was too expensive and did not want her brother to spend money. Now that Jiang Jiga secretly gave her this surprise, she was much happier than if he had bought it directly. On the other side, Lu Tianzhou, who was walking on his way home, suddenly stopped. He took out the moon breath blade from his storage ring, and after much thought, he decided to give it to Nangong Ro, otherwise the more than 100 spirit stones would be wasted. Since junior sister Nangong doesn't want to accept it, can I ask brother Jiang to pass it on for me? Lu Tianzhou patted his head. Why did he think of it only now? In his opinion, Nangong Ro actually liked Yueshi blade very much. She only concealed her desire because the gift was expensive. otherwise, she would not have shown such an expression in front of Wanbao's shop. Nangong Ro would definitely not be reserved in front of her brother if she asked Jiang Jiga to pass it on when she receives her favorite spiritual weapon. Won't Nangong Ro's affection for herself increase even more? Thinking of this, Lu Tianjiao became excited and immediately used his martial arts to run in the opposite direction. After a moment, Nangong Ro seemed to remember something. She touched the marked spiritual hairpin on her head and asked in confusion, "By the way, didn't that Lu Tianjiao think that I liked that green sword and bought it for me?" From what you said, it should be." Jiang Jiga was stunned. The sword was completely opposite to Nangong Ro's preference. He didn't react at that time. Now that I think about it, if it wasn't because Nangong Ro liked the moon breath blade, why would Lu Tianjiao inexplicably run to Wanbao's shop to buy a priceless spiritual weapon for her? If I had known this, I should have let you accept it. It's a waste of other people's kindness. Jiang Jiga felt a little ashamed. At that time, he thought that Lu Tianjiao wanted to show off his financial strength to Nangong Ro, and he even ridiculed Lu Tianjiao for it. Nangong Ro looked disapproving, curled her lips and said, "What good intentions, that broken sword is so annoying, I don't want it." "It's not a question of like or dislike," Jiang Jiga gave a wry smile. He naturally understood Nangong Ro. He was not the type to wield swords and guns, and had a natural aversion to weapons. Moreover, because Jiang Jiga stayed in the spiritual medicine garden all day, he hated the color green. Lu Tianjiao's moon-breathing blade combined the two characteristics that Nangong Ro hated the most now. The reason why she was able to politely reject Lu Tianjiao so kindly at that time was simply because they were not familiar with each other. Otherwise, even if it was Jiang Jiga who sent the Yueshi blade, he would definitely be scolded by Nangong Ro. I don't care. Whoever wants the broken sword can have it. I just want my spiritual hairpin." Nangong Ro shook her head like a rattle and touched the marked spirit hairpin on her head with fondness as she spoke. Jiang Jiga showed helplessness, touched Nangong Ro's head lovingly, and sighed softly, Okay, whatever Rora likes." At this rate, he estimated that Lu Tianjiao would have to put in a lot of effort to pursue Nangong Ro. Jiang Jiga didn't think much about it. It was normal that it was difficult to pursue his sister. If Lu Tianjiao didn't even have this much perseverance, he should just think that he had chosen the wrong person. Not far away, Lu Tianjiao was standing there with the moon breath blade in his hand. Although he only heard the last sentence, he could guess that the broken sword that Nangong Ro mentioned must be the moon breath blade that he had placed great hope in. Just a second ago, for the spiritual hairpin that Nangong Ro loved very much, Lu Tianjiao happened to have seen it before when he was in Wanbaopu. A spiritual weapon worth hundreds of spiritual stones is not as good as a useless hairpin. No one would believe it if you told them, and Lu Tianjiao was no exception. Spiritual weapons can be used to increase strength or even save lives, while hairpins can only be used as decorations. The status of the two cannot be compared at all. Thinking about how Nangong Ro cared about Jiang Jiga in Tingyu Pavilion, Lu Tianjiao subconsciously thought that it depends on the person. Lu Tianjiao looked at the moon breath blade with an unwilling look on his face, and murmured, "If it was Brother Jiang who gave out the moon breath blade, I'm afraid junior sister Nangong would be happier. It doesn't matter what gift you give, what matters is who gives the gift." Obviously, in Nangong Ro's heart, he is probably not even as important as a hair of Jiang Jiji. Lu Tianjiao felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife and he tightly gripped the moon breath blade. "Brother Jiang, I won't give up." Chapter 25. Ning Qiushui. Inside the Zhangyang Palace, Yun frowned slightly and looked at Nangong Ro thoughtfully. If he remembered correctly, Nangong Ro had mentioned before that she didn't like the color green. Nangong Ro looked dazed. If Jiang Jiga's memory scene had not appeared, she would have almost forgotten that she hated green because Jiang Jiga was always busy caring for green spiritual herbs in the spiritual medicine garden and had no time to play with her. In the light and shadow picture, after Jiang Jiga accompanied Nangong Ro to her residence, he had just walked a short distance when he suddenly heard a faint sound of piano nearby. It's already night, who's playing the piano? Jiang Jiga couldn't resist his curiosity and went to the place where the music was playing. The main thing is that the piano music is beautiful and pleasant, and there is a sense of déjà vu. He quickly found the source of the piano sound, which came from a courtyard located on the mountainside. Compared with other pavilions, this courtyard is more exquisite, with gurgling streams and flowers and plants everywhere. It is obvious that it is the residence of an inner disciple with more experience and elegance. Jiang Jiga jumped onto the courtyard wall and followed the sound to find the person playing the piano. She was a beautiful lady in a green dress with her face covered with gauze. In the dim night, her graceful figure made people imagine something else. Senior sister Qiushui, Jiang Jiga was stunned. The person playing the piano was Ning Qiushui, whom he had said goodbye to in Tingyu Pavilion before. This time, she was playing music alone in the courtyard. There was a hint of sadness in the sound of the piano, as if she was sighing or confessing something. After a while, the piano piece was finished. Ning Qiushui sat still and asked leisurely, "Junior brother, since you are here, why don't you show up and have a chat?" Zhang Jiga suddenly came to his senses. After hesitating for a while, he jumped off the courtyard wall and walked to Ning Qiushui. "Junior brother Zhang Jiga, nice to meet senior sister Qiushui." Zhang Jiga was secretly nervous. In fact, he wanted to escape. After all, if he broke into the courtyard of the female disciples at night, he would definitely be punished by Elder Xingfeng if he told others about it, but he had already been discovered by Ning Qiushui, and running away would make him look like a guilty thief. Ning Qiushui's expression revealed a hint of amusement, and he teased, "Junior brother, you rejected me twice before, and now you break into my garden at night. What's the reason?" "Senior sister, you misunderstood me." Don't rush to explain, answer me a question first." Ning Qiushui raised her hand to interrupt. She guessed that Zhang Jiga would accompany Nangong Ro back to the female disciple's residence, so she played the piano in the middle of the night to attract him over. "Excuse me, senior sister." Zhang Jiga cupped his hands and said that as long as he was not reported to Xingfeng, everything would be fine apart from anything else. If Nangong Ro knew about this, how would he, as a brother, still have any face? "Junior brother, when did you and junior sister Nangong meet?" Ning Qiushui stared at Zhang Jiga closely. The two had different surnames, so it was most likely that they were not biological siblings. Zhang Jiga didn't notice the hidden meaning in Ning Qiushui's words. He looked emotional and answered seriously, 7 years ago, one winter. I still remember that winter 7 years ago. Nangong Ro was simply a gift from God to him. Zhang Jiga lost both his parents when he was young, and the old beggar who took him in also died when he was 6 years old. He has almost never experienced family love and never thought that he would have a sister who trusted him. That winter, it seemed that Zhang Jiga gave Nangong Ro a support, but in fact it was Nangong Ro who warmed the dark world in his heart, and this is also the reason why Zhang Jiga risked his life to protect Nangong Ro. In his opinion, Nangong Ro is not only his salvation, but also his only one. Ning Qiushui's heart tightened when he heard this, and he pretended to ask casually, "Well, junior sister Nangong is as beautiful as a fairy, and many male disciples in the sect admire her. What do you think of this, junior brother?" Although she had expected it, she still couldn't help but feel a little nervous after hearing it with her own ears. With a little thought, one can guess that since the two are not biological siblings, and Nangong Ro has feelings for Zhang Jiga, they may be siblings in name only, but actually a pair of Taoist lovers with deep affection. "What do you think?" "What else can I think? My sister is loved by others, so I am happy for her." Zhang Jiga laughed in silence. He was not as naive as Nangong Ro. He couldn't be jealous that other men would snatch his sister away, right? Compared to relying on her brother, marriage between the two families and the phoenix crown and bridal robe are the real beauty. Ning Qiushui couldn't help but feel happy. From what Zhang Jiga said, he knew that he was different from Nangong Ro. He only had pure brotherly love for his sister. Zhang Jiga's rejection of me before was probably simply because they were not familiar with each other and I couldn't accept his sudden affection to in this way. He only needs to deal with Nangong Ro, and he will be able to marry Zhang Jiga sooner or later. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Zhang Jiga looked puzzled. Why did Ning Qiushui suddenly look so happy? Ning Qiushui coughed twice, his expression became serious, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Zhang Jiga, you were so bold to break into the courtyard of the inner sect female disciples at night." "Sister, I can explain." Explain? Are you telling me that you climbed over my wall in the middle of the night without my permission?" "Brother Zhang, if I tell your sister about this, you, as her brother, will not be able to hold your head up high." Ning Qiushui's eyes were cunning. She knew that as long as Nangong Ro was mentioned, Zhang Jiga would definitely give in. Hearing the second half of the sentence, Zhang Jiga immediately realized that Ning Qiushui had other intentions, and said with a wry smile, "Senior sister, you should just speak frankly." Ning Qiushui smiled and said, "In 3 days, I need to go to Baihai Mountain to complete the task of picking lingshu grass. You will help me then." Originally, after seeing Nangong Ro's feelings, she had planned to give up Zhang Jiga. But now, she knew that Zhang Jiga had no extra feelings for Nangong Ro, and it was very likely that Nangong Ro was just having a one-sided love for him.
Naturally, she had no reason to miss such a suitable young hunk. So what if the relationship between the brother and sister is good? Jiang Jiga only treats Nangong Ro as a sister, and it is basically impossible for that kind of development to happen. Even if Nangong Ro wanted Jiang Jiga to fall in love with her stunning beauty, could she not be defeated by a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love? That's okay. Jiang Jiga had no choice but to agree. Who knows if Ning Qiushui would really exaggerate the matter and tell Nangong Ro. If that were the case, even if he explained it clearly afterwards, Nangong Ro would definitely still be unhappy. The demon emperor is really lucky. How can a mere outer disciple win the favor of the most beautiful woman in the sect? I've never heard of the rumor that the demon emperor has a Taoist partner. This Ning Qiushui must have been humiliated. Speaking of which, the demon emperor was born a beggar. How could he recite a poem when he was in Tingyu Pavilion? You probably didn't read it carefully before, because you have never touched a book before. During the 7 years that the demon emperor was in Tianyun Pavilion, in addition to practicing, caring for spiritual herbs, and accompanying Fairy Nangong, he also read books. Some people suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. They remembered that in the light and shadow scene, when Nangong Ro went to find Jiang Jiga to watch the sect competition, Jiang Jiga was squatting in the spiritual herb garden tending to the spiritual herbs, but he still held a book in his hand. It's just that this detail is too small and many people didn't notice it. Nangong Ro sighed with regret. Jiang Jiga practiced hard back then, but she never understood. She just felt that his practice delayed Jiang Jiga from accompanying her. Now that I think about it, Jiang Jiga had mediocre talent, so he practiced so hard probably to protect his sister. Chuyun glanced at Nangong Ro and suddenly felt an inexplicable worry. He could sense that Nangong Ro's feelings towards Jiang Jiga were no longer as hateful as before. Nangong Ro began to doubt the truth of what happened that year, and Chuyun also began to worry that Nangong Ro would really turn against her. If Nangong Ro really turned to Jiang Jiga, Chuyun's feelings would not be discussed for now. For a half-emperor realm expert, it would be easy for him to rescue Jiang Jiga in public without the intervention of the great emperor. By then, Chuyun would not only not be able to win the beauty, but would also miss the opportunity to kill the demon emperor. Chapter 26. Just a sister. 3 days later, we reached the star-picking peak. Jiang Jiga prepared to rush to the agreed place to meet Ning Qiushui before dawn. But if he left too late, when Nangong Ro came looking for him, he might not be able to meet Ning Qiushui easily. In order to prevent Nangong Ro from worrying, Jiang Jiga left a note in the room. However, as soon as he closed the door and walked out of the yard, he ran into Nangong Ro. Where are you going so early, brother? Nangong Ro looked puzzled. At this time in the past, Jiang Jiga must have been practicing in the room. Jiang Jiga secretly thought that something was wrong, and forced a smile. I'm going to carry out the sex mission. By the way, Roar, why did you come to see me so early today? For some reason, facing Nangong Ro at this moment, he actually felt like a guilty thief. Nangong Ro's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said excitedly, "Sect mission? Do you need to go out? I want to go too." Due to the appearance of Ning Qiushui, she felt a sense of crisis earlier than Jiang Jiga. After thinking about it all night last night, she still felt that she needed to take action as soon as possible to let Jiang Jiga understand her feelings. And now, if there is a sect mission that requires going out and involves a certain degree of danger, it might give Nangong Ro an opportunity to reveal her feelings to Jiang Jiga. Jiang Jiga looked embarrassed and advised, "Rower, this time it will be very dangerous, you'd better not follow." Ning Qiushui told him to find a magical medicine and ask him to help him, but how could he not understand what Ning Qiushui was actually thinking? If Nangong Ro went along with him, she would definitely get angry when she saw Ning Qiushui, which might even make Ning Qiushui unhappy as well. The main reason was that Jiang Jiga himself was also quite attracted to Ning Qiushui, and thought that Nangong Ro's past would have some influence on him. After all, Ning Qiushui is the most beautiful woman in Tianyun Pavilion. Faced with her active display of affection, few men in the world would remain indifferent. The reason why Jiang Jiga rejected Ning Qiushui in Tingyu Pavilion at that time was purely because the two of them did not have much affection for each other, and he thought that Ning Qiushui might just be in a spur-of-the-moment manner. Now that Ning Qiushui is willing to humble herself and take the initiative to create opportunities to cultivate their relationship, Jiang Jiga has no reason to still resist stubbornly. As for Nangong Ro, it's not like he couldn't protect Nangong Ro just because he had a Taoist partner. Nangong Ro seemed to have noticed something, and looked Jiang Jiga up and down, wondering, "Brother, why do I feel like something is wrong with you?" Jiang Jiga swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. What's wrong? There's something wrong with you. Tell me, are you planning to have a tryst with senior sister Qiushui behind my back? Nangong Ro's face darkened slightly.
Jiang Jiga understood her, so how could she not understand Jiang Jiga? Jiang Jiga had never shown a guilty expression in front of her before, but now he looked shy, and it was probably because he was going on a tryst or something. Seeing that Nangong Ro had guessed halfway, Jiang Jiga couldn't lie anymore. He scratched his head and replied, "Senior sister Qiushui and I have only known each other for a short time.
We didn't have a tryst.
She just went to Baihai Mountain to look for medicine and needed my help. He has been collecting herbs in the spiritual medicine garden all year round, so the reason he came to help find herbs is actually reasonable." Hearing Jiang Jiga's admission, Nangong Ro suddenly felt betrayed. Her eyes were red and she shouted angrily, "Looking for medicine?
She asked you to accompany her. Do you think I don't understand what she is thinking?"
Jiang Jiga's expression froze, and he was a little slow to react. Nangong Ro's hysterical look at this moment was completely different from the naughty and cute sister he had in mind.
Don't think I'm always a child. You must understand what she means. Why don't you refuse her?
But Roar, why should I refuse? Jiang Jiga looked at Nangong Ro helplessly.
Nangong Ro was so emotional now that he couldn't guess the reason at all. Jiang Jiga could understand Nangong Ro's previous tantrum in Tingyu Pavilion, because that was her character.
She was probably just throwing a tantrum because she was afraid that others would take her brother away from her, but now Nangong Ro looked as if she was completely disappointed in him, which was why she asked such heartbreaking questions. Nangong Ro froze in place, not knowing how to refute for a moment. Yes, Jiang Jiga has never had a confidant. If a beautiful woman takes the initiative to show her affection, why should he refuse? As a younger sister, I should be happy for my brother. Why am I so angry at Jiang Jiga? Nangong Ro lowered her head, clenched her fists and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, you shouldn't refuse.
It's my fault.
I shouldn't lose my temper with you." As she spoke, she could no longer hold back her tears, and turned and ran away sobbing. In front of Jiang Jiga, she will always be a younger sister who never grows up, but she is no longer the little girl who knew nothing 7 years ago. Earlier at Tingyu Pavilion, when Nangong Ro saw Ning Qiushui taking the initiative to show goodwill, she actually made a scene on purpose to confuse the two of them. She thought the matter was over, but she never expected that Jiang Jiga had that intention. Himself, how could Nangong Ro not feel heartbroken and angry? However, when she saw Jiang Jiga's confused look, she realized that she was just a younger sister.
Why should she stop her brother from finding happiness? Roar!
Jiang Jiga stretched out his hand to try to keep him, but this time Nangong Ro really didn't want to see him, and she left at a speed that he, who was in the body refining stage, could not catch up with. Jiang Jiga withdrew his hand stiffly and stood there with a complicated expression. Seeing Nangong Ro running away crying, he suddenly felt empty in his heart. "I can't express the pain and guilt I feel." "Roar, if you have anything to say, you can just tell your brother," Jiang Jiga sighed. After knowing each other for so many years, this was the first time he didn't quite understand Nangong Ro. "It makes me really anxious." Even at this time, the Demon Emperor still can't realize Fairy Nangong's feelings. When Fairy Nangong first fell in love, the other party was her brother, so she was naturally shy to express her feelings. He actually thought that if there was anything he could say, he could just say it to him directly? Yes, if this kind of thing could be said directly, Fairy Nangong would have said it long ago. That Ning Qiushui is not a good person either. He knew that Fairy Nangong had deep feelings for the Demon Emperor, but he still wanted to mess up their relationship. Seeing Nangong Ro running away crying, everyone in the hall felt heartbroken. Although everyone knew that Jiang Jiga had deep feelings for Nangong Ro, everyone who knew Nangong Ro's feelings naturally wanted to see the two of them become Taoist companions rather than a brother-sister relationship.
Nangong Ro, why were you so blind to fall for this idiot back then? Nangong Ro gritted her teeth. Jiang Jiga was indeed a bastard.
Her heart was full of Jiang Jiga back then, but Jiang Jiga was still thinking about other women. Chuyan's face looked grim, and he didn't know what to say. Although everyone in the hall was denouncing Jiang Jiga, he always felt uncomfortable. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that compared to his current relationship with Nangong Ro, everyone in the hall had hoped that Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro could get married back then. After all, as a spectator, it is really a pity to witness a pair of unrelated siblings going through so much but not being able to be together.
It doesn't matter.
Jiang Jiga eventually betrayed Sharo, and by then this expectation would only turn into hatred. Shu Yun comforted himself in his heart. He knew that as long as the outcome did not change, Zhang Jiga would not pose a threat to him. Perhaps Chu Yun himself did not react. At this moment, he no longer had much desire to kill the evil demon towards Zhang Jiga. Instead, he regarded Zhang Jiga more as a love rival. Chapter 27 Brothers' Duties. Although he couldn't catch up with Nangong Ro, Zhang Jiga was very familiar with Tianyun Pavilion and knew Nangong Ro very well, so it was not difficult for him to find her location. Not long after, we arrived at Chuyun Peak and Duanyang Cliff. As soon as Zhang Jiga climbed to the cliff, he heard Nangong Ro crying behind a tree. He shook his head inside, then walked around the trees and sat next to Nangong Ro. Rower, if you have something on your mind, you can tell your brother. How can you hide and cry alone? Zhang Jiga reached out to wipe Nangong Ro's tears, but she ruthlessly slapped his hand away. Asshole! Aren't you going to look for your senior sister Qiushui? Why are you looking for me? Nangong Ro turned around and was unwilling to face Zhang Jiga. Tears flowed down her face like a stream, her face full of grievance and sadness. What else could she be worried about? It was all because of Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga sighed again. Nangong Ro looked like she obviously didn't want to explain to him. Rower, as long as you don't cry, I won't go looking for senior sister Qiushui, okay? Zhang Jiga looked helpless. Since Nangong Ro was unwilling to explain or understand him, he could only solve the problem from the root. Although he felt a little sorry for Ning Qiushui, he couldn't let Nangong Ro keep crying. Nangong Ro's crying slowed down after hearing this. She sobbed twice, turned her back to Zhang Jiga and asked in a low voice, "Really?" Nangong Ro didn't want to see other women having contact with Zhang Jiga, but she also understood how excessive it was for her as a sister to stop her brother from finding a marriage partner. Zhang Jiga only has brotherly feelings for Nangong Ro. Does he want to stay single for the rest of his life because of this sister? Zhang Jiga shook his head and smiled, saying, "When has my brother ever lied to you?" Nangong Ro slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Jiga with tears in her eyes. Rower, didn't you agree not to cry? Zhang Jiga looked distressed and reached out to wipe away Nangong Ro's tears. Unexpectedly, Nangong Ro suddenly threw herself into his arms and cried even louder. Roar, Zhang Jiga was about to say something but stopped himself, so he could only reach out and pat Nangong Ro's back. Even now he still doesn't understand what makes Nangong Ro care so much. After a long time, Nangong Ro's crying finally subsided a little. She looked up at Zhang Jiga and asked with a sob, "Brother, you won't abandon Roar in the future, will you?" Zhang Jiga's eyes felt sore when he heard this, and he almost cried along with Nangong Ro. He suppressed his emotions and replied in a low voice, "Roar, don't worry, I only have you as my sister in my life, and I will stay by your side even in death." Zhang Jiga could see that Nangong Ro asked this question very seriously, and she was really afraid of being abandoned by her brother one day. Zhang Jiga accompanied Nangong Ro for 7 years, practicing day and night to improve his skills, and hardly interacted with other people, but he still failed to give Nangong Ro the sense of security she deserved. If a sister starts to worry about being abandoned by her brother, then he is definitely not a good brother. In Zhang Jiga's opinion, he is such a person. Facing the talented and beautiful Nangong Ro, he might not even be worthy of being called a brother. Brother is the best. Nangong Ro burst into laughter and hugged Zhang Jiga tightly. In fact, it wasn't that Zhang Jiga had failed in his duties as a brother, nor was Nangong Ro insecure. She just cared too much about Zhang Jiga, so she was too afraid of losing him. Zhang Jiga didn't say anything either. There was a trace of sadness on his brow and he seemed a little negative. Noticing Zhang Jiga's mood, Nangong Ro thought he was unhappy about Ning Qiushui's affairs. Nangong Ro pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother, it's not good to reject senior sister Qiushui, you should go, but Roar also wants to go." Zhang Jiga hesitated and said, "Roar, but you." Nangong Ro stood up and took Zhang Jiga's hand, saying, "Oh, if we don't go now, senior sister Qiushui will be waiting anxiously. Let's go quickly. She has figured it out." Since Zhang Jiga has her in his heart, why should she be afraid of Ning Qiushui? In terms of appearance, she is not inferior to Ning Qiushui, and in terms of feelings, she is the sister that Zhang Jiga cares about the most. That's okay. Zhang Jiga thought about it for a while and agreed to Nangong Ro. When Ning Qiushui saw Nangong Ro coming over, she might tell her about how he broke into the female disciples' courtyard at night, but it was much better to make Nangong Ro angry than to make her sad. It seems that in the demon emperor's heart, Fairy Nangong is more important. He just doesn't know Fairy Nangong's intentions. Think about it carefully.
The demon emperor has no romantic feelings for Fairy Nangong, but he still gave up Ning Qiushui for Fairy Nangong. This is enough to show how deep his feelings for Fairy Nangong are. Yes, in this case, the demon emperor gave up love for his sister. Everyone in the hall was filled with emotion. If they were to put themselves in Zhang Jiga's shoes, they would certainly not be able to do what Zhang Jiga did. Some people even began to misunderstand Zhang Jiga. For the sake of his sister, he was willing to give up a beautiful Taoist partner who was as pretty as a fairy. The light and shadow scene changed. Lingshou Peak and Crane Garden. Ning Qiushui also arrived early and was feeding the cranes when he had nothing to do. The disciples from the Spirit Beast Peak not far away didn't dare to look at Ning Qiushui for too long and could only glance at her secretly occasionally. Even though Ning Qiushui never wears makeup and her face is covered with a veil, her pair of crystal clear eyes and slender figure are enough to make most men's hearts beat faster. It is rumored that if Ning Qiushui took off her veil, even the moonlight would be eclipsed. The reason why she covered her face with a veil was that she didn't want to cause a sensation every time she went out. At this moment, Zhang Jiga and Nangong Ro arrived late. Ning Qiushui looked over when he heard the voice and found that Nangong Ro had also followed over. His face suddenly turned dark. In fact, she had expected this, but she thought Zhang Jiga should be on guard. But she didn't expect Nangong Ro to follow him anyway. Zhang Jiga came forward, cupped his hands and was about to speak, but Ning Qiushui interrupted him with a faint voice. You are really a piece of wood. How can you have a date with a beautiful woman and have her younger sister by your side? Senior sister Qiushui, please forgive me. Zhang Jiga did not explain, but just bowed and saluted. Nangong Ro crossed her arms and said proudly, Bad sister, you can't take my brother away with me here. Ning Qiushui couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Nangong Ro's attitude, it seemed that she wanted to compete with her for Zhang Jiga based on her strength. Alright, it's getting late, let's go to Bai Hai Mountain first. Ning Qiushui didn't care too much and waved to the cranes next to him. Just as I thought before, with her experience and beauty, how could she be afraid of a little girl? It's a good thing that Nangong Ro came. When she sees how Zhang Jiga is attracted to her, maybe she will give up those unrealistic thoughts about Zhang Jiga. Brothers and sisters are brothers and sisters. Even if they are not related by blood, crossing the line is considered a taboo in human relations. Zhang Jiga regards Nangong Ro as his biological sister. With his personality, how could he accept that his sister fell in love with him? Chapter 28. What is love? In order to fly in the air, one needs at least the vast spiritual power of the Yuanhai realm. Even if one is at the Daozhong realm, it is impossible to stay in the air for a long time. Bai Hai Mountain is hundreds of miles away from Tianyun Pavilion. Even if Zhang Jiga and his two companions rely on their own feet and travel at full speed, it will take them a whole day to get there, so they naturally need the help of a crane. Seeing Ning Qiushui waving, several cranes came over obediently. I want to sit with my brother. Before Zhang Jiga could say anything, Nangong Ro came forward and hugged him. Okay, Roar, you sit in the back. Zhang Jiga didn't think much about it. In the past, when they went out, Nangong Ro would ride on a crane with him. Hearing Zhang Jiga's agreement, Nangong Ro couldn't help but reveal a smug expression to Ning Qiushui. Ning Qiushui smiled calmly, not caring at all. Nangong Ro suddenly felt a little aggrieved when she saw this, as if her fist was hitting cotton. Compared with Ning Qiushui's calmness and maturity, her self-proclaimed victory was like that of a little kid who had grabbed a toy. No, I have to be more mature, otherwise my brother will always treat me like a child. Nangong Ro secretly made up her mind that it was because she was too childish that Zhang Jiga always treated her as a younger sister. Otherwise, how could Zhang Jiga not be tempted when a beautiful woman like a flower sticks to him all day long? Nangong Ro secretly looked at Ning Qiushui a few times and imitated her, putting on a calm and elegant demeanor. Unfortunately, the word elegant is too different from Nangong Ro's personality, and the steps she takes are also out of place. Zhang Jiga's eyelids twitched when he saw this, and he instantly guessed what Nangong Ro was thinking of. He wanted to remind Nangong Ro, but was afraid to say it directly and make her embarrassed. Ning Qiushui, who was not far away, chuckled. Nangong Ro was really like a little kid, and anyone could see what she was thinking at a glance. Ning Qiushui had previously regarded Nangong Ro as a competitor. Now that she thought about it, she was almost ashamed of herself. How can a half-grown kid understand what affection and love are? Nangong Ro is simply inexperienced and usually stays with Zhang Jiga, which is why she develops some ignorant feelings for him. Perhaps Nangong Ro herself didn't know what kind of feelings she had for Zhang Jiga. Noticing the expressions of Zhang Jiga and Ning Qiushui, Nangong Ro also realized that her behavior seemed a little funny.
Her pretty face turned red with shame and she hurriedly retracted her inappropriate steps.
Brother, let's go. Nangong Ro pretended to be calm and jumped onto the crane's back. Jiang Zhiga sighed secretly.
Nangong Ro's expression was quite natural, but her little face was as red as a sunset glow.
Okay, Roar, you have to hold on tight, don't fall like last time.
As an older brother, Jiang Zhiga certainly didn't want Nangong Ro to embarrass herself, so he helped to change the subject. Nangong Ro's face looked better after hearing this, and she pouted and said, Brother, I am now in the spiritual martial realm, and I won't fall down even if I stand upside down on the ceiling. Jiang Zhiga nodded, jumped onto the crane's back, looked at Ning Qiushui and said, Senior sister Qiushui, let's go. Ning Qiushui gently stroked the feathers of the crane beside her when she heard that. The crane immediately understood and lowered its head towards her. Ning Qiushui immediately floated up and sat sideways on the crane's back. Nangong Ro widened her eyes upon seeing this. It was the first time she knew that riding a crane could be so elegant and dignified. Ning Qiushui's posture of sitting sideways on the back of the crane was like a petal blown by the wind, lightly falling on the back of the crane. The process was short and not gorgeous, but it just showed the woman's gentleness, combined with Ning Qiushui's blue and white long skirt and her extraordinary temperament. She is truly a fairy who is not tainted by the world. Noticing Nangong Ro's gaze, Ning Qiushui turned around and waved to her. Nangong Ro gritted her teeth upon seeing this and immediately turned her head away from looking at Ning Qiushui. Although Ning Qiushui's expression could not be seen clearly due to the veil, Nangong Ro believed that Ning Qiushui must be showing off with great pride. Why are you so proud?
I am just a few years older than you. When I grow up in a few years, I will definitely be prettier and more elegant than you.
Nangong Ro was dissatisfied and thought that Ning Qiushui was just pretending to be gentle and dignified in front of Jiang Zhiga, and Ning Qiushui quickly noticed Nangong Ro's thoughts. She glanced at Nangong Ro's chest, which was flatter than a man's, and smiled disapprovingly.
Little girl, the difference between you and me is not just in our inner qualities. When Ning Qiushui was the same age as Nangong Ro, she was not only more well-behaved and sensible than Nangong Ro, but also had a much more outstanding figure than Nangong Ro. With Jiang Zhiga's mature and steady personality, he would definitely prefer a considerate and gentle woman rather than a young and ignorant girl. Inside the Zhangyang Palace, the discussion became quieter, everyone looked at each other, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. To be honest, Ning Qiushui is excellent in all aspects and can indeed be called a fairy. If her beauty behind the veil is not inferior to Nangong Ro, she can even be on par with the current Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro was young and immature back then, and could not be compared with Ning Qiushui at all. If Ning Qiushui were still alive, she might be one of the 10 great beauties in heaven. It's possible. After all, she was the woman who almost made the demon emperor fall in love with her. What are you thinking?
Being ranked among the top 10 beauties in the heavens requires more than just looks.
Ning Qiushui's talent is average.
It would be the best she can live for 700 or 800 years if she reaches the Yuan High realm. Yes, the fairy that was admired by thousands of people back then, I'm afraid she has now turned into a handful of dirt. Everyone in the hall sighed a few times, feeling a sense of loss. Everything comes and goes, and no one can escape birth, aging, sickness and death. Only the great emperor can live as long as the heavens. A stunning fairy like Ning Qiushui, who lived thousands of years ago, in the end, is nothing more than a pile of fleshless dust. Witnessing the embarrassing incident that happened that year, Nangong Ro did not feel embarrassed, but instead showed a look of reminiscence. Senior sister Qiushui, 1,000 years have passed, where on earth have you been? Nangong Ro sighed inwardly. She didn't expect that 1,000 years later, she could still see every little detail of her time with Ning Qiushui. Thinking back to her time in Tianyun Pavilion, Ning Qiushui left a more impressive impression on her than Lu Tianzhou. After the incident at Baihai Mountain that year, Ning Qiushui suddenly stopped coveting Jiang Zhiga and left Tianyun Pavilion shortly afterwards. Even so, even after she was taken away by her clansmen, Nangong Ro still worried day and night that Ning Qiushui would come back and lure Jiang Zhiga into her arms. Looking back now, Nangong Ro's feelings for Jiang Zhiga back then were indeed just the naive emotions of a young girl, but Ning Qiushui had real feelings for her. There was no competition between her and Ning Qiushui at all, but she was hindering Ning Qiushui. If Nangong Ro can think of it now, Ning Qiushui back then must have been able to think of it as well, but Nangong Ro still hasn't figured out why Ning Qiushui gave up Jiang Zhiga inexplicably and why she left without saying goodbye. Chapter 29. Sometimes you have to be innocent. Baihai Mountain, as the name suggests, is home to hundreds of corpses, with monsters rampant in the area and the place extremely dangerous. Every day, People who come here to hunt monsters or look for elixirs die here, according to rumors. There are even terrifying monsters equivalent to the soul-breaking realm in the central area of Baihai Mountain. In order to prevent mortals from mistakenly entering Baihai Mountain, the three major sects including Tianyun Pavilion joined forces to set up a cloud and fog formation, making it difficult for people without spiritual power to take even a single step into Baihai Mountain. About 2 hours later, Zhang Jiga and the other two appeared above Baihai Mountain.
Brother, these mountains look like bones.
Nangong Ro hugged Zhang Jiga tightly from behind and looked at Baihai Mountain with curiosity. Looking down from the perspective of the three people, the endless Baihai Mountains looked like a corpse.
Rower, this is why Baihai Mountain got its name. There are countless monsters living in it. You must follow us closely when we enter the mountain.
Brother, don't look down on me. I'm already in the spiritual martial realm.
Nangong Ro pouted.
If she was protected by Zhang Jiga all her life, then she would be his younger sister all her life. Zhang Jiga was secretly helpless. He actually hoped that Nangong Ro could deal with the monster alone. Ning Qiushui, who was not far away, smiled without saying anything. If a battle really came up, she didn't expect the brother and sister to be of any use. Zhang Jiga is still young, and his cultivation is only at the Lianzong realm.
Although Nangong Ro has just entered the Lingwu realm, she has been growing up under the protection of Zhang Jiga and his master.
Her actual combat ability is probably not as good as Zhang Jiga, who is also at the Lianzong realm. After a while, the three people and two cranes slowly landed on a hillside of Baihai Mountain. Ning Qiushui jumped off the crane, overlooking the vibrant Baihai Mountain jungle, and asked, "Junior brother, do you know what kind of environment Lingshu grass usually grows in?" "It must be a dark, damp place with a certain amount of spiritual energy. Usually, there will be monsters like dragons and black blood bats lurking nearby." Zhang Jiga had already learned about spiritual medicines, and Lingshu grass was a commonly used spiritual medicine in the sect, so he naturally knew something about it. Ning Qiushui nodded, looking like she approved of Zhang Jiga. In fact, she had just casually mentioned a task and wanted Zhang Jiga to accompany her with a legitimate reason. She had never understood the growth environment of Lingshu grass. If Zhang Jiga didn't know about Lingshu grass, the three of them would just have to wander around Baihai Mountain today. Zheng Jiao, Black Bloodbat, they are all monsters that are equivalent to the early or middle stage of the spiritual martial realm when they mature.
It shouldn't be difficult for me to deal with them.
Ning Qiushui pondered secretly. Although her goal was not to complete the sex mission, she had to pretend to do so. After determining the direction of search, Ning Qiushui let the two cranes leave first, and the three of them crossed the hillside and began to go deeper into Baihai Mountain. There are only low-level monsters in the body refining stage in the outer areas of Baihai Mountain. If they want to find the Lingshu grass where the Lingwu realm monsters are lurking, the three of them have to go at least 1 mile deep into the Baihai Mountains. After walking for a while, Ning Qiushui suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at Zhang Jiga and said, "Junior brother, we definitely won't be able to find Lingshu grass in a short time. Why don't we act separately?" But Zhang Jiga glanced at Nangong Ro, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. How could he let Nangong Ro act alone in the dangerous Baihai Mountains? Ning Qiushui waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have 3 soul-piercing stones. As long as you don't leave too far, just inform others in time if you encounter danger." As she spoke, she took out 2 light blue crystals from her storage ring and handed them to Zhang Jiga and Nangong Ro. The soul-piercing stone can sense the specific location of the other party within 10 miles, and can communicate through voice transmission at any time. It turns out that senior sister was well prepared, and junior brother was just stupid. Zhang Jiga bowed, took the 2 soul-piercing stones, and handed one to Nangong Ro. Noticing his actions, Ning Qiushui couldn't help but frown. "Brother, I am a few years older than you, but we are still of the same generation.
Can you please stop being so distant?"
Zhang Jiga's politeness seemed to be a direct statement that Nangong Ro was his relative, and Ning Qiushui was just an outsider. For a woman with feelings in her heart, this unintentional estrangement is too hurtful. Zhang Jiga was stunned, not realizing how he had made Ning Qiushui feel awkward. Nangong Ro shrugged and said helplessly, "My brother is like this, he is very polite to everyone. Even though my master is so frivolous, he will still treat him with courtesy." Ning Qiushui's expression froze when he heard this, and a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. The 3 of them came together on a crane, and she saw how harmoniously Zhang Jiga and Nangong Ro got along. So Zhang Jiga was not being estranged from Ning Qiushui, he was just being polite. However, Nangong Ro is an exception. Ning Qiushui would naturally feel unwilling to use her as a comparison. Ning Qiushui was not discouraged by this. After all, today was just the beginning and she still had a long way to go. Ning Qiushui quickly adjusted her state. She looked up at Zhang Zhiga and said earnestly, "Junior brother, you are a teenager, don't always act like an old man. It's not a bad thing to be innocent and naive occasionally, right?" Ning Qiushui said this and suddenly stretched out her hands and pinched Zhang Zhiga's face. Zhang Zhiga froze, not knowing what to do for a moment. He didn't expect that Fairy Ning, who seemed untainted by the world in the eyes of others, would actually have such a casual side. Looking at Zhang Zhiga, who had a dazed look on his face and let herself pinch his face, Ning Qiushui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Judging from his appearance alone, Zhang Zhiga is clearly a young boy who is not yet grown out of his childishness, but his words and actions are like those of a veteran with rich experience. "Let go. Let go. Bad sister, how could you pinch my brother's face?" Nangong Ro, who was standing next to them, was both angry and anxious, and hurriedly stepped forward to separate the two. Ning Qiushui blinked her eyes and pretended to be innocent. "Stingy guy, I just pinched it lightly." For some reason, when she saw the usually serious Zhang Zhiga looking at a loss, she actually felt a little excited inside, as if she had won a victory. Nangong Ro's face suddenly turned red with anger, and she felt like fighting with Ning Qiushui. If Zhang Zhiga was really a naive boy, when Ning Qiushui pinched his face, others would just think it was the intimacy of an older sister showing to her younger brother, but Zhang Zhiga has always been a mature and steady person. Ning Qiushui suddenly made such an intimate gesture, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous, right? Ning Qiushui didn't care about Nangong Ro's anger. She waved at Zhang Zhiga and said, "Junior brother, if you encounter any danger, remember to notify me in time." As she spoke, she walked briskly and quickly disappeared from their sight. Nangong Ro gritted her teeth. Now that Ning Qiushui was gone, she really had no place to vent her anger. Bad guys. They are all bad guys. Nangong Ro held it in for a long time, and finally could only stomp her feet to vent her anger. After she said that, she glared at Zhang Zhiga and left without saying goodbye. Zhang Zhiga felt helpless. He didn't say a word the whole time, but he still made Nangong Ro angry. Chapter 30. He was once a teenager. Little did he know that it was Zhang Zhiga's inaction that caused Nangong Ro to transfer her hatred to him. Innocent, thinking of Ning Qiushui's words, Zhang Zhiga couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, in his mind, Ning Qiushui should be that kind of noble fairy who is pure and untainted by the world, so he has always felt a sense of distance towards Ning Qiushui. But I didn't expect that Fairy Ning, who made people feel inferior to her, would also play and joke like a friend. Although it is not known whether Ning Qiushui's actions were intentional or unintentional, they did successfully change Zhang Zhiga's impression of her. "What a pity, senior sister, I am already past the age of innocence," Zhang Zhiga sighed with regret. He had been begging since he was young and had experienced all the ups and downs in life. If he had been naive, he would not have lived to this day. What's more, Zhang Zhiga now has a sister who needs protection. That sense of responsibility may be something that others simply cannot understand. Oh my god, this Ning Qiushui, how dare she pinch the Demon Emperor's face like this? Calm down, this is just the Demon Emperor in his teenage years. Even if that's the case, it's too. Everyone who had been fighting hard against the Demon Emperor not long ago found it hard to accept that the dignified Demon Emperor was being pinched on the face so intimately. The contrast was too strong. This is the Demon Emperor, who has killed countless people and controls the heavens. Just a glance from him can make thousands of creatures tremble and crawl on the ground. Even though Zhang Zhiga was about to die, no one dared to get too close to him, but such a Demon Emperor who was feared by all 9 realms had also interacted intimately with women like other ordinary teenagers. Nangong Ro looked at the scene on the light screen and felt a little emotional. Ning Qiushui's actions back then not only changed Zhang Zhiga's impression of her, but also changed the impressions of countless people in the heavenly realm towards Zhang Zhiga. It turns out that the terrifying Demon Emperor once had a kind-hearted youth. Maybe the real him is not as scary as imagined, although it seemed that the 3 of them were acting separately. In fact, only Zhang Zhiga was actually searching for the Lingshu grass. Ning Qiushui had other ideas. As for Nangong Ro, she also wanted to find Lingshu grass and make a contribution to get praise from Zhang Zhiga. Unfortunately, she had no idea what Lingshu grass looked like. After walking for a while, Nangong Ro began to feel bored. What am I doing? I'm not really here to look for Lingshu grass. Nangong Ro really wanted to find Zhang Zhiga, but she came uninvited, and if she hindered Zhang Zhiga from finding Lingshu grass, it would have a bad impact.
But if I don't go find my brother, what am I doing here alone?
Nangong Ro had a conflicted look on her face and kicked the stone at her feet away out of boredom. She looked forward along the stone and suddenly found a cave not far ahead.
There is actually such a big cave?
Maybe. Nangong Ro looked excited and ran over without hesitation. Although she knew that most caves in places like Baihai Mountain were dangerous, Nangong Ro believed that there might be rare treasures there. If she encounters danger, she can just use the mind-piercing stone to notify Jiang Jiga in time. When Nangong Ro ran into the cave, a figure slowly appeared in the corner. It was Ning Qiushui, who was supposed to be in another direction. She walked quickly to the front of the cave, waved her hand and scattered dozens of spirit stones, then formed seals with her hands to set up a formation. After doing all this, Ning Qiushui clapped his hands and said with a wicked smile, "Silly girl, you just stay in there for a while." Her formation was not meant to simply trap Nangong Ro, but to make her wander around unconsciously inside, and afterwards she would feel like she had just taken a stroll in a cave. With Nangong Ro's cultivation level, it is basically impossible for her to break through the formation by herself. She can only wait for Ning Qiushui to take the initiative to lift the formation. Just when Ning Qiushui was feeling proud, a dark shadow suddenly covered her from behind. On the other side, Jiang Jiga was still looking for Lingshu grass seriously. He carefully observed the surrounding environment, not missing any clues. Not long after, Jiang Jiga suddenly noticed a strange mark at his feet, which looked like the marks of a snake crawling, but there were claw marks on both sides, and some fallen ochre scales. Could it be the trace of a dragon passing by? Lingshu grass can have a miraculous effect on a Zhangjiao, causing it to be reborn. Therefore, most Zhangjiao will go looking for a Lingshu grass after they reach adulthood. Since the traces of a Zhangjiao can be seen, there is a high probability that there will be Lingshu grass nearby. Just as Jiang Jiga was about to pick up the scales for a closer look, the soul-piercing stone in his arm suddenly moved. Jiang Jiga's expression changed slightly, and he immediately took out the flashing soul-penetrating stone and injected a small amount of spiritual power into it. "Brother, come and save me," Ning Qiushui's voice came from the heart-piercing stone, weak and anxious, obviously in danger. "Sister, hold on, I'll be there soon." Jiang Jiga tightly grasped the soul-piercing stone and ran towards Ning Qiushui's location at full speed. The two were not far apart, and he hadn't run far when he heard the roar of a monster in front of him. Jiang Jiga dodged and rushed over, only to find that it was a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster covered in red hair. The monster kept growling, and there was a circle of pressure around it that caused the space to vibrate. Ning Qiushui, who was not far away, was controlled by the pressure and could only watch the monster approach little by little. Demon. Jiang Jiga had a solemn expression. This adult bush demon had the strength of an early spiritual martial realm cultivator. It would be difficult for an ordinary cultivator in the middle spiritual martial realm to deal with it, let alone him who was in the organ refining realm. But what Jiang Jiga couldn't understand was why Ning Qiushui was trapped by the demons. She has reached the peak of the spiritual martial realm and is only one step away from the Dao Seed realm. Seeing Jiang Jiga's confusion, Ning Qiushui explained hurriedly, "Junior brother, my skills are restrained by the demons, and it is difficult for me to use my fists and feet. Only you can break through its pressure. Don't worry, senior sister, you will be fine." Jiang Jiga gritted his teeth and immediately rushed towards the range of the demon's pressure. Now is not the time to think about problems, saving talents is the top priority. After entering the realm of pressure, the pressure from the spiritual martial realm swept over him, and Jiang Jiga bent his knees uncontrollably. "It's possible. The pressure didn't make me lose my ability to move instantly." Jiang Jiga gritted his teeth and tried hard to straighten his bent spine. Noticing that he had stepped into the area of coercion, the bush demon turned its head and let out an angry roar. It rushed towards Jiang Jiga like a bull. Jiang Jiga was restricted by the pressure and could not dodge, so he was knocked away on the spot. "Junior brother. I'm fine." Jiang Jiga covered his chest and climbed up with difficulty. He was surprised. He was in the refining organs realm, and was hit so hard by a demon beast in the spiritual martial realm. Logically, he would have vomited blood even if he didn't break any bones. But now he was fine. Chapter 31. This is not the time to be indecisive. Jiang Jiga had never encountered a bush demon before. Could it be that this monster only has a strong pressure but is very weak in itself? Song Mo did not give up and strode towards Jiang Jiga again. Ning Qiushui looked anxious upon seeing this. He stood up and ran over to help, but unfortunately, perhaps because his martial arts was suppressed, he was blown away as soon as he stepped into the area of pressure from the demon. She crashed into a tree trunk in the distance, shattering a tree that was so big that it took 3 people to hug it.
Master, junior brother, you'd better leave quickly.
I'm of no use to you at all. Ning Qiushui fell to the ground, spitting blood, staining her veil red, and she looked extremely miserable. Objectively speaking, Ning Qiushui, who is at the peak of the spiritual martial realm, can't even get close to the demon cluster, and it is almost impossible for Jiang Jiga, who is at the refining organ realm, to defeat the demon cluster alone. Sister, hold on, we still have a chance of survival.
Jiang Jiga looked solemn.
Ning Qiushui's martial arts was restrained, but his was not. The two of them were not doomed to die. Ning Qiushui's fearless behavior seemed to anger the demon. It gave up chasing Jiang Jiga and rushed towards Ning Qiushui with a roar. Seeing this, Jiang Jiga quickly took out the magic sword from his storage ring and stood in front of Ning Qiushui.
Ninefold waves of blue water. Jiang Jiga slashed at Kongmo with several swords, and accompanied by the sound of waves, several light blue spiritual power tides hit Kongmo's chest. The tide of spiritual energy forced the demon to retreat 3 steps, but unfortunately, not only did it fail to injure it, but it completely angered it. Ning Qiushui secretly admired. The manifestation of spiritual power is the characteristic of the Lingwu realm. Jiang Jiga was able to display the 9-layered green waves to such a level in the Lianzhan realm.
It was definitely not a natural talent, but the result of countless days and nights of hard training. Jiang Jiga felt a little depressed. The 9-layered green waves was one of his most powerful moves, but it failed to hurt Song Mo at all. Of the pressure around the demon became even greater, and he let out a piercing roar towards the sky. Before Jiang Jiga could come to his senses, Song Mo suddenly jumped up, clenched his fingers into a fist and smashed towards his head. Jiang Jiga's first reaction was to dodge, but when Song Mo got close to him, the pressure made him feel like he was stuck in a quagmire and unable to move. Jiang Jiga could only temporarily raise his magic sword to block in front of him, but he was blasted away after only holding out for half a breath. Thought he adjusted his landing posture in the air, half knelt on the ground with his sword in hand, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is the battle between the spiritual martial realm and the body refining realm. Jiang Jiga wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the demon that was approaching him. The power gap between him and the bush demon is too big. Even if he is not restrained, it is difficult for him to find an opportunity to defeat the bush demon. Moreover, there was a circle of coercive force around the demon. Once it got close to him, Jiang Jiga couldn't even dodge. Seeing that he was about to be approached by the demons, Jiang Jiga lightly stepped on the ground, jumped back, and put some distance between himself and the demons. That he knew that it was basically impossible to defeat the demon head-on, so he used his speed advantage to create distance between them and then find a chance to rescue Ning Qiushui. Walking crane walk, Ning Qiushui was even more astonished.
The crane walking step was a upper-level yellow-grade body movement technique. It was as powerful as a flying crane and extremely agile. Even she found it difficult to comprehend it, but Jiang Jiga had actually mastered it. Just as Jiang Jiga was thinking about how to escape, Song Mo's speed suddenly increased to a higher level, and his figure turned into a blood-red afterimage and disappeared on the spot.
What?
Jiang Jiga's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously raised his sword to block, but was hit in the back by Song Mo's punch. He was punched directly into the ground and happened to land next to Ning Qiushui. Jiang Jiga was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and he quickly took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Without any hesitation, he endured the pain and climbed up, retracted the magic sword, picked up Ning Qiushui and ran into the forest. Jiang Jiga looked back at the angry and roaring demon and couldn't help laughing. I was still thinking about how to rescue senior sister, but I didn't expect it to take the initiative to give me a chance. Junior brother, your injury. Ning Qiushui looked worried. Jiang Jiga was hit hard by a punch, but he was not concerned about his injury. Instead, he was glad to fall beside her. Jiang Jiga shook his head and smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry, senior sister, it's just a superficial wound. I also took some medicine, fool. Ning Qiushui pursed her cherry lips and lowered her head. Even at this critical moment, Jiang Jiga could still smile, obviously not wanting to make her worry. The demon had no intention of letting the two of them go, and chased after them rapidly like a phantom. Seeing this, Jiang Jiga used all his strength to perform the crane walking step, tapping the air with his feet, hoping to use the complex geographical environment of Baihai Mountain to get rid of the monster. Unexpectedly, the bush demon was like a madman. It would smash any tree or stone it encountered directly. The so-called geographical environment had no effect on it at all. Jiang Jiga's heart skipped a beat. The bush demon was a lazy monster by nature, so it shouldn't have pursued him relentlessly. The mad monsters were so fast that even when Jiang Jiga used his full strength to perform the crane walking step, he was still caught up. Senior sister, you go first, I'll stop it.
But junior brother, Jiang Jiga wanted to let go of Ning Qiushui and let her go first, but Ning Qiushui grabbed his clothes tightly. Senior sister. Now is not the time to be indecisive. Do you want both of us to die here? Jiang Jiga was extremely anxious and wanted to throw Ning Qiushui out. Then you go, I'll stop it. Hearing this, Ning Qiushui wanted to let go of Jiang Jiga to stop the demons, but Jiang Jiga grabbed her clothes again. Senior sister, please help me. I'll be the last one to leave. Your skills are suppressed, so you'll just die if you go over there. I am your senior sister and you are your junior brother. I should be the one to cover the rear. Besides, I was the one in danger in the first place. You don't have to die for me. Ning Qiushui still refused to give in and started arguing with Jiang Jiga directly. Jiang Jiga didn't have time to waste with Ning Qiushui anymore, so he just threw her out. Ning Qiushui, who was thrown into the air, looked dazed and was unable to react for a while. It was not until she saw Jiang Jiga turning around and running back that she woke up from her dream and shouted urgently, Jiang Jiga, you bastard. Ning Qiushui, who should have been seriously injured, easily stabilized his body in midair, turned into a meteor and chased after Jiang Jiga at an incredible speed. Apart from anything else, Ning Qiushui's selfless love is truly precious. That's not right, why do I always feel weird? Yes, he is at the peak of the spiritual martial realm after all. Facing a demon, even if his skills are restrained and he is no match for it, escaping is definitely not a problem. Everyone in the hall felt strange. With Ning Qiushui's speed, it would have been easy for her to escape with Jiang Jiga, but she looked like a pitiful and weak woman. Chapter 32, Vast Sword Technique. Jiang Jiga took out the magic sword, and before being enveloped by the field of coercion, he raised his hand and swung out several sword lights. However, the sword light hit the demon like drizzle and failed to have any effect on its progress. Is there really no hope at all? Jiang Jiga's face looked grim. The difference in strength was too great. It was the first time he encountered such a powerful Lingwu realm monster. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Jiga would have definitely fled, but this time Ning Qiushui was behind him, so he had to let Ning Qiushui escape to a safe area before making any plans. Just as Jiang Jiga was preparing for a desperate fight, the bush demon, which was less than 10 meters away, suddenly lost its pressure, and the red light emanating from its body also dimmed a lot. Jiang Jiga's eyes flashed, and he immediately seized the opportunity, mobilizing all his spiritual power to concentrate it on the spiritual sword. The vastness becomes a sword, the painting becomes a sharp edge, and one sword sweeps in all directions. Jiang Jiga was seen holding the sword in both hands, stomping his right foot on the ground, and swinging out a white sword light that was 6 feet high. The terrifying sword light whizzed past, and the demon that was unable to dodge was cut in half from the middle. Seeing this, Jiang Jiga collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Although he didn't know why the bush demon suddenly became weak, he was not in the mood to think too much about it for the time being. He was only grateful for surviving the disaster. Ning Qiushui walked over slowly. She looked at the corpse of the bush demon that had been broken into 2 pieces and said with admiration, Junior brother, you are really amazing. You have even learned the Kangmang sword technique. There are only 2 moves in the Kangmang sword technique. The grade is not particularly high, but the power is extremely great. It is a treasure among the yellow-level martial arts. Precisely because of this, the Kangmang sword technique is extremely difficult to learn. Super high comprehension is just a threshold, and one also needs to spend time practicing swinging the sword. Looking at the thousands of disciples in Tianyun Pavilion, there are less than 10 who have mastered the Kangmang sword technique, and Jiang Jiga is one of them. Jiang Jiga looked pale and said weakly, Senior sister, you didn't leave. Although the Kangmang sword technique is powerful, it consumes too much spiritual energy for him who is in the refining internal organs realm. If this move fails to kill the demons, he will be the one to die. What are you talking about? You are the one who should run away. You actually threw my senior sister out. You are too cruel. Ning Qiushui put her hands on her hips and looked at Jiang Jiga, not showing any sympathy for him at all. Jiang Jiga supported the spirit sword and sat up with difficulty, saying helplessly, Senior sister, I am just worried that something might happen to you. Ning Qiushui's expression eased a little, and he sighed and said, Silly boy, senior sister is all alone, but you are different. If you die, what will happen to junior sister Nangong? In fact, she wanted to take this opportunity to pretend to be weak and try to rely on Jiang Jiga like Nangong Ro. Unfortunately, Ning Qiushui is not Nangong Ro after all. Seeing Jiang Jiga's stubborn look of only thinking about others, She always feels distressed and angry. When will Jiang Jiga start to think more about himself? Jiang Jiga was silent for a while after hearing this. He looked at the spirit sword in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Senior sister, in fact, I have considered more than once what Rower should do after my death. However, if I abandon you and run away alone, how will Rower look at me?" Ning Qiushui curled her lips and said unhappily, "You can lie, right? Your sister Rower isn't around anyway." According to Jiang Jiga, he protected her so firmly just to avoid being looked down upon by Nangong Ro. Jiang Jiga pinched his chin and pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Why didn't I think of this before? Asshole. Are you really going to abandon me? Senior sister, I was just joking." Seeing Ning Qiushui getting anxious, Jiang Jiga hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Of course, he was just joking. For him, abandoning his companions and running away alone was simply an insult to his personality. Seeing that Ning Qiushui still wanted to pursue the matter, Jiang Jiga quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, senior sister, your injury." When talking about his injury, Ning Qiushui suddenly felt guilty and his eyes became uncertain. "Senior sister, could it be that you, actually, I have serious internal injuries. I am just being strong now." Ning Qiushui covered his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking extremely weak. Jiang Jiga showed worry on his face and was about to go forward to check on Ning Qiushui's injuries when the heart-piercing stone in his arm suddenly moved again. Jiang Jiga's heart skipped a beat and he quickly took out the soul-piercing stone and injected spiritual power into it. "Brother! Brother! Come and help me. I can't beat him." Hearing Nangong Ro's cry for help, Jiang Jiga was so scared that he couldn't hold the soul stone steadily. "Senior sister, you stay here to recover first. I will go to support Rower." Jiang Jiga didn't care that his spiritual power had been exhausted. He left a word and ran towards Nangong Ro, looking at Jiang Jiga's back without even turning his head. Ning Qiushui looked helpless and sighed sadly. What a heartless man, she was injured after all. Isn't Jiang Jiga afraid that she would be in danger again? Outside the cave, Nangong Ro was confronting a ferocious monster with 6 horns, a pitch-black body, and a mouth full of fangs. Not long ago, she wanted to show herself in front of Jiang Jiga, but now she was trembling in fear when facing the monster. The fang-toothed monster seemed to see Nangong Ro's timidity. It let out a strange laugh and quickly rushed towards Nangong Ro with its 6 sharp legs that looked like spider legs. Nangong Ro's face was pale and she kept looking behind her, hoping to see her brother. The moment she hesitated, the fang-toothed monster pounced on her, and its 6 sharp legs stabbed at her like steel knives. Nangong Ro raised her spirit sword in panic to block, but she was too nervous and her sword swinging was without any method or power. Although he managed to avoid getting hurt, he still kept retreating under the attack of the sharp kick. "Ugly freak! Get out of here! Get out of here!" Nangong Ro's eyes were red. She knew that if she continued like this, she wouldn't be able to withstand the sharp kicks within 3 rounds. Thinking about being killed by the Fang monster and never being able to see Jiang Jiga again, or even leaving Jiang Jiga's world forever, Nangong Ro already had the urge to cry out loud. Not long ago, Nangong Ro, who had gained nothing, just walked out of the cave and found a ferocious-looking monster wandering outside. Their current location was not deep into the Baihai mountain. Nangong Ro, who had reached the Lingwu realm, was naturally full of confidence. Instead of running away, she took the initiative to attack the Fang monster. Unexpectedly, the Fang monster was so powerful that it looked like it had only the might of an early spiritual martial realm, but its strength and speed were comparable to that of a mid-spiritual martial realm monster. It beat Nangong Ro so hard that she had no power to resist, and now it had forced her into a desperate situation. Just when Nangong Ro was in despair, a sword light flashed from behind. Clang, there was a sound of metal colliding, and the sharp leg that was about to pierce Nangong Ro was bounced away. Jiang Jiga flashed and stood in front of Nangong Ro, his face extremely solemn. Chapter 33. She is not a child. Corpse-eating steel spider? I'm really lucky today. Although the corpse-eating steel spider does not possess the means of frenzy and pressure field like the bush demon, its speed and strength are superior. Its 6 steel legs can easily pierce the defense of a spiritual martial realm cultivator. It itself is as hard as steel, making it more difficult to deal with than the bush demon. Elder brother? Nangong Ro's face turned pale. She had been looking forward to Jiang Jiga's arrival, but now that she saw Jiang Jiga, she was not happy at all, because the corpse-eating steel spider is too strong. Even if the brother and sister join forces, they have no chance of winning. Jiang Jiga looked calm and said in a deep voice, "Roar, I'll cover you from the front, and you find a chance to attack the steel spider's back." As he spoke, he took out a turquoise green pill and swallowed it, replenishing his depleted spiritual energy as much as possible. The name of the pill is Guling pill, and it is an 8th grade pill. One pill is equivalent to Jiang Jiga's 3-year savings. Although it is very expensive, he bought Guling pill just to deal with this situation.
Brother, do you want to fight? Nangong Ro's heart was pounding.
She had no confidence that she could kill the corpse-eating steel spider. The corpse-eating steel spider did not give Nangong Ro time to hesitate. It rushed over quickly, dancing its 6 steel legs, and making sharp roars from its bloody mouth. Jiang Jiga did not dodge, but held the magic sword in his hand to quickly block the sharp legs of the corpse-eating steel spider.
Roar, if you don't fight, then I won't run away.
After hearing Jiang Jiga's words, Nangong Ro, who was still trembling a second ago, became determined and raised her magic sword to chop at the back of the corpse-eating steel spider. It's not that she didn't want to escape, but she knew that Jiang Jiga would let her go alone first. Neither of them is a match for the corpse-eating steel spider. If Jiang Jiga stays alone, won't he surely die? Jiang Jiga felt secretly helpless. He had already guessed that this would happen. Nangong Ro refused to escape. What else could she do except fight to the death? Most of the body of the corpse-eating steel spider was as hard as steel, except for its back, which was relatively fragile. Unfortunately, Nangong Ro usually neglected to practice, and her sword strike failed to cause much damage to the corpse-eating steel spider. The corpse-eating steel spider let out an angry roar, gave up on the somewhat difficult Jiang Jiga, and stabbed Nangong Ro wildly with its sharp legs. Jiang Jiga drew his sword to stop it, but the defense right in front of the corpse-eating steel spider was the most amazing, and his full-strength sword could only leave a shallow dent. Fortunately, Nangong Ro had some spiritual martial arts skills, and before being pierced by the sharp legs, she used her skills to retreat to a nearby distance. The corpse-eating steel spider that failed to kill Nangong Ro became even more angry, and its sharp legs stabbed at Jiang Jiga like a rainstorm. Jiang Jiga was far behind in strength and speed, and was stabbed with several bloody wounds in an instant. It was difficult for him to protect his vital parts. Elder brother. Nangong Ro was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hurriedly raised her magic sword and wanted to attack the corpse-eating steel spider's back again. However, this time the corpse-eating steel spider was on guard, and before Nangong Ro could get close, it stabbed its sharp leg straight towards her. Nangong Ro's pupils dilated and she felt a chill in her heart. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid it. She is dead this time. Seeing that Nangong Ro was about to be pierced, Jiang Jiga suddenly used the crane walking step to block in front of her. The sharp leg pierced Jiang Jiga's shoulder, bringing up a large amount of blood. Nangong Ro looked dazed and didn't react for a moment. She touched her cheek, which was still stained with warm blood, and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, brother?" Before Nangong Ro could come to her senses, Jiang Jiga suddenly reached out and pushed her out. "Roar, hurry up and go find senior sister Qiushui." Jiang Jiga held the sharp legs tightly to prevent the corpse-eating steel spider from cutting him in half. Seeing that it couldn't kill Jiang Jiga, the corpse-eating steel spider swung its sharp legs and threw him out. Elder brother. Nangong Ro had no intention of running away and ran towards Jiang Jiga crying. Jiang Jiga fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his shoulder wound. He glanced at the corpse-eating steel spider that was charging towards him, and then looked at Nangong Ro who was staggering towards him. "Silly girl." Jiang Jiga gritted his teeth and quickly took out a piece of talisman paper. Just as he was about to activate the talisman paper, Nangong Ro suddenly waved her hand and sent out a stream of spiritual power, destroying his talisman paper. Jiang Jiga stood there in a daze for a moment, not knowing what to do with the next moment. The corpse-eating steel spider raised its 2 sharp legs like steel knives towards him. Nangong Ro dodged in front of Jiang Jiga and was stabbed by the steel knife on the spot. "Ro, roar." Jiang Jiga's face turned pale and his lips were trembling. Nangong Ro turned her back to Jiang Jiga, blood oozing from her mouth, and said weakly, "Brother, you always like to act on your own." The talisman that she erased was called the escape talisman, which could teleport a person to a location 10 miles away. The invisibility talisman is extremely valuable and is a life-saving artifact, but Nangong Ro knows that Jiang Jiga will never give it to her, because Nangong Ro still remembered the scene when Jiang Jiga bought the invisibility talisman 2 years ago. There were 2 invisibility talismans in total. Jiang Jiga bought one. Nangong Ro also wanted to buy one, but he raised his hand to stop her. "Roar, don't you still want to buy a skirt?" The invisibility talisman was too expensive, and after Nangong Ro bought it, she could no longer afford anything else. "But this piece of paper can save my life. My brother with the piece of paper can live, but Roar without the piece of paper will die." Nangong Ro felt aggrieved. If Jiang Jiga didn't buy it, she wouldn't bother to spend money to buy any talisman paper. At that time, Jiang Jiga burst out laughing and said casually, "One is enough, Roar will not die." Jiang Jiga thought Nangong Ro was still young and wouldn't understand, but he didn't know that Nangong Ro had already guessed what he was thinking. Jiang Jiga spent a lot of spirit stones to buy talisman paper, but he didn't buy it for himself at all. Nangong Ro insisted on buying one, but she couldn't persuade Jiang Jiga, so she could only use the spirit stones for other things when faced with danger today. Jiang Jiga knew that he was no match for the corpse-eating steel spider. How could he possibly agree to let Nangong Ro stay and join forces to deal with it? If Jiang Jiga had been more resolute and said a few more words to let Nangong Ro go first, she might not have doubted. However, Jiang Jiga was too abnormal. He let Nangong Ro escape alone without saying a word from the beginning. He had been thinking about finding an opportunity to use talisman paper to send Nangong Ro away, and Nangong Ro had also been on guard against Jiang Jiga acting on his own. Jiang Jiga's eyes were filled with tears, and his emotions were surging like an ocean. After hearing Nangong Ro's words, he realized that perhaps Nangong Ro had guessed that he would do this 2 years ago. If Nangong Ro had not taken precautions in advance, how could she have destroyed the escape talisman in time? Nangong Ro guessed his plan and knew that he would never be able to escape alone, so she chose to be buried here together. At this moment, Jiang Jiga suddenly realized that Nangong Ro was no longer the little girl she was 7 years ago. Unfortunately, it's too late. Everything is too late. To be honest, I feel envious now. Yes, a feeling of being able to die for someone, whether it is affection or love. I have never felt it in my life. Chapter 34. You are too selfish. Why doesn't the Demon Emperor know how to cherish such a heavy heart? Now I just want to know what made the Demon Emperor betray Fairy Nangong. Everyone in the hall was sighing. They were supposed to be a pair of immortal lovers, so why did they end up fighting each other today? A naive, cute, and playful girl turned into an otherworldly fairy with a cold temperament and difficult to approach. A naive boy with a kind personality turned into the notorious and powerful Demon Emperor of the Divine Realm. At this moment, rather than killing Jiang Jiga to vent their hatred, more people wanted him to change his mind and resolve the misunderstanding with Nangong Ro. Unfortunately, just as Jiang Jiga thought back then, everything is too late. He is no longer the naive boy he was back then, and Nangong Ro is no longer the playful girl she was back then. How could the Demon Emperor, who created mountains of corpses and seas of blood, return to the past with the ethereal and elegant fairy Nangong? At this time, everyone in the hall was immersed in the light and shadow scenes, except Xu Yun, who was not paying attention to it. Seeing Nangong Ro's sad face, he was really a little flustered. If this continues, even if the outcome of Jiang Jiga's betrayal does not change, Nangong Ro will not be willing to accept anyone's feelings because she cannot untie the knot in her heart from that year. Xu Yun, who has always had feelings for Nangong Ro, must be the first to be hit. Nangong Ro had such a deep relationship with Jiang Jiga but was betrayed. What reason does she have to accept Xu Yun? Xiao Ro, don't take it seriously. Don't you think this is all too coincidental? Jiang Jiga must have deliberately done this to deepen your feelings for him so that he could firmly control you. Xu Yun was so anxious to discredit Jiang Jiga that he didn't realize that his excuse was a bit lame. Nangong Ro's eyes remained on the light and shadow picture, as if she didn't hear Xu Yun's words. Xiao Ro, don't be fooled by Jiang Jiga, he is. Before Xu Yun finished speaking, Nangong Ro suddenly gave him a cold look. Xu Yun's face turned pale and he staggered back half a step. That look seemed to say, please stop making noise. Our relationship is not good enough for you to point fingers at me. For Xu Yun, who had always valued Nangong Ro very much, this look was undoubtedly the biggest blow to him. Could it be that in Nangong Ro's heart, he is no match for Jiang Jiga, who has fallen into the path of evil? Why? Did I say something wrong, or have I been overthinking it, and she only treats me as a casual friend? Xu Yun clenched his fists, lowered his head and stood aside, not daring to say anything more. He originally thought that he and Nangong Ro would end up together sooner or later, and perhaps they would become Taoist companions after killing Jiang Jiga, but he didn't expect that Nangong Ro would show such a cold attitude towards him for Jiang Jiga. In fact, it was not that Xu Yun was being sentimental. Nangong Ro did have that kind of affection for him, but it was just that they had not yet reached the stage of establishing a relationship. But Xu Yun cared too much about Nangong Ro and ignored the importance of Jiang Jiga in Nangong Ro's heart at this time. He said some inappropriate words, which not only failed to change Nangong Ro's opinion of Jiang Jiga, but also discredited himself. Besides, Xu Yun's excuse was so lame that no one would take it seriously except himself. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that at that time Jiang Jiga had absolutely no reason to try to deepen Nangong Ro's feelings for him. Because their relationship was already deeper than that of biological siblings. On the contrary, Nangong Ro was just beginning to fall in love, and she always used little tricks to make Jiang Jiga notice her feelings. Just as the corpse-eating steel spider was about to tear Nangong Ro in half, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the forest. The spiritual light was so powerful that it shattered the corpse-eating steel spider's head in an instant like a piece of dry wood and rotten wood. Jiang Jiga looked stunned, leaving him and Nangong Ro helpless. How could a demon beast in the middle stage of the Lingwu realm with a strong defense be killed just like that? After the corpse-eating steel spider died, its two steel knife-tip legs drooped down weakly, and Nangong Ro also fell down with it. Seeing this, Jiang Jiga didn't have time to think and hurried forward to catch her. "Roar, hold on, you'll be fine." Jiang Jiga hugged Nangong Ro, who was covered in blood, tightly and quickly fed her a healing pill. Nangong Ro looked weak. She looked at Jiang Jiga and wanted to say something, but ultimately she closed her eyes due to her serious injuries. Roar? Jiang Jiga was so frightened that he almost collapsed. He mobilized his spiritual power and tried his best to protect Nangong Ro's heart. "Don't worry, she's not hurt, she just fainted." A familiar voice came from not far away. Jiang Jiga turned his head and saw that it was Ning Qiushui, who was supposed to be seriously injured. Jiang Jiga didn't have time to think about why Ning Qiushui came here. He hurriedly reached out to check Nangong Ro's breath and found that she had just fainted. Jiang Jiga breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Nangong Ro was still alive, everything became insignificant. After taking a long break, Jiang Jiga was still frightened when he saw the corpse-eating steel spider with its head and body separated. If Ning Qiushui had not come to rescue them, he and Nangong Ro would probably have become two corpses by now. When Ning Qiushui was mentioned, Jiang Jiga suddenly reacted, turned his head and looked at Ning Qiushui and asked, "Senior sister, aren't you injured?" "How? What's that little injury?" "Don't forget that I, your senior sister, am at the peak of the spiritual martial realm. It's okay that the demons can restrain me, but would it be difficult to deal with an ordinary demon beast in the middle stage of the spiritual martial realm?" Ning Qiushui waved his hand, looking calm and composed. Jiang Jiga nodded. This was indeed the case. Ning Qiushui once killed a Daozhong-level monster, so dealing with a Lingwu-level monster would naturally not be a problem. However, there is one strange thing. No matter whether it is the bush demon or the corpse-eating steel spider, they always fail at the critical moment. Not long ago, the bush demon was about to kill Jiang Jiga, but suddenly his strength decreased and he was killed by him with one blow. The same was true for the corpse-eating steel spider. It was able to kill the brother and sister twice, but failed to hit their vital points. Jiang Jiga didn't think much about it, because he couldn't think of any other possibility except coincidence. "By the way, senior sister, how did you find me here?" "I didn't use the mind-penetrating stone. Shouldn't I be the one asking this kind of question? If you can't win, don't try to be brave. If I had come a little later, junior sister Nangong would have died." Ning Qiushui held her forehead inside. Jiang Jiga clearly possessed the soul-piercing stone, but when he was in dire straits, he did not notify her to come and rescue him. "I saw that senior sister was seriously injured before, so," Jiang Jiga smiled awkwardly. He really didn't expect Ning Qiushui's injury to heal so quickly. Ning Qiushui pretended to be unhappy when she heard that, and stepped forward to question, "You mean you're afraid of killing me? You look down on me too much, don't you? Besides, junior sister Nangong and I, didn't we inform you in time when we were in danger? You think you're great if you take the danger alone because you feel you can't win, but in fact, I think you're too selfish. Besides, it's fine if you're the only one involved, but you'll kill junior sister Nangong. Don't you know that?" Ning Qiushui said a lot of things, seemingly blaming Jiang Jiga, but deep in her eyes there was an imperceptible complex emotion. Chapter 35, Insignificant Affectional Questions are actually just asking a question. Ning Qiushui knew the answer very well in his heart, but he still wanted to see Jiang Jiga's attitude with his own eyes. After listening to Ning Qiushui, Jiang Jiga silently lowered his head and looked at Nangong Ro in his arms. Logically speaking, Ning Qiushui's words should have been a wake-up call to him, because he clearly had the opportunity to inform Ning Qiushui, but he almost killed Nangong Ro. However, Jiang Jiga did not have this feeling. After listening to Ning Qiushui's words, he felt unusually calm. Jiang Jiga hesitated for a moment, shook his head and sighed. "Senior sister, I'm sorry, but I don't think Roer will be angry with me." He was not wrong. He had the opportunity to ask Ning Qiushui for help at that time, but he didn't know that Ning Qiushui's injuries had healed. The danger was a matter between the brother and sister, so there was nothing to say about losing their lives. There was no reason for him to force the seriously injured Ning Qiushui to come and help. Ning Qiushui pursed her lips and clenched her fists secretly. Sure enough, Zhang Jiga did not feel that he owed Nangong anything because of this matter. It's not that he doesn't love Nangong. On the contrary, his love for Nangong goes beyond the ordinary brotherly love. The same is true for Nangong. Both of them are willing to die for each other unconditionally, and they will not feel indebted when seeing the other die for them. Instead, they will feel more reluctance and sadness. This kind of feeling is rare even among relatives who are thicker than blood. Ning Qiushui asked herself, if she saw Zhang Jiga die because of her, wouldn't she feel guilty? The answer is yes, because Ning Qiushui's relationship with Zhang Jiga is far less close than Nangong's. She is just an outsider. It is precisely because of this guilt that no matter how hard Ning Qiushui tries, it is difficult for her to achieve the same deep feelings as Nangong and Zhang Jiga. Not long ago, when Ning Qiushui was in danger, Zhang Jiga did not notify Nangong to come and help, but that was because he was afraid that Nangong would get hurt and did not want her to be in danger. The reason why I didn't inform Ning Qiushui this time was simply because I didn't want to implicate her. The actions may seem the same, but the reasons are very different. Ning Qiushui is not a stupid woman and can see the gap between herself and Nangong. She once regarded Nangong as her love rival and wanted to win Zhang Jiga's heart before Nangong. However, Ning Qiushui never expected that Zhang Jiga, the man she had her eyes on, would actually be her biggest obstacle. Maybe Zhang Jiga does not have any romantic feelings for Nangong, but it is really difficult to get past Nangong and into his heart. Ning Qiushui remained calm on the surface and said with a smile, well, then you take care of junior sister Nangong. First, I will continue to look for Lingshu grass. She said this with her back turned away, her eyes slightly red. I knew the answer as early as when I was in Tingyu Pavilion, so why did I want to humiliate myself? Wait, senior sister. Ning Qiushui hadn't walked far when he was suddenly stopped by Zhang Jiga, and Ning Qiushui paused, and a glimmer of hope rose in his heart again. Sister, please be careful. If you encounter any danger, please inform me immediately. Although I am a low-level cultivator, I will definitely do my best to help you. Also, junior brother, I will always remember your life-saving grace. Zhang Jiga had a solemn expression. As the saying goes, a great favor needs no thanks. As he was in the body refining stage, no matter how many words of thanks he said, it would be useless, but Zhang Jiga never liked to owe favors. He would remember Ning Qiushui's kindness and find an opportunity to repay Ning Qiushui in the future. Thank you for saving my life. After hearing what Zhang Jiga said, Ning Qiushui gave up completely. She resisted the urge to cry and used her skills to disappear from the spot in an instant. Zhang Jiga frowned slightly when he saw this. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he could sense that Ning Qiushui's mood seemed to be a little wrong. Is it because I failed to help in finding the Lingshu grass? The demon emperor back then was not only not evil, but also had such a kind disposition. This is really rare and precious. Yes, he almost died at the hands of a monster, and he still blamed himself for not being able to help find the Lingshu grass. By the way, what happened to Ning Qiushui? Women are so hard to understand. My God, you are an old antique who has lived for hundreds of years and is still watching from a god's perspective. How can you be as slow as the demon emperor 1,000 years ago? Many people may not be able to empathize with Ning Qiushui's feelings, but they can all sense what she is thinking. It seems complicated, but in fact, she just felt a sense of gap and inferiority after witnessing the deep affection between the brother and sister. She felt that no matter how hard she tried, it would be difficult to surpass Nangong and truly enter Zhang Jiga's heart. Senior sister, Nangong showed emotion on her face. It was only today that she guessed the reason why Ning Qiushui left Tianyun Pavilion. Back then, Zhang Jiga was gentle, humble, polite, and had a pure heart. He would even risk his life for Ning Qiushui, with whom he didn't have a very close relationship. Even though his talent for cultivation is low, he will still practice hard every day to protect Nangong Oyudai. In Ning Qiushui's opinion, Zhang Jiga might not be a strong man who could protect her, but other than that, he was definitely a perfect treasure. However, because of this, once Zhang Jiga has someone in his heart, it is very difficult for him to integrate a second person. Ning Qiushui tried hard for this, but unfortunately failed. Rather than staying in Tianyun Pavilion all day long and not being able to get the love you want, It is understandable that you choose to leave Tianyun Pavilion. After leaving, Ning Qiushui did not really go looking for Lingshu grass. She staggered with a dispirited gait and sat down under a tree. Ning Qiushui looked dejected and murmured, "Junior brother, you saved my life at that time. Why do you only remember that I saved you?" You can feel the difference between how Jiang Zhiga treats Nangong Ro and how he treats other women without having to think about it seriously. Ning Qiushui found it hard to imagine that there was any woman who could endure this sense of disparity and stay with Jiang Zhiga with peace of mind. "When I'm in danger, I will inform you without hesitation, but why do you have to be cautious of me?" Ning Qiushui buried his head in his knees. The more he thought about it, the sadder and more aggrieved he felt. In fact, the bush demons and the corpse-eating steel spiders were all specially arranged by her. She arranged for Tsong Emo to put herself in danger in order to prove to Jiang Zhiga that she, as an older sister, could also rely on Jiang Zhiga like Nangong Ro. Unexpectedly, after seeing Jiang Zhiga swearing to protect her to the death, Ning Qiushui only felt angry and distressed. Not only did she fail to pretend to be weak, she even taught Jiang Zhiga not to be so stubborn. The original intention of arranging the corpse-eating steel spider was to take action at the critical moment and make Jiang Zhiga owe him a favor. However, after seeing the deep affection between the brother and sister, Ning Qiushui felt ashamed of his own conspiracy. In the face of the relationship between the brother and sister, the favor she wanted was just a joke. Although Nangong Ro was still young, she didn't understand what kind of feelings she had for Jiang Zhiga. Although Jiang Zhiga was unaware of Nangong Ro's feelings, he only treated her as a sister. But this kind of feeling is enough to make most people feel ashamed. Compared with the relationship between the brother and sister, Ning Qiushui's love at first sight for Jiang Zhiga seems too insignificant. Chapter 36. The one who can't wait. Nangong Ro was injured, and Jiang Zhiga had to take care of her every step of the way. Ning Qiushui also stopped pretending, so the mission to find Lingshu grass naturally ended in failure. On the way out of Baihai Mountain, Ning Qiushui looked like he was worried. Apart from asking about Nangong Ro's injuries, he didn't say a word to Jiang Zhiga. After returning to Tianyun Pavilion, Ning Qiushui left in a hurry without even saying goodbye. Nangong Ro was injured, so Jiang Zhiga had no time to worry and immediately went to Danfeng to seek better healing medicine. As a result, Elder Danfeng told him that although Nangong Ro's body was pierced by the sharp legs, no vital parts were injured and she was only slightly injured. Jiang Zhiga has already given Nangong Ro a healing pill. With Nangong Ro's spiritual martial arts level, she will be completely healed after 7 days of recuperation. Minor injury? Jiang Zhiga didn't know whether he should be thankful or shocked that after being pierced through the body like that, he was only slightly injured. Thinking back to the battle with the corpse-eating steel spider, it felt like it was deliberately avoiding vital points. No, it's impossible. It must be just a fluke. Jiang Zhiga shook his head. The intelligence of the corpse-eating steel spider is equivalent to that of a 2-year-old human baby. How could it have such consciousness? After confirming that Nangong Ro was not seriously ill, the search for Lingshu grass came to an end. The next day, Jiang Zhiga thought about it and decided to take the initiative to invite Ning Qiushui to get together to thank her for saving his life yesterday. Unexpectedly, Ning Qiushui claimed that he was not feeling well and could not go out, and he did not even go out to meet Jiang Zhiga. Jiang Zhiga sighed secretly. He was not stupid and he could guess that Ning Qiushui was deliberately shirking the responsibility. In the next half month, Ning Qiushui only visited Nangong Ro once to check on her injuries, and other than that, he never saw Jiang Zhiga again. Ning Qiushui's affection for Jiang Zhiga seemed to be just a momentary impulse and did not cause much waves in the sect. In the first few days, Jiang Zhiga tried to meet Ning Qiushui, but was turned away every time. After hearing this, Lu Tianjiao not only did not feel sympathy, but instead felt a bit gloating. "Brother Jiang, now you know my suffering, right?" Lu Tianjiao patted Jiang Zhiga on the shoulder, looking like he was trying hard to hold back his laughter. He would often go to see Nangong Ro, and although he was often turned away, he would have a chance to get along with Nangong Ro thanks to the help of Jiang Zhiga. On the other hand, Jiang Zhiga had no way of meeting Ning Qiushui at all, let alone improving his relationship with Ning Qiushui. "Brother Lu, you misunderstood," Jiang Zhiga smiled bitterly. He was not yet to the point of falling in love with Ning Qiushui. "I often go to see Ning Qiushui, just because I feel I owe Ning Qiushui something." Now Ning Qiushui refuses to see Jiang Zhiga, and he has no chance to repay Ning Qiushui for saving his life. "Senior sister, are you really just acting on a whim?" Jiang Zhiga felt sad. If Ning Qiushui was just in a momentary mood, why should he humiliate himself? Jiang Zhiga's frequent visits to Ning Qiushui not only angered Nangong Ro, but also caused a lot of ridicule within the sect. For example,
There are countless examples of ridicule, such as being too sentimental and a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. In a blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Lu Tianjiao never gave up his pursuit of Nangong Rou, but Zhang Zhiga never went to see Ning Qiushui again. Yizhaixing Peak, inside the medicinal garden, Zhang Zhiga was nurturing spiritual herbs when Lu Tianjiao suddenly ran in panting. "Brother Jiang, it's bad. Senior sister Ning is going on a long journey to gain experience. She is at Linyun Peak. Please go and persuade her." Travel far to gain experience? Zhang Zhiga was stunned. It would take at least 3 years to travel far away for training, and he might never be able to return to the sect. Sending a person on a long journey for training is mostly a punishment from Xingfeng to his disciples, and disciples rarely volunteer to do so. Zhang Zhiga was silent for a long time, but finally just nodded and said, "I understand." He did not stand up and continued to nourish the spiritual herbs. Seeing this, Lu Tianjiao gritted his teeth, stepped forward and slapped away Zhang Zhiga's hand that was nourishing the spiritual herbs. "Zhang Zhiga, you're so stupid for lecturing me. Senior sister Ning was interested in you, but you rejected her. Now you don't even have the courage to keep her? If you don't want to keep her, at least say goodbye to her." After hearing Lu Tianjiao's scolding, Zhang Zhiga's expression did not change at all. "Brother Lu, please go back." Zhang Zhiga looked indifferent, as if Lu Tianjiao had just said something insignificant. Lu Tianjiao looked unhappy. He wanted to persuade Zhang Zhiga but didn't know how to start. He knew very well that given Zhang Zhiga's personality, his persuasion would not have much effect. Lu Tianjiao held his breath for a long time, but finally he sighed, turned around and left the medicine garden. "Brother Jiang, I have delivered my message. You can decide for yourself." Linyun Peak, Jingxing Pavilion. Ning Qiushui took out a wine cup, placed it on the stone table, and lit a wisp of spiritual fire to warm the wine. Although she said she was going on a long journey for experience, she sat quietly in the pavilion and seemed to have no intention of leaving. After warming the wine, Ning Qiushui extinguished the spiritual fire, but the wine quickly turned cold again, so she had to light the spiritual fire again to warm the wine. The wine was warmed up dozens of times in this way, and time passed by little. Several hours passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Ning Qiushui finished warming the wine again. She still didn't drink, nor did she leave the meditation pavilion. Unfortunately, as time passed, the warmed wine gradually turned cold, just like Ning Qiushui's heart. Ning Qiushui looked sad, stood up and sighed, "Forget it, I'd better go." But she stood up, paused for 3 seconds, and suddenly sat back down. Ning Qiushui lit a spiritual fire and began to warm the wine again. She looked up at the sunset, her eyes slightly red. This moment, it was already evening, and Ning Qiushui had been sitting in the Jingxing Pavilion for 6 or 7 hours. After a while, the warmed wine cooled down again. Ning Qiushui took off her veil, picked up the wine cup with trembling hands, and took a sip of the wine. "It means the love between mandarin ducks is revealed after all the makeup is gone and things are still new. When I look down at my eyes, how pitiful it is to waste the spring by the window. I regret not having the wine I want, and I regret not having the lover I want." "Junior brother, you have tied a thread of mandarin ducks. Why are you reciting a poem of mandarin ducks?" Plop! A teardrop fell into the wine, creating a small wave. Ning Qiushui's beautiful face was covered with tears, and she was crying so hard that she could hardly hold the wine. Is it true that Zhang Zhiga is not attracted to her at all? The flowing water has no intention of loving the flower stamens, but the fallen petals are infatuated with the water. Ning Qiushui never waited for Zhang Zhiga after all. In Zhang Zhiga's life, she might just be a fleeting fallen petal. "Junior brother, if we are destined to meet again in this life, let's drink a pot of wine together." "Oh, damn! Isn't this Ning Han, Fairy Ning?" You must have seen it wrong. Fairy Ning has reached the profound questioning realm. You are not mistaken. I have had the honor of seeing Fairy Ning's true appearance. This is definitely Fairy Ning. Everyone in the hall was shocked. The Demon Emperor's old friend in Tianyun Pavilion turned out to be Ninghan, one of the top 10 beauties in the world today. Ninghan traveled around the world, his whereabouts became a mystery, and his superb piano skills had charmed countless people. And she, like Ning Qiushui in the light and shadow picture, likes to cover her face with a veil and wear a blue-white long skirt. Chapter 37 Foolish Tenderness. Anyone who has seen Ninghan's appearance has only one thought: it is good to admire from a distance and not to touch her, and it is difficult for them to have the intention to blaspheme her. Those who have had the good fortune to listen to Ninghan's piano music are all fascinated by it and even regard it as spiritual sustenance.
The most important thing is that she has never been close to a man and is a true fairy from the mortal world, although there is no specific ranking of the 10 most beauties in heaven. In the hearts of the people, Ninghan is definitely qualified to be in the top 3. I am the light and shadow picture. Ning Qiushui, an old friend of the demon emperor from 1,000 years ago, is exactly the same as Ninghan in terms of surname, hobbies, and even appearance, except for the name. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the pure and innocent fairy Ning take the initiative to show her affection to a man? That's right, even if the other party is the demon emperor, I won't believe it. Don't fool yourselves here. Who else could it be but Fairy Ning? Stop talking and continue watching. Since we can see these images, it proves that the demon emperor back then is not far away. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized that the fact that they could see these images proved that Zhang Jiga had been near Jingxin Pavilion for a long time. After Ning Qiushui left, a figure slowly walked out from the corner. It was Zhang Jiga and Ning Qiushui sat in the meditation pavilion, waiting from early morning to dusk. He also watched silently in the corner all day long. Zhang Jiga had a complicated expression and stared at the direction where Ning Qiushui left. After a long silence, he walked into the meditation pavilion and sat in the seat where Ning Qiushui had sat before. Zhang Jiga picked up the wine cup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He was not good at drinking, and after drinking a large glass of liquor, his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sister, I'm sorry. Zhang Jiga looked at the wine cup in his hand, his eyes slightly red. It turned out that Ning Qiushui was not acting on a whim, but was really interested in him, but for some reason she avoided him. Zhang Jiga clearly had a chance to redeem himself earlier, but because of some ridicule, he decided not to see Ning Qiushui anymore, and now that he knows Ning Qiushui's feelings, he doesn't have the courage to keep her. Liu Tianjiu was right. I was just a coward. What qualifications did I have to teach him a lesson? Let's talk about the fate you mentioned in the next life. Zhang Jiga held the wine cup tightly and gradually began to choke up. At first he didn't dare to try to keep her, simply because he was afraid that Nangong Ro would be sad. At that time, Zhang Jiga only agreed to go with Ning Qiushui to carry out the sex mission, but Nangong Ro cried like that. If he and Ning Qiushui developed an ambiguous relationship, wouldn't Nangong Ro commit suicide? Seeing that Ning Qiushui had been waiting until dusk, Zhang Jiga decided to explain Nangong Ro's matter and asked Ning Qiushui to give him some more time. As long as Ning Qiushui gave Zhang Jiga some more time and asked him to find another home for Nangong Ro so that Nangong Ro would not be so dependent on him, he might be able to muster up the courage to face this feeling. But if you think about it carefully, Ning Qiushui is about to leave Tianyun Pavilion, but he is worried about Nangong Ro and dare not keep her. What's the difference between him and a coward? He was not worthy of Ning Qiushui at all, and the word let her down was a compliment to him. The two are destined to pass each other by in their lives. Zhang Jiga did not use his spiritual power to remove the smell of alcohol, and he fell drunk in the Jingxin Pavilion, lying there in a daze for the whole night. It was not until dawn the next day that he regained consciousness. Zhang Jiga put the wine cup into his storage ring and staggered back. Sister, you said we should drink a pot of wine together, but I have already drunk it. For the rest of my life, the sky is high and the sea is vast. There will always be someone who is more satisfactory than my junior brother. Heaven, Sangzhou, late night in the mountains, pavilions and terraces shrouded in mist. A woman stood alone in the pavilion, holding a lyre. She was wearing a green dress and a veil covering her face, and she looked extraordinary. Once you have seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles. Once you have seen Mount Wushan, all other clouds are but mounds. Junior brother, the sky is high and the sea is vast as you said, but I can't see it. Ning Qiushui's voice choked with sobs, and 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. Over the past 1,000 years, she has traveled to no less than 100 worlds, and met the supreme emperor who ruled a world, as well as handsome young men full of vigor and vitality. Whenever someone was interested in her, Ning Qiushui would compare that person with Zhang Jiga. Unfortunately, no matter who the other party was, she always felt that he was inferior to Zhang Jiga, so much so that after 1,000 years, no man has ever made Ning Qiushui feel good about him, either sexually or physically. When Ning Qiushui heard in his early years that a man named Zhang Jiga had proclaimed himself emperor in heaven, he didn't think much about it, because in his memory, Zhang Jiga had mediocre talent, and cultivating to the Dao seed realm was his limit. It was not until today when she saw the demon emperor being surrounded and killed, and the memory scenes appeared in various places in the heaven, that Ning Qiushui realized that Zhang Jiga, whom she had been worried about for 1,000 years, was actually the demon emperor who was famous in the heaven. Junior brother, you said we can talk about fate in the next life, but I only want this life, not the next life. Ning Xiaoshui wiped away her tears gently, and her expression gradually became firm now that she knew Jiang Jiga's feelings. How could she let them miss each other again? People say that Jiang Jiga is cruel and murderous, but Ning Xiaoshui doesn't believe it. How can an emperor who can remember her for 1,000 years be a demon emperor? Not to mention that Jiang Jiga is not the demon emperor. Even if he is, Ning Xiaoshui is willing to risk the world's condemnation. Inside the Zhengyang Palace, some people expressed regret, while others were filled with emotion. Unexpectedly, the demon emperor in the eyes of the world would also be hurt by love. It seems that Fairy Nangong, this sister, has become an obstacle for the demon emperor to join hands with his beloved. No, seriously speaking, it should be Fairy Nangong who came first. But the demon emperor only has a brotherly and sisterly relationship with Fairy Nangong. That's because Fairy Nangong hasn't grown up yet. Given the demon emperor's personality, he naturally won't be interested in a little girl. Listening to the discussions of the people in the hall, Chu Yun's face had become extremely ugly. Ning Xiaoshui didn't care. She was just a beauty. There were many beautiful people in the world as numerous as stars, but Chu Yun has admired Nangong Ro for a long time, and it seems that their relationship will make great progress after the demon emperor is killed. Who would have expected this to happen? It's okay for others to talk about it, but the main thing is that Nangong Ro's state of mind is also constantly affected. In fact, Nangong Ro was more than just affected. Seeing that Jiang Jiga had given up Ning Xiaoshui for her, this touching feeling was enough to surpass the life and death they shared in Baihai Mountain. Fool, how could you be so stupid? Nangong Ro was in a state of confusion. She turned her head to look at Jiang Jiga, who was half kneeling on the ground in the middle of the hall. Not to mention her back then, even now, she is slightly inferior to Ning Xiaoshui. Moreover, in Jiang Jiga's mind at that time, Nangong Ro was just a sister, and her behavior of preventing Ning Xiaoshui from approaching him might just be the result of a child's ignorance. In order not to make his sister sad, he was willing to give up his most beautiful partner. How many brothers in the world can be so foolishly gentle? Chapter 38, The Strong Man's Tomb. Why on earth would you betray me? Nangong Ro's eyes felt sore and she began to waver completely witnessing Jiang Jiga's memories. Not to mention Nangong Ro, it was hard for everyone else to believe that the young man in the light and shadow would be the murderous demon emperor. At this moment, she really hoped that she had misunderstood Jiang Jiga, but she was also very afraid that she had misunderstood Jiang Jiga. If Nangong Ro misunderstood Jiang Jiga, then how sad would Jiang Jiga be if she followed Chu Yun and his group to surround and kill him? TSK, I thought I could see some memories that would be helpful for cultivation, but I didn't expect that the dignified demon emperor would have a head full of romantic feelings. At this moment, an inopportune voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Chu Yun's heart was lifted. Finally someone stood up and said something fair. Just when he thought everyone would agree with him, the others cast unfriendly looks at the person who was speaking. The demon emperor's deep memories are filled with love affairs, which proves that he is not as evil as he appears to be. That's right. Do you have to see the demon emperor killing people and setting fires before you are satisfied? There is no other emperor in the heavens except him now. After the demon emperor dies, no one can protect the heavens. If the demon emperor can change his mind, it may be a good thing for the heavens. Originally, everyone in the hall had more or less some aversion to the demon emperor, but now, after seeing the demon emperor's early memories, at least 30% of the people in the hall have dispelled their disgust towards the demon emperor. The main reason is that many people in the palace do not have much hatred towards the demon emperor, and they come to surround and kill the demon emperor for the sake of the creatures in heaven. The demon emperor's strength is unparalleled throughout the ages. If he were not a bad guy, it would definitely be a blessing for the heavens. Change of heart? Don't be ridiculous. He is the demon emperor. Even if he had a kind heart in his early years, he is still the demon emperor. The person who spoke first was a young man in a yellow robe. Even though most people in the hall refuted him, he still did not change his opinion. It is precisely because he is the demon emperor that we don't want him to be a bad guy. The demon emperor deserves to die, but he also shouldn't die. Everyone felt a little emotional for a moment. It seemed that only the young man in yellow robe denied the demon emperor, but in fact, everyone present stood here to kill the demon emperor. No matter what he did after becoming the emperor, let's finish reading his memories first. That's right. The current demon emperor is still a teenager. How could the memories that can help him gain enlightenment appear so quickly? Everyone gradually reached a consensus. All those present were powerful people in the questioning profound realm. If they wanted to see pictures that would help them in their cultivation, they would have to wait until the demon emperor became an immortal. Another half-month passed in a blink of an eye, and Ning Qiushui's departure did not seem to affect the lives of Zhang Jiga and Nangong Arroyo. In a courtyard at Jiaxing Peak, Zhang Jiga was drinking with his master Yao Qianji, looking at Zhang Jiga pouring wine into his mouth like a rough man. Yao Qianji asked in confusion, "Jiga, you are not good at drinking, right?" Zhang Jiga wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "Master, I just discovered recently that wine is indeed a good thing." Yao Qianji shook his head. After taking a few sips of the immortal wine, Zhang Jiga was already slightly tipsy and could not handle the alcohol at all. Zhang Jiga seems to be addicted to alcohol, but Yao Qianji has watched him grow up, so how could he not notice his subtle changes? Considering the rumors about Zhang Jiga and Ning Qiushui, it is likely that Zhang Jiga drank all day and neglected his cultivation because of Ning Qiushui's departure. To put it bluntly, it's just drinking to relieve sorrow. By the way, Master, I want to go down the mountain today. I hope you can give me permission. Go down the mountain? You usually practice all the time, why are you going down the mountain? Yao Qianji frowned slightly. He was afraid that Zhang Jiga would go down the mountain to look for Ning Qiushui regardless of everything. The world of cultivating immortals is so dangerous. Ning Qiushui is fine, but Zhang Jiga, who is only in the body refining stage, would die if he encountered a powerful monster. Let's go to Yucheng. It's been 7 years, and I haven't been back once. You were just a beggar back then, so Yucheng shouldn't be considered a home for you, right? Yao Qianji was still very worried about Zhang Jiga and didn't notice that his words were somewhat offensive. Zhang Jiga looked disappointed inside. It's not considered home, but some people and some things are still in Yucheng after all. He lost his parents at the age of 3. In such a big world, where can he call home? For Zhang Jiga at this moment, having Nangong Ro by his side was enough. Well, if it's just this kind of thing, you don't need to get my permission, just go if you want. Yao Qianji coughed twice and realized that his words made Zhang Jiga sad. Zhang Jiga stood up, bowed, and said, "Thank you, master." After he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly heard footsteps outside the courtyard. "Brother! Brother! Are you there?" You don't need to listen to the name, just by listening to the style of the call you know it is Nangong Ro. Without waiting for Zhang Jiga to respond, Nangong Ro pushed open the gate with force, followed by Lu Tianjiao, who looked helpless. "Brother, you are really here with master." "Roer, what are you doing?" Zhang Jiga and Yao Qianji both showed bitter smiles. The only disciple who could break into the elder's residence like this was probably Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro selectively ignored Yao Qianji, walked quickly to Zhang Jiga, and asked with a smile, "Brother, Lu Tianjiao said that a tomb of a Yuan High realm expert appeared near Baihai Mountain. He will lead the team to explore it, and the treasures found will be decided by themselves." Do we want to go? The tomb of a Yuan High realm expert? If we go alone, will it be? Zhang Jiga showed hesitation. The tomb of a Yuan High realm expert must be led by at least an elder in the late Daozhong realm. It would be too risky to rely on Lu Tianjiao alone. Nangong Ro was about to explain when Lu Tianjiao spoke up first. "Brother Jiang, the tomb had been explored once before, and the formations and traps were long gone. Instead, the monsters around Baihai Mountain are more dangerous." Yes, brother. We are just going there for fun this time. We might actually find some treasures. Nangong Ro blinked her eyes. She had never been to a place like a tomb before. Now she had a rare opportunity to broaden her horizons without any risk, so she naturally didn't want to miss it. Zhang Jiga was somewhat excited when he heard this. He had never really explored the tomb of a strong man. Even if the tomb of a strong man in the Yuan High realm had been looted before, the ordinary tools left behind would still be valuable to him. Seeing that the usually steady Zhang Jiga was about to agree, Yao Qianji could no longer sit still and said in a deep voice, "Nonsense. Do you know what a tomb of a Yuan High realm expert is? Not to mention that it has been explored, even if it is a tomb tens of thousands of years old, you can't set foot in it." Zhang Jiga's expression hesitated for a moment, then he nodded in agreement. Yao Qianji was right. Compared to material possessions, life is more precious. Chapter 39. Things have changed to mortals. A mausoleum is just a higher-end grave even for kings, princes, generals and ministers. there would only be more wealth and property in their tombs, but in the world of immortal cultivation, the meaning of a tomb is very different. When some powerful people are about to die, if they have no offspring, they will build a tomb for themselves and bury all their life's learning and savings in the tomb. Those who pass the test can obtain the inheritance of the strong, and those who fail the test can get some spirit stones or spiritual weapons and elixirs as long as they are not dead. The tombs of the strong have always been full of dangers. It is difficult to predict what methods the strong people in the Yuanhai realm will use. Even if they are in the Daozhong realm, they may be buried in the tomb if they are not careful. It is said that risks and opportunities coexist. Although it is very dangerous, the tombs of the strong are extremely rare. As long as the gap in cultivation is not too big, basically no one will choose to give up. Seeing that Zhang Jiga was about to refuse, Nangong Rou and Lu Tianjia became a little anxious. Elder Yao, I went to inquire about it earlier, and there is indeed no danger in the tomb. Bah! I think this stinky old man just doesn't want my brother and I to go out. Lu Tianjia was still thinking about persuading Yao Qianji to agree, but he didn't expect Nangong Rou to start by calling Yao Qianji a stinky old man. He stood there in embarrassment. You little bitch. Come here and I promise I won't spank you. Yao Qianji was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring. He was thinking about the safety of the brother and sister. Stinky old man, stinky old man. Nangong Rou stuck out her tongue and immediately hid behind Zhang Jiga. Although Yao Qianji would not actually spank her, he would definitely hit her on the head. Alright, since Brother Lu said there's no danger, let's go. I trust Brother Lu. Zhang Jiga reached out and tapped Nangong Rou's forehead, as if to teach her a lesson on behalf of his master. Zhang Jiga's force was very small, but Nangong Rou still covered her forehead with her hands, looking very aggrieved. Seeing Zhang Jiga agreed, Yao Qianji couldn't help but sighed. You kid, you spoil this girl all day long. What will she do when you are not with her in the future? He knew that Zhang Jiga didn't really want to go to the tomb, but he didn't want to spoil Nangong Rou's fun. That's fine, go ahead. Remember, your life is the most important thing. Don't be greedy for material things. Yao Qianji did not continue to dissuade him. In fact, he had known about the tomb near Baihai Mountain in his early years, and there was indeed not much danger inside. As long as Zhang Jiga is with her and doesn't let Nangong Rou do anything to seek her own death, there shouldn't be too much danger. With Yao Qianji's permission, Zhang Jiga made an appointment with Lu Tianjiu and prepared to go to Yuqing 3 days later. They were originally going to set off immediately, but Zhang Jiga happened to be going to Yuqing, and it would take at least 2 days to go to Yuqing and back. Lu Tianjia was not in a hurry to go to the tomb, so they postponed the meeting for 2 days. After knowing this, Nangong Rou wanted to go with Zhang Jiga, but was rejected by him. The journey to Yuqing was long, and he had nothing particularly important to do in Yuqing, so there was no need for Nangong Rou to follow him. As a result, Nangong Rou threw a tantrum and insisted on going with them. Zhang Jiga had no choice but to agree to let her go. Return to Yuqing? 7 years have passed. Why would the demon emperor return to that mortal town? Have you forgotten Xin Quan? The demon emperor will definitely go back to take revenge on Xin Quan. Damn, does the demon emperor hold grudges like this? 7 years have passed, and he still wants to take revenge on Xin Quan. How can you say he holds a grudge? If no one had rescued him, it would be a question whether the demon emperor is dead or alive now. Moreover, killing a scum like Xin Quan is also a justice for the heavens. Inside Zhengyang Palace, when everyone saw Zhang Jiga was going back to Yuqing, their first reaction was to take revenge on Xin Quan. Everyone did not think that Zhang Jiga was vindictive, because if they were in his place, they would also find it difficult to forget this hatred. If it weren't for Xin Quan, Zhang Jiga wouldn't have been nearly beaten to death, and he wouldn't have carried Nangong Rou across the 10-mile snowfield despite the pain. Considering how the brother and sister narrowly escaped death when the snowstorm came, it would be foolish of them to forget this deep hatred. A day later, a crane slowly landed on the outskirts of Yuqing. The cranes would cause too much noise in the city, so Zhang Jiga could only temporarily place the cranes outside the city. Nangong Rou looked exhausted, yawned and said, "Brother, are we in Yuqing?" When riding a crane, one must concentrate to avoid falling accidentally. Except for occasionally stopping to rest, the brother and sister have to keep themselves stable on the crane's back most of the time. Rower, you are a cultivator in the spiritual martial realm at least. Can't you ride on a crane? Zhang Jiga shook his head. Even though he had been observing the direction, the situation was much better than Nangong Rou's.
How is this possible? I'm fine.
Nangong Ro forced herself to stand up, but unfortunately she soon collapsed on the crane's back. She didn't feel tired, but she felt that riding on the crane for a long time was too boring, so she found it difficult to concentrate. At first I thought the scenery around me was nice while riding on the crane, but after a while I got tired of seeing all the scenery.
Then you should get some sleep first, and I will come to see you later. Jiang Jiga didn't think much about it.
Since they had arrived in Yuqing, it wouldn't hurt for Nangong Ro to take a rest for a while.
I'm not sleepy, brother, please wait for me.
Nangong Ro was really excited this time and quickly turned over and chased after Jiang Jiga. After entering the city, Jiang Jiga looked for a place in the city based on his vague memory.
7 years, I came back a little late.
Looking around at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment, Jiang Jiga felt a mixture of emotions. Jiang Jiga had been seen begging at busy intersections and in mossy corners of alleys, but now, 7 years later, everything has changed.
Brother, where are we going? Nangong Ro followed Jiang Jiga around aimlessly, yawning from time to time. For Nangong Ro, apart from the time she spent with Jiang Jiga, she really has no memories of Yuqing. You'll know in a moment.
As Jiang Jiga was saying this, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. 7 years have passed, it's still the same place, but the people have changed a lot.
Brother, give me 2 buns.
Jiang Jiga walked up and looked at the other person carefully. The bun shop owner didn't even look at Jiang Jiga, and quickly packed 2 buns with lotus leaves. When he handed the bun over and saw Jiang Jiga's appearance, he was suddenly stunned.
Who are you, brother? I didn't expect that after 7 years, you still remember me.
Jiang Jiga shook his head and smiled, feeling deeply moved. In just 7 years, the bun shop owner's temples were covered with silver hair. Compared to the longevity of immortal cultivators, the lifespan of mortals is as fleeting as an ant. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, the strong man who was able to lift him with one hand will become a hunchbacked old man with a cane.
Chapter 40. A drop of grace. The bun shop owner looked Jiang Jiga up and down and asked uncertainly, your name is Jiang Jiga, right?
Yes, brother, I haven't asked what your name is. Jiang Jiga felt a little ashamed. The bun shop owner not only remembered his appearance, but even remembered his name, but he only remembered that the bun shop owner set up a stall nearby.
My name is Zhao Dahai. Don't think too much about it. I only remembered your name because you told me your name. But I didn't pay much attention to you back then.
Zhao Dahai smiled casually. To be honest, although he felt that Jiang Jiga looked familiar at first sight, he still felt a little unbelievable at this moment. The young man in front of me has a handsome appearance, extraordinary clothes, and an ethereal temperament. It is really hard to associate him with a beggar. Jiang Jiga smiled but said nothing. If he didn't care about him at all, how could he remember his appearance and name for 7 whole years? That's right, that winter, the bun shop owner worried more than once that Jiang Jiga would have no other way to find food after he fed his sis to the buns. When Jiang Jiga hadn't been seen for several months, the bun shop owner thought he was dead and hoped that Jiang Jiga would come back to steal buns. I didn't expect that it would take 7 years before I was able to see Jiang Jiga
again.
By the way, we haven't seen each other for 7 years.
Why did you come back to Yuqing? Zhao Dahai was quite confused. He hadn't seen Jiang Jiga in recent years. Logically, Jiang Jiga should not come back. I came here to do something and came to see you.
Jiang Jiga didn't explain much. He took out a package from his arms and handed it to Zhao Dahai. Zhao Dahai took the package, felt the heavy weight inside, and asked in confusion, "What's in it?"
Brother Zhao, do you remember what I said 7 years ago?
7 years ago, Zhao Dahai's expression froze for a moment, and he was unable to react.
Okay, Brother Zhao, I won't stay here for long. If I have time in the future, I will definitely come and have a drink with you.
Well, okay, see you later. They had to go to Baihai Mountain in 2 days, so Jiang Jiga didn't stay too long. After giving the package, he said goodbye to Zhao Dahai and walked towards the outskirts of Yuqing with Nangong Ro. After watching Jiang Jiga leave, Zhao Dahai carefully opened the package and was immediately shocked by what was inside. The seemingly simple package is actually filled with glittering gold, silver, and jewelry. Zhao Dahai had lived for decades and had never seen so much gold and silver. These treasures alone were enough to allow him to live a life of luxury for the rest of his life.
A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I just laughed it off back then, but I didn't expect you to be serious about it. Zhao Dahai was filled with emotion.
He was not immersed in the joy of getting rich, but was sincerely happy for Jiang Jiga's rapid success. But Zhao Dahai didn't know that Jiang Jiga, who had joined the immortal sect, could not be described by the 4 words rapidly rising to prominence. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dahai, Jiang Jiga brought Nangong Ro to the outskirts of Yuqing and found the dilapidated temple from that year.
"Brother, what are you doing here?" Nangong Ro pouted. The time she spent in the dilapidated temple was not a good memory for her. "Roar, do you still remember this place?" Jiang Jiga showed emotion on his face.
7 years had passed, and the already dilapidated temple had become even more dilapidated, but it was this dilapidated temple that saved him from freezing to death outside. "I still remember the time when I first met Nangong Ro." Jiang Jiga couldn't find food, so Nangong Ro cried and told him to get out, claiming that Jiang Jiga was not his brother. And now, 7 years have passed, and Nangong Ro has long forgotten those words, but Jiang Jiga still remembers them to this day. It's not that Jiang Jiga holds a grudge, but those words are too unforgettable that he dare not forget them at all. Jiang Jiga practiced hard all day long and used this memory to motivate himself, because he didn't want to repeat the same mistake and make Nangong Ro disappointed in him again. It's not just 7 years, 1,000 years have passed, and the Demon Emperor still remembers this incident.
The Demon Emperor. Is he really the Demon Emperor? How could he have remembered these memories for thousands of years, betraying Fairy Nangong and killing his father?
The more memories they saw, the less they believed that Jiang Jiga was the murderous Demon Emperor, and the less they believed that Jiang Jiga would betray Nangong Ro. However, no matter how much she didn't believe it, Nangong Ro saw with her own eyes the scene of Jiang Jiga murdering Nangong Ro's biological father. Nangong Ro's eyes were red, and her gaze was fixed on the picture in the light and shadow. She remained silent and did not say a word. The words "You are not my brother" have made Jiang Jiga sad to this day. If everything that happened today was actually a misunderstanding of Jiang Jiga on her part, how heartbroken would Jiang Jiga be? At this moment, Nangong Ro had begun to regret and had the urge to rescue Jiang Jiga at all costs. Now she didn't do that. She just wanted to see the exact truth. Moz and next to him had a complicated expression. It had been a day since the Demon Emperor's memories appeared, from their first meeting in childhood to the precious memories of Tianyun Pavilion. It is hard to imagine how much impact these scenes will have on Nangong Ro's heart.
"Jiang Jiga, what on earth are you thinking about?" Mozian secretly clenched her fists.
Perhaps there was a misunderstanding between Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro, but Jiang Jiga's ruthlessness towards her could not be fake. Jiang Jiga naturally wouldn't just come here to express his feelings. He took Nangong Ro to a hillside southeast of the ruined temple. He searched around the hillside and soon found a shallow mound. Nangong Ro's eyes flashed slightly, and she followed Jiang Jiga silently without saying a word. Jiang Jiga walked to the mound, took out the tombstone he had made himself from his storage ring, and inserted it forcefully in front of the mound. Nangong Ro leaned her head out and silently recited the small words on the tombstone.
In the nameless tomb, the younger generation Jiang Jiga stands. Nangong Ro was very confused.
Since Jiang Jiga would specially erect a monument for him, why was it an unknown tomb? Jiang Jiga took out a pot of immortal wine, gently sprinkled it in front of the tomb, and said with a sigh, "Old man, long time no see."
Nangong Ro was stunned.
It seemed to be the first time she heard Jiang Jiga use such a disrespectful name. Although it was disrespectful, Nangong Ro could see the extremely rare sadness in Jiang Jiga's eyes. Jiang Jiga sat on the ground next to the tombstone, raised his head and took a big sip of wine. "You always say I'm ungrateful, but you only raised me for 3 years, and I even came here to erect a monument for you and pour you wine.
Is that enough of a loyalty?"
Jiang Jiga talked to himself, as if the old beggar who had already turned into a corpse could hear him. As he spoke, his eyes gradually turned red. Jiang Jiga kept drinking and didn't say anything else. Although the old beggar only raised him for 3 years, if it weren't for those 3 years, he would have died long ago. The old beggar racked his brains for 3 days and 3 nights to come up with a good name for Jiang Jiga, but he himself had lived most of his life without even a surname. If the old beggar had not taken in Jiang Jiga, he would not have died so early. Chapter 41 True Love in the World. I didn't expect that the old beggar who was only mentioned by the Demon Emperor would be valued so much by him. That's not right. If you care about it, why doesn't this old beggar appear in the memory we see? Perhaps it is not as important as Fairy Nangong, or perhaps I don't want to recall it. The hearts of the people in the hall were in turmoil. They were shocked that a Demon Emperor would be so grateful. I thought Jiang Jiga returned to Yuqing to take revenge on Shin Quan, but I didn't expect that he came back to repay Zhao Dahai for giving him 2 buns and to erect a monument for the old beggar who had taken care of him for 3 years. In the face of Jiang Jiga's kindness and righteousness, everyone's presumptuous speculation seemed ridiculous. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. The sun wants to support his parents, but they are no longer there. All Jiang Jiga could do was to erect a monument for the old beggar. After all, Nangong Ro was present, so Jiang Jiga did not delay too long. After taking care of the old beggar's grave, he set off back to Tianyun Pavilion. 2 days later, the two met up with Lu Tianzhou on time and rode on a ferry crane to Baihai Mountain. The 3 of them soon arrived near Baihai Mountain. From a distance, they noticed that there was a place on Baihai Mountain with the flag of Tianyun Pavilion flying, and there were several people wearing Tianyun Pavilion uniforms nearby. They were Lu Tianzhou's younger brothers. Lu Tianzhou asked them to rush over in advance and guard the perimeter of the tomb to prevent other cultivators who coveted the tomb from sneaking in. Lu Tianzhou landed first. He jumped off the crane and asked, "No one has come here these 2 days, right?" Report to Lu Zhenxuan, "A group of independent cultivators attempted to seize the tomb, but we drove them away." The 5 people present bowed and saluted, treating Lu Tianzhou respectfully like an elder. In fact, they did kill that group of wandering cultivators, but they spoke in a nicer way because they were concerned about the presence of the innocent Nangong Oroyu. Lu Tianzhou understood what the younger brothers meant, waved his hand and said, "It's okay if they didn't go in. Then you take junior sister Nangong into the tomb first, brother Jiang and I will come later. Remember, you must protect junior sister Nangong's safety no matter what." "Eh? What do you mean? Why do we go in first while you want to stay outside with your brother?" Nangong Rolu was immediately displeased when she heard what Lu Tianzhou said. "Rower, you guys go in first. Brother Lu should have something to tell me. He will be here soon." Jiang Jiga shook his head and smiled. Now that he was here, could he still run away with Lu Tianzhou? After hesitating for a while, Nangong Ro nodded and said, "Okay, come over early." She knew that she couldn't always fuss about trivial matters, otherwise it would be too annoying. After Nangong Ro left, Jiang Jiga turned to look at Lu Tianzhou and asked in confusion, "Brother Lu, is there anything you can't let Rower know?" This time Nangong Ro thought it was a trivial matter, but Jiang Jiga found it very strange, because with Lu Tianzhou's personality, how could he be at ease letting his younger brother take Nangong Ro into the tomb first? But not only did he do this, he also left Jiang Jiga alone. Obviously, there were some things he couldn't let Nangong Ro know. "Brother Jiang, you really understand me." Lu Tianzhou sighed, looking hesitant. Jiang Jiga frowned slightly when he saw this, and said unhappily, "It's fine if you don't let Rower know, but is there anything else you can't tell me?" Now, Lu Tianzhou's relationship with him is not just that he likes his sister, but they are also his closest friends in the sect. They usually speak their minds to each other and never hide anything. Even though Jiang Jiga said this, Lu Tianzhou still did not explain. He stared at Jiang Jiga with a complicated expression. Just when Jiang Jiga was beginning to get impatient, Lu Tianzhou suddenly asked, "Brother Jiang, do you think I am worthy of junior sister Nangong? True love in this world only comes from mutual affection. How can there be any question of whether one is compatible or not? Besides, you are a true disciple with extraordinary talent. You may become the next sect master's chosen one." Jiang Jiga looked disapproving. If this was what Lu Tianzhou wanted to say, then he was making a fuss out of nothing. Hearing Jiang Jiga's words, Lu Tianzhou's originally serious expression suddenly disappeared, and he laughed out loud. "You guy, you cried and told me that you were not worthy of senior sister Ning some time ago, and now you say that true love in the world can only be achieved when 2 people are in love with each other?" Jiang Jiga blushed and asked unconfidently, "When did I ever say such a thing?" "Okay, I'll just pretend you didn't say that. But brother Jiang, when I say a good match, I'm not referring to status, but the true love you mentioned." Lu Tianzhou shrugged. After Ning Qiushui left the sect, Jiang Jiga came to him for a drink the next day. He remembered clearly what he said when he was drunk. Jiang Jiga coughed twice and replied, "If I felt that you were not suitable for Rower, how could I help you get close to her?" Lu Tianzhou was stunned when he heard this. He cared too much about Jiang Jiga's opinion and forgot this point. Now that I think about it, perhaps Jiang Jiga had already recognized Lu Tianzhou and believed that he was someone worthy of trust. Jiang Jiga stepped forward and patted Lu Tianzhou on the shoulder, then said with a smile, "Okay, let's hurry into the tomb, otherwise Rower will be waiting anxiously." It is said that the better the relationship with brothers, the less they want to see their brothers have any thoughts about their sisters. because they know their brother's shortcomings very well, but Jiang Jiga didn't think so. During this period of time, he not only saw Lu Tianjiao's sincerity, but also saw Lu Tianjiao's upright character. With Lu Tianjiao's status, position, and appearance, a large group of women would come to him just by beckoning his finger, but he is an old bachelor like Jiang Jiga. After falling in love with Nan Gongrou, Jiang Jiga felt inferior to her for her unremitting perseverance. How could he feel that Lu Tianjiao was not worthy of Nan Gongrou? Wait, brother Jiang, I have another question. If one day junior sister Nangong and I really get to that point, but we need your consent, will you agree? Lu Tianjiao held Jiang Jiga's hand, his expression more sincere than ever before. Jiang Jiga frowned and asked in confusion, "What on earth are you thinking? You have already moved Rower, do you still need my approval? I have always supported you, brat." Although he really hopes to see Nan Gongrou find true love, as a brother, he will feel a little unhappy when he thinks that Nan Gongrou will really marry someone else one day. I see. Lu Tianjiao let go of Jiang Jiga's hand, took 3 steps back and looked at him. Lu Tianjiao's expression at this moment really made Jiang Jiga confused. Although nothing happened, Lu Tianjiao's face was filled with sadness and he looked like he was about to cry. Brother Jiang, I actually saw it a long time ago, but I just didn't want to believe it. Now that I think about it, senior sister Ning probably chose to travel far for this reason, right? Roar, there's no way she would be attracted to me. Jiang Jiga looked stunned and didn't react to what Lu Tianjiao was saying. Brother Lu, who are you? Before Jiang Jiga could finish his words, a cold light suddenly pierced his heart. Chapter 42. Brothers. Jiang Jiga's face changed drastically and he quickly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, the sword was too fast and a wound was still left on his chest. Jiang Jiga retreated 10 meters, looked down at the bloody wound on his chest, and said in astonishment, "Brother Lu, you want to kill me?" His mood at this moment was more like shock than disbelief. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still didn't believe that Lu Tianjiao would attack him, and that the attack would be a killing move. If Jiang Jiga had not been able to dodge in time, he would have been a corpse by now. Brother Jiang, I have to do this for junior sister Nangong. For Rower? Are you kidding? Jiang Jiga was angry and confused at the same time. Even if it was for Rower, why kill him? With tears in his eyes, Lu Tianjiao roared at the top of his lungs, "Don't you understand? Junior sister Nangong likes you." All the things that happened in the past came to his mind. He did not feel jealous, but more unwilling. Why? Despite my hard work day after day, I still don't get any attention from Nan Gongrou. Jiang Jiga was clearly only fulfilling his duties as an older brother and had never had any romantic feelings for Nan Gongrou, but how could he still have Nan Gongrou's silent love for him? This feeling is like the goddess you think about day and night is secretly in love with someone else. Lu Tianjiao has been fighting hard, but it turns out that he, like Ning Xiaoshui, can't change anything. Even if Jiang Jiga had no romantic feelings for Nan Gongrou, it would be impossible for Lu Tianjiao to win Nan Gongrou's heart without Jiang Jiga's help. Jiang Jiga felt confused and found it difficult to understand the message conveyed by Lu Tianjiao. Like, isn't it normal for a sister to like her brother? Doesn't he also like Nan Gongrou, his sister? Before Jiang Jiga could react, Lu Tianjiao stabbed at him again with a sword. Jiang Jiga directly used the crane walking steps to dodge, but the speed of the late Lingwu realm was not comparable to that of a person in the internal refining realm. Even if Lu Tianjiao did not use his full strength, he would still be left with many wounds on his body. Lu Tianjiao, are you serious? Jiang Jiga was burning with rage, and every move of Lu Tianjiao was fatal. If he hadn't practiced the crane walking step, he wouldn't have lasted more than 2 rounds. Brother Jiang, give up. You can't be my opponent. Lu Tianjiao gritted his teeth. Since he had chosen to take action, there was no turning back. Otherwise, if Nan Gongrou knew what he had done, she would definitely fight him to the death, let alone win Nan Gongrou's heart. Even if you want to kill me, you have to give me a reason. Jiang Jiga's face looked grim, and he was rapidly thinking of ways to break the impasse. Lu Tianjiao has the cultivation level of the late spiritual martial arts, and is only 1 step away from breaking through to the peak of spiritual martial arts. He is only a hair's breadth away from Ning Xiaoshui. If he continues like this, he will surely die. Lu Tianjiao's attack became even more fierce, and he shouted angrily, "Reason? Do you know how I felt when I bought a spirit sword with great expectations, but it was not as good as a hairpin? You know how it feels when you're pursuing someone with all your heart, but there's no hope at all?" If he hadn't been left with no other options,
Why would Lu Tianjiao attack Zhang Jiga? He proposed to go to the tomb in order to get along with Nangong Rou and create opportunities to improve their favorability. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lu Tianjiao's invitation, Nangong Rou's first reaction was to go with Zhang Jiga. Lu Tianjiao wanted to refuse, but she said that if Zhang Jiga didn't go, she wouldn't go either. With Nangong Rou's personality, she must be very interested in the tomb, but she would refuse to go to the tomb without hesitation just to travel with Zhang Jiga. It is simply a pipe dream to want to impress Nangong Rou, who loves Zhang Jiga so deeply. Clang. Lu Tianjiao's spiritual sword chopped off Zhang Jiga's spiritual sword. The two forces collided and Zhang Jiga couldn't hold on for more than 2 seconds. The magic sword in his hand flew dozens of meters away, and he retreated 5 or 6 steps before he could stabilize his body. The remaining spiritual power was transmitted to his lungs through his arms. Zhang Jiga coughed up a large mouthful of blood on the spot, half knelt on the ground, covering his chest. Zhang Jiga looked up at Lu Tianjiao and said weakly, "I don't care what your reasons are. Can what you are doing now be called true love?" A trace of guilt flashed across Lu Tianjiao's eyes, and he said in a trembling voice, "It's useless to say anything. I have no choice but to kill you now. I must kill you." He walked towards Zhang Jiga with a sword in hand, raised the magic sword but couldn't cut it down no matter what he did. Although he was determined to kill Zhang Jiga, when it really came to the moment of killing him, Lu Tianjiao still couldn't bring himself to do it. Let's not talk about Nangong Rou for now. During this period of time, he had already regarded Zhang Jiga as a brother. Is it really worth killing your brother for the girl you love? Lu Tianjiao hesitated for a moment, and his expression became firm again. Things have come to this, he can't let Zhang Jiga go. Just as Lu Tianjiao was about to take action, Zhang Jiga found the right opportunity, stood up and ran straight towards the magic sword that fell in the distance. Lu Tianjiao did not stop him and let Zhang Jiga pick up the magic sword. Ninefold waves of blue water. Zhang Jiga picked up the magic sword, raised his hand and slashed at Lu Tianjiao with several sword lights. Lu Tianjiao didn't move at all. Zhang Jiga's sword moves were powerful enough to surpass those in the body refining stage, but they couldn't break his spiritual defense at all. Lu Tianjiao turned to look at Zhang Jiga, shook his head and said, "It's useless. The gap between us is too big." The battle between the late spiritual martial realm and the body refining realm was like a 3-year-old child fighting with an adult man. It could not be called a battle at all, but a one-sided crushing. "You little brat, I'm really annoyed by your appearance right now." Zhang Jiga sneered. So what if it was useless? Was he going to just stand there and let Lu Tianjiao kill him? "Brother Zhang, it's time to end." Lu Tianjiao sighed lightly and clenched the magic sword in his hand. The next moment, spiritual light shone all around him, and his power was several levels stronger than before. "Break!" Lu Tianjiao shouted in a deep voice and thrust out a sword energy filled with a destructive aura. The pure sword energy, without any spiritual power, is powerful enough to make people despair. The vastness becomes a sword, the painting becomes a sharp edge, and one sword sweeps in all directions. Seeing the sword energy sweeping over, Zhang Jiga immediately used his most powerful martial art. The vast sword technique is very powerful, but it's a pity that you are only at the refining Zhang stage. Lu Tianjiao closed his eyes, unwilling to see the tragic scene of Zhang Jiga being pierced by sword energy. Even if Zhang Jiga had the cultivation level of the blood training realm, he would not be killed directly by the sword energy when he performed the Kangmang sword technique, but Zhang Jiga's cultivation was too low, even lower than that of his younger brother Lu Tianjiao. 2 breaths passed, and Lu Tianjiao did not hear the sound of sword energy piercing his body. Instead, he noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy was gathering towards the front. Lu Tianjiao opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Jiga in surprise. The vastness becomes a sword, the mountains and rivers become ridges, and one sword breaks all laws. Zhang Jiga held the sword in both hands and slashed out a white sword light that was 8 feet high. Lu Tianjiao looked dazed until the sword light came close to him, then he reacted and raised his sword to block. Unfortunately, it was too late. In such a hurry, even if he had the cultivation base of the late spiritual martial arts stage, he could not block such a terrifying sword light. Chapter 43. Will we still be brothers? Phew, a broken arm shot up into the sky. Lu Tianjiao's face turned pale, and he took 2 steps back, covering his broken arm. The next moment, the spirit sword was against his throat. Regardless of the risk of being pierced by the spirit sword, Lu Tianjiao looked up at Zhang Jiga and said with a miserable smile, "Suppress your cultivation and break through the spirit realm in battle. You are the one who plays the pig and eats the tiger." It turned out that Zhang Jiga had already reached the blood training realm,
and at this moment he broke through to the spiritual martial realm on the battlefield. With the help of the spiritual power of heaven and earth absorbed after the breakthrough, he performed the second move of the Kangmang sword technique in one fell swoop. When they were in Tianyun Pavilion and the two were sparring, Lu Tianjia thought he was letting Zhang Jiga win, but he didn't expect that Zhang Jiga was also letting him win. Zhang Jiga's cultivation in the Lianzan realm is comparable to that of an ordinary early Lingwu. Now that he has broken through the Lingwu realm and displayed the power of the second move of the Kangmang sword art, not to mention that Lu Tianjiu has no time to react, even if he was prepared in advance, he may not be able to withstand it. Don't you understand the principle of showing 3 points to the enemy and keeping 7 points for yourself when you go out? Zhang Jiga had a cold expression, as if he was about to pierce Lu Tianjiao's throat at the next moment. Lu Tianjiao didn't say much, he lowered his head and prepared to face death, but after he waited for a while, Zhang Jiga suddenly took back the magic sword. You won't kill me? Lu Tianjiao looked up at Zhang Jiga, his face full of disbelief. Zhang Jiga took back the spirit sword and said helplessly, "You'd better save your energy. Pursuing roar is not something you can accomplish by killing me." If he killed Lu Tianjiao, wouldn't he become a fool like Lu Tianjiao? Besides, Lu Tianjiao had never been determined to kill Zhang Jiga from the beginning. Otherwise, with his cultivation in the late Lingwu realm, even a peak Lingwu realm cultivator would definitely survive the sneak attack, not to mention Zhang Jiga, who was in the body refining stage. After the two men fought, Lu Tianjiao let Zhang Jiga win several times. Otherwise, before Zhang Jiga broke through the Lingwu realm, Lu Tianjiao could have just used a martial art to blast Zhang Jiga into pieces. If you don't kill me today, aren't you afraid that I will retaliate against you later? You won't, I know you. Zhang Jiga shook his head. He knew very well that Lu Tianjiu was just impulsive today. You're probably the only one who would say something like that to someone who just wanted to kill you. Lu Tianjiao smiled bitterly and did not seek death again. He took out the spiritual talisman and called the crane not far away. Zhang Jiga raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this, and asked in confusion, "You are not going to the tomb? You've already cut off one of my hands, what else can you do?" Lu Tianjiao curled the corner of his mouth. How should he explain the broken arm when he went to the tomb to see Nangong Ro? This place is located on the outskirts of Baihai Mountain, and there is no monster that can cut off the arm of a cultivator in the late Lingwu realm. The crane didn't fly far. While the two were talking, another crane slowly flew over. Lu Tianjiao did not leave in a hurry. He turned around and looked at Zhang Jiga, who was still watching him quietly. Lu Tianjiao looked guilty and said weakly, "By the way, Brother Jiang, can you please not tell junior sister Nangong about this?" At this moment, he knew that he would never have the chance to pursue Nangong Ro again. It was not because of the consequences of the failed assassination of Zhang Jiga, but because if he failed to kill Zhang Jiga, he would not have been able to win Nangong Ro's heart. Even so, Lu Tianjiao still didn't want Nangong Ro to be disappointed in him. At least when they met in the future, Nangong Ro would not look at him with hatred. "Don't worry, I won't tell tales." Zhang Jiga sighed inwardly. He could see that Lu Tianjiu was planning to give up pursuing Nangong Ro. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Lu Tianjiu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen when Nangong Ro found out that he had tried to kill Zhang Jiga. Etc. Just as Lu Tianjiu was about to leave on the crane, Zhang Jiga suddenly called him. Lu Tianjiu turned his head and saw Zhang Jiga picking up his broken arm and walking towards him quickly. "Go back to Elder Danfeng. With your status in the sect, they should be able to reattach your broken arm for you. Tianyun Pavilion can reconnect the severed arm, but it will cost a certain amount of money." Lu Tianjiao looked melancholy and sighed, "Forget it, just take this as a lesson for me. From now on, I will just focus on practicing the one-armed sword technique." In Tianyun Pavilion, one-handed sword skills are not uncommon. Don't you think the lesson is too great? Zhang Jiga frowned. With Lu Tianjiao's talent, he could indeed practice one-handed swordsmanship again, but it would waste several years. Besides, without a hand, many things would be inconvenient. Lu Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. "Brother Jiang, you were so good to me. Does junior sister Nangong know?" Lu Tianjiao, you are a true disciple of the sect. Have you ever thought about the consequences of having your arm cut off? Zhang Jiga looked serious. He was not in the mood to joke with Lu Tianjiao. Liu Tianjiu was stunned again, not knowing what to say. He was silent for a long time, his eyes unconsciously reddened.
Brother Jiang, from now on, will we still be brothers?
Lu Tianjiao lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. He had been pretending to be calm, but in fact he regretted killing Jiang Jiga from beginning to end. Seeing Jiang Jiga's serious expression at this moment, the guilt was magnified countless times. For the sake of Nangong Rou, he was willing to kill Jiang Jiga, but Jiang Jiga not only did not kill him, but was also worried about his broken arm. With such a close relationship, how could Lu Tianjiao continue to be so close to Jiang Jiga?
Jiang Jiga didn't say too many sensational words, just nodded, certainly. Wow. First it was Fairy Ning, and now the Demon Emperor doesn't even let men go? Take your Long Yang Ji and get out of here.
The Demon Emperor values brotherhood.
It's strange, the Demon Emperor is such a sentimental person. Why did his temperament change drastically after becoming the Emperor and become bloodthirsty?
At this time, not only Nangong Rou, but everyone else in the palace began to doubt whether the rumors about Jiang Jiga becoming emperor were true. But like Nangong Rou, they also felt that although it was hard to believe, many people had witnessed the atrocities committed by the demon emperor. After saying goodbye to Lu Tianjiao, Jiang Jiga walked down the stairs into the tomb. The first thing that caught my eye was a long corridor that seemed to have no end, with candles hanging on both sides for lighting.
I guess they were lit by Brother Lu Tianjiao in advance.
Jiang Jiga walked for a while and did not find any danger, nor did he see the rumored traps and formations. It seems that it is just as Lu Tianjiao said, there is no danger in the tomb, and they are just here to play. Hopefully I can find something useful. Nangong Rou was in the mood to visit the tomb, but Jiang Jiga was not. If they didn't find anything valuable, it would be a wasted trip. After walking for about half a quarter of an hour, the corridor was still brightly lit, and Nangong Rou and her group had obviously walked deeper into the corridor. At the same time, wooden doors began to appear on both sides of the corridor, but the wooden doors had been opened, and signs of having been searched were visible at a glance. Chapter 44, Simple Tomb. The tomb had been looted earlier, and Nangong Rou and her group were walking in front, so there was a high probability that there would be nothing left inside these wooden doors. Moreover, this is not considered as the real entry into the tomb. Even if the tomb has not been looted, there probably won't be many good things inside. Jiang Jiga did not stop and quickened his pace to chase Nangong Rou and his group. The layout of the tomb was not complicated. Jiang Jiga walked along the corridor and soon found a stone chamber. He walked into the stone chamber and found Nangong Rou and her group sitting inside and chatting. Nangong Rou quickly came up and said unhappily, "Brother, you are finally here. Why did you take so long?"
"Something happened. By the way, Rower, did you find anything valuable in the tomb?"
Jiang Jiga couldn't explain too much, so he could only try to change the subject. Nangong Rou crossed her arms and snorted, "No, there is nothing in this broken tomb."
"What a waste of my time." Jiang Jiga couldn't help but laugh.
It turned out that Nangong Rou would also feel bored with a simple tour. Junior Lu Tianjiao glanced behind Jiang Jiga and asked in confusion, "Junior brother Jiang, where is Lu Zhenchuan?"
He had to go back to the sect first." Upon hearing this, Lu Tianjiao's 5 younger brothers looked at each other in surprise. They knew very well why Lu Tianjiao would waste time exploring this empty tomb.
He hasn't even said a few words to Nangong Rou yet, so why would he return to the sect alone?
Then shall we continue to explore the tomb?
Jiang Jiga also realized that there was no danger in the tomb, but there was nothing valuable either. One of the younger brothers shook his head and said helplessly, "This stone chamber seems to be the end of the tomb. There is no place to go deeper."
"Rower, is there nothing we can take away from the stone chamber?"
Jiang Jiga began to look around the stone chamber and discovered that except for a stone coffin in the center of the chamber, the rest of the place was terribly simple. Not to mention the tombs of Yuan High Realm powerhouses, even mortal tombs were more luxurious than this. It was so simple and there was nothing valuable in it.
No wonder Nangong Rou felt bored. "No, let's go." Nangong Rou's face was filled with annoyance and she didn't want to stay any longer for even a second. "Wait a moment."
Jiang Jiga had just entered the stone chamber, so he was naturally unwilling to return, so he walked to the sarcophagus and looked at it carefully. Unfortunately, the sarcophagus is also very simple, and there are signs that it has been opened. It is hard to imagine that there are spiritual weapons or something like that. Just when Jiang Jiga was about to give up, he suddenly discovered a line of complicated and ancient text engraved on the sarcophagus.
"Everyone, do you recognize this kind of writing?" Zhang Jiga showed a puzzled look.
Since he joined Tianyun Pavilion, he had learned no less than 100 kinds of characters, but this kind of symbol-like characters on the sarcophagus was the first time he had seen them.
I don't know.
I don't know how many years this tomb has existed.
It should be the ancient writing from that time.
The 5 younger brothers shook their heads one after another.
They didn't think much about it.
The tomb was so simple, how could the sarcophagus be engraved with ancient spells? If I'm not mistaken, those words are just mourning for the owner of the tomb. Zhang Jiga was filled with disappointment inside. If that's the case, then we can only return to our clan now. Although I was mentally prepared, I didn't expect that it would be a wasted trip. If the tomb was luxuriously built with complex structure, it would be eye-opening. However, inside the tomb, apart from an ordinary corridor, there is only one stone chamber. It is so simple that it cannot be simpler. No one noticed that after they turned around and left the stone chamber, the words on the sarcophagus lit up with a red light.
Huh? Why did the candles in the corridor go out? That shouldn't be the case. That's a spiritual fire.
It can burn for at least 7 days and 7 nights. When everyone returned to the corridor, they found that all the candles in the corridor had been extinguished.
Brother, let's go quickly. This broken tomb is really annoying. Nangong Ro's face turned pale.
Without the candlelight, the corridor that was originally brightly lit became dark and gloomy, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you.
Don't be afraid, Roar, it's just a little darker. I'm not afraid.
Except for Nangong Ro, who was afraid of the dark, no one else cared too much. The long corridor leads directly to the exit, so even if it is dark, one will not lose track of the direction. Besides, there is no danger at all in the tomb. After a period of groping, everyone returned to the ground safely. This is truly a humble room, but my virtue is fragrant. That's not right.
There's not even a single strand of wool in this tomb. Why is it one of the most profound memories of the Demon Emperor? Everyone in the hall was quite confused.
The scenes shown by the light and shadow were the most impressive memories of the Demon Emperor. Was an empty tomb worthy of the Demon Emperor's recalling it again? Nangong Ro was also secretly puzzled.
Although the memory of Yuqing was a little vague, she still had an impression of it.
However, she had long forgotten everything about this tomb. For Nangong Ro, the time she spent in Tianyun Pavilion was her most precious memory, but even she didn't remember it, so why did Zhang Jiga remember it until now? After returning to Tianyun Pavilion, Nangong Ro quickly forgot about the tomb, as if it was an insignificant incident. Only Zhang Jiga knew that because of the trip to the tomb mansion, he was almost hacked to death by Lu Tianjiao in Baihai Mountain, and he also cut off one of Lu Tianjiao's arms. Zhang Jiga was not in a hurry to visit Lu Tianjiao. He knew that Lu Tianjiao was in a heavy mood, so he decided to let both of them calm down for a while. That night, Zhang Jiga felt unusually tired. He did not practice as thoroughly as usual. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Zhang Jiga gradually fell asleep. In his drowsiness, he seemed to see everything that happened in Baihai Mountain during the day. He rode a fairy crane to Baihai Mountain, and was stopped by Lu Tianjiao for a private talk. After that, Lu Tianjiao suddenly attacked, and Zhang Jiga dodged in time and started to fight back. At first, he was crushed by Lu Tianjiao, but later he took advantage of Lu Tianjiao's weakness to pick up the spirit sword, and suddenly turned the defeat into victory in the Lingwu realm. After cutting off Lu Tianjiao's left arm, Zhang Jiga held the sword to his throat.
Don't you understand the principle of showing 3 points to the enemy and keeping 7 points for yourself when you go out?
Puff! A flash of blood passed by, and Zhang Jiga cut off Lu Tianjiao's head.
No! That's not right. I didn't kill Brother Lu.
The next moment, Zhang Jiga suddenly opened his eyes, but he was not lying on the bed, but in Baihai Mountain. Zhang Jiga's face was pale. He glanced at the spirit sword in his hand that was stained with blood. The blood on his face was even a little warm.
Brother Lu?
Zhang Jiga looked around and was shocked to find Lu Tianjiao's head not far away. Plop! Lu Tianjiao's body fell to the ground without support, and the blood from his neck flowed like a stream to Zhang Jiga's feet.
How is it possible? How is it possible?
The magic sword in Zhang Jiga's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he covered his head in pain. He remembered clearly that he did not kill Lu Tianjiao at all. Chapter 45, Life is like a dream. But at this moment, the real feeling told Zhang Jiga that he was not dreaming, nor was he trapped in an illusion. Everything around was real. He was still in Baihai Mountain, and Lu Tianjia was also killed by him. Before Jiang Jiga could accept the reality, there was a sudden vibration from the tomb not far away. Jiang Jiga's expression changed slightly. Although they were far away, he seemed to be able to hear Nangong Ro's urgent cry for help. Jiang Jiga no longer cared about anything else and quickly ran towards the tomb, but when he ran to the entrance of the tomb, he was blocked outside by an invisible formation. No one knew where the formation came from. With Jiang Jiga's level of cultivation, it was basically impossible for him to break through the formation by himself. What the hell is going on? Jiang Jiga's eyes were bloodshot. Did he want Nangong Ro to leave him again? Jiang Jiga tried everything, using talismans to blast, magic swords to chop, or body to hit, but unfortunately, nothing worked to break the formation's protection. Roar, the feeling of despair almost suffocated Jiang Jiga. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, and pounded the ground weakly. Why do you do this to me? If this is a dream, then wake up quickly, okay? Jiang Jiga didn't understand why he returned to Baihai Mountain again and why he killed Lu Tianjiao. Why would the tomb, which was originally free of any danger, shake and even have such a powerful formation for protection? Dream? You are just a beggar, but you happen to find a lovely sister who trusts you unconditionally, and you even became a disciple of the immortal sect and met a master who took good care of you. Isn't your past a dream? After hearing these words, Jiang Jiga suddenly woke up and began to doubt his life. The other party was right. He was a beggar, so how could he have a sister who depended on him so much? How could he be so close to a true disciple of an immortal sect? How could he make an elder of an immortal sect show such care and concern for him? The world is uncertain, life is like a dream, what is false and what is real? There was never a Jiang Jiga who joined the immortal sect. There was only a little beggar who froze to death in a dilapidated temple. What you have heard and seen is nothing but a dream. Jiang Jiga's face was pale, and all the past events flashed through his mind like a kaleidoscope. In the winter 7 years ago, he was hungry and poorly clothed. It was understandable that he, a 9-year-old beggar, froze to death. Perhaps everything in Tianyun Pavilion is just a beggar's fantasy before he freezes to death. Ning Qiushui, Yao Qianji, Lu Tianjiao, these people don't exist at all. The next moment, Jiang Jiga raised his head and shouted angrily, "Who are you, evildoer? How dare you destroy my Dao heart?" The rest of the people could indeed make him doubt, but Nangong Ro could never be his fantasy. In the snowy plain, Nangong Ro used her body to block the snow and carried Jiang Jiga forward with difficulty, unwilling to abandon him until her death. Inside Baihai Mountain, Nangong Ro wiped out the escaped talisman and resolutely stood in front of Jiang Jiga, just to live and die with him. Jiang Jiga would never forget those calls of brother, even if thousands or tens of thousands of years passed. The sky was silent for 2 seconds, and then a creepy low laugh was heard. Jiang Jiga's face was gloomy and he was about to ask a question when suddenly an unprecedented power surged in his body. It was not spiritual power, and no one knew where it came from, but it instantly allowed his chi to surpass the spiritual martial realm. Jiang Jiga was stunned at first, but then he reacted and raised his sword to slash at the formation defense that was originally unshakable. With just a crisp sound, the protective formation shattered into pieces like a spider web. Seeing this, Jiang Jiga had no time to care about the laughter and immediately rushed into the tomb. In the long corridor of the tomb, there were 4 corpses lying in miserable states. Nangong Ro held the magic sword in her hand, her expression terrified, her eyes fixed on the opposite side of the corridor. The last short-haired girl stood in front of Nangong Ro and said in a deep voice, "The formation seems to have disappeared. Junior sister Nangong, run quickly, I will buy you some time." Nangong Ro was very scared, but still shook her head and said, No, if I leave." Although he didn't have a close relationship with this short-haired girl, it was really impossible for him to ask her to abandon her companions and escape alone. The short-haired woman felt warm in her heart. Nangong Ro was unwilling to abandon her for someone of such a humble status. No wonder Lu Tianjiao liked her so much. "Junior sister Nangong, don't worry about me, you should." Before she finished her words, a black gas flew over from a distance and pierced through the short-haired woman's chest. "Quick, run!" Blood gushed out of the short-haired woman's mouth, and after struggling for 2 seconds, she fell to the ground. "Senior sister." Nangong Ro's face turned pale and she couldn't even hold the magic sword in her hand. She had always been protected by her brother and master. She had cultivated to the spiritual martial realm, but had never killed a domestic animal. She felt uncomfortable witnessing the killing of monsters, and it was impossible for her to face a strong enemy alone. Boom! Boom! there were bursts of dull footsteps coming from the opposite side of the corridor. Nangong Ro looked up and saw a giant skeleton wearing armor and surrounded by black air slowly walking towards her. Nangong Ro's legs suddenly went weak and a deep fear surged in her heart. She glanced at the body of the short-haired woman, and finally turned and ran towards the exit. I'm sorry. Nangong Ro's face was covered with tears, and her guilt almost overwhelmed her fear. She blamed herself for not being able to save the 5 companions who swore to protect her to the death, and blamed herself for not having the courage to die here with them. But she really didn't want to die, and didn't want to never see Jiang Jiga again. The armored skeleton saw Nangong Ro trying to escape, so he sped up and ran towards her. Nangong Ro didn't dare to look back and just ran wildly regardless of everything. Unfortunately, even though she used her body skills and martial arts to escape, the dull footsteps behind her were still getting closer and closer. Nangong Ro could feel that the armored skeleton was about to catch up with her, and the feeling of despair surged like a wave. Roar! At this moment, Jiang Jiga's voice came from the front. Nangong Ro looked forward, revealing a pair of eyes that were red from crying. Elder brother. Nangong Ro cried out, then rushed over and threw herself into Jiang Jiga's arms. Jiang Jiga patted Nangong Ro on the back and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Roar. I'm here, nothing will happen. He said so, but when he saw the armored skeleton charging towards him, his eyes revealed an unprecedented solemnity. The armored skeleton was a creature that Jiang Jiga had never seen before. Its power was close to that of a Dao Seed realm, and the black air lingering around it was even more bizarre. To deal with this kind of monster, even if Master Yao Qinji came, he wouldn't dare to say that he has a 100% chance of winning. Nangong Ro's eyes were blurred with tears, and she said in a trembling voice, I'm so afraid that you will come, but I'm also so afraid that you won't come. Although she had been praying that Jiang Jiga would show up to save her, she knew very well how strong the armored skeleton was, and Jiang Jiga's coming would only result in another corpse. Roar, you go first. I am sure I can handle it. Jiang Jiga stood in front of Nangong Ro, showing a power that could compete with the armored skeleton. Chapter 46. Let me protect you occasionally. Because of the power that came from nowhere, Jiang Jiga now has the strength to fight the armored skeleton. There is no need to use the invisibility talisman or other methods to forcibly send Nangong Ro away. Nangong Ro looked worried and said anxiously, but brother, this monster is really too strong. Although Jiang Jiga suddenly showed power comparable to that of the armored skeleton, the person who had tried to buy her time to escape had just died. How could she be at ease letting Jiang Jiga face the armored skeleton alone? Just as Nangong Ro hesitated, an armored skeleton rushed over with a pitch-black sword in his hand. Jiang Jiga did not retreat but advanced, holding the magic sword in both hands and slashing at the armored skeleton head. On die in an instant, the man and his bone sword collided dozens of times, and the sound of metal collision was endless in the corridor. It was like a fight between mortal swordsmen. There were no fancy martial arts or spiritual power, only the pure flash of swords and shadows. Having said that, both sides were far beyond the spiritual martial realm in terms of speed and strength, which dazzled Nangong Ro. This seemed to be the first time in her life that she had seen a battle of this level that relied purely on strength and speed without relying on spiritual power. Roar, I am confident that I can defeat it. You being around will only distract me. Leave now. Jiang Jiga clenched his teeth. He seemed to be in a state of ease, but in fact he could only hold on with difficulty. If Nangong Ro didn't leave, he would be exposed. After hearing this, Nangong Ro hesitated for a long time, but finally decided to turn around and escape. Although he was afraid that Jiang Jiga would be defeated by the armored skeleton, now was not the time to be indecisive. Just as Jiang Jiga said, since he is confident that he can deal with the armored skeleton, Nangong Ro would only be a burden if she stayed. When Nangong Ro left, the originally evenly matched situation changed. Rapidly, Jiang Jiga could barely keep up with the speed, but his strength was far inferior to that of the armored skeleton, and he was beaten back step by step. Jiang Jiga looked grim. At first, he was indeed able to fight against the armored skeleton on equal terms. The problem was that his cultivation was only at the initial stage of spiritual martial arts. After a few rounds of such high-intensity battles, his body would become overwhelmed. However, the armored skeleton, on the other hand, seemed to be getting stronger and stronger as the battle went on without any consumption. The reason why Jiang Jiga didn't use martial arts was because the martial arts he learned during the body refining period would have no effect on the armored skeleton, but would instead consume too much of his own energy. Fortunately, this battle was not a crushing one. As long as they could hold on for a while and make sure Nangong Ro escaped out of the tomb, Jiang Jiga would be able to find a chance to escape. After dozens of rounds, Jiang Jiga was finding it increasingly strenuous to fight. The hand holding the magic sword was trembling slightly, and blood was gushing out from his knuckles. Should it be almost done?
Jiang Jiga glanced behind him. Nangong Ro was at the spiritual martial realm after all.
After so much time had passed, it shouldn't be a problem for her to escape from the tomb. Just when Jiang Jiga wanted to retreat, the armored skeleton seemed to sense his thoughts and turned around to block the exit. Jiang Jiga tried to force the armored skeleton back, but unfortunately he was almost exhausted and could not fight it head-on. Instead, he was chopped back 5 meters by a sword. Jiang Jiga wanted to use his martial arts to escape, but he saw the armored skeleton thrust a knife into the ground. Black energy surged from his body, and in just a few seconds he created a formation that surrounded the entire tomb. Jiang Jiga's face turned pale and a feeling of despair arose in his heart that he never imagined that a skeleton's combat thinking could be as active as that of a human being, and could even set up a formation in such a short time, using himself as the center of the formation, without any engraving techniques. Just by inserting a knife into the ground, he can set up a large trap formation, which is simply unbelievable. Jiang Jiga's current strength is not enough to break out of the trap in an instant, which means that he is doomed to die.
Well, Roar must have escaped.
Jiang Jiga shook his head, but was not too frightened. As long as Nangong Ro is still alive, his life doesn't seem that important. The armored skeleton didn't give any chance at all, and its power kept rising, and soon it became as strong as the Yuanhai realm.
Yuanhai realm, Jiang Jiga gave a bitter smile.
The realm of transforming spirit into essence was simply beyond his reach. He originally wanted to struggle, but now facing a strong man in Yuanhai realm, it would be wiser to surrender and die quickly rather than struggle. The armored skeleton roared like a monster and raised its pitch-black sword high towards Jiang Jiga. Jiang Jiga did not hide or block because these actions were meaningless. Before he died, he had no fear of death, only reluctance to leave Nangong Ro. Roar, even if you don't have your brother anymore, you must live a good life. Jiang Jiga usually takes care of Nangong Ro too much, which makes him a little worried about how Nangong Ro will live without him in the future, but people will eventually part ways. Even if Jiang Jiga doesn't die today, he will eventually leave Nangong Ro. It's just that the time of his departure will be a little earlier. Just as Jiang Jiga was sighing, a figure suddenly rushed over and pushed him off. The man pushed Jiang Jiga away and tried to dodge, but unfortunately the speed difference was too great and he was almost cut in half by the pitch-black sword. Jiang Jiga, who was lying not far away, had a dazed look on his face and couldn't react at all to what was happening. The one who pushed him away was none other than Nangong Ro, who should have left the tomb long ago. Why? He had fought with the armored skeleton for dozens of rounds, so why was Nangong Ro still in the tomb? I knew that my brother was lying. Nangong Ro had blood oozing out of her mouth and looked dazed. At this moment, her back was not only torn apart, but her internal organs and bones could be seen. If she hadn't reached the spiritual martial realm, she would have become a corpse long ago. Jiang Jiga came back to his senses when he heard the sound, and when he saw Nangong Ro's miserable condition, he almost felt his heart break. Roar! Jiang Jiga ran towards Nangong Ro regardless of everything, tears streaming down his face like a spring. Although he clearly possessed strength comparable to that of a Daozhong realm, at this moment he stumbled every 3 steps and could not even stand steadily. The armored skeleton did not pursue the victory, but stared at Jiang Jiga and let out a playful and weird laugh. Jiang Jiga ran to Nangong Ro and wanted to hug her, but when he saw her bloody body, he was filled with fear and helplessness. Roar, you will be fine. You will be fine. Jiang Jiga could only take out the healing pill with trembling hands and wanted to feed it to Nangong Ro. However, just as he brought it to her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Nangong Ro showed a sad smile. An injury like hers could not be cured by an ordinary 7th grade elixir, let alone a 9th grade healing elixir. Brother, you always protected me before. Occasionally, let Roar protect you once in a while. Nangong Ro was smiling, but she was also crying like Jiang Jiga. She knew she was going to die, but she really couldn't bear to leave Jiang Jiga. She really couldn't bear to leave him. Roar! Roar! Hold on. Jiang Jiga's vision was almost blurred by tears. He still didn't dare to accept the reality and tried every possible way to save Nangong Ro. Chapter 47. Things are developing in the expected direction. Unfortunately, it was of no avail. Everything Jiang Jiga did was in vain. He could only watch Nangong Ro gradually lose her life in front of him. When she was on the verge of death, Nangong Ro raised her head with difficulty and leaned towards Jiang Jiga, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing this, Jiang Jiga hurriedly moved closer and put his mouth close to Nangong Ro to listen to her voice.
Brother, actually, Ruhr has always liked you, the kind of love that wants to marry you, Roar, but we are brother and sister. Jiang Jiga cried until he had difficulty breathing and did not dare to look into Nangong Ro's eyes. At this moment, he finally understood what Lu Tianjia meant by like, but it was too late. Fool! We are not related by blood. Nangong Ro used up her last bit of strength, turned her head and kissed Jiang Jiga on the face. After that, Nangong Ro fell into Jiang Jiga's arms and lost her voice completely. Roar! Roar! Jiang Jiga hugged Nangong Ro tightly, buried his head and cried heartbreakingly. He had seldom shed tears since the old beggar died of illness when he was 6 years old, but he cried until his throat was hoarse, like a child who had lost something he loved. He said he wanted to protect Nangong Ro, but how many times could Jiang Jiga truly protect her? Because of some negligence, Jiang Jiga almost killed Nangong Ro before, and now there is no chance of redemption. He was not a competent brother at all. He was not worthy of being with Nangong Ro, let alone receiving her love. If what the voice in the sky said was true, Jiang Jiga actually hoped that he would freeze to death in the dilapidated temple and that meeting Nangong Ro was just a pipe dream. This should be a mind-controlling illusion, a method used by the demon cultivators. If it were us, we could break through it in a snap, but the demon emperor back then was only at the spiritual martial realm, and was completely manipulated by him. That's right, now that the demon cultivator has appeared, the key to the demon emperor's demonic possession should be not far away. I don't know much about the mind-controlling illusion world. Since it's an illusion, then what Fairy Nangong said must be false, right? Even those who had never heard of the mind-controlling fantasy world were not worried about Nangong Ro's safety, because at this moment Nangong Ro was standing alive not far away. They were more concerned about whether Nangong Ro's confession to Jiang Jiga in the fantasy world was true. No, this is the terrifying part of the mind-controlling illusion. Although the caster can easily change things in the illusion, the fabricated illusion has the same way of thinking as real people. In other words, if Fairy Nangong is really on the verge of death, she will also confess to the demon emperor? After confirming Nangong Ro's feelings, no one in the hall felt anything was wrong, but instead smiled wickedly. It seems that Nangong Ro and Jiang Jiga are finally moving in the direction they expected. Looking at the pictures in light and shadow, Nangong Ro looked sad and sighed deeply. If it were not long ago, she would definitely feel angry and disgusted by this scene, but now she only feels mixed emotions. I still remember that when the memory first appeared, Nangong Ro thought that after entering the world of immortal cultivation, because she had a high talent for cultivation, she took care of Jiang Jiga in many places, so she did not owe Jiang Jiga much. Now that I think about it, the relationship between me and Jiang Jiga is not a question of whether I owe him or not. Back then, Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro were willing to entrust their lives to each other without hesitation, and some insignificant trivial matters were not worth mentioning at all after witnessing the memories. Till now, Nangong Ro's mentality almost went back to 1,000 years ago, and she had the urge to choose to trust Jiang Jiga unconditionally regardless of whether Jiang Jiga betrayed her or not. It was not Jiang Jiga who was wrong. Even if Jiang Jiga really did it just for a treasure, she should hate the treasure instead of Jiang Jiga. No, that's not right. How could I have such an idea? He is no longer the Jiang Jiga of the past, and I am no longer the little girl who only follows behind him. Nangong Ro quickly dismissed this idea as soon as it was born. Jiang Jiga killed her father's enemy with his own hands. How could she still have such a ridiculous idea? At the same time, Shuyan next to him had an extremely gloomy face. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could kill Jiang Jiga as soon as possible. After hearing Nangong Ro's confession to Jiang Jiga, Shuyan really felt like he was going crazy, with a feeling of resentment and anger that he had no place to vent. Shuyan had long wanted to deal with Jiang Jiga in advance, but he couldn't do that. At this moment, not only Nangong Ro and the hundreds of strong men in Zhangyang Palace, but countless people in the heavenly realm were immersed in the past of Demon Emperor Jiang Jiga. If Chuyan killed the dying Jiang Jiga with thunder and lightning without waiting for the memory to be fully revealed, Nangong Ro would treat him coldly, the hundreds of strong men in the hall would keep their distance from him, and countless people in the heaven would spit on him. What made Chuyan most frustrated was that the memory of the Demon Emperor Jiang Jiga was full of positive emotions, and he had never done anything harmful to the world, so there was no excuse to discredit him. Having learned his lesson before, Shuyan would not be stupid enough to make the same mistake again. He could only suppress his grievance and anger and wait for the memory scene to finish playing. Jiang Jiga, I don't believe that your life is really so upright. Shuyan gritted his teeth. He believed that everyone would change one day.
Zhang Zhiga had lived for 1,000 years and was called the Demon Emperor by the world. It was impossible that he had never done anything bad in his life. To be honest, Zhu heart has never been so dark. He went to great lengths to deliberately discredit one person, but Nangong Ro was too important to him. He felt heartbroken when he learned that Nangong Ro had a good relationship with Zhang Zhiga. What's more, what about when he witnessed the deep feelings of life and death between Nangong Ro and Zhang Zhiga? In the light and shadow, the scene changed again. Zhang Zhiga suddenly opened his eyes, with tears still in the corners of his eyes. Rower? Zhang Zhiga had a dazed look on his face and fell into a brief state of confusion. The familiar ceiling, the soft bed, whereas the tragic scene of Baihai Mountain. After a long time, Zhang Zhiga slowly came back to his senses. He turned his head to look at the dark night sky outside the window and finally confirmed that he was still in Tianyun Pavilion. Was that a dream? Zhang Zhiga covered his aching head, unable to tell which was reality and which was a dream. If what happened in the tomb before was a dream, then it was too real, right? Boy, you have the potential to become a demon. Just when Zhang Zhiga was in a trance, a sinister laugh suddenly came from his head. It's you? Who are you? Zhang Zhiga's expression changed drastically, and he immediately recognized that it was the strange existence above Baihai Mountain that tried to break his Taoism. Rather than knowing who I am, why not take a look at yourself first? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiga quickly lowered his head and looked around himself, and was horrified to find that his skin was covered with creepy black lines, and there was a black aura lingering around him like that of the armored skeleton. Chapter 48. The devil is the devil after all. What happened? What did you do to me? Zhang Zhiga angrily questioned the monster whose whereabouts were unknown. He finally understood that everything that happened in Baihai Mountain before was just the monster playing tricks on him. I've said before that you have the potential to become a demon. Now that you are surrounded by demonic energy, what else could you be if not a demon cultivator? Becoming a demon? Impossible. I, Zhang Zhiga, have lived my life with a clear conscience. How could I possibly fall into the trap of becoming a demon? Hearing the word demon cultivator, Zhang Zhiga's heart trembled instantly. There are many ways of cultivation in the world, including the evil cultivation that is despised by the famous and upright sections. The evil cultivation mentioned by this monster is the most taboo existence among all Taoist methods. Although evil cultivators are evil and their cultivation methods are extremely cruel and terrifying, they can still be barely called human beings. However, demon cultivators are more like those who have degenerated into another race and often have no self-awareness. At this moment, Zhang Zhiga was conscious and able to practice the Tianyun Pavilion skills. He was also extremely disgusted with the practice of evil in his heart. How could he possibly degenerate into a demon? You are right. From the perspective of character, you are just a hypocritical upright disciple. Unfortunately, you care too much about the people around you. That obsession is more evil than evil, more devilish than the devil. I can conclude that you will soon reach the top of the world and become a demon lord that everyone will avoid. The monster seemed very confident and kept making strange laughter. Impossible. How could I possibly become a demon cultivator? Zhang Zhiga wanted to deny it, but when he saw the black air lingering around him, he suddenly felt pale and powerless. Sensing that Zhang Zhiga was wavering, the demon continued to tempt him. Do you remember what happened at Baihai Mountain? If you had the power, how could your lovely sister have suffered such a tragic fate? Zhang Zhiga frowned slightly when he heard that. He had indeed prayed in his heart at that time that as long as Nangong Ro could be saved, he would be willing to accept any price. Since it comes at any price, what about becoming a demon? Do you understand? Only by becoming a demon can you gain unprecedented power. Only by becoming a demon can you protect the people you want to protect. The monster sneered. Zhang Zhiga had mediocre talent and a mixed physique, but these were perfect conditions for him to practice magic, because when practicing the magic path, talent and bloodline are never considered, but only whether one can be firm in one's choice and stick to the heart of the magic sect. However, looking at the history of mankind, how many people can firmly choose the path of magic? As long as there is the slightest self-doubt, a crack will appear in the devil's heart. If it is a little more serious, one will lose himself and become a walking corpse who only knows how to kill. Moreover, practicing the magic path is difficult and can easily affect the mind. Even those who abandon their emotions and degenerate into demons just to gain power may gradually lose themselves in it due to their weak will, but in the eyes of the monsters, Jiang Jiga was born into the world just to cultivate magic. Jiang Jiga will never doubt himself. In order to protect the one he loves, he can do anything. That obsession from the bottom of the heart is already a demon in the heart before it becomes a demon. Perhaps you are right. All things in the world have the same origin. As long as you have a clear conscience, there is no such thing as evil. But even if it's about cultivating demons, I have to make the decision myself. It's not your turn to give orders. Jiang Jiga snorted coldly. If he was bewitched by the monster and practiced magic, then he would truly fall into the evil path. Besides, why did the monster deliberately tempt him to practice magic? Is it simply to encourage Jiang Jiga to become stronger so that he can protect the people around him? After hearing Jiang Jiga's words, the monster seemed to be stunned and didn't make any sound. Obviously, even it was a little surprised by Jiang Jiga's answer. Okay, very good, you are indeed the material for this. After a few breaths, the monster let out an excited laugh, as if it had seen a rare treasure. Remember, my name is Tiansha, and I will let you taste the sweetness in the future. Tiansha's laughter lingered in Jiang Jiga's ears. He wanted to ask Tiansha about his origins again, but found that Tiansha had lost all his voice. At the same time, the black lines on Jiang Jiga's skin and the evil spirit lingering around his body also dissipated. All things in the world have the same origin. The demon emperor was not yet a demon at that time, but he could say this. No wonder he could aspire to be the great emperor. Tiansha. I have some impression of this name. It seems to be a chaos monster that is thousands of years old. Chaos monster? Damn, I'm beginning to doubt that the one we trapped in the palace is actually the demon emperor Jiang Jiga, whose body is still being possessed by the heavenly evil. Are you stupid? We can see these memories, and they are mainly Fairy Nangong, which proves that the later demon emperor did not lose his mind. Since he has not lost his mind, why would the demon emperor? Everyone in the hall was shocked and confused. Judging from these memories, Jiang Jiga did not lose himself after becoming emperor. However, if Jiang Jiga had not lost himself, why would he have committed such murderous and brutal atrocities? It was really hard for everyone to imagine that such a kind and sentimental boy, without losing himself, could become a demon emperor who enjoyed killing people. Chaos demons refer to a group of monsters that create the source of magic. They wander in the void and are extremely rare in number. Each of them has at least half emperor power. Tiansha is a chaotic monster that caused a massacre 10,000 years ago. Its strength even surpasses many emperors. Only an emperor of Jiang Jiga's level can compete with him. But it's just that 10,000 years ago, Tiansha lived in an area far away from the heaven, so even the powerful people who had lived for thousands of years knew very little about it. Why are you all so surprised? A demon is still a demon. For Jiang Jiga now, killing innocent lives is probably his true nature. Shu Yun snorted coldly. When he saw Jiang Jiga contacting the monster, he finally had the chance to mock him. Everyone in the hall looked at each other. Although they felt that Chu Yun's statement was a little inappropriate, they had no reason to refute it. Seeing that no one in the hall objected, Chu Yun felt proud. He turned to look at Nangong Ro and asked seriously, Xiao Ro, what do you think? Nangong Ro's face turned pale when she heard this, and she lowered her head to avoid the gazes of everyone in the hall. Moz and frowned slightly when she saw this. The person involved is confused, but the bystander can see things clearly. She could sense that Chu Yun was taking the opportunity to force Nangong Ro to abdicate. Facing so many powerful people in the Xian realm, what can Nangong Ro answer? She really wanted to believe Jiang Jiga, but she couldn't say anything to defend him. Those who have witnessed the facts have proved that Jiang Jiga is a bloodthirsty demon emperor. Although he is the lord of a world, he does not care about the survival of the heaven. He constantly contacts other demon cultivators and chaotic monsters, intending to transform the 9 heavens and 10 earths into demonic land. Yes, the devil is the devil after all. Chapter 49. Nothing happened. Nangong Ro gritted her teeth and chose not to defend Jiang Jiga. Now that the ending of her and Jiang Jiga has not yet come out, she has no courage to defend Jiang Jiga, nor any reason to defend Jiang Jiga. Chu Yun felt cold in his heart. Jiang Jiga had clearly killed Nangong Ro's biological father, but when he questioned her, Nangong Ro still hesitated. Even though Nangong Ro did not defend Jiang Jiga in the end, Chu Yun still felt a little unhappy. Is Jiang Jiga's feelings for her really that important? Moz sighed softly upon hearing the voice, and turned away from looking at Nangong Ro. Xiao Ro, is this your answer? Mozian felt like she hated him for not fighting back, and even felt jealous. Perhaps Jiang Jiga later degenerated into a demon, slaughtering people and being tyrannical and cruel, but he did regard Nangong Ro as someone more important than his own life. In Mozian's opinion, it doesn't matter if others blame Jiang Jiga, except Nangong Ro. Didn't Nangong Ro ever wonder why Jiang Jiga fell into evil? And for whom did he fall into evil? After witnessing Jiang Jiga's memories, Mozian believed that he chose to fall into the evil path definitely for Nangong Ro, but Nangong Ro did not think about understanding Jiang Jiga, nor did she protect Jiang Jiga. Instead, she chose to forget the years of life and death together, and helped Xu Yun and his group to join forces to kill Jiang Jiga. Jiang Jiga, if you had been so kind to me back then, why would I be your enemy today? Mozian clenched her fists. She admitted that she was jealous. She was jealous that Nangong Ro could be cared for so unreservedly by Jiang Jiga back then. Mozian was clearly Jiang Jiga's apprentice, but it was a luxury for her to even see Jiang Jiga smile, let alone receive the same care as Nangong Ro. After the Tiansha incident, a year passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Jiga did not covet the demonic energy given by Tiansha, but instead focused on the Tianyun Pavilion's skills. Even so, with the help of Tiansha, his cultivation speed is still far beyond before. In just 1 year, Jiang Jiga had reached the mid-stage of Lingwu cultivation, but he knew that a sudden increase in his cultivation would arouse suspicion within the sect, so he only showed his blood training stage cultivation to the outside world. As for Nangong Ro's confession to Jiang Jiga in the mind-controlling illusion, he didn't care too much about it, because in Jiang Jiga's view, it was just an illusion deliberately created by Tiansha. How could a sister who was closer to him than biological siblings like him as a brother? At Jiaxing Peak, Jiang Jiga was working in the medicine garden as usual. Boy, a year has passed and you have been exposed to a lot of demonic energy. How come you haven't changed at all? Tiansha was more and more surprised. Although Jiang Jiga had not yet directly practiced magic skills, his demonic energy had already penetrated into Jiang Jiga's body and mixed with Jiang Jiga's spiritual power. Jiang Jiga did not change at all. Tiansha knows many powerful people who have achieved great success in cultivating magic, but no matter how firm their wills are or how solid their magic hearts are, they will still be affected to some extent. For example, murderous or lustful thoughts may be magnified, or one's temperament may become violent. However, a year passed and Jiang Jiga seemed as if nothing had happened and was still cheerful every day. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not you. Just be content with what you have. Jiang Jiga curled his lips. Even though he received a lot of help from Tiansha, he still had no good feelings towards this monster, because Jiang Jiga still doesn't know what Tiansha's purpose is. He can only be on guard all the time and dare not rely too much on Tiansha's power. Show some respect. Technically speaking, I am half your master. Tiansha didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. It was the first time in his life that he heard of cultivating magic being contented with what one has. Over the past year, Jiang Jiga simply treated Tiansha as a warehouse. When needed, he would take away some of the magic energy to enhance his strength, and ignore it when not needed. He had no intention of practicing magic at all. Tiansha tried every means to tempt Jiang Jiga, but Jiang Jiga's temperament has not changed at all, and he has no desire to become stronger. He is really like a salted fish. Although this made Tiansha very impatient, it was also a good thing. If Jiang Jiga was not affected by the evil spirit and only regarded it as a kind of power, it would prove that he could go further in the path of evil. Chaos monsters are stronger than demon cultivators at the same level because they are not affected by demonic energy and will only continuously improve themselves. It is also possible that the chaos monsters themselves are very violent, and the source of the evil spirit also comes from them. Jiang Jiga's movements of picking the spiritual herbs were slightly delayed, and he said in a cold voice, "Take back what you said. I only have one master, and you are just an outsider who made your own decisions." You mean that Yao Qianji? Let alone the past, I can slap him to death right now. Tiansha was very disdainful. With just the Yuanhai realm, he was not qualified to be compared with him at all. Jiang Jiga's face turned even colder when he heard this, and he had the urge to beat Tiansha violently. Unfortunately, Tiansha lived in his body, and he had never seen Tiansha's entity, so it was impossible for him to touch him. "Brother, the master asked us to come over." Just as Jiang Jiga was preparing his words and preparing to greet Tiansha, a familiar voice was heard outside the medicine garden. Jiang Jiga could only retract his anger, stood up and looked at Nangong Ro. He saw Nangong Ro, wearing a light blue short skirt, running towards him skippingly.
Roar, did the master tell us what to do?
Zhang Jiga sighed inwardly that Nangong Ro was 15 years old this year and had become more and more graceful. Although he sees his sister every day, he never gets tired of looking at her, as if she is the most beautiful girl in the world. Noticing Zhang Jiga's gaze, Nangong Ro felt a little excited. She temporarily put aside what Zhao Qianji had told her to do and walked up to Zhang Jiga to show him around. Nangong Ro blinked her eyes and asked expectantly, "Brother, do you think I'm beautiful?"
"Beautiful, of course it is beautiful."
Zhang Jiga didn't think much about it and nodded without hesitation. Nangong Ro felt that the words were a bit perfunctory and frowned in dissatisfaction. She thought for a moment, then suddenly straightened her breasts, which were just beginning to develop, and asked with a smile, "So, brother, what do you think of my figure?"
Roar!
Your actions are so indecent. Zhang Jiga said this, but his face, which should have been serious, turned a little hot. To be honest, although Nangong Ro was only 15 years old, she has developed well and has already taken shape. Zhang Jiga was only 17 years old, full of vigor and vitality. How could he withstand such an action by Nangong Ro? Looking at Nangong Ro, who was right in front of him, Zhang Jiga suddenly remembered what happened in the mind-controlling illusion. At that time, Nangong Ro said that she liked him and wanted to get married. If Nangong Ro really thought so, then how should Zhang Jiga answer Nangong Ro? Reject? Not likely. Even without any other feelings, it would be difficult for Zhang Jiga to reject Nangong Ro, but if he doesn't refuse, Zhang Jiga will have no choice but to be with Nangong Ro, and their relationship will completely deteriorate, and they might even end up getting married. Chapter 50. Heavily evil. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiga's face became hotter and hotter, and he immediately gave up the idea. It is a sin to have such thoughts about my sister. Nangong Ro widened her eyes and said excitedly, "Wow! Brother, you are blushing. Tell me if you are attracted to me." In the past, Zhang Jiga only treated her as a younger sister and had never had this kind of reaction. Zhang Jiga straightened his expression and said in a serious tone, "What are you talking about? Let's go see our master as soon as possible." He has more of a brotherly affection for Nangong Ro, and the reason he had such thoughts was because of the tricks played by Tianxia in the mind-controlling fantasy world. "Brother, you are guilty. You really like me." Nangong Ro was even more delighted, as she could tell at a glance that Zhang Jiga was trying to change the subject. Zhang Jiga felt guilty and could only quicken his pace and walk out of the medicine garden. It seems that having too good a relationship with someone is not a good thing. Anything wrong will be noticed immediately. Nangong Ro quickly followed and kept asking Zhang Jiga questions. Zhang Jiga lowered his head and did not answer, praying that he could reach his master's courtyard as soon as possible. "Boy, I can tell you clearly that all the lives that appear in the mind-controlling fantasy world are reflections of reality. If you really encounter a tomb-guarding skeleton in the tomb, your sister will say the same thing. Since you have feelings for this girl, then it's a mutual affection. Why bother hiding it?" Tianxia couldn't stand it anymore. For the past year, he could see Nangong Ro hinting at Zhang Jiga every day, but Zhang Jiga seemed not to notice it every time. At first Tianxia thought Zhang Jiga was pretending to be crazy, but he didn't expect that he really knew nothing. "Don't try to seduce me. Isn't it against human ethics for a brother and sister to fall in love?" Zhang Jiga disagreed. Tianxia said that the mind-controlling fantasy world reflects reality, but how could he kill Lu Tianzhao? "Idiot, you have no blood relationship with this girl at all. Brother and sister are just a title." Tianxia sneered. Zhang Jiga has always been a calm and intelligent person, but he acts like an idiot when treating Nangong Ro. "So what?" Roar. Zhang Jiga had a complicated expression and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Tianxia couldn't help but be curious when he heard this, but unfortunately he could only hear the voice conveyed by Zhang Jiga to him and had no idea of Zhang Jiga's specific thoughts. It seems that Zhang Jiga is not too stupid, he just has a lot of troubles. The demon emperor seems to have come to his senses. Will he be with Fairy Nangong? What a pity. It probably can't be done. If it were possible, why wouldn't we have heard about it? Speaking of which, from the perspective of the demon emperor, the rumored violent and brutal chaos monster Tianxia doesn't seem to be that scary. Everyone in the hall was talking about it. Seeing this, they wanted to see Zhang Jiga and Nangong Ro get together more and more, and they also wanted to know what happened to Zhang Jiga later. Although Zhang Jiga has come into contact with the chaos monsters, he has not been affected. Obviously, he encountered some changes later, which led him to practice magic and become a famous demon emperor. Listening to the discussions of the people in the hall, Chuyun, whose mood had just improved a little, became extremely gloomy again. His smearing did not have much effect. People simply did not refute the fact that Zhang Zhiga later became tyrannical and unjust, but still hoped that Zhang Zhiga would change his mind. Thinking of this, Chuyun turned his head to look at Nangong Ro, and said with a forced smile, "Xiao Ro, you don't have to care too much about Zhang Zhiga. No matter how good he was to you in the early years, he still became a demon later. Besides, when you were in Tianyun Pavilion, he didn't tell you about the existence of Tiansha, right?" Hearing Chuyun's words, Nangong Ro frowned slightly, her expression uncertain. Chuyun was right. When he was in Tianyun Pavilion, Zhang Zhiga did not tell Nangong Ro that he was possessed by a monster. If Zhang Zhiga trusted Nangong Ro so much and had no guard against her at all, why would he hide the existence of Tiansha? Thinking back to when Zhang Zhiga later killed his father, it was impossible for Nangong Ro not to think too much. Chuyun was secretly delighted upon seeing this. Just as he expected, Zhang Zhiga did not tell Nangong Ro about the existence of Tiansha in his early years, otherwise Nangong Ro would definitely cast a cold look at him again. Since Zhang Zhiga had never mentioned Tiansha, then what he said would definitely make Nangong Ro doubt Zhang Zhiga again. Fuck. I didn't realize this when I read the novel before, but it turns out that Chuyun is such a bootlicker? Zhang Zhiga was filled with resentment, his vitality growing weaker and weaker, and he prayed that he could quickly move Nangong Ro so that she would lend him a hand. Unexpectedly, Chuyun took the opportunity to discredit him. Nangong Ro was so dependent on Zhang Zhiga back then. If she knew that he was possessed by a monster, she would definitely try her best to get rid of the monster for him. However, Zhang Zhiga knew the horror of Tiansha very well, so how could he let Nangong Ro take the risk? Besides, any brother who values his sister would not want her to know that he has an affair with a monster. In order to make the character of him who deeply loves his sister more reasonable, Zhang Zhiga did not tell Nangong Ro about the existence of Tiansha. But he didn't expect that not only did Chuyun take this opportunity to discredit him, but Nangong Ro also started to doubt him. Without even thinking. What a big-breasted, brainless woman. I used to like her when I read her novel. Zhang Zhiga sneered secretly. As he was able to edit memories, he had absolute initiative. Chuyun could only wait to be slapped in the face. A moment later, Zhang Zhiga came to the courtyard where Yao Qianji lived, and Nangong Ro was still chattering questions behind him. Zhang Zhiga ignored him, pushed the door open and walked into the courtyard, and immediately saw Yao Qianji sitting on a stone bench. Zhang Zhiga stepped forward and bowed, wondering, "Master, you called me and Ro here together, is there something important?" In the past, Yao Qianji seldom asked the brother and sister to come together. Even if there was something, he would only let Zhang Zhiga or Nangong Ro inform the other party. Yao Qianji looked sad and sighed, "There is indeed something going on. Zhiga, you guys just sit and wait for a while." "Master, why don't you just speak frankly?" Zhang Zhiga's eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly had a bad feeling with Yao Qianji's personality. He rarely shows a sad expression, especially in front of his two disciples. Yao Qianji shook his head and said no more. Zhang Zhiga wanted to ask more questions, but Nangong Ro pulled him to sit in the courtyard. "Brother, don't worry about Master for now. Listen to me about something very important." Nangong Ro held Zhang Zhiga's hand, looking very serious. "Rower, go ahead and talk. I'm listening." Zhang Zhiga's heart tightened. Could it be that Nangong Ro also knew something? Nangong Ro glanced at Yao Qianji, who was not far away, and whispered in Zhang Zhiga's ear, "Brother, Rower doesn't want to be your sister anymore." Rower, what did you say?" Zhang Zhiga stood there in a daze, feeling as if he was falling into an abyss. Nangong Ro, whom he regarded as more important than his own life, actually no longer wanted him as her brother? Chapter 51. The Nangong family arrived. Seeing Zhang Zhiga's distraught look, Nangong Ro couldn't help but chuckle, waved her hand and said, "Oh, brother, you misunderstood, that's not what I meant. I mean, I want to be your companion, your wife. If that happens, we definitely can't be brother and sister anymore." Zhang Zhiga was even more shocked when he heard this, and wondered several times if he had heard it wrong. Could it be that Tiansha was not lying, and what happened in the mind-controlling fantasy world would also happen in reality? Does Nangong Ro really like me, and not just for a day or two? But Rower, Zhang Zhiga looked embarrassed. At this point, he would no longer say that we were brother and sister, but he was still a little hesitant. Nangong Ro turned her back and pretended to be sad. "Brother, are you going to reject Rower?"
I am the woman with whom you have the deepest feelings, and you were attracted to me before, weren't you?
Roar, you can say this, it seems that you have really grown up. Jiang Jiga smiled bitterly. The thing he was most worried about happened, although Jiang Jiga would find it difficult to refuse Nangong Ro no matter what as long as his life was not in danger. This time, he really didn't know how to respond to Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro turned around after hearing this, and held Jiang Jiga's hands again, saying affectionately, "Right, I've grown up a long time ago. We have been together for 8 years and know each other best. Aren't we a match made in heaven?" Looking at Nangong Ro's focused and sincere face, Jiang Jiga felt slightly shaken. Just as he opened his mouth to answer, a middle-aged man walked into the courtyard at an inopportune time. The man had his hands behind his back, wearing an elegant robe that mixed blue and black. He looked dignified, walked steadily, and had an overbearing look between his brows. In comparison with him, Yao Qianji's already simple courtyard seemed even simpler. Jiang Jiga narrowed his eyes slightly. The person who could walk into the elder's courtyard so arrogantly must be of extraordinary status. However, what surprised Jiang Jiga was that this person was not wearing the clothes of the other two sections. He had never seen him before, so it was very likely that he was not from a sect within 1,000 miles. When the middle-aged man walked into the courtyard, his eyes first fell on Nangong Ro. He quickly put away his pride, knelt on one knee and saluted. "Nangong Tuiyuan, greetings, young lady." "Nangong?" Jiang Jiga was instantly shocked. The middle-aged man's surname was Nangong, and he recognized Nangong Ro at a glance. It was obvious that he had a close relationship with Nangong Ro. After living with Nangong Ro for 8 years, Jiang Jiga almost forgot that she might have a family. 1 year after joining Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Jiga once thought about looking for Nangong Ro's family again, but she decisively refused, claiming that she didn't want to see the family who abandoned her again. Jiang Jiga's persuasion was fruitless and he thought she would never see her family again in this life. Unexpectedly, 7 years later, a man named Nangong came to her door on his own initiative. Moreover, although they had the same surname, Nangong Tuiyuan actually performed the ritual of kneeling down. Such a grand ceremony would only occur when there was a huge difference in social status. Without any special reason, Nangong Ro frowned and said unhappily, "Who are you? I don't even know you, okay?" She finally waited for Jiang Jiga to answer, but was interrupted by a stranger. How could she not be angry? The young lady has been wandering outside for 8 years, so naturally she doesn't recognize me. Please allow me to explain it clearly. Nangong Tuiyuan was not angry, and began to tell the story of the Nangong family. 8 years ago, the Nangong family encountered an accident. The two direct descendants fought openly and secretly for the golden seal of the family head. The weak elder brother was persecuted by his younger brother and had to live outside with his wife and daughter, and this brother was Nangong Ro's father, Nangong Jin. At that time, the family of 3 was being hunted by many powerful men. Nangong Jin was about to face a life and death battle, so he could only place Nangong Ro in the snow and erase some of her memories. In this way, as long as she was not found by the Nangong family, no one would be able to tell that she was Nangong Jin's daughter. After the battle, the couple managed to survive and came back to look for Nangong Ro, but she had disappeared. Just then another group of pursuers arrived, and the couple had to temporarily give up the search for Nangong Ro and continue on their journey of escape. 7 years later, Nangong Jin made a comeback. Not only did he regain the golden seal of the patriarch, but he also wiped out the remaining gang members in a short period of time and secured his position as the head of the Nangong Ro family. After securing the position of the patriarch, Nangong Jin sent many people to search for Nangong Ro around Yuqing, and Nangong Tuiyuan was a guest official of the Nangong family who was good at finding people. As early as 2 days ago, Nangong Tuiyuan had already rushed to Tianyun Pavilion and asked the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion if there was anyone in the pavilion with the surname Nangong. After a few inquiries, only Nangong Ro met the requirements. Nangong Tuiyuan then asked Yao Qianji about Nangong Ro's past, and finally confirmed her identity not long ago. Nangong Ro, whose real name is Nangong Jing, is the eldest daughter of Nangong Town and the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. After listening to Nangong Tuiyuan's words, Nangong Ro felt no emotion at all, nor did she feel like she missed her family. "So, 8 years have passed, why are you still looking for me?" Nangong Ro curled her lips, looking disapproving. Nangong Tuiyuan's face froze slightly, and he forced a smile and said, "Miss, you haven't seen your parents for 8 years, don't you miss them?" "I'm doing very well now, I don't think about it at all." Nangong Ro snorted softly. Some of her memories had been erased. Now 8 years had passed and she had no concept of her parents at all. How could she possibly miss them? Nangong Tuayuan thought Nangong Ro was holding a grudge against Nangong for throwing her in the snow, and said anxiously, "Miss, the head of the family and his wife left you in the snow for your safety."
That's not the question. You're really annoying. Go back quickly. Nangong Ro was very impatient.
She had just created a suitable atmosphere with Jiang Zhiga, but now it was all ruined by Nangong Tuayuan. Nangong Tuayuan's heart sank. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't obey your order. Please come back with me, Mississippi."
Given Nangong's character, wouldn't he kill him on the spot if he found out that he had seen Nangong Ro but didn't bring her back? Nangong Ro stood up suddenly after hearing this and shouted angrily, "Going back with you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Miss, you may not understand the strength of our Nangong family. Compared with the Zixiao city controlled by our Nangong family, the Tianyun Pavilion where you are now is simply a poor and remote place. Staying here will only delay your future."
Nangong Tuayuan naturally would not give up. Since it was useless to talk about family affection, he tempted Nangong Ro to go back. Remote countryside? You dare to say that again?
Unexpectedly, Nangong Ro not only did not get angry, but instead showed an even more angry expression. She has lived in Tianyun Pavilion for 8 years, with Jiang Zhiga's company and Yao Qianji's care.
She has long regarded Tianyun Pavilion as her home.
How could she allow others to belittle Tianyun Pavilion? Nangong Tuayuan looked anxious and wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start, because in his eyes, Tianyun Pavilion was indeed a remote and poor place. Chapter 52, Born Without Raising, Broken Fingers Can Be Returned. Seeing Nangong Ro getting more and more agitated, Jiang Zhiga hurried forward to dissuade her. "Roar, calm down."
Although he also disliked Nangong Tuayuan's belittlement of Tianyun Pavilion, the Nangong family had Nangong Ro's relatives after all.
"Brother," Nangong Ro wanted to say something, but when she saw the sadness in Jiang Zhiga's eyes, she felt like something was stuck in her throat. "Yes, she is leaving Tianyun Pavilion, and the one who should be more sad is Jiang Zhiga." Nangong Ro clenched her fists and became more determined not to go back to the Nangong family with Nangong Tuayuan.
"Are you afraid of being punished?
Go back and tell my parents that their daughter is dead. She died 8 years ago."
"You can't find a dead person." Nangong Ro turned around and looked at Nangong Tuayuan.
This time her expression was very serious and her attitude was more determined. As long as Nangong Tuayuan claimed that Nangong Ro was dead, he would not be punished anymore. "But young lady, Zixiao City is your hometown, and the head of the family and his wife are still waiting for you to come home."
Nangong Tuayuan became even more anxious.
He would not be punished if he did not find Nangong Ro, but if he found Nangong Ro, he would receive an extremely amazing reward. After finally finding Nangong Ro, he naturally didn't want to give up easily.
"Go home? Tianyun Pavilion is my home.
I was born without being raised, but I can return it if I cut off my finger. The Nangong family raised me for 7 years. Today I cut off my arm, and from now on I will have nothing to do with the Nangong family anymore." Nangong Ro clenched her teeth and took out the magic sword from her storage ring.
"Roar, don't be silly."
Jiang Zhiga was almost frightened when he saw this, and hurried forward to grab the magic sword. Nangong Ro's eyes were filled with mist, and she cried out in a sobbing voice, "I'm not stupid, I won't go back."
Nangong Tuayuan stayed where he was.
Before meeting Nangong Ro, he thought that as long as he told Nangong Ro about the power of the Nangong family, Nangong Ro would happily go back with him. Unexpectedly, Nangong Ro not only had a tough attitude, but was also determined to cut off one of her arms in order to sever ties with the Nangong family. Nangong Tuayuan guessed that Nangong Ro was not without any concerns about her family, but just didn't want to leave Tianyun Pavilion, didn't want to leave her master Yao Qianji, and even more didn't want to leave her brother Jiang Zhiga. If you give birth to a child but don't raise him, you can return it even if you cut off a finger. If you give birth to a child and raise him, you can return it even if you cut off his head. If you don't give birth to a child but raise him, you can never return it in 100 lifetimes. Cutting off one of my arms is enough to repay the Nangong family's kindness, but if I go back with Nangong Tuayuan, how can Fairy Nangong repay the kindness of Tianyun Pavilion? Yes, for Fairy Nangong at this moment, let alone the Demon Emperor, I'm afraid that Tianyun Pavilion is more important than the Nangong family." Everyone in the hall was filled with admiration and emotion. Fairy Nangong was only 15 years old at that time, still a naughty and ignorant age, but she was decisive enough to cut off her own arm without hesitation. It is enough to see how important Tianyun Pavilion and Jiangjiga are in her mind. Miss, actually, coming back with me is just for you to meet your family. It doesn't mean that you can't come back here in the future. Do you think I will believe your lies? I have never heard of such a lousy Nangong family within 1,000 miles. It took you a year to find us. How can you come and go as you please after you've been there? Since it was about leaving Tianyun Pavilion, Nangong Ro would naturally not be easily deceived by Nangong Tuayuan. Miss. Nangong Tuayuan's face gradually became gloomy. Judging from Nangong Ro's attitude, she would never leave with him no matter what he said. Nangong Tuayuan lowered his head and hesitated for a long time, but still found it difficult to give up the reward for finding Nangong Ro. Nangong Tuayuan sighed, stood up, looked at Nangong Ro and said, Miss, considering that you are still a little young and cannot make the right decision, please forgive me for being rude. What are you up to? Jiang Jiga frowned slightly. For a servant, it was extremely disrespectful to stand up without permission while kneeling down to pay respect. Nangong Tuayuan glanced at Jiang Jiga, his eyes full of contempt. How dare a country bumpkin talk to him like that? When confirming Nangong Ro's identity, Nangong Tuayuan got to know Jiang Jiga and knew that Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro had a deep relationship, which was definitely the biggest obstacle for Nangong Ro to be unwilling to go back. If Nangong Tuayuan had not been concerned about incurring Nangong Ro's hatred, he would have dealt with Jiang Jiga as soon as possible. Seeing Nangong Tuayuan's eyes, Jiang Jiga felt more and more uneasy and subconsciously wanted to protect Nangong Ro behind him. Unexpectedly, Nangong Tuayuan suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura, which knocked Jiang Jiga away on the spot. Jiang Jiga flew backwards several meters and hit the courtyard wall, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. As the courtyard wall collapsed, he fell to the ground with it. He struggled to stand up, but felt like his internal organs were about to shift. Jiang Jiga was shocked. Just based on his might, Nangong Tuayuan was probably even stronger than Yao Qianji, who was in the Yuanhai realm. He is just a servant of the Nangong family. How powerful can Nangong Ro's father, Nangong Jin, be, elder brother? Nangong Ro was so frightened that her face turned pale and she hurriedly stepped forward to support Jiang Jiga. After being helped up by Nangong Ro, Jiang Jiga took out a healing pill and put it in his mouth, then waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. At this moment, Nangong Ro was more concerned about what Nangong Tuayuan was going to do than him. You bastard! How dare you attack my brother? Nangong Ro turned her head and glared at Nangong Tuayuan, with murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Miss, calm down. I was just anxious for a moment. Nangong Tuayuan was shocked. He didn't expect that just forcing Jiang Jiga to retreat would make Nangong Roshin want to kill him. Just when the atmosphere became tense, a figure slowly walked in from outside the yard. Brother Nangong, we agreed to just take Nangong Ro away. Don't you think you've gone too far? The man who came was wearing a sky blue robe, with an aura of pressure between his brows. He was the pavilion master of Tianyun Pavilion, a powerful being in the soul-breaking realm. Too much? Sanhai, you are the leader of a ninth-rate sect, and you dare to say that I am too much? Facing Nangong Ro, Nangong Tuayuan seemed humble and weak, but facing other people, he was arrogant and superior. Even if the other person was the master of Tianyun Pavilion, being humiliated like this, Sanhai's face suddenly darkened, and he exuded a terrifying pressure that made the air stagnant. Nangong Tuayuan sneered, put his hands behind his back, and the aura emanating from him was no less powerful than that of Sanhai. Jiang Jiga had an ugly look on his face. Nangong Tuayuan, a servant, could have the same level of cultivation as the pavilion master. It was feared that today would not end peacefully. Sanhai's expression was uncertain. After a long confrontation, he finally withdrew his pressure. Don't hurt my disciples anymore. As for Nangong Ro, take her away. Sanhai snorted coldly, waved his hand and was about to leave. It's not that he is cowardly, but the Nangong family is too powerful. If he can fight to the death with Nangong Tuayuan today, it is very likely that the Tianyun Pavilion will be wiped out in a while. As the head of a pavilion, Sanhai cannot just worry about one disciple, and he cannot just worry about himself. He has to protect the safety of everyone in Tianyun Pavilion. Besides, Nangong Ro is indeed the daughter of Nangong Jin, so there is nothing wrong with her returning home to recognize her ancestors. Chapter 53. It's hard to meet, it's hard to part. Pavilion Master. I don't want to leave Tianyun Pavilion.
Nangong Ro looked anxious.
If Emo Sanghai didn't help her, who else could drive Nangong Tuayuan away? Emo Sanghai paused slightly when he heard this. He was silent for a long time, and then left the courtyard without looking back. It's not that he doesn't want to help, but he is powerless. After Emo Sanghai left, Nangong Tuayuan flashed to Nangong Ro's side and said with a smug smile, "Okay, miss, come back with me." Nangong Ro wanted to resist, but Nangong Tuayuan pointed a finger at the back of her head, making her unable to move. It's not the acupoint pressing used in the mortal world, but the use of spiritual power to seal the body's movements. With Nangong Ro's level of cultivation, it is impossible for her to break free from the restraints. Nangong Ro glanced at Jiang Zhiga and Yao Qianji, crying, "Brother!
Master! Save me! I don't want to leave Tianyun Pavilion, I don't want to leave you."
However, Yao Qianji closed his eyes and did not move, and Jiang Zhiga also lowered his head. The pavilion masters of the soul-breaking realm were forced to surrender. What else can they do?
Assholes! You two assholes! Nangong Ro tried desperately to struggle, but unfortunately she couldn't even move a finger. "Miss, you will understand me in the future." Because of the huge disparity in their status, Nangong Tuayuan didn't dare to touch Nangong Ro's body. He could only use his spiritual power to support her and fly into the air together.
Rower, seeing that Nangong Ro was about to leave, Jiang Zhiga couldn't suppress his reluctance and looked up at her. Although there was reluctance in Jiang Zhiga's eyes at this moment, there was not too much sadness.
"Assholes! You are all assholes, why didn't you save me?" Nangong Ro was filled with despair, tears streaming down her face.
"Brother, at least answer my previous question."
"Brother? Brother? Jiang Zhiga. Answer me. I hate you, I hate you."
Nangong Ro was on the verge of collapse and cried louder and louder. No matter how sad and heartbroken her roar was, Jiang Zhiga never said a word, and even turned away to avoid her. Nangong Tuayuan knew that if he stayed any longer, Nangong Ro would lose control of her emotions, so he immediately turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the courtyard. After the two left, the courtyard returned to peace, leaving only Yao Qianji and Jiang Zhiga there. Fairy Nangong's
question should refer to that confession, right? The demon emperor should also like Fairy Nangong. Now that we are about to part, why doesn't he agree to Fairy Nangong's request? I can't figure it out, everyone in the hall sighed. What should have been a love story of mutual support was missed in this way. If Jiang Zhiga had agreed to Nangong Ro at this time, there would not have been so many regrets later. Nangong Ro's face was gloomy, and everyone around her was confused. What was she thinking? Jiang Zhiga's silence back then has always been a thorn in Nangong Ro's heart. Later, she was betrayed by Jiang Zhiga, and this incident was magnified countless times, causing Nangong Ro to believe that Jiang Zhiga had never had her in his heart. Yes, Shu Yun is right. No matter how good you were to me before, you are just a scumbag now.
Nangong Ro gritted her teeth, hatred rising in her heart again. After this incident, the two met again after 5 years. 5 years is enough to change a lot of things. Perhaps as early as that time, Jiang Zhiga was no longer Jiang Zhiga, and the joy at the reunion was probably just false. After a long time, Jiang Zhiga slowly came back to his senses. He sighed deeply and dragged his injured body back to recuperate.
"She good, don't you hate me for not stopping Nangong Tuayuan?"
At this moment, Yao Qianji, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Asa Master, when Nangong Tuayuan used violence, he did not say a word, let alone stop him. Ordinary people would have felt contempt for him, let alone his disciple Jiang Zhiga. Jiang Zhiga turned his head to look at Yao Qianji and said with a wry smile, "Master, what are you talking about?"
Rower just went to a better place.
He didn't do anything, so what qualifications did he have to blame Yao Qianji? Upon hearing this, Yao Qianji stopped talking and sat on the stone bench without moving, not paying any attention to the smashed courtyard wall. Jiang Zhiga sighed again and limped out of the courtyard. When it was evening, Jiang Zhiga did not lie down and recuperate, but went to Jingxin Pavilion alone to drink.
"Boy, practice magic. With your talent and my help, you will be able to kill Nangong Tuayuan within a year."
Seeing that Jiang Zhiga was in a low mood, Tianxia appeared at the right time to try to shake his mood. Jiang Zhiga had a blank expression on his face, holding the wine glass without answering. Tianxia was quite unhappy when he saw this, and muttered, still hesitating? "I can tell you clearly that if you don't practice magic directly, even if you can surpass Nangong Tuayuan in a few years, you can't surpass the entire Nangong family. If Tianxia guessed correctly, the Nangong family is a super family with powerful people in the realm of all things. Zhang Jiga could only reach that level by practicing magic skills, otherwise it would take him many years to surpass Nangong Tuoyuan. Zhang Jiga's expression gradually turned cold, and he said calmly, "Shut up. Then just be decadent and be an ant for the rest of your life." Tianxia sneered and ignored Zhang Jiga. After a while, footsteps were heard outside Jingxin Pavilion. Zhang Jiga looked over when he heard the voice, and with the help of the moonlight he took a closer look and discovered it was Lu Tianjiao. At this time, Lu Tianjiao's left arm was empty, and his expression looked a little haggard. He didn't say anything and sat silently opposite Zhang Jiga. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time, and they could both sense each other's mood. Lu Tianjia took out a wine glass and placed it on the stone table, sighing sadly, "Brother Jiang, won't you give me something to drink?" After the incident in the tomb last year, Lu Tianjiao did not reattach his severed arm, but instead locked himself in a cave for 3 months. Now, a year has passed, and his one-handed swordsmanship has been quite effective, not inferior to other late-stage spiritual warriors. Zhang Jiga was naturally not stingy. He picked up the wine jug and filled it with the immortal wine for Lu Tianjiao. The two of them didn't say anything extra and sat in Jingxin Pavilion drinking for half the night. It was not until the second half of the night that Lu Tianjiao, under the influence of alcohol, could no longer hold back his anger. "Brother Jiang, will I be able to see junior sister Nangong again in the future?" Lu Tianjiao's eyes were red, and he lay on the stone table holding the wine glass. In the past 2 years, Zhang Jiga has always forced himself to drink. Now, without using spiritual power to remove the smell of alcohol, Lu Tianjiao's alcohol tolerance is actually worse than Zhang Jiga's. "The mountains are long and the waters are far, there are not many roads to go." Zhang Jiga shook his head and continued to pour wine into his mouth. The Nangong family is at least 10,000 miles away from Tianyun Pavilion, and their exact location is unclear. With Zhang Jiga's level of cultivation, it is basically impossible for him to find Nangong Ro. He can only pray that Nangong Ro will come to Tianyun Pavilion again. However, the two places are far apart. Who knows whether Nangong Ro will come back in a year, or 10 years, or they will never meet again in this life? "Brother Jiang, don't you hate the Nangong family? I heard from the pavilion master that the Nangong family took away junior sister Nangong by force because they were stronger than the Tianyun Pavilion." "Hate? I can't say I hate her. After all, her last name is Nangong, and that's her real home." Chapter 54. I am the 3-inch snow on the eaves. Lu Tianjia covered his face with one hand and choked up, "But I really hate it. I have long given up on asking for junior sister Nangong's love, but they want to take away my right to watch junior sister Nangong silently. If Zhang Jiga and Nangong Ro were to get married, Lu Tianjia would bless them from the bottom of his heart, but what does it matter now? Not to mention witnessing Nangong Ro find happiness. Even meeting her again in the future would be a problem." Lu Tianjiao cried very loudly, and Zhang Jiga had no intention of comforting him. He just kept drinking silently opposite him. The two drank all night. Lu Tianjiao passed out early, but Zhang Jiga was still somewhat conscious until the early morning. He staggered to his feet, wineglass in hand, his eyes fixed on the waning moon that was about to disappear. The moon waxes and wanes, and people have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. At this moment, Nangong Ro might also be looking at the waning moon, but she didn't want Zhang Jiga to have friends to accompany him, so she could only feel sad in secret. Zhang Jiga stayed there for a long time, his eyes gradually turning red. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to burst into tears. "Brother Lu, you've said all the sad things, what should I do now? I never thought that there was someone who loved Fairy Nangong so deeply back then. If there was no demon emperor, Fairy Nangong would have noticed him." Everyone in the hall was quite moved. Nangong Ro was as beautiful as a fairy and naturally had many admirers, but liking her appearance was different from liking her herself. Many people love beautiful women, but how many will really take the time to understand them, and how many will truly love them? Compared with extremely ugly people, those who are too beautiful are also likely to be hurt by love, because others only pay attention to their beauty, and few men will approach them with sincerity. Listening to the discussions of the people in the hall, Shuyan felt ashamed. When he first met Nangong Ro, it seemed that he was trying to show his kindness to her in various ways just because Nangong Ro was beautiful. Nangong Ro frowned slightly. To be honest, Lu Tianjia was just a stranger to her back then. If Zhang Jiga's memory hadn't appeared, she would have almost forgotten Lu Tianjiao. Being drunk, Jiang Jiga felt his legs go weak. He sat back down, holding onto the column, and drank the last glass of wine. In a trance, Jiang Jiga remembered Nangong Ro's words before she left, although he regretted not answering Nangong Ro. If Jiang Jiga was given another chance, he still wouldn't have the courage to answer. I'm sorry, Ruer, but you have a better life. People like me are lucky to have met you. Jiang Jiga still couldn't suppress the sadness in his heart. He lowered his head and cried, looking back on the past 8 years. He was just a beggar. Perhaps it was God's mercy that allowed him to meet Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro is stunningly beautiful, gifted, and the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. Even though Jiang Jiga had never mentioned it, the rumors within the sect had always put a lot of pressure on him. How can a beggar who has luckily become an immortal be qualified to stay by Nangong Ro's side and call himself her brother? Now Jiang Jiga is even more contaminated with evil spirit, and who knows when he will degenerate into a demon. Why should he accept Nangong Ro's feelings? If Nangong Ro goes to Zishou City, she will be loved by her family, admired by the chosen ones, and have a better life. There is no need for her to worry about people like him. He is the 3-inch snow on the eaves, and she is a stunning guest in the world. Immortal cultivators have long lifespans, and the two of them may just be passers-by in each other's lives. 8 years of living together may just become a memory. The next day, Jiang Jiga woke up slowly, looked up and looked around, and saw Lu Tianjiao still drunk not far away. Jiang Jiga looked disappointed and murmured, "It's not a dream." That's right, everything that happened yesterday was not a dream. Nangong Ro, who had been with him for 8 years, left so suddenly. Jiang Jiga ignored Lu Tianjiao, staggered to his feet, and wanted to ask his master for some healing pills. Nangong Tuoyuan had injured him badly yesterday, and that ordinary healing pill could only barely relieve the pain. He could have endured it if he had just healed his wounds, but he and Lu Tianjiao drank all night and passed out outside, and his injuries only got worse. Not long after, Jiang Jiga walked into the courtyard and found that the courtyard was still the same as before, and the broken wall had not been repaired yet. Jiang Jiga was stunned. This was not Yao Qianji's style. Besides, with Yao Qianji's level of cultivation, repairing the courtyard wall only requires him to raise his hand. Jiang Jiga took a closer look and found that Yao Qianji was still sitting on the stone bench motionless all night. Master? Jiang Jiga's heart trembled and he ran over in a hurry. This time, Yao Qianji sat motionless with his eyes half closed. His already gray hair turned as white as paper, and he looked dozens of years older overnight. Master! Master! Don't scare me, Jiang Jiga kept calling out to Yao Qianji, and after a long time, he finally showed some movement. Yao Qianji slowly turned his head to look at Jiang Jiga, and said with a sigh, "Jiga, you are here, master, you. Jiang Jiga had tears in his eyes and didn't know what to say. When he left yesterday, he was immersed in the sadness of Nangong Ro's departure and did not notice Yao Qianji's emotions at all. Now that he thinks about it, after seeing Nangong Ro being taken away, Jiang Jiga was able to drown his sorrows in alcohol. But what about his master Yao Qianji? Yao Qianji is also a human being. He can also be sad, and he has an even greater sense of self-blame that is difficult to get rid of than Jiang Jiga. Since bringing the brother and sister into Tianyun Pavilion, Yao Qianji has treated them as his own children. For him, he not only failed to protect his apprentice, but as an elder, he failed to protect the child he watched grow up. How could Yao Qianji remain calm when he heard Nangong Ro's heartbroken cry and saw Jiang Jiga's lonely back as he left? That feeling of helplessness and heartache tortured Yao Qianji the entire night. "Jiga, I'm fine. Go back and recuperate." Yao Qianji looked melancholy and stood up with difficulty, holding onto the stone table that he walked into the house step by step. His figure, which seemed to be able to stand tall and upright in the past, now looked hunched and weak. "Master," Jiang Jiga was choking with sobs, with many words stuck in his throat. He wanted to say them but couldn't. A Yuan High Realm expert who could not even walk steadily now, he knew very well what this meant. 3 days later, the pavilion master personally informed the entire sect. The leader of Zhaixing Peak and the second elder of Tianyun Pavilion, Yao Qianji, passed away in his mansion at the age of 415. After this incident was reported, it quickly caused an uproar within the sect. Elder Yao was at the Yuan High Realm, and he still had at least several dozen years to live. How could he die so early? Who knows? Elder Yao is already old, and maybe something went wrong with his cultivation method, which shortened his lifespan. From now on, Tianyun Pavilion has lost a respected elder. Inside the house, Jiang Jiga knelt in front of Yao Qianji's body, holding a will and a storage ring in his hands. The content of the will was very brief, and it read, "Jiga, my belongings do not need to be handed over to the sect, they are yours. Also, remember to take care of yourself." Chapter 55. What's wrong with the devil? He is my brother. Jiang Jiga's eyes were filled with tears. He leaned over and kowtowed 3 times respectfully.
Master, I will follow your instructions.
Have a safe journey. Jiang Jiga buried the body very low and did not dare to look at Yao Qianji's body. Even so, he was still crying hard, and the clothes he was holding were deformed. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, let alone the relationship between master and apprentice. For 8 years, Jiang Jiga entered Tianyun Pavilion at the age of 9 and was raised by Yao Qianji. To him, Yao Qianji had long been a real father. If it weren't for Yao Qianji's favor, Jiang Jiga would still be a beggar. This is a favor of recognition. If it weren't for Yao Qianji's rescue, Jiang Jiga would have been beaten to death in Yuqing long ago. This is a life-saving grace. If it weren't for Yao Qianji's care, Jiang Jiga would not have been able to spend 8 years in peace even if he came to Tianyun Pavilion. This is the grace of raising him. The 3 graces exist simultaneously, and it is difficult to repay them even in 100 or 1,000 lifetimes. Perhaps all Jiang Jiga can do is to live well. Inside the Zhangyang Palace, hundreds of powerful men were clearly keeping out of the matter, yet they seemed to be able to sense the sadness. Nangongrou's face turned pale, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Mo Zian, who was beside her, discovered it in time and quickly supported her. Zian, Nangongrou's eyes were blurred with tears and she bit her red lips tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. Mo Zian shook her head and sighed, and had no intention of saying anything to comfort Nangongrou's. In the light and shadow, the picture was still changing, and it stopped at the scene of Yao Qianji's burial. Nangongrou didn't want to cry in public, but when she saw Jiang Jiga personally burying Yao Qianji, she finally couldn't help it. Master, I'm sorry, Roar, from now on, I will never call you an old man again. Nangongrou's delicate body trembled slightly, and she held onto Mo Zian and cried loudly, crying like a little girl whose beloved thing was taken away. It turns out that Yao Qianji was not indifferent back then, but was powerless. Jiang Jiga is not indifferent to her, but he has his own difficulties and thinks she can have a better life and find a better partner. After she left, Jiang Jiga and Lu Tianjia drank all night to relieve their sorrow, and both collapsed in the Jingxin Pavilion crying bitterly. Yao Qianji sat there in silence all night, which shortened his lifespan by several decades, and he passed away 3 days later. On the other hand, Nangongrou's hated Yao Qianji and Jiang Jiga for many years because of this incident. She never thought about understanding Yao Qianji and Jiang Jiga, and even blamed them for all the mistakes. The reason why Nangongrou's was able to act like an innocent child back then was because all her unreasonable behavior would be forgiven by Jiang Jiga and Yao Qianji. Nangongrou's thinks that she is not a child who has not grown up, but in fact she has always been spoiled by Yao Qianji and Jiang Jiga. But now, 1,000 years have passed, Yao Qianji is dead, Jiang Jiga is possessed by a demon, but Nangongrou's is still acting unreasonably like before. It was never Jiang Jiga who was wrong, but Nangongrou's who never tried to understand him. Jiang Jiga has given so much to Nangongrou's. Why can't Nangongrou's choose him firmly? So what if he was possessed by a demon? So what if he was violent and merciless? He was Jiang Jiga, he was his brother. After practicing for thousands of years, has Nangongrou's ever met another person who treats her like Jiang Jiga? Sister Qingxiu, remove the heaven binding chain. I don't want to see him die. I can't let him die. Nangongrou's let go of Mo Zian and ran towards Jiang Jiga, who was half kneeling in the middle of the hall. Regardless of everything, unfortunately, the sky binding chain was too strong and she was blocked outside just 5 meters away. Brother! Can you hear me? Roar was wrong. Roar will never dare to do it again. You still haven't been able to answer my question from that year, so you can't die yet. Nangongrou's knelt in front of Jiang Jiga, calling out one sentence after another, praying that Jiang Jiga could still answer her. Unfortunately, Jiang Jiga lowered his head, his life was weak, as if he had already become a corpse. Nangongrou's tears became more violent when she saw this, and she cried so hard that she could not even stand. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Although they could not empathize with the other person, they were also confused. Chuyuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he wished he could rush over and tear Jiang Jiga into pieces, but his cultivation was too low, and he was afraid that he would be knocked away by his beloved Nangongrou's before he could get close to her. Chuyuan also wanted to persuade Nangongrou's, but he knew his own limitations compared with the relationship between Jiang Jiga and Nangongrou's. He is not very important in Nangongrou's heart. Xiaorou, Jiang Jiga is the demon emperor. Are you sure you want me to release him? After 2 seconds of silence, a cold female voice came from the sky. Everyone in the hall was startled. It was rumored that the demon emperor and the Hang Empress Su Qingxiu were old acquaintances.
Su Qingxiu also had a good relationship with Nangong Rou.
She might really let the Demon Emperor go, although the memories in the light and shadow are very touching. The Demon Emperor is still the Demon Emperor after all. If Su Qingxiu removes the sky binding chain, the Demon Emperor will at most give Nangong Rou special treatment, and the rest of the people in the hall will probably suffer.
Empress Hang, you must not do this. Demons are demons after all.
If we miss this opportunity today, the Demon Emperor will surely bring disaster to the world again.
Fairy Nangong, you must not be soft-hearted.
The Demon Emperor back then was indeed a pure-hearted person, but now he has fallen into evil and is no longer the same person he was back then.
Yes, after witnessing the Demon Emperor's memories, we also feel sorry for him. But since he has become a demon, we can only enforce justice on his behalf.
As the matter concerned their lives and property as well as the lives of the creatures in heaven, everyone in the hall was extremely anxious, trying to persuade Su Qingxiu and Nangong Rou at the same time. Seeing this, Chu Yun also walked quickly to Nangong Rou's side and whispered, "Xiao Rou, they are right.
Demons will always be demons. Have you forgotten that Jiang Jiga later took away your family treasure and killed your biological father?" Shut up, everyone.
Chu Yun thought that Nangong Rou would be forced to stop due to the situation, but he did not expect Nangong Rou to shout loudly, and the terrifying power swept across the entire Zhengyang temple. It was still okay for the veteran strong man, but those who had just entered the realm of profound questions could only tremble in fear under the might of Nangong Rou and could hardly straighten their backs. Even Chu Yun, who was able to fight across levels, felt difficulty breathing at this moment and found it difficult to get close to Nangong Rou. Although Chu Yun has solid cultivation in many methods, and can match the peak of Wenchuan with the early stage of Wenchuan, the gap between Wenchuan and Half-Emperor is like a chasm that cannot be filled by any means.
So what if he's a demon?
I don't care who he is, I only know that he is Jiang Jiga. Nangong Rou's aura was growing steadily, and she looked like she was ready to start a fight at the slightest disagreement. She had missed it once in her early years, and now she had missed it again. How could she allow Jiang Jiga to die in front of her again? Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, a soft sigh came from the sky.
Xiao Rou, why get angry? Only 1/5 of Jiang Jiga's memory has been revealed. You might as well read it before making a decision.
Chapter 56 Self-Pity. Yes, Fairy Nangong might as well read it before making a decision.
If the Demon Emperor's actions later on cannot shake Fairy Nangong, we will never stop him.
Hearing that Su Qingxiu did not directly agree to release Jiang Jiga, everyone in the hall hurriedly tried to persuade him kindly. They did not want to fight to the death with a semi-emperor. Nangong Rou's expression changed when she heard that, and she turned to look at Jiang Jiga, who was not far away at this moment. She really didn't know how to decide. Now Nangong Rou really doesn't care whether Jiang Jiga is a demon or an immortal, and she will firmly choose Jiang Jiga. But is it really a good idea to let go of Jiang Jiga, who is known as the Demon Emperor, for one's own selfish desires, just as Nangong Rou was? Wavering, Mo Zian stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder. "Xiao Rou, there's nothing wrong with being firm in your inner choice, but you don't have to make a decision so hastily." Nangong Rou hesitated for a long time after hearing this, but finally retracted her terrifying power. Mo Zian was right. There was no need to be so anxious.
Now only 1/5 of Jiang Jiga's memory had been revealed.
He could make plans after reading all the memories. Seeing Nangong Rou retract her power, not only the people in the hall, but also Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Nangong Rou decides to finish reading the memory, he still has a chance to turn the tables. Chu Yun just didn't believe it. Even after Jiang Jiga became a demon and his mind was constantly influenced by Tianxia, he could still remain true to himself and be nice to Nangong Rou. Jiang Jiga, who was silently observing the movements in the hall, felt helpless. He had known that this would be the case. Although Nangong Rou was moved, it was obviously not going to be that easy to escape from this predicament. Ever since Xiao Qianji passed away, Jiang Jiga became confused and no longer carried out sect missions or went to the medicine garden to grow spiritual herbs. He spent all day in a quiet place drinking alone to relieve his sorrow. A month later, Jiang Jiga came to Jingxin Pavilion again. He drank heavily and felt despair about life several times. My master has passed away, Nangong Rou is left. What is the meaning of my living? The continuous blows made it difficult for Jiang Jiga to concentrate on doing anything, and he could only feel a little relief when he was drunk. Just as Jiang Jiga was complaining to himself, two figures approached from a distance.
"Jiang Jiga? Get out of the Jingxin Pavilion now and don't bother me nearby."
Zhang Jiga heard the voice and looked over, and it turned out to be the inner sect disciple Jin Lin. A few years ago, Zhang Jiga and Jin Lin had some friction because of Nangong Ro. Only after Lu Tianjiao officially pursued Nangong Ro did Jin Lin stop making trouble. At this time, Jin Lin was accompanied by a beautiful female disciple, who was holding his hand and behaving intimately, and it was obvious that they had a close relationship. The area near Jingxin Pavilion is usually deserted and quiet, and many men and women come here for trysts. The two of them must have come here to do something passionate. Zhang Jiga picked up the wine jug and staggered out without a word of complaint or resistance. When passing by Jin Lin, he was suddenly kicked in the back and fell to the ground. The female disciple was afraid of getting into trouble, so she urged him urgently, "Brother Lin, what are you doing? Private fighting is forbidden in the sect. See ya, don't panic." Looking at his useless appearance, does he look like someone who dares to report to Xingfeng? Jin Lin snorted coldly. He was recently promoted to an inner disciple. He was only at the blood training stage before. He had fought with Zhang Jiga and never got the upper hand. How could he let go of such a good opportunity to vent his anger? Zhang Jiga still did not refute. He struggled to get up and wanted to leave. Want to escape? Let me tell you, Zhang Jiga, junior sister Nangong is gone, elder Yao is also dead. No one will protect a piece of trash like you in the future. Jin Lin had no intention of giving up. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Jiga and started punching him left and right. Zhang Jiga was already depressed and drunk, and he didn't fight back even though he was beaten black and blue. Jin Lin thought that Zhang Jiga was unable to fight back, so he hit him harder and harder, using more and more force. Lin, brother Lin, he didn't make any noise. Could he have been beaten to death? Jin Lin did not stop until the female disciple reminded him. Looking at the dying Zhang Jiga in front of him, he felt that someone would die if he continued fighting. Jin Lin let go of Zhang Jiga, retreated back to the side of the female disciple, and sneered, "Zhang Jiga, you used to protect junior sister Nangong like a treasure, but now she's gone, isn't she? And now I have been promoted to an inner sect disciple, and I have a beauty by my side. Compared to me, calling you a waste is flattering you." Hearing Jin Lin calling her a beauty, the female disciple shyly snuggled into his arms. Zhang Jiga didn't answer. He struggled to get up from the ground and tried to leave limping. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly bumped into someone. Jin Lin wanted to continue to mock, but his expression changed slightly when he saw the person coming. Zhang Jiga looked up and found that it was Lu Tianjiao. Zhang Jiga wiped the blood from his nose and laughed drunkenly. You kid, you saw me being beaten, why didn't you help? What? You can't beat this guy? Lu Tianjiao frowned. Zhang Jiga's internal refining stage was comparable to the early stage of Lingwu, and he even broke through to the Lingwu stage a year ago. How could he not be a match for Jin Lin? I can't beat him, I'm just a waste. Zhang Jiga raised his head, took a sip of wine, walked around Lu Tianjiao and was about to leave. Jin Lin's eyes changed slightly when he heard the voice. He was enjoying the fight before and didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it carefully, Zhang Jiga would not be able to stand up after being beaten up by him, but now Zhang Jiga was not only able to stand up, he was even drinking happily. Zhang Jiga, are you going to live like this forever? Lu Tianjiao looked grim. He knew that Yao Qianji's death and Nangong Ro's departure were a big blow to Zhang Jiga, but he could not accept that his brother would be depressed for the rest of his life. Zhang Jiga still didn't answer, as if he didn't hear Lu Tianjiao's voice at all. Lu Tianjiao turned around and looked at Zhang Jiga, and found that he was still pouring wine into his mouth, unmoved at all. Seeing this, Lu Tianjiao felt an inexplicable rage surge in his heart. He rushed forward and knocked Zhang Jiga's wine jug away, saying angrily, "Zhang Jiga, think about junior sister Nangong who is still thousands of miles away. If you don't go find her, she won't be able to find you. Doesn't that mean you will never see each other again in your life?" Regarding Nangong Ro's departure, Lu Tianjiao could be negative and blame others, but he would not allow Zhang Jiga to be like him, because Nangong Ro is deeply in love with Zhang Jiga and is looking forward to reuniting with him. Zhang Jiga is also qualified to look for Nangong Ro. As long as he musters his fighting spirit and practices hard, he might be able to find Nangong Ro who is thousands of miles away. But Lu Tianjiao did not have this qualification. In Nangong Ro's eyes, he was just a passerby. He could only pray that Nangong Ro would return to Tianyun Pavilion again. At this moment, Zhang Jiga, who has the qualification, is complaining about himself, drinking all day to relieve his sorrow and living in a daze. How can Lu Tianjiao not be angry? Chapter 57.
Just in a glass of wine. Jiang Jiga paused when he heard this. He was silent for a while and left without saying a word. Liu Tianjiao sighed lightly. Jiang Jiga's personality was just like that. All he could do was to convey the message. The specific decision would depend on Jiang Jiga himself. Seeing Jiang Jiga leaving, Ji Lin winked at the woman next to him and wanted to slip away quietly. Liu Tianjiao turned around and looked at Ji Lin and said coldly, "Wait, you beat up my brother, and you want to just leave like that?" Lu Jingchuan, Ji Lin smiled awkwardly. Although he had heard the rumors, he really didn't expect that Liu Tianjiao would be so close to Jiang Jiji. Liu Tianjiao snorted coldly, rubbing his hands and walking towards Jin Lin. For the next half hour, the only sound in Jingxin Pavilion was Jin Lin's miserable wails. After leaving Jingxin Pavilion, Jiang Jiga walked aimlessly for a long distance. He didn't stop until he was about to walk out of the star-picking peak. "Tiansha, come out." "Yo, kid, have you made up your mind?" Tiansha was quite surprised. Could it be that Jiang Jiga decided to practice magic just because of Liu Tianjiao's persuasion? Jiang Jiga hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, "No, I don't need to practice magic for the time being. I just need more magic energy to speed up my practice." Once one practices the magic skills, he will be truly possessed by the devil and there will be no turning back. He knows the limits and will naturally not agree to Tiansha's request. TSK, the demonic energy in your body is almost greater than your spiritual power, yet you force yourself not to cultivate your magic. What's the difference between you and a loser who sees a sexy beauty and takes off his pants but doesn't dare to get on top of her? Tiansha sneered. In his opinion, Jiang Jiga was good in every way except that he was not decisive enough. "I'm not forcing myself, it's just unnecessary." Jiang Jiga looked indifferent and didn't care at all. That he was not afraid of the consequences of practicing magic, but he was not as eager for power as Tiansha imagined. After all, practicing magic is not tolerated by the righteous path. Since it can be avoided, Jiang Jiga will definitely not be in a hurry to become a demon. If he had been hesitant, how could Jiang Jiga have used Tiansha's evil energy again and again? Tiansha chuckled. He would never believe Jiang Jiga's nonsense. "I'm going crazy wanting to see Nangong Ro. So why are you saying it's unnecessary? The demon emperor is indeed worthy of his title. Others avoid demons, but he only sees them as a kind of strength. Yes, if I knew that I was possessed by a chaos monster when I was young, I would probably be scared to death. How could I get along with the monster so calmly?" Everyone in the hall was filled with admiration and emotion. Even now, they still regarded monsters as taboos, but Jiang Jiga was able to keep a normal mind. For most people, demons are horrible creatures that exist in nightmares. Being possessed by a demon is no different from a mortal hearing that he or she is possessed by a ghost. However, Jiang Jiga was only a little panicked at first, but he soon faced the fact that he was possessed by a monster and used it as a source of power. While everyone in the hall was paying attention to Tiansha, only Nangong Ro's attention was focused on Jiang Jiga himself. Seeing the scene in the light and shadow of Jiang Jiga being beaten by Jin Lin, Nangong Ro felt angry and had the urge to go back 1,000 years to avenge Jiang Jiga. Not long after, Nangong Ro suddenly felt ashamed again. She had wanted to kill Jiang Jiga not long ago. Perhaps teaching herself a lesson was the real way to vent Jiang Jiga's anger. When she first watched the memory scenes, Nangong Ro hated Jiang Jiga to the core. Now that Jiang Jiga is on the verge of death, she feels ashamed after seeing these memories, which seems a bit ridiculous. Nangong Ro's eyes were filled with mist, and she murmured, "After 1,000 years, will you still treat me as your sister?" Now, she really wants to rescue Jiang Jiga, but she is also afraid that Jiang Jiga will look at her with disgust after he comes back to life. For 1,000 years, Jiang Jiga remembered Nangong Ro and regarded the time he spent with her as the most precious memory in his life. However, Nangong Ro not only did not have any feelings for Jiang Jiga, but instead spent most of her time hating Jiang Jiga, and even took the lead in coming to Xuanzang Holy Land to kill Jiang Jiji. In fact, to be honest, the time Nangong Ro spent with Jiang Jiga was not as long as that of Liu Tianjiao. But it's too late to regret now. In the picture of light and shadow, 5 years passed. During these 5 years, Jiang Jiga missed her day and night. But unfortunately Nangong Ro never came back once. Until today, he decided not to hesitate anymore and took the initiative to go thousands of miles away to look for Nangong Ro's trace. In the Jingxin Pavilion, Jiang Jiga and Liu Tianjia were drinking together as usual, but the atmosphere seemed a little sad. "Brother Jiang, are you really leaving?"
Lu Tianjiao looked melancholy, holding the wine glass tightly in his hand. Zhang Jiga shook the immortal wine in his hand and smiled helplessly. Of course, I have hesitated for 5 years. If I don't make a decision, Rower might not remember me. In fact, he did not hesitate for 5 years, but he had been accumulating strength. Otherwise, with the power of a spiritual martial arts cultivator, it would be a question whether he could safely reach the place thousands of miles away. To be honest, I want to go with you, too. Lu Tianjiao sighed, raised his head and drank the immortal wine in the cup. Zhang Jiga put the wineglass back, stood up and picked up the spirit sword on the stone table, shook his head and smiled. Don't be silly, Elder Lu, you are different from me. You are expected to become the next pavilion master, and you have the entire Tianyun pavilion on your shoulders. After losing his left arm, Lu Tianjiao practiced even harder. 5 years later, he had reached the Dao Seed realm and was expected to break through to the Yuanhai realm before he was 50 years old. He was a top-level prodigy that Tianyun Pavilion could only produce once in 500 years. Now, he is even an intersect elder of Tianyun Pavilion, attracting the attention of the entire Tianyun Pavilion. Zhang Jiga is alone and not conspicuous in Tianyun Pavilion. He can leave with any reason. But if Lu Tianjiao leaves, it will be a huge loss to Tianyun Pavilion. The pavilion master and many elders will never agree. The corner of Lu Tianjiao's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, You guy, sometimes you really make me unhappy. Now he hated himself for not hiding his strength like Zhang Jiga, which caused a group of people to place high hopes on him and made it difficult for him to leave Tianyun Pavilion easily. Although Lu Tianjiao is known as a genius in the sect, he rarely gets the upper hand when sparring with Zhang Jiga in private. Proving that Zhang Jiga's cultivation is not inferior to his at all. However, there was no movement when Zhang Jiga broke through, and he did not even show his innate Dao Si to Lu Tianjiao. Until now, others still believe that he is only at the initial stage of Lingwu cultivation. Okay, Elder Lu, life is a long journey. I will come back again, and then I may have to call you Pavilion Master Lu again. Then it's settled. When you find junior sister Nangong, you must come back for a drink. Lu Tianjiao's expression became melancholy again. He raised his glass and stood up to see him off, and neither of them stayed too long, nor did they say too many sentimental words. The friendship between brothers is not as long-lasting as the love between parents and children. Even if you are reluctant to part, it can only be done over a glass of wine. Chapter 58 The difference between immortals and mortals. In the light and shadow pictures, scenes of Zhang Jiga trekking through mountains and rivers come into view. He traveled across thousands of mountains and rivers, all over the country, and spent more than half a year. On the way, Zhang Jiga encountered vicious monsters and cunning monks, and almost lost his life several times, but fortunately he was able to avoid them all with his caution, until one day, Zhang Jiga finally heard the news about Zhixiao City from a fellow Taoist. Zhixiao City is controlled by the Nangong family. It is a powerful family that is the overlord of Chaozhou and also the top family in Chaozhou. Zhang Jiga thought to himself that it was the first time he heard the word Chaozhou. It seemed that he didn't understand the world he lived in very well. After some understanding, Zhang Jiga realized that the world he was in was called Heaven, one of the 3 major divine realms, and possessed the original power that could give birth to a great emperor. The heavenly plane is at an extremely high level and is surrounded by a wall. It is difficult to break through the wall and reach the heavenly plane. In the heavenly realm, there are 3 continents, east, south, and west, as well as the far north. The area where Zhang Jiga is located is the eastern continent, which has 108 states, among which Chaozhou is only a middle-ranked region. For mortals, a state is a realm, and it is difficult to reach other states in a lifetime, so the customs and habits between states vary greatly. Only the civilization of those who practice Taoism has always been unified. Most of them pursue immortality and are not restricted by clothing and habits. I still miss the civilization of thousands of years ago. Today, the heavenly realm not only has 4 boundaries, namely the east, west, south, and north, but also has a Xuanzang Holy Land. It's a pity that the holy place of cultivation in the past is going to be destroyed by our own hands. When it comes to the unification of civilization, this may be the only action that has made the demon emperor a great success since he became emperor. Everyone in the hall was filled with emotion. In fact, 1,000 years ago, although the civilizations in the immortal cultivation world were almost the same, most of the forces hated each other and wanted to compete for each other's resources to improve themselves. At that time, there was no emperor in the heaven, and the sects and forces were constantly fighting each other. There was no telling whether they would be taken advantage of by forces from other realms. It was a dark age in the heaven. This changed after Jiang Zhiga became emperor. He ordered that all forces in the heavenly realm would be under his command, and anyone who had dissenting opinions would be killed without mercy. All the major sects had no choice but to stop fighting each other and submit to Jiang Zhiga. The forces with strong men in the Wenchuan realm had to pay tribute to the Xuanzang Holy Land every year to complete the unification of the heavenly realm. All under heaven belongs to the king, and all within the four seas are the king's subjects. Jiang Zhiga interprets this sentence perfectly. The Xuanzang Holy Land did not exist originally, but was a small world opened up by Jiang Zhiga himself. The spiritual energy in it was powerful and extremely suitable for cultivation, and the area was as vast as a state. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhiga was violent and merciless, and tyrannical. He only allowed his trusted followers to stay in the Xuanzang Holy Land. He constantly exploited other forces in the heavens and even incorporated many demon cultivators into the Xuanzang Holy Land. So although it is called a Holy Land, it is actually similar to the Devil's Land. Jiang Zhiga calls himself the Emperor Xuanzang, but is privately called the Demon Lord or the Demon Emperor by everyone. If Jiang Zhiga was willing to benefit the creatures in heaven and protect heaven with the power of the Emperor, how could he have fallen to this point today? After learning the specific direction of Zhixiao City, Jiang Zhiga immediately set out for Zhixiao City, but after traveling for several days and nights, when he arrived at the place that fellow Taoist mentioned, he could not see the so-called Zhixiao City. Jiang Zhiga's heart sank. Could it be that the fellow Taoist was deliberately playing a trick on him? But that Taoist friend was kind and friendly, and he even shared his cultivation experiences with Jiang Zhiga. He didn't seem like someone who would make such a joke. Jiang Zhiga searched the area for a long time but found no other solution, so he just asked an old man working in the fields. Purple Sky City? Young man, are you kidding? That is a fairy city. I have heard rumors about it, but how could I have seen it? The old man carrying the hoe laughed in silence. He had lived nearby for nearly 60 years and had only heard of the rumors about the Purple Sky City, but had never seen the immortals with his own eyes. In his opinion, immortals and immortal cities might just be a legend and do not exist at all. Jiang Zhiga was secretly delighted when he heard this. Since an old mortal had heard the rumors about Zhixiao City, it proved that Zhixiao City was indeed nearby, but he had no way to find it. Seeing that Jiang Zhiga still didn't give up, the old man shook his head and said casually, "If you really want to find it, then go to the sky. Zhixiao Tianchang is the celestial city where immortals live, so it is naturally in the sky." Jiang Zhiga suddenly realized that it seemed that the fellow Taoist had not lied to him, and Zhixiao City was indeed here. However, there are mortals living around, which proves that Zhixiao City is not set up with a concealing formation on the ground, but is directly located in the sky. No wonder he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Thanks for your advice, old man. Jiang Zhiga bowed in thanks, then took out a magic sword from his storage ring and flew into the sky on the magic sword. Now he has reached the middle stage of Dao Seed Realm. Although he cannot fly in the air yet, with the help of the lower grade Shin level spiritual sword left by his master Yao Qinji, he can fly for a short period of time. Seeing Jiang Zhiga stepping on the magic sword and leaving, the old man who had been disapproving a second ago suddenly froze in place. Immortal? The old man's legs went weak and he fell to the ground, kneeling repeatedly in the direction of Jiang Zhiga. Thinking about how he had dared to have such a casual conversation with the immortal, the old man couldn't help but feel terrified. Jiang Zhiga looked down and saw the old man kneeling down. He did not feel proud at all, but instead felt an inexplicable sadness. Why should an old man in his 70s kneel down to a young man in his early 20s? Is there really such a gap between immortals and mortals? Thinking back to when Jiang Zhiga first became a disciple of his master, he felt a strong desire to learn from him because he saw the people kneeling down to pay their respects to his master. Now that I think about it, immortals are actually no different from mortals. They also have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they also have loyalty, kindness, and hatred. They just can live a few more years than mortals. Jiang Zhiga has been practicing Taoism for more than 10 years. Although he has the power to fly, he has never done anything great to benefit all living beings. He is really unworthy of the old man's kneeling ceremony. The great immortals guard the gates of heaven, suppress demons, and pacify the chaotic world. It sounds good, but I have become just like an ordinary person these years. My head is full of worldly affairs, and I have long forgotten my original ambitions. Jiang Zhiga sighed inwardly, and thinking back to the conversation he had with his master Yao Qinji, he felt a little embarrassed. He has been cultivating to be an immortal for more than 10 years, but his thoughts are still not much different from those of ordinary people. What is the greatest immortal? Zhang Jiga understood the truth, but it was really difficult for him to give up these worldly affairs. Chapter 59. She's getting married. I am ashamed that the demon emperor had such an understanding back then, but I have been cultivating for more than 2,000 years and am still living in confusion. Yes, we have done a lot of good deeds to benefit all living beings, but it is still difficult to give up these worldly affairs. In fact, how many people in the world can let the world go on? I am in the clear wind and bright moon, facing the complicated worldly things, and just laugh it off? That realm is not that of an immortal, but a saint. Everyone in the hall was quite sighing. They were a group of people standing at the top of the heaven, but it was difficult for them to reach that kind of transcendent state. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that people's understanding of the Tao is slow and complicated. After reaching the sky, what comes into view is not a city, but mountains shrouded in clouds and mist. Most of the mountains are connected by spiritual bridges. At a glance, you can see many ancient buildings and many monks with extraordinary demeanor. Zhang Jiga circled in the sky for a long time but couldn't find the edge of Xixia city. Its area was obviously much larger than that of ordinary cities. After observing for a while, Zhang Jiga noticed that there was a place that was quite lively. In the middle there was a giant disc similar to an arena, and at least hundreds of monks gathered nearby. Zhang Jiga landed near the disc, grabbed a young monk who was watching the fun, and asked, "Dao Yu, why are you all gathered here?" As he had just arrived, he wanted to know Nangong Ro's movements, so naturally he had to find out some news about Xixiao City. Patriarch Nangong has set up a special competition today to help his daughter Nangong Jing arrange her marriage. Whoever wins the competition and defeats Nangong Jing herself will become the son-in-law of the Nangong family and marry Nangong Jing. The young monk was stunned. How could there be someone in Xixiao City who didn't know about this? Isn't this a martial arts competition to win a bride? Zhang Jiga's heart trembled. Nangong Jing, who else could it be but Nangong Ro? 5 years later, her beloved sister is finally getting married. It's not really a martial arts competition to win a husband. In my opinion, the Nangong family's setting up of the competition stage is probably just a gimmick. The winner will most likely be Bai Shou Yuan from the Bai family. The Bai family and the Nangong family are almost the same in power, and they have long had the intention of forming a marriage alliance. Unfortunately, Miss Nangong Jing has no intention of love, so the Nangong family can only resort to this last resort, forcing Miss Nangong Jing to accept Bai Shou Yuan after she is defeated. The young monk shook his head and sighed. The two families had the intention of forming a marriage alliance, and the Bai family was a super aristocratic family. Even if one could defeat Bai Shou Yuan, no one would dare to snatch the bride. So, it was said to be a martial arts competition to win a bride, but in fact it was to push Nangong Jing to Bai Shou Yuan. Zhang Jiga frowned slightly when he heard this. This meant that the Nangong family wanted to push Nangong Ro out for marriage instead of letting her marry the person she loved. Brother, Miss Nangong Jing is about to get married. You must be sad, right? Unfortunately, I am not strong enough and do not even have the qualifications to register. Otherwise, I would not care about the Bai family and would definitely defeat Bai Shou Yuan. The young man showed regret on his face. Nangong Jing had always been known as the most beautiful woman in Xixiao City. She was the dream goddess of many people, but it was really a pity that she would get married in this way. Zhang Jiga's eyes lit up and he asked, "Can other people sign up?" Of course, you don't want to sign up, do you? The registration requirements are that the bone age cannot exceed 30 years old, and the cultivation must be at least at the Dao Seed realm. Bai Shou Yuan and Miss Nangong are at the Yuan Hai realm. Ordinary people who go there will either be beaten or used as stepping stones. The young monk was stunned for a moment and looked Zhang Jiga up and down. However, no matter how he looked at it, Zhang Jiga did not look like a top-level genius who could break through to the Yuan Hai realm before the age of 30. Yuan Hai realm? Zhang Jiga was shocked. Only 5 years had passed, and Nangong Ro had already reached the same level of Yuan Hai realm cultivation as his master Yao Qinji. You know, the further you go in the cultivation process, the more difficult it becomes. Lu Tianzhou is known as the #1 genius in Tianyun Pavilion, but after 5 years of hard practice day and night, he only managed to break through from the late stage of Lingwu to the early stage of Daozhong realm. Zhang Jiga was able to reach the middle stage of Daozhong realm with the help of Tiansha, otherwise he would have been at most in the middle stage of Lingwu realm. Well, this isn't a bad thing for her. Zhang Jiga hesitated for a long time, but finally gave up the idea of participating in the competition. He was not afraid of not being able to defeat his opponent, but he felt that there was no need to interfere too much in Nangong Ro's life. Besides, any top genius who can break through the Yuan High realm before the age of 30, as long as he is not so ugly that he cannot be described, must be better than him, a waste who relies on the help of monsters to reach the middle stage of the Daozhong realm. The young monk secretly despised it. What was not a bad thing? He thought Zhang Zhiga was just scared. How can it not be a bad thing that the goddess you have been dreaming about is about to marry someone you don't like? All the people who are going to participate in the competition are here. Why hasn't Mr. Bai shown up yet? Look, that looks like the Bai family's carriage, and the person sitting inside must be the young master of the Bai family. At this moment, a burst of discussion arose in the crowd, attracting Zhang Zhiga's attention. Zhang Zhiga looked up, but could only see a faint purple air. When the purple air dissipated, one could see a team of dozens of white armored guards leading the way, and a chariot pulled by a nine-headed moon-grabbing unicorn beast coming through the air. Behind the carriage, there were two white armored guards holding a black flag with a white character printed on it. They were obviously the Bai family's team. What a grand occasion! The young cultivator's eyelids twitched. The moon-grabbing Qilin beasts were at least at the soul-breaking realm. Each one of them could easily trample him to death, but they were treated as livestock by the Bai family. The chariot stopped in mid-air but did not land on the ground. A young man in white clothes lifted the curtain of the chariot and walked towards the competition arena step by step, stepping on the void. The young man in white had a handsome appearance, holding a folding fan in his hand, and was graceful and had an extraordinary bearing. He must be the Bai Xiu Yuan mentioned by the young monk. It looks good. Zhang Zhiga breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Xiu Yuan was a fat and ugly old man, he would have risked his life to protect Nangong Ro's innocence. Among the crowd, there were not only male monks, but also many female monks. When they saw Bai Xiu Yuan appear, many female monks showed an infatuated expression. What a shame, what a shame! Why would Mr. Bai obey the family's will and marry a little girl who was so cold to him? Mr. Bai is so talented and beautiful that he is willing to marry Nangong Jing, but that stinky woman dared to be unhappy. She really doesn't know what's good for her. Fuck, you bunch of women, Miss Nangong is such a beauty, why don't you say that it's a favor for her to marry Bai Xiu Yuan? The crowd was polarized. The men felt sorry for Nangong Ro getting married, while the women mocked her for being ungrateful. Zhang Zhiga was quite pleased with this. It seemed that he had overthought it before. With so many women pursuing him, Bai Xiu Yuan was obviously a young talent. There is no right or wrong between Nangong Ro and Bai Xiu Yuan, but they are a perfect match of talent and beauty. Chapter 60, Immortals Fighting. Since Nephew Bai is here, let's begin the competition. After Bai Xiu Yuan arrived, a voice like a huge bell spread throughout the entire arena. Zhang Zhiga was surprised. He couldn't see the person, but he could hear his voice, and it was so deep and clear. Even the master of Tianyun Pavilion might not be able to do that, and from the way this person addressed Bai Xiu Yuan, he was most likely an elder of the Nangong family, or even Nangong Ro's father, Nangongjin. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Xiu Yuan bowed to the sky, then turned to the crowd of spectators below the stage. Today, I, Bai Xiu Yuan, am here. If anyone wants to marry Sister Jing, there is no need to sign up. Just come up on stage and challenge me. It doesn't matter if it's a round-robin battle or a joint siege. If you beat me, the most beautiful woman in Zixiao City will be yours. Bai Xiu Yuan gently waved his folding fan, revealing a harmless smile. Zhang Zhiga frowned slightly. Bai Xiu Yuan's cultivation was high, but he was a little too arrogant. It's not that he was unhappy about it, but the competition was related to Nangong Ro's lifelong happiness, and he naturally didn't want to see Nangong Ro's marriage partner lose his temper. Bai Xiu Yuan is so arrogant. What if he really runs out of energy in the wheel and loses to an ugly and reckless man? Facts have proved that Zhang Zhiga was overthinking again. After Bai Xiu Yuan had given the order for a full quarter of an hour, no one among the hundreds of spectators dared to step forward to fight, let alone a round-robin battle. Bai Xiu Yuan was not in a hurry either. He stood on the stage and waited silently. Half an hour later, more and more people gathered near the arena to watch the fight. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 monks, but unfortunately no one dared to step forward to fight. Isn't Miss Nangong known as the most beautiful woman in Zixiao City? How come no one came up to challenge Bai Xiu Yuan? Jiang Jiga couldn't help but wonder, even if Bai Shouyuan had a high level of cultivation, there shouldn't be no one to fight him. The young cultivator beside him shrugged and sighed helplessly. Bai Shouyuan is a Yuan High Realm expert himself, and the Taishu Mountain Bai family is behind him. The veteran Tianzhou is unwilling to offend him, so ordinary casual cultivators can only be beaten. Naturally, no one dares to fight him. Seeing that no one dared to accept the challenge, Bai Shouyuan raised his head and looked towards the southeast.
Sister Jing, you've seen it too. No one has come up to challenge me.
It seems that everyone in Zixiao City approves of your marriage to me. As soon as Bai Shouyuan finished speaking, a graceful figure came from the southeast. Jiang Jiga looked up, and his face was instantly filled with amazement. Her waist is like a silk bundle, her eyes are like dots of lacquer, her eyebrows are like distant mountains that are dark without any embellishment, and her lips are like sand that is red without any embellishment, without any decoration. Her face alone is enough to make her stunningly beautiful. The so-called quality is as proud as the clear frost, and the fragrance contains the beauty of autumn dew, which is nothing more than this.
Miss Nangong is here. My God, seeing is believing. The reputation of Zixiao City's most beautiful woman is well deserved.
My goddess, you will eventually marry someone else. Everyone watching the fight was amazed, and the group of shouting female monks suddenly felt ashamed of themselves. In fact, most people were sitting in the spectator seats waiting because they wanted to see the face of the most beautiful woman in Zixiao City. Seeing it today is definitely worth the trip. Jiang Jiga quickly came to his senses and felt a sense of disappointment.
Nangong Ro already had a stunning appearance back then, and now,
5 years later, she is even hailed as the most beautiful woman in Zixiao City. When Jiang Jiga saw the face that had been with him for 8 years, he felt both familiar and strange. Rower, you have really grown up, Jiang Jiga sighed softly. The longing for Nangong Ro after not seeing her for 5 years made him want to run over and meet her, but on second thought, Nangong Ro is now of noble status and is admired by thousands of cultivators. She would definitely feel embarrassed if a brother from a remote corner suddenly appeared. Jiang Jiga thought about it and decided to wait until the competition was over before paying the visit. Although with his status, he shouldn't disturb Nangong Ro's life anymore, but he has been searching for her for half a year. If he doesn't even go to see Nangong Ro, regardless of whether he is willing or not, Lu Tianjiao will scold him. Nangong Ro landed lightly in the center of the arena, and without saying a word, she took out her magic sword and pointed it directly at Bai Shouyuan. Bai Shouyuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sister Jing, you are no match for me, why bother? To be honest, he really didn't want to fight with Nangong Ro unless he had no choice. Originally, there was no condition for defeating Nangong Ro in this competition.
It was only after Nangong Ro threatened to die that Nangong Jin agreed. Bai Shouyuan, your persistence is not love to me.
Nangong Ro had a cold expression on her face as she swung her sword, slashing out a beam of terrifying swordlight. Bai Shouyuan dodged the swordlight by leaning sideways, his expression gradually becoming gloomy.
Stalking. Nangong Jing, is my painstaking pursuit considered as stalking to you?
I admit that you are beautiful, but you are too arrogant.
Looking at the surrounding 14 states, if I am not worthy of you, who else can be worthy of you?
Bai Shouyuan thought that Nangong Ro was very self-important and looked down on him, the young master of the Bai family. Today, I will let you know that no matter how beautiful a woman is, she still needs a man to rely on.
Bai Shouyuan said no more.
He knew that if he wanted to marry Nangong Jing, he had to rely on his strength. Only by defeating Nangong Ro and showing his manly side can he convince Nangong Ro. He spoke. Nangong Ro attacked with a magic sword in hand. Bai Shouyuan retreated to midair to create some distance, then waved his folding fan to create a tornado of spiritual power. Nangong Ro did not stop, and released a light blue spiritual power from her body, instantly dispersing the terrifying tornado that was enough to annihilate ordinary cultivators. Nangong Ro stepped into the air and chased after Bai Shouyuan. Bai Shouyuan could hardly use his martial arts and could only dodge the swordlight continuously. The two men fought back and forth in the sky, and the people watching below were also amazed. Nangong Ro has a graceful figure, and every move she makes shows her elegance, as graceful as a startled swan and elegant as a swimming dragon. Even when she is pressing step by step, there is a sense of beauty like a dancing beauty. Bai Shouyuan's moves were not as vigorous as those of ordinary male cultivators. His steps were confident and calm. Although his moves were powerful, they gave people a scholarly feeling.
Jiang Jiga nodded. His spiritual power was dazzling and his martial arts were amazingly fancy.
The battle between Yuan High realms was indeed extraordinary, compared to the mere flashing of swords and sabers. This is the posture that immortals should have when fighting. Before long, the two men on the stage fought for dozens of rounds. Nangong Ro's attack was fierce, and Bai Shou Yuan had been retreating. He tried to use some moves to force Nangong Ro back, but unfortunately it had little effect. "Sister Jing, are you really so unwilling to marry me?" Bai Shou Yuan was quite angry. He tolerated it many times, but Nangong Ro never stopped when she saw an opportunity. Instead, she took the opportunity to press him step by step. Nangong Ro tried her best to deal with this competition, obviously not wanting to lose to Bai Shou Yuan, because once she lost to Bai Shou Yuan, she would no longer have an excuse to resist the family's will and would be forced to marry Bai Shou Yuan. "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Bai Shou Yuan snorted coldly. If he was not stronger than Nangong Ro, he would have been defeated in the fierce attack. Chapter 61, How to Talk About Matching. Rise Up with the Wind. Bai Shou Yuan's figure became ethereal and his speed increased by at least several levels. Nangong Ro looked solemn, her eyes constantly searching for Bai Shou Yuan's figure. "I don't want my future wife to embarrass herself in public, Sister Jing. I'll give you one last chance." Bai Shou Yuan's voice seemed to come from all directions. Nangong Ro held the magic sword in her hand and was ready for battle, but unfortunately she was unable to determine Bai Shou Yuan's location. Seeing this, Bai Shou Yuan no longer hesitated and suddenly appeared behind Nangong Ro, rushing forward with a hurricane under his feet and unparalleled power. Nangong Ro's expression changed slightly, and she immediately tried to turn around to defend herself, but it was too late. The spirit sword was blown away by the hurricane before she could even block it. The hurricane caused her to lose balance and she fell heavily back onto the arena. Bang! A round hole was smashed into the extremely hard ring. Nangong Ro spat out a mouthful of blood and at least several bones were broken. Roar! Jiang Jiga's heart tightened and he almost couldn't help but rush over. The young monk next to him looked around and asked in confusion, "Roar? Who are you calling, brother?" On the stage, Bai Shou Yuan looked reluctant and did not pursue the victory. He landed not far from Nangong Ro and said with a sigh, "That's it. Go back and heal your wounds." I haven't lost yet." Nangong Ro wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up with difficulty, holding on to the spirit sword, her eyes full of unyielding spirit. Bai Shou Yuan frowned slightly, feeling increasingly unhappy. Alas, Miss Nangong was living away from home in her early years, and was only brought back to Zhixiao City for training in recent years. She has no chance of winning this battle. How hateful! If Miss Nangong had been nurtured with a lot of resources like Bai Shou Yuan since she was young, she would definitely be able to crush Bai Shou Yuan. Seeing the goddess being beaten to the point of vomiting blood, the spectators felt heartbroken. If they were not concerned about the Bai family's great power, they would definitely swarm up and beat Bai Shou Yuan violently. Nangong Ro ignored the pain of broken bones and raised the magic sword again to stab Bai Shou Yuan. Bai Shou Yuan snorted coldly, waved his folding fan and easily knocked Nangong Ro away. Even Nangong Ro in her peak condition was no match for him, let alone when she was injured. This time Bai Shou Yuan did not hold back, and Nangong Ro was knocked hundreds of meters away. The audience was terrified just by watching. However, Nangong Ro still had no intention of giving up. She struggled for a while, and still managed to stand up again despite her injuries. Bai Shou Yuan looked unhappy and could only continue to attack Nangong Ro. He didn't want to treat his fiancée like this, but if he lost the competition, it would be difficult for him to have another chance to marry Nangong Ro. This had been repeated countless times, and Nangong Ro was now covered in blood, which was a horrifying sight. "Bai, you bastard. How could you treat Miss Nangong like this? If you are still a man, admit defeat. If you are so unkind, how can you be qualified to marry the most beautiful woman in Zhixiao City?" Nangong Ro's miserable appearance was truly pitiful. The cultivators who came to watch the battle could no longer bear it and began to denounce Bai Shou Yuan. Bai Shou Yuan's face was extremely ugly, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Shut up! Do you think I want to?" Of course, the bystanders who are not involved in the matter can say nice things, but if they were to put themselves in Bai Shou Yuan's shoes, how could they voluntarily admit defeat and give up the opportunity to marry Nangong Ro? Seeing Bai Shou Yuan getting angry, the spectators were afraid to say anything and could only grit their teeth and stare at Bai Shou Yuan. Although he didn't want to see the goddess being bullied, angering the Bai family could very likely lead to his own death. Bai Shou Yuan turned his head and looked at Nangong Ro, shouting in hatred, "I have come this far, isn't it enough?
I, Bai Shouyuan, consider myself to be no less than others, so how am I unworthy of you? Nangong Ro held onto the spirit sword to prevent herself from falling, and said weakly, I said, you are just pestering me. She doesn't like Bai Shouyuan at all, so how can they be a good match? Nangong Jing. Don't think I don't dare to be ruthless. If I break your legs directly, can you still stand up? Don't even mention breaking my legs. Even if I die today, I will never submit to you. Nangong Ro had a cold expression. Originally, she had some friendship towards Bai Shouyuan, but after Bai Shouyuan forced her into a family marriage, she only felt disgust towards him. Bai Shouyuan's face turned pale and he held the folding fan tightly in his hand. He thought he was showing mercy to Nangong Ro, but he didn't know that Nangong Ro had already planned to die to prove her integrity. With such a resolute heart, even if Bai Shouyuan was slow to react, he could understand that Nangong Ro did not look down on him, but simply did not want to submit to a man she did not love or even hated. At this moment, Bai Shouyuan felt no anger in his heart, only a strong sense of unwillingness. He was one of the famous young men, and countless women admired him. But now, when he treated a woman sincerely, he was actually hated by her. Even though this woman was the most beautiful woman in Zixia City, Bai Shouyuan still found it hard to accept. Nangong Ro's voice was loud enough that the audience could hear it, and the atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Obviously, even these guys who regarded Nangong Ro as a goddess did not expect that Nangong Ro would never want to marry Bai Shouyuan even if she died. In fact, although everyone was unwilling to have a marriage proposal through a martial arts competition, if they asked themselves honestly, Bai Shouyuan was after all a gifted and handsome man, and he was a good person. Marrying him would not be too much of a humiliation for Nangong Ro. This is also the reason why, when Nangong Ro, the most beautiful woman in Zixia City, was about to be sent out by her family for marriage through a martial arts competition, no genius who could match Bai Shouyuan stepped forward to participate in the competition to win the bride. However, no one expected that even if the marriage partner was Bai Shouyuan, Nangong Ro would not be tempted by it, and even made up her mind to die. To prove her integrity. Die? How could I let you die? After the atmosphere was silent for a while, Bai Shouyuan suddenly sneered. He is not as hypocritical as the rumors say. Since he can't get Nangong Ro's heart, he will get Nangong Ro's body. Although there would be some restrictions on his pursuit of women after marrying Nangong Ro, Bai Shouyuan was still willing to give up a large number of mediocre women for the most beautiful woman in Zixia City. As for Nangong Ro's statement of committing suicide to show her will, it was nothing but a joke. Even if Nangong Ro wanted to commit suicide, Bai Shouyuan would not try to stop her, and the elders of the Nangong family who were secretly observing her would have stopped her in advance. Being in Zixia City, which is governed by the Nangong family, it is most difficult for Nangong Ro to commit suicide compared to defeating Bai Shouyuan. Therefore, as long as Bai Shouyuan can completely defeat Nangong Ro, he will definitely be able to spend his wedding night with Nangong Ro. Just when Bai Shouyuan was about to take ruthless action against Nangong Ro, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded from the spectator seats. Wait a minute, I want to sign up for the competition. When these words were spoken, not only Bai Shouyuan, but all the people watching the game were stunned. How could there still be fools trying to join the war at this point? Could it be that they still couldn't see the situation clearly? Bai Shouyuan heard the voice and looked over, only to see a man in a black robe and a black mask covering his face slowly approaching. Without getting permission from Bai Shouyuan and the elders of the Nangong family, this person walked straight towards Bai Shouyuan, emitting waves of violent and irrepressible spiritual power from his body. Chapter 62, The Strength of Competing Against Each Other. The decisive battle has already begun. Could it be that other geniuses are here to cause trouble? No, this person is hiding his true identity and dares not show it to others. He is definitely not a descendant of a noble family who can compare with Bai Shouyuan. No matter what, I support this brother. I hope he can give Bai Shouyuan a good beating. It's very risky. His spiritual power fluctuations are only at the Dao seed level. How can he be a match for Bai Shouyuan? The spectators were whispering to each other. Although they really wanted to see someone beat up Bai Shouyuan, the black-robed man's cultivation was too low, making it difficult for people to have confidence in him. Just as the young monk said before, if you are not a child of aristocratic family or a top genius, you will only be a fool who gets beaten if you participate in the competition. Bai Shouyuan's eyes flashed with contempt, and he said lightly, before going on stage, you must think clearly about the consequences. He had been accumulating a lot of anger for a long time,
and he just wanted to kill some scum to vent his anger. The man in black robe did not answer and stepped onto the fighting arena step by step. He stood directly opposite Bai Shouyuan, raised his hand and took out a 6-foot-tall black halberd from the void. Clang! The pitch-black giant halberd fell to the ground, shaking the arena. It was hard to imagine how heavy it was. Bai Shouyuan narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this, and instantly dispelled his contempt. Is this guy really only at the Dao Seed realm? From this perspective, could this person be the Demon Emperor? Who else could it be if not the Demon Emperor holding the heavenly 9-square void halberd? Fairy Nangong was bullied. I can understand the Demon Emperor's feelings, but he hadn't really cultivated magic at that time and didn't master too many magic cultivation methods. Wouldn't he be beaten if he challenged Bai Shouyuan, who was in the Yuanhai realm? Ridiculous. If the Demon Emperor, who is so powerful that he can shake the 9 heavens, could judge with your eyes, then you would have already become the second emperor in the heavens. After the man in black robe took out the huge black halberd, most people in the hall recognized him as Zhang Zhiga at a glance. Nangong Ro felt the same way, but she was completely shocked at this moment, because in Nangong Ro's memory, when she fought with Bai Shouyuan, Zhang Zhiga did not stand up for her. Instead, he came to visit her the next day, claiming to be her old friend, and the two were able to meet again. What happened back then? Nangong Ro clenched her fists, eager to see the rest of the memories. In fact, starting from the memory of Yuqing, there were discrepancies between her memory and hers, but she was too young at the time and she thought she had forgotten it. But Nangong Ro remembered the memories after her reunion with Zhang Zhiga clearly. There was clearly no man in black robe who appeared to challenge Bai Shouyuan. Moreover, after the reunion, Zhang Zhiga's behavior was very different from before. He first relied on his good relationship with Nangong Ro to act arrogantly in Zixiao City and even threatened Nangong's maid to warm his bed. Later, he even poisoned Nangong Ro and used her life to threaten the Nangong family to hand over the family treasure. Nangongzhen was furious and wanted to kill Zhang Zhiga, but unexpectedly, the monster Tianchai appeared in Zhang Zhiga's body, showing a terrifying strength comparable to the Wanxiang realm. Nangongzhen is a veteran in the Wanxiang realm. He had the upper hand at first and was about to kill Zhang Zhiga, but Zhang Zhiga actually used Nangong Ro as a shield, forcing Nangongzhen to stop and thus was killed by Zhang Zhiga's sneak attack. Before, Nangong Ro thought that it was the 5 years that had changed Zhang Zhiga and revealed his sinister and vicious nature. Now it seems that Zhang Zhiga may not have changed, and has not betrayed Nangong Ro. Thinking of this, Nangong Ro's heart trembled. If these things didn't exist at all, then why did she go to Xuanzang Holy Land with Chu Yun and his group? Noticing that Nangong Ro's mood was affected again, Chu Yun, who was not far away, became more solemn and even a little frightened. He didn't know much about Nangong Ro's past, but he could guess that the memory that would decide everything was about to appear. If the misunderstanding between Nangong Ro and Zhang Zhiga is really just a misunderstanding, what should Chu Yun do? At this point, should he take the initiative to withdraw from Nangong Ro's world? No, that's not right. Demons are demons after all. So what if it's just a misunderstanding? Zhang Zhiga, you won't live past 7 days. Xu Yun's expression was cold. Even if there was only a misunderstanding between Zhang Zhiga and Nangong Ro, it could only move Nangong Ro. If Nangong Ro insisted on releasing Zhang Zhiga, the hundreds of strong men in the hall, as well as Imo Zian and even Su Qingqiu, would not sit idly by. And now Chu Yun is determined to kill Zhang Zhiga and will never let Zhang Zhiga leave Zhenyang Temple alive. The Dao Seed realm refers to the realm where one can awaken the Dao Seed of one's destiny. Tao seeds are born from the heart, regardless of bloodline and talent. Most of them are useless. They may be a hoe or a flower. It is difficult for them to play a vital role in battle, although some Tao seeds are stronger and can grow with their masters, playing an auxiliary role and even greatly improving their combat capabilities. This type of Tao seeds is rare and is called spirit seeds, instrument seeds, and mysterious seeds. The Tianjiu Fanshu Ji held by Zhang Zhiga is exactly the kind of weapon that can be used as a natal spiritual weapon. The type of weapon is not the key point, because the folding fan in Bai Shouyuan's hand is also a weapon. The problem is that the pressure displayed by Zhang Zhiga is not like that of the Dao Seed realm at all. There are normally only 2 possibilities for being able to have a pressure that exceeds one's own realm. Either one deliberately suppresses one's realm and accumulates strength over time, or one breaks through the Dao Seed realm and has a solid foundation through years of cultivation. No matter which possibility it is enough to make Bai Shouyuan, who is in the early Yuanhai realm, take Zhang Zhiga seriously. Seeing Zhang Zhiga approaching step by step, Bai Shouyuan looked a little solemn, and said in a cold voice, "Brother, I gave you a chance. The factors that determine the outcome of a battle are not only cultivation and Tao seeds, but also martial arts, bloodlines, elixirs, etc. Moreover, given the gap in cultivation, he is not afraid of Jiang Jiga, but just doesn't want to cause trouble. Jiang Jiga's eyes were cold behind the mask, and he said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I vent my hatred?" Originally he didn't want to get involved in this fight, and even hoped that Nangong Ro would admit defeat quickly, but when he saw Bai Shou Yuan defeating Nangong Ro again and again, he changed his mind. If Bai Shou Yuan really likes Nangong Ro, how could he treat Nangong Ro like this? On the way, Jiang Jiga noticed the lustful look in Bai Shou Yuan's eyes, and instantly realized that Bai Shou Yuan was not as righteous as he seemed. As an elder brother, how could Jiang Jiga tolerate this time? He went into battle not only to vent Nangong Ro's anger, but also to defeat Bai Shou Yuan and prevent Nangong Ro from marrying Bai Shou Yuan. Well said. Teach him a lesson. Bai Shou Yuan is a bastard, he is not worthy of marrying the most beautiful woman in Zishou City. The spectators were very excited and started to cheer. At first I thought he was just a fool who was going to get beaten, but I didn't expect Jiang Jiga to really have the ability to compete with Bai Shou Yuan. Not far away, the seriously injured Nangong Ro stared blankly at Jiang Jiga's back. Chapter 63, being crushed for some reason, she had a sense of déjà vu about the man in black robe. Listening to the booing of the spectators, Bai Shou Yuan's face gradually became gloomy. Originally, he didn't want to cause any more trouble. If he were to avoid a fight now, how could he have the face to call himself one of the young masters of the storm? Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being too harsh. Bai Shou Yuan no longer hesitated, and waved his folding fan to send a hurricane towards Jiang Jiga. Wanting to test Jiang Jiga's specific strength, however, Jiang Jiga did not move, allowing the hurricane carrying violent spiritual power to blow over his body. Not to mention getting injured, even his black robe was not damaged. It's not that the material of the black robe is special, but that he has a layer of spiritual power protection around him, so the spiritual power hurricane cannot have any effect on him. Bai Shou Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Just from this method, it was obvious that Jiang Jiga was stronger than Nangong Ro. Rise up with the wind. Bai Shou Yuan directly used his body movement martial arts skills, and his figure became ethereal and uncertain. No way? Bai Shou Yuan used his full strength to perform the wind control step? When the great rock soars up with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Mr. Bai is so handsome. That's right, Mr. Bai's agility is so fast that no one in the surrounding 14 states can match him. Damn, are you women still obsessed with it? Bai Shou Yuan used his wind control step with all his strength from the beginning, and he was obviously at a disadvantage. Just as the spectators were discussing the matter, Jiang Jiga raised his hand and swung the Tianjiu Fangsiji, stirring up a purple spiritual sea like a huge wave. Ling Hai was too ferocious and his speed was extremely fast. Bai Shou Yuan didn't want to confront it head-on, so he quickly dodged and retreated into the sky. This retreat immediately allowed Jiang Jiga to find his position. Bai Shou Yuan was completely unaware of the impending threat and was even secretly proud of himself. Although Jiang Jiga has powerful spiritual power, he is still in the Dao Seed realm after all, and it is impossible for him to fly in the air as easily as he does. As long as Jiang Jiga can't attack too far, Bai Shou Yuan will have an absolute advantage. The next second, Jiang Jiga was seen holding the halberd in both hands and making a gesture of drawing a sword. The Great Way has no edge, and the halberd can determine the mountains and rivers. Along with his deep shout, a spiritual light like a dragnet shot towards Bai Shou Yuan. This is Jiang Jiga's improved third halberd technique based on the first two moves of the Kangmang sword technique. Not only does it consume less energy, it can also play a key role in blocking the enemy's actions in battle. There were thousands of spiritual lights, and Bai Shou Yuan could hardly dodge them. He could only cross his arms to try to defend himself. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Jiang Jiga's strength. The spiritual light hit his body like raindrops, and shattered his spiritual defense in less than 3 seconds. A puff. Puff, the spiritual light directly penetrated Bai Shou Yuan's body, leaving several finger-sized holes. If he hadn't been able to protect his vital parts, he would have been stabbed into a hornet's nest. Jiang Jiga couldn't help but shook his head and sighed, weak, too weak. The Kangmang sword technique consumes a lot of energy and is easily dodged, so it can only be used against some clumsy monsters. For this reason, he improved the Kangmang sword technique into the third move, with the original intention of blocking the enemy's movements. Unexpectedly, Bai Shou Yuan, who was at the Yuanhai realm, could not even block this yellow-level martial art. From this, it can be seen that Bai Shouyuan's cultivation is extremely superficial, much weaker than the Yuan High Realm monsters he had encountered. He can only bully Nangong Ro, who had just entered the Yuan High Realm. It was a pity that Zhang Zhiga wanted to entrust Nangong Ro to such a person. "How dare you look down on me?" The veins on Bai Shouyuan's forehead bulged, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was not that his cultivation was weak, but that Zhang Zhiga's spiritual power was too strong. Daozhong realm possesses this level of spiritual power, so even if one uses yellow-level martial arts, it can have the power of black-level martial arts. Bai Shouyuan quickly took out a pill and put it into his mouth, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Zhiga did not take advantage of this opportunity to press forward, as if he wanted to see what other abilities Bai Shouyuan had. Bai Shouyuan became even angrier when he saw this. He disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared behind Zhang Zhiga the next moment. The folding fan in his hand was wrapped in a layer of spiritual power and turned into a sharp blade to slash at Zhang Zhiga's throat. Zhang Zhiga raised his halberd to block, and the folding fan could no longer move forward. Bai Shouyuan gritted his teeth and could only retreat to a distance before Zhang Zhiga counterattacked. Zhang Zhiga turned to look at Bai Shouyuan and asked doubtfully, "Are you really in the Yuan High Realm?" Just now, Bai Shouyuan obviously wanted to try whether he could gain the upper hand in close combat, but unfortunately Zhang Zhiga's body became stronger after being tempered by demonic energy, and Bai Shouyuan would only lose faster in close combat. Seeing that Zhang Zhiga was not provocative but was doubtful from the bottom of his heart, Bai Shouyuan suddenly felt that his dignity was trampled upon. "You will pay the price for your arrogance." Bai Shouyuan roared, and a storm of spiritual energy burst out from his body, sweeping across the entire arena. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color and the wind howled violently. The black-robed little scoundrel was just complacent for a moment. Now that young Master Bai has used all his strength, he will definitely lose. "Yes, Mr. Bai, beat him up." The little black-robed jerk is wearing a mask. He must be too ugly to show his true face to others. Seeing Bai Shouyuan giving it his all, a group of female monks were infatuated with him and did not forget to belittle Zhang Zhiga. Zhang Zhiga curled his lips, showing disapproval. Although the power displayed by Bai Shouyuan was indeed a level stronger, it was still not enough to pose much threat to him. The battle was about to break out, and Bai Shouyuan first launched a fierce attack on Zhang Zhiga. Under the expectant gaze of the female monks, the scene of Bai Shouyuan defeating Zhang Zhiga did not appear. Instead, Zhang Zhiga crushed Bai Shouyuan throughout the whole process. At the beginning, Bai Shouyuan was able to fight with Zhang Zhiga, but unfortunately he didn't last long and was almost pinned down by Zhang Zhiga. "Awesome. Brother Black Robe is so awesome. I wonder who this black-robed brother is, but he can easily crush Bai Shouyuan at the Dao Seed level. If I could learn his true identity, I would definitely make friends with him." Many of the male monks who were watching stood up and cheered, looking at Zhang Zhiga with fiery eyes. They all knew very well that it was not that Bai Shouyuan was too weak, but that Zhang Zhiga was too strong. He was so strong that he could crush the top genius Bai Shouyuan with his Dao Seed realm cultivation. "Brother, I give up. Stop it now." Bai Shouyuan, who was pinned to the ground and beaten, hurriedly shouted to stop. Although Zhang Zhiga did not kill him, it was too humiliating to be pinned down and beaten. All the female monks were stunned. Could the man who was beaten into a pig's head by an unknown black-robed scoundrel in the ring and even admitted defeat on his own initiative really be their idol? Bai Shouyuan? Zhang Zhiga let go of Bai Shouyuan's collar, stood up and said, "You are not suitable for her. Stop pestering her, or I will not just beat you up next time." "What do you mean? Do you want me to give up, Sister Jing?" Bai Shouyuan was shocked. Zhang Zhiga had such strength and yet he dared to threaten the young master of the Bai family. Could it be that he had a terrifying background that could destroy the Bai family? Zhang Zhiga said no more and turned around to leave the competition arena. At this moment, a figure flew from the southeast. Everyone present looked up and found that it was Elder Yangtuan from the Nangong family who was in charge of organizing this competition. Chapter 64. I miss you so much. Elder Yangtuan had a grim expression on his face. He glanced at Bai Shouyuan who was lying on the ground, then looked at Zhang Zhiga who was wearing a black robe. Although Zhang Zhiga is a genius who can defeat Bai Shouyuan, his identity is unknown, and the Nangong family cannot just marry Nangong Ro to him. Elder Yangtuan coughed twice and said in a deep voice, "According to the rules of the competition, the winner should marry Xiaojing, but I have seen the previous battles. This little brother in black robe used unfair means to win, so this competition does not count. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. I suddenly realized that Brother Black Robe had defeated Bai Shou Yuan, but my goddess still had to marry someone else. You're overthinking. Didn't you hear Elder Yangchuan say it doesn't count? To be honest, if Miss Nangong must get married, I will definitely support Brother Black Robe more than Bai Shou Yuan. The spectators were not too surprised. The original intention of the Nangong family was to force Nangong Ro to Bai Shou Yuan, and the martial arts competition was just a formality. Now that someone else had won the competition, it was naturally impossible for the Nangong family to easily marry Nangong Ro to someone else. As for the unfair means mentioned by Elder Yangchuan, everyone knew that he was just making up an excuse. Zhang Jiga crushed Bai Shou Yuan the entire time, so why would he need to use any unfair means to win? Listening to the discussions of the spectators, Elder Yangchuan felt ashamed. Although no one dared to directly accuse the Nangong family of going back on their word, it would still have some negative impact. Yangchuan thought for a moment, looked at Zhang Jiga and said, "Little brother in black robe, the way you defeated nephew Bai was certainly not advisable, but you did this in order to marry Xiao Jing. I am quite pleased by your love for you. I am willing to compensate you with a lower grade Xin level spiritual weapon in my personal name." Elder Yangchuan is so kind and righteous that he is willing to make amends to Brother Black Robe in his personal capacity. For ordinary Daozhong realm cultivators, Xin level lower grade spiritual tools are extremely precious. Even if they are not suitable for their own use, they can still make a lot of money if they are sold. Everyone admired him. For the Nangong family, it was easy to frame a cultivator in the Dao Seed realm, but Elder Yangchuan was still willing to use his spiritual weapon to compensate Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga cupped his hands, shook his head and said, "No need, senior. I participated in the competition just to teach Bai Shou Yuan a lesson. I never thought about really marrying Miss Nangong. I am not worthy of the word compensation." He admired Elder Yangchuan's actions both before and after, because at this time Zhang Jiga was just a stranger to Nangong Ro. If the Nangong family agreed to let him marry Nangong Ro, he would be angry about it. Hearing Zhang Jiga's words, Elder Yangchuan and the spectators were all stunned. It would have been fine if he refused the compensation for the Shen level spiritual weapon, but no one expected that Zhang Jiga would claim that he did not want to marry Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro is such a beauty. If you like her, you need to queue up. The queue can stretch from here to outside Zhixiao City. Any man, even if he is not interested in Nangong Ro's personality, would not reject a wife who was as beautiful as a fairy. However, Zhang Jiga did claim that he had never thought of marrying Nangong Ro. Is there something wrong with his sexual orientation? Without waiting for everyone to come to their senses, Zhang Jiga turned around and was about to leave the arena. Stop! Zhang Jiga had just taken 2 steps when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhang Jiga paused and pretended to be calm and said, "Miss Nangong, what can I do for you?" Even though he didn't look at Nangong Ro much after he went on stage, he was actually very nervous and apprehensive. After all, this Miss Nangong is the sister he has been thinking about day and night for 5 years. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiga was still unclear about Nangong Ro and the Nangong family's attitude, so he could only wear a black robe to temporarily conceal his identity. If he recognized Nangong Ro in public, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Moreover, many people are paying attention to the competition today. Zhang Jiga, a man who is contaminated by monsters, has no right to interfere too much in Nangong Ro's life. You said you never thought of marrying me, why? Nangong Ro stood up with difficulty, holding the spirit sword, and walked towards Zhang Jiga step by step. Zhang Jiga lowered his head, not knowing how to answer. The spectators looked surprised and didn't understand what was happening. At this moment, Nangong Ro looked as if she was about to cry, completely different from her usual indifferent and detached self. Nangong Ro walked behind Zhang Jiga and put the sword against his neck. Nangong Ro's eyes were filled with tears, and she gritted her teeth and asked, "Answer me. Why? Why don't you want to marry me?" How similar is Zhang Jiga's silence 5 years ago to now? Zhang Jiga clenched his fists and said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, sure enough, being too familiar with each other is not a good thing." Even though he was wearing a black robe and his face was covered with a mask, Nangong Ro still recognized him. "Zhang Jiga. You bastard. I hate you." The sword in Nangong Ro's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and she collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly. So what if he was wearing a black robe and a mask covering his face? Nangong Ro was too familiar with Zhang Jiga. She could recognize him instantly with just a voice or a glimpse of his back. Hearing Nangong Ro's crying, Zhang Jiga's heart trembled, and he hurriedly turned around to support Nangong Ro. However, before he could stretch out his hands, Nangong Ro stepped forward and hugged him. Asshole! Asshole! Why did you take so long to come to me? It's been 5 years. I miss you so much. I really miss you so much. Nangong Ro's face was covered with tears. She hugged Zhang Jiga tightly and was unwilling to let go, as if Zhang Jiga would leave if she let go. Zhang Jiga was filled with guilt and stood there not daring to respond. That he originally thought that Nangong Ro might have forgotten him, but he didn't expect that Nangong Ro, like him, had missed him for 5 years. At this moment, the audience was completely silent, and everyone was looking at Nangong Ro and Zhang Jiga in astonishment. Although he didn't know Nangong Ro's past, it was obvious that Zhang Jiga was an old friend of Nangong Ro, and they had a very good relationship. Elder Yangchuan had a complicated expression and did not go to stop Nangong Ro and Zhang Jiga from reuniting. As Nangong Ro's elder, he had naturally heard of Zhang Jiga, whom Nangong Ro often mentioned. He didn't feel it before, but now seeing the originally indifferent Nangong Ro crying like this, Elder Yangchuan finally understood how important Zhang Jiga was to Nangong Ro. Perhaps it was because of this realization that Nangong Jin did not allow Nangong Ro to look for Zhang Jiga. Once the two meet again, they will inevitably find it difficult to part, and Zhang Jiga's humble background may have an impact on Nangong Ro's future and reputation. Not far away, Bai Shouyuan felt hopeless. Regardless of whether Zhang Jiga had a powerful background, he had already been defeated miserably. After a long time, Nangong Ro's crying finally stopped. Brother, Roer will never leave you again. Nangong Ro choked up and let go of Zhang Jiga, then reached out and took off Zhang Jiga's mask. Chapter 65 Reunion. Behind the mask was a face as handsome as a demon. Nangong Ro had tears in her eyes, but she finally smiled. It's still that familiar face, but a little more mature. Zhang Jiga rubbed Nangong Ro's head and sighed. Don't worry, Roer, brother will be with you too. He avoided Nangong Ro's feelings for 5 years, thinking that he would delay Nangong Ro, but never thought about Nangong Ro's feelings. Now that I think about it, I really feel guilty towards Nangong Ro. Brother? I've never heard that Miss Nangong has an elder brother before. Are you stupid? They are obviously not blood-related siblings. I didn't expect that the black-robed brother is actually quite handsome. There was an uproar in the audience. First, they were shocked by the relationship between Zhang Jiga and Nangong Ro, and second, they were shocked by Zhang Jiga's appearance. For men, Zhang Jiga might just be a little handsome, but for women, he has a stunning face that can captivate everyone. Even though Zhang Jiga didn't dress up back then, he could still be considered handsome. Now that his facial features have grown, he is definitely a handsome man with a graceful figure. The young monk in the audience was stunned. Wasn't this the unknown brother who had asked him about the duel earlier? Only then did he realize that the rower that Zhang Jiga had mentioned was actually Miss Jinan Gongjing. Xiao Jing, bring him with me. This matter needs to be reported to the head of the family. Elder Yangchuan knew that the brother and sister had a special relationship, and he had to inform Nangong Ro's father, Nangongjin, in time. Although Nangong Ro was a little hesitant, she had to agree and went to meet Nangongjin with Zhang Jiga and Elder Yangchuan. Bai Shouyuan, who was not far away, thought for a moment and followed. Whether it was to confirm the relationship between Nangong Ro and Zhang Jiga or to cancel the marriage between the two families, he had to go to the Nangong families. Soon after, the group walked across a bridge made of spiritual stones and arrived at a stone platform where birds were singing and flowers were blooming. There were many courtyards and flowers and plants were scattered around. It was a real fairyland. The so-called stone platform is actually a flat boulder, suspended in the air with the help of a formation. The residence of the direct descendants of the Nangong family was built on this huge rock. After arriving at the stone platform, Elder Yangchuan went to report, while the three stayed in a pavilion and waited. The brother and sister met again after 5 years, and they had countless things to say. During the way to Zhang Jiga was fine. He just asked Nangong Ro about her experiences in the past 5 years. However, Nangong Ro had a lot of topics to talk about and chattered almost non-stop. Zhang Jiga did not feel annoyed. Instead, he felt very happy about it and responded to every word of Nangong Ro. Bai Shouyuan, who was sitting alone in the distance, was secretly heartbroken. He had been pursuing Nangong Ro for a long time, but had never received a good response from her. The only time I saw Nangong Ro smiling like a flower was because of Zhang Jiga. By the way, brother, where is Master? It's been 5 years. Has that old man ever missed me? He, Nangong Ro suddenly talked about her master Yao Qianji. Jiang Jiga's expression changed slightly, and a hint of subtle sadness flashed in his eyes. Jiang Jiga forced a smile, nodded and said, Master naturally misses you. After you left, he talked about you to me every day. TSK. I think he is saying something bad about me. When I was taken away by Nangong Tuiyuan, that stinky old man didn't dare to say a word. Nangong Ro curled her lips, not noticing the strangeness in Jiang Jiga's eyes at all. Seeing that Nangong Ro was about to ask something, Jiang Jiga quickly interrupted and said, Rower, I didn't expect that after 5 years, you have not only become more beautiful, but also reached the Yuanhai realm. I remember that when you left, you were only at the middle stage of Lingwu, right? Jiang Jiga knew very well that although Nangong Ro had never said a good word to Yao Qianji, she must have always been concerned about him, otherwise she would not have asked him about Yao Qianji at this time. But if Nangong Ro knew that after her departure, Yao Qianji's life was shortened by several decades and he passed away in less than 3 days, how sad and self-blaming would she be? Speaking of cultivation, Nangong Ro suddenly became excited, stood up and said with a smile, Of course. Remember that we could only travel by crane before, but now we can fly in the sky by ourselves. Bai Xiuyuan secretly looked down on him. Jiang Jiga only had the cultivation level of Daozhong realm. What the hell was the point of flying? If they hadn't taken him into consideration, the group wouldn't have had to walk here. By the way, brother, you are only at the Dao Seed realm. How could you have reached Zixia City without the help of the seniors? Nangong Ro was quite puzzled. Zixia City was located in the sky. Cultivators who were not at the Yuanhai realm were either the indigenous people living in Zixia City, or had the help of seniors, or used methods such as riding on cranes to reach Zixia City. Zixia Tiancheng is tens of thousands of miles away from Tianyun Pavilion. It is impossible for Jiang Jiga to ride a ferry crane all the way. Without the help of seniors above Yuanhai realm, Jiang Jiga would not be able to reach Zixia Tiancheng. I accidentally acquired a martial art that allows me to fly with a sword. It was because he had mastered the sword flying technique that Jiang Jiga came to look for Nangong Ro. If he had to walk, he would not have been able to find Zixia City even if he was given another 5 years. So that's how it is. Nangong Ro looked enlightened and suddenly realized how difficult it was for Jiang Jiga to find her. Monks above the Yuanhai realm do not need to rely on external forces to fly, and monks below the Yuanhai realm can also ride on cranes, which makes martial arts such as flying with swords extremely rare and useless. Even if one obtains this kind of martial art, no one would spend time practicing it unless under special circumstances. Jiang Jiga didn't know how much time it would take just to find this martial art. Later, he spent a lot of time trying to master it, all for the purpose of being able to find Nangong Ro as soon as possible. Moreover, Tianyun Pavilion is tens of thousands of miles away from Zixia City, and flying on a sword cannot be maintained for a long time. Jiang Jiga will inevitably encounter many dangers along the way, and searching for people will also take a lot of energy and time. Bai Xiuyuan in the distance was stunned. Does this mean Jiang Jiga can also fly? Since Jiang Jiga can fly, when the two were fighting, he was standing in the ring and never flew on his sword. I'm afraid he didn't even use half of his strength. Brother, isn't it cool to fly with a sword? Show it to me right now. Nangong Ro quickly adjusted her mood and looked at Jiang Jiga with anticipation. For the brother and sister, it is natural to give to each other. We have been together for 8 years, and there are so many experiences that are more touching than traveling thousands of miles to find someone. Every touch is only in my heart. Saying something like you are so good to me would seem too hypocritical. Jiang Jiga nodded, took out a Shen-level spiritual sword and placed it in the air, then jumped up. When Nangong Ro saw Yao Qianji's Shen-level spiritual sword, she did not think much about it and thought that Yao Qianji had given it specifically to Jiang Jiga for self-defense when he went out. Chapter 66. Meeting Nangong Ro's parents. Jiang Jiga stood proudly in the sky with the magic sword under his feet. His figure was as swift and light as a meteor chasing the moon. Bai Xiuyuan widened his eyes. Jiang Jiga's speed was even faster than that of a Yuanhai realm fighter. He could even use the magic sword under his feet to increase his combat power. Nangong Ro didn't think too much about it. She stared at Jiang Jiga's figure with admiration in her eyes. No matter how accomplished Jiang Jiga was, he was the most charming man in the world. Jiang Jiga had no intention of showing off. He simply demonstrated his sword flying skills and then landed. This time, Nangong Ro stepped on the void and gently landed on Jiang Jiga's spiritual sword. Rower, you want brother, take me to see the scenery of Zishao City, just like before. Before Jiang Jiga could finish his words, Nangong Ro hugged him from behind. Jiang Jiga blushed and whispered, "Rower, you're hugging me too tight. The past is the past, and the present is the present." Nangong Ro's figure is no longer the same as it was then. Now Nangong Ro's chest was pressed against his back, and the soft touch made it difficult for a young man full of vigor and vitality to control himself. "Brother, are you disliking Rower?" Nangong Ro looked aggrieved. In the past, Jiang Jiga would never care about the difference between men and women. "No, Jiang Jiga hesitated for a moment, but ultimately failed to reject Nangong Ro. They met again after 5 years, and he couldn't let Nangong Ro down. The two of them stepped on the magic swords and moved around to various places overlooking the beautiful scenery of Zishao City. The scenery of lakes and mountains is colorful. As a fairy city, Zishao City does not need any special decoration, and its scenery is incomparable to that of the mortal world. As Nangong Ro watched, a layer of mist gradually appeared in her eyes. The flowers, plants, and trees that seemed boring in the past now seemed breathtakingly beautiful. Nangong Ro hugged Jiang Jiga tightly and said in a tearful voice, "Brother, will you really never leave Rower again?" "Rower, do you remember what I said before?" Jiang Jiga had a complicated expression and could sense Nangong Ro's emotions behind him. "What? You are my only sister in this life. No matter what, I will never abandon you." Hundreds of strong men in Zhengyang Palace were filled with mixed emotions upon seeing this scene. With the help of the memory of Kunti and Chain, everyone watched the brother and sister walk from Yuqing to the present. They naturally had many feelings about the unforgettable relationship between the brother and sister. What a pity, what a pity, the demon emperor and fairy Nangong missed each other after all. How could such deep-rooted feelings lead to the point of turning into enmity? Becoming enemies? That's too superficial. How can the relationship between the demon emperor and fairy Nangong be explained by just one sentence? Everyone in the hall sighed. Their few words could not explain the feelings between Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro. All they could do was express their feelings. Nangong Ro's heart was trembling, and she didn't dare to look at Jiang Jiga, who was dying in the center of the hall. "Brother, if I don't die today, can we go back to the past?" The two of them didn't stay around for too long and soon returned to the stone platform. As soon as the two men landed, a couple happened to be walking towards them, followed by Elder Yangchuan. The middle-aged man on the left was wearing a luxurious black robe, and he had an aura of majesty in his steps. The beautiful woman on the right is wearing a phoenix robe. She has an elegant and noble temperament, but she does not have any arrogance that shows she is superior to others. Nangong Ro walked in front of Jiang Jiga and introduced him. "Brother, this is my mother, Shi Zhizhen, and this is my father, Nangongjin." Jiang Jiga straightened his expression, bowed and saluted, saying, "Junior Jiang Jiga, greetings to the two seniors." Nangongjin looked indifferent and had no reaction to Jiang Jiga's actions. Shi Zhizhen was quite enthusiastic. She quickly stepped forward to help Jiang Jiga up and said with a smile, "No need to be polite. Jingjing recognizes you as his brother. Zishao City will be your home. I am ashamed. I come from a humble background and I am not worthy of being called a brother." Seeing Shi Zhizhen's kind attitude, Jiang Jiga couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he behaved neither humble nor arrogant, he was actually under a lot of pressure, because the two people standing in front of her were not only two seniors with great cultivation, but also Nangong Ro's biological parents. Bai Shou Yuan also came over, bowed and said, "Bai Shou Yuan of the Bai family, I greet Patriarch Nangong and Madam Shi." He secretly laughed in his heart. Fortunately, Jiang Jiga had self-knowledge and knew that he was born in a humble family and had no right to call himself Nangong Ro's brother. Seeing Bai Shou Yuan, Nangongjin just nodded. Shi Zhizhen, however, was much more indifferent and asked, "Since my nephew Bai has already been defeated by others, why did he come to my Nangong family again?" Bai Shou Yuan looked embarrassed. He did have something to say, but he didn't know where to start. Seeing this, Shi Zhizhen frowned slightly and said calmly, "If you have nothing else to do, please go back. As for the marriage, let's just forget about it. I will go see your father in person in a few days." Okay. Bai Shou Yuan lowered his head, feeling very unwilling. Although he didn't have a very good relationship with Nangong Ro, he was the eldest son of the Bai family after all. Shi Zhizhen treated him too differently. Seeing that Nangongjin had no intention of trying to keep him, Bai Shou Yuan could only leave the stone platform dejectedly. He had originally held out for a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed that even if Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro really only had a brother-sister relationship, there was definitely no chance of his marriage to Nangong Arroyo as a Yuanhai realm cultivator. He was defeated miserably by a Daozhong realm cultivator. Not to mention the Nangong family, I'm afraid even his own family members would look down on Bai Xiu Yuan. How could he be qualified to marry Nangong Ro, who was admired by so many chosen ones? After Bai Xiu left, Shi Zhizhen regained her enthusiasm. She held Zhang Jiga's hand and said with a smile, "I've often heard Jingjing talking about you over the past few years. My ears are almost calloused. Now that I see you today, you are indeed a match made in heaven." "Thank you very much for your praise," Zhang Jiga scratched his head. Shi Zhizhen was too enthusiastic and he didn't know how to respond. "I also heard about your encounter from Jingjing. During the time in Yuqing, it was really thanks to you that you took care of Jingjing." Shi Zhizhen looked sincere. If it weren't for Zhang Jiga's care, even if she and Nangongzhen came back later and took Nangong Ro away, Nangong Ro would have suffered the pain of fleeing with them. "Senior, you are too kind." "Ro, Jingjing," perhaps due to the pressure, Zhang Jiga didn't know how to address Nangong Ro for a moment. Seeing this, Shi Zhizhen burst out laughing and waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry about the name. Since you're used to calling her that, let's change Jingjing's name to Ro from now on." Nangong Ro is lively by nature, neither quiet nor gentle, and her name is just a nickname. Nangongzhen's face darkened when he heard this, and he said in a cold voice, "Nonsense. I personally named her Jing, how can I change it just like that?" Chapter 67. Pick a time to get married. What does it matter? Anyway, I think Ro sounds better than Jing. Shi Zhizhen glanced at Nangongzhen and refused to give in. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Zhang Jiga was about to persuade them, but Nangong Ro said first, "Don't worry about the name, I have something more important to say." "Something more important?" Nangongzhen and Shi Zhizhen both looked at Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I have decided, I want to marry you. Please choose a time for us to get married." Before the two elders could say anything, Zhang Jiga interrupted them and said, "Come, get married, Roer, this is not a joke." He had just reunited with Nangong Ro, so getting married would be too sudden. "Why not? Are you going to reject me again?" Nangong Ro frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Jiga angrily. She still remembers Zhang Jiga's silence back then. Shi Zhizhen looked surprised and looked at Nangong Ro, then at Zhang Jiga. She had long known that Nangong Ro and Zhang Jiga had a close relationship, and it was definitely more than that, but she had never expected that after meeting again after 5 years, Nangong Ro would directly propose marriage without saying a word. "Nangong Jing, are you kidding me?" Nangongzhen's face was gloomy, with suppressed anger in his eyes. "I'm not kidding. You said before that I'm old enough to get married, but now the person I like is right beside me, and he can defeat Bai Xiu Yuan head on. Why can't he marry me?" Nangong Ro gritted her teeth. She obviously liked Zhang Jiga so much, so why didn't anyone approve of her marriage with Zhang Jiga? Nangongzhen looked at Zhang Jiga and said disdainfully, "Him. He is only at the Dao Seed realm. Even if he can defeat Bai Xiu Yuan, he is still far from it. Although Bai Xiu Yuan was defeated by Zhang Jiga, he at least had the Taishu Mountain Bai family behind him. Zhang Jiga was only at the Dao Seed realm and came from a humble background, so he was far from meeting his requirements." Nangong Ro was about to refute, but Shi Zhizhen hurriedly advised, "Jing, Roer, don't get excited. Your father is also worried about your lifelong happiness and wants to find a good support for you." Nangong Ro became more and more excited, choking and shouting, "What is lifelong happiness? Isn't marrying someone you love happiness?" It was indeed a bit abrupt to propose marriage at this time, but she had finally reunited with Zhang Jiga, and she would not let Zhang Jiga leave no matter what. Only by marrying Zhang Jiga could she legitimately stay with Zhang Jiga forever. Besides, Nangong Ro had planned to marry Zhang Jiga back then, and they just skipped the Taoist partner stage by getting married. "No matter what you say, I won't agree to it." Nangongzhen snorted coldly, turned his hand and left. Roer, Zhang Jiga looked embarrassed, being caught in the middle and at a loss as to what to do. It would be a lie to say that he didn't like Nangong Ro, but the two of them had been together for a long time before, and it was really too sudden for them to get married even though they were Taoist lovers. Seeing that Nangong Ro was determined to marry him, Shi Zhizhen was powerless to persuade her and her eyes were slightly red. Silly girl, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have asked you to come back. If I think about it carefully, if Nangong Ro stayed in Tianyun Pavilion all the time, she would probably be happier than if she came back. Nangong Ro wiped her tears and said aggrievedly, we truly love each other. You have been apart for a long time, so you should catch up on the past first. As for marriage, it won't be too late to discuss it later. Shi Zhizhen sighed. As a mother, she naturally agreed that her daughter could marry the person she loved. However, the Nangong family's situation is special, and there are some difficulties that Nangong Ro does not understand. After watching Shi Zhizhen leave, Nangong Ro turned around and threw herself into Jiang Jiga's arms. If it really doesn't work, let's just run away together. I'm tired of staying in Zixiao City anyway. Take me to see the outside world. Rower, you don't have to do this. I'm already very happy that I can stay by your side with my status. Jiang Jiga looked helpless. Even if he could not marry Nangong Ro, he was willing to stay with Nangong Ro forever. You bastard. You are happy, but what about me? Have you ever thought about how I feel? You were like this back then, always acting on your own. I don't care who you are. Rower likes you, so I want to marry you. Nangong Ro had tears in her eyes. She could ignore her parents' opinions, but she could not accept that Jiang Jiga turned a blind eye to her love. Jiang Jiga's heart trembled, as if there was something stuck in his throat. Nangong Ro was right. He considered himself to be of humble status and did not expect to marry Nangong Ro. But was this inferiority complex really a good thing for Nangong Ro? At first, Jiang Jiga thought that Nangong Ro would have a better life, so he hid in Tianyun Pavilion for 5 years. However, he didn't know that Nangong Ro had been waiting for him and would refuse to marry into the Bai family even at the risk of her life for him. At this point, is Jiang Jiga going to avoid Nangong Ro's feelings once again? Jiang Jiga lowered his head and said weakly, Rower, at least give me some time. You suddenly want to get married. Nangong Ro was still somewhat childish, and he couldn't be like her and elope with her without saying a word. You agree? Nangong Ro burst into laughter and looked at Jiang Jiga with surprise. Jiang Jiga looked stunned, not understanding what Nangong Ro meant by agreed. Nangong Ro stared at Jiang Jiga and said excitedly, if we can't get married, then we can start as Taoist couples. Getting married is only a matter of time anyway. That's true, Jiang Jiga couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Nangong Ro herself had never thought about marrying him as soon as possible. Nangong Ro was overjoyed when she heard that, and jumped up and down while hugging Jiang Jiga. Jiang Jiga was helpless. It seemed that he had overestimated Nangong Ro. 5 years had passed, and Nangong Ro was still the girl who had not grown up. If the world saw Nangong Ro's behavior at this moment, I wonder what they would think. Before Jiang Jiga could react, Nangong Ro suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Jiang Jiga's eyes suddenly widened, feeling completely at a loss. After a long time, the lips and tongue separated. Jiang Jiga was stunned and said in astonishment, Rower, you are. In the past, it was normal for the two of them to kiss each other on the cheeks and foreheads, but this time, Nangong Ro actually kissed them directly on the mouth. Nangong Ro's pretty face flushed, and she said confidently, we are Taoist couples now, what's wrong with kissing? In fact, she had wanted to kiss Jiang Jiga since she was very young, but she was afraid that Jiang Jiga would be angry about it. Now that the two of them are officially married, they can finally fulfill their wish. When did we become a couple, asshole? Didn't you just agree? Now that we've kissed, you have to be responsible for me. Chapter 68 Losing My Life. The fact was indeed as Jiang Jiga had expected. Upon witnessing this scene, not only the hundreds of strong men in the hall, but also many people in the heavenly realm who were watching the screen were all shocked. It would have been fine if she was a child, but now Nangong Ro is already in her 50s, and she still acts like a little girl. Especially the scene where Nangong Ro forcefully kisses Jiang Jiga is truly jaw-dropping. Inside the Zhangyang Palace, hundreds of powerful men were silent. No one spoke a word about Nangong Ro's past, for fear of angering her. To be honest, Nangong Ro's overjoyed look as she hugged Jiang Jiga in the picture made her look like a female loser who had caught the attention of her male idol. However, this girl is Fairy Nangong, one of the 10 most beautiful women in heaven. Chuyan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with chilling murderous intent. At this moment, he was like a volcano about to erupt, with spiritual power overflowing from his body, and he could hardly suppress the restless spiritual power. Jiang Jiga, I swear to kill you. Chuyan did not blame Nangong Ro, but instead directed all his anger towards Jiang Jiga. Now, as long as he is given a legitimate reason, no matter how ridiculous it is, he will take the opportunity to kill Jiang Jiga and stop the memory scene from continuing to display. Unfortunately, a day and a half had passed since the memory was played, and Chuyan still couldn't find any major faults with Jiang Jiga's life. In the picture of light and shadow, a month passed. During this period of time, Jiang Jiga was a little uncomfortable at first, but after a while he got used to staying with Nangong Ro as a Taoist partner, enjoying the scenery together, strolling around the market together, occasionally kissing and holding hands. This is what we call intimacy. The most important thing is that the two elders never disturbed their love. As if they tacitly approved of the relationship between Nangong Ro and Jiang Jiga, everything went too smoothly, and Jiang Jiga often wondered if what he was experiencing was just a dream, until one day, Jiang Jiga saw a group of people wearing blood-red armor coming towards Zishou City on the western skyline. The team was so powerful, like a dark cloud pressing down on his head, making him feel like he couldn't breathe. After a while, the team came straight to the sky above the Nangong direct stone platform. Two blood-robed monks walked out of the team and happened to land next to Jiang Jiga. Walking in front was an old man with a sturdy build and white eyebrows with a murderous look in his brows. Following behind was a skinny young man with cinnabar on his lips and dressed like a woman. Both of them exuded a strange aura that gave people goosebumps. The old man with white eyebrows walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, ignoring Jiang Jiga. The skinny young man looked at Jiang Jiga, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Perhaps because he had just arrived, he did not really take action. He bypassed Jiang Jiga and followed the white-browed old man. Jiang Jiga felt a little depressed. It was just the first time he met the skinny young man. How could the skinny young man have such murderous intentions? It was obvious that this group of blood-robed monks had come with ill intentions, and no one knew why they came to Zishou City. It's better to improve your cultivation as soon as possible, Jiang Jiga sighed softly. The white-browed old man's aura was no less than Nangongzhen's, and his cultivation was at least at the Wanshan realm. It was useless for him, who was only at the Dao Seed realm, to think more. After Jiang Jiga left, the skinny young man no longer concealed his murderous intent and said in a cold voice, "Uncle Yuan, can I kill that guy?" "Why?" The white-browed old man's expression remained unchanged, as if he was already accustomed to this. "That face doesn't belong on him." The skinny young man licked his bright red lips, and the murderous intent in his body was almost solidified. "When you see Nangongzhen later, ask him about his identity. If he is not an important person, you can do whatever you want with him." The old man with white eyebrows felt helpless. He was jealous of the appearance of others and wanted to kill them. The skinny young man was even more cruel than him. "Uncle Yuan, is the Nangong family worthy of your caution? After all, Nangongzhen has the Wanshan realm cultivation, and there are several strong people in the clan. This time, try to take away only the people you want, and don't make too much noise." The white-browed old man was not afraid, but there was no need to turn against the Nangong family for this. It was evening. Jiang Jiga was sitting cross-legged in the room practicing. Nangong Ro suddenly opened the door and walked in. "Roar, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Jiga frowned slightly. He could obviously sense that Nangong Ro was in a bad mood thinking of the group of blood-robed monks during the day. Jiang Jiga suddenly had a bad feeling. Nangong Ro shook her head and forced a smile. "Nothing, Brother Jiga. Can you accompany me to Yunding Mountain?" "That's okay." Jiang Jiga was quite helpless. He had to stay with Nangong Ro every day recently, which left him with almost no time to practice properly. Although he could not concentrate on cultivation like before, Jiang Jiga would never refuse Nangong Ro. Otherwise, why would he work so hard to cultivate? Yunding Mountain is the first peak of Zishou City. It literally means the top of the clouds. Standing on the top of the mountain, what you see is not the mundane world, but the clouds and the rising sun, which seems like a fairyland. Soon after, the two walked hand in hand to the top of Hentang Mountain. The clouds were above their knees, but they could still touch the ground with their feet and overlook the world in the sunset. Nangong Ro was speechless for a moment as she admired the magnificent scenery. Jiang Jiga did not disturb her and just stared at Nangong Ro's beautiful profile silently. Tom. The sunset was indeed gorgeous, but it was not even 1/10 as beautiful as Nangong Ro's. The two were silent for a long time. Nangong Ro suddenly sighed and asked slowly, "Brother Jiga, what would you do if I married someone else one day?" Jiang Jiga was stunned when he heard this. It seemed that he had not seriously considered this issue. The time he spent with Nangong Ro was very happy and fulfilling, but things are unpredictable. Can he guarantee that he can marry Nangong Ro?
putting aside other factors, Nangong town is a big problem. Zhang Jiga felt bitter in his heart and said helplessly, Roar, why do you ask this? He also wanted to maintain his life as it is, but he was only at the Dao seed level, and things wouldn't necessarily be possible as he wished. Nangong Ro's eyes were filled with tears, and she said in a trembling voice, answer me. The happier she felt, the more she feared that Zhang Jiga would leave her, even if that time was 10, 100, or even 1,000 or 10,000 years later. Fate, sometimes arises, sometimes disperses, sometimes deep, sometimes shallow. One part of fate is with you, one part is with me, 3 parts are in the sky, and the remaining 5 parts are invisible and intangible. For me, fate means I am lucky if I get it, but I am doomed if I lose it. Even if we are inseparable, perhaps you will find a better choice than me. I was just lucky enough to stay by your side for a few more years when you needed support the most. I am already humbled by your calling me brother a few more times. Zhang Jiga turned his head to look at the gorgeous sunset, not daring to look into Nangong Ro's eyes. Chapter 69, Long hair for you. He has experienced a life where he had to give everything just to survive, so he never asked for anything and had no confidence that he could stay with Nangong Ro forever. As long as Nangong Ro could be happy, he was willing to take the initiative to withdraw from Nangong Ro's world. What do you mean by luck? What do you mean by losing my life? I only know that you are Zhang Jiga, the one and only Zhang Jiga in the world. No matter how long the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, or how long the world lasts, I will not allow you to leave me. Nangong Ro burst into tears and reached out to hug Zhang Jiga tightly. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Zhang Jiga had always been by her side with this mentality. No wonder he remained silent in the face of her confession, and no wonder he was hesitant about his love for her. Roar. Zhang Jiga showed guilt on his face and gently hugged Nangong Ro. He is a man, but he wants a woman to make a promise. He is even more cowardly than a coward. Nangong Ro buried her head in Zhang Jiga's arms and said in a crying voice, Brother Ziga, let's fly away together, leave Zhixiao City together, and never come back. At this moment, she felt heartache and guilt. Zhang Jiga had always doted on her, but she failed to notice Zhang Jiga's mood earlier. But Roar, your parents, don't worry about them. My father wants me to marry a disgusting she-male. I don't want to marry her. Zhang Jiga's heart trembled. No wonder Nangong Ro specially asked him to come to Yunding Peak together. It turned out that she wanted to elope with him and leave Zhixiao City. The last time Nangong Ro said she wanted to run away, she was just angry for a moment, but now, she was obviously ready to do it at all costs. As long as Zhang Jiga agrees, Nangong Ro will leave Zhixiao City with him without hesitation. Zhang Jiga hesitated for a moment, shook his head and said, Roar, don't be too impulsive. This matter is quite strange. I will ask my uncle about it when I get back. When Nangong Ro mentioned the word she-male, the first thing he thought of was the skinny young man who was dressed like a woman. During the time he stayed at the Nangong family, Zhang Jiga discovered that Nangongjin was an open-minded person. He was tough on Nangong Ro but soft on her heart. In fact, he treated his daughter better than anyone else. He arranged a marriage for Nangong Ro and was indeed concerned about her lifelong affairs. That skinny young man was simply disgusting. No matter how much Nangongjin wanted to find a support for Nangong Ro, there was no way that he would push Nangong Ro to the skinny young man, let alone covet the rare talents and treasures that the skinny young man used to propose marriage. The most important thing is that although Nangongjin looked down on Zhang Jiga, when he learned that he had a close relationship with Nangong Ro, Nangongjin did not try to break up the couple, but chose to turn a blind eye. Various signs prove that. There is a hidden story behind this marriage, and it is not even what Nangongjin wants. If Zhang Jiga ran away with Nangong Ro, who knows if the Nangong family would suffer as a result? After the two discussed it, Nangong Ro agreed to let Zhang Jiga go back and get to the bottom of it. If Nangongjin refused to take back his promise, the two could make other plans. After all, the skinny young man was only proposing marriage today and would come to marry Nangong Ro in a month. After returning to the Nangong family's stone platform, Zhang Jiga immediately went to Zhouzheng Mansion where the head of the family lived. Nangong Ro was told not to follow, but after much hesitation, she decided to secretly follow and take a look. Just as Nangong Ro was about to follow, a hand suddenly patted her shoulder. Nangong Ro was startled and turned around. It turned out to be her mother Shi Zhizhen. Shi Zhizhen looked at Nangong Ro and asked in confusion, Roar, why are you sneaking around like that? Do you want to elope with Xiao Jian? Nangong Ro's expression froze slightly, and she pretended to be calm and said, How is it possible? If I leave Zhixiao City, won't I have to leave my mother and father?
Shi Zhizhen shook her head and said self-deprecatingly, "Don't lie to me. In your heart, I'm afraid that the two of us old guys are not as important as your brother Zhiga, right?" As a mother, how could she not see that Nangong Ro was feeling guilty? Nangong Ro's heart trembled. It seemed that Shi Zhizhen had already known that she was planning to run away with Jiang Zhiga, that if Shi Zhizhen used thunder and lightning to trap Nangong Ro, she would not be able to leave Zixiao City even if she grew 10 pairs of wings. Thinking of this, Nangong Ro gritted her teeth, lowered her head and said, "I will never forget the grace of giving birth to me, but mother, you have your own difficulties, and I also have my own choices." She clenched her fists as she spoke, so nervous that she could hardly breathe. Shi Zhizhen looked helpless and sighed. "Roar, let me ask you, if Xiaozhang failed to persuade your father and I stopped you from eloping, what would you do?" Nangong Ro was silent for a moment after hearing this, and finally released her clenched fists. "I keep my long hair for you, and I will tie it up for you. Nangong Ro will not marry anyone else in this life." Nangong Ro raised her head and looked directly at Shi Zhizhen, her eyes revealing a look of determination. Shi Zhizhen looked slightly stunned, as if she was unable to react. Nangong Ro had a determined look on her face and had no intention of backing down. After the two confronted each other for a long time, Shi Zhizhen suddenly sighed deeply. She turned her back to Nangong Ro and said in a hoarse voice, "Roar, take care of yourself." Nangong Ro couldn't help but feel happy when she heard that. From what Shi Zhizhen said, she would not ask about her and Jiang Zhiga anymore. In this way, as long as Jiang Zhiga can deal with Nangong Town, the two of them don't need to go far away. They can still get married in Zixiao City. "I keep my long hair for you, and I will tie it up for you." Inside the Zhengyang Palace, Nangong Ro knelt on the ground, lowered her head and sobbed. Why could she understand Jiang Zhiga and firmly choose Jiang Zhiga back then, but she can't do it now? For Nangong Ro at this moment, there was actually no need to see the truth of what happened later, because what Jiang Zhiga said at Hentaying Mountain was already the most obvious answer. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, and could see the confusion in each other's eyes. According to previous rumors, Jiang Zhiga should have betrayed Nangong Ro here and killed her father Nangongjin. But as things progressed to this point, Jiang Zhiga had no intention of killing Nangongjin, nor did he covet the Nangong family's treasure. If the truth is completely opposite to the rumors, why would Nangong Ro help everyone to surround and kill Jiang Zhiga? Thinking back to Nangong Ro's initial resentment towards Jiang Zhiga, even though Nangong Ro later changed her mind after seeing those memories, everyone still couldn't understand, because in their memories, when the two were in Zixiao City, Nangong Ro and Jiang Zhiga were still in love and there was no reason for them to become enemies. Chapter 70. Old Bastard. The Nangong family's stone platform is actually as big as a small city of fairyland, and jade pavilions, laurel palaces, and orchid palaces are not as beautiful as these to describe this place. Although Zhouzhang Mansion is just a residence of the head of the family, it is located in a key position and is built as luxuriously as an earthly palace. Jiang Zhiga walked to the door of Zhou Zhang's mansion and was about to knock when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Looking back, it was Nangong Ro's father, Nangongjin. "Boy, what are you doing in Zhou Zhengfu?" Nangongjin had a cold expression on his face, and as always he did not treat Jiang Zhiga well. Jiang Zhiga faced Nangongjin, cupped his hands and said, "Uncle, I came here today to ask about Roar's marriage." "What is there to ask? Your Roar will marry someone else in a month, that's all." Nangongjin snorted coldly, walked around Jiang Zhiga and walked towards the door. Jiang Zhiga tightened his grip and said in a deep voice, "Uncle, that young man in bloodstained clothes is definitely not a good guy." "So what? Do you think I care? Compared to you, you are not such a person. Please take back your promise." Before Nangongjin could finish his words, he was interrupted by Jiang Zhiji. As he spoke, he looked up at Nangongjin, his expression more sincere than ever before. Nangongjin paused. After a moment of silence, he asked calmly, "Then who do you think I am?" Jiang Zhiga's expression was slightly hesitant. Unable to explain for a moment, Nangongjin ignored Jiang Zhiga and pushed the door open and walked into the house. Jiang Zhiga's expression changed slightly when he saw this, and he hurriedly wanted to follow, but was blocked outside the house by the door. "Uncle, at least give me an answer. Uncle! Uncle!" No matter how Jiang Zhiga knocked on the door, there was no movement in the house. Jiang Zhiga looked dejected, not knowing what to do. If Nangongjin gave an explanation, Jiang Zhiga could make other plans depending on the situation. However, not only did Nangongjin not give any explanation, he also kept discrediting himself, which made Jiang Zhiga unable to guess what he was thinking. Should I ignore the elder's thoughts and the consequences of elopement and run away with Nangong Ro? Jiang Zhiga clenched his fists. Nangong Ro would do anything for love, but as a man, he couldn't be as emotional as Nangong Ro. If that group of blood-robed monks put pressure on the Nangong family, Nangongjin would be forced to agree to the marriage. What consequences would the two people's elopement bring to the Nangong family? Nangong Ro's beautiful face appeared in Jiang Jiga's mind again and again. He hesitated for a long time, but finally made a decision. Jiang Jiga stood up and walked to the open space outside the mansion, then knelt down on the ground facing the door. He took a deep breath and shouted to Nangongjin in the room, "Uncle, please help me in rower."
Nangong Ro is too important to Jiang Jiga.
Now that Nangongjin is unwilling to speak directly, Jiang Jiga can only ignore the helplessness hidden behind the marriage for the time being, but he must know Nangongjin's specific attitude. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. This saying also applies to father and daughter.
Nangongjin is not stupid.
He can definitely guess that Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro have the idea of eloping. If Nangongjin still opposes Nangong Ro and Jiang Jiga, with his profound cultivation in the Wanxiang realm, how could he possibly let Nangong Ro leave Zixia City? You should know that a powerful being who has reached the realm of all things can instantly find the other party's position even if they are thousands of miles away. Inside the mansion, Nangongjin's face was as black as coal, and he cursed. Inwardly, this stinky boy, just elope if you want, why bother so much?
In Nangong Ro's impression, Nangongjin has always been a dignified father who never shows his emotions.
How would Nangong Ro feel if she knew that he agreed to marry Nangong Ro to the skinny young man because of pressure? Not to mention Nangongjin, any father would want to save some face in front of his daughter. Nangongjin was silent for a long time, and finally sighed deeply, saying helplessly, "Well, let me see how infatuated you are with my daughter."
Although he looked down on Jiang Jiga's background, he could not deny that Jiang Jiga was the best candidate to be Nangong Ro's husband, especially what Jiang Jiga said outside the door. Even though Nangongjin cursed inwardly, he was actually somewhat moved. Nangongjin pretended to be indifferent in order to maintain his dignity while playing the bad guy and forcing Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro to elope, but he didn't expect that Jiang Jiga would trust him without hesitation. During the more than 1 month that Jiang Jiga stayed in Zixia City, Nangongjin never gave him a good look. Now that Nangongjin ignored him, Jiang Jiga still did not choose to take Nangong
Ro away directly, but instead begged for his attitude and recognition. It was late at night, and Nangong Ro saw that Jiang Jiga had not returned yet, so she couldn't help but run to Zhou Zhang's mansion. After seeing Jiang Jiga kneeling outside the mansion, Nangong Ro's expression changed slightly, and she hurried forward to pull Jiang Jiga up. Jiang Jiga stood still and said firmly, "Roar, go back.
I will give you an explanation."
"Brother Jiga, what happened?
Did my father ask you to kneel?"
Nangong Ro was so anxious that she was at a loss, and thought that it was Nangongjin who forced Jiang Jiga to kneel down. Jiang Jiga shook his head and said, "No, Roar, it's your father's attitude that I want." "What a bullshit attitude. Why do you care about him? He's just an old bastard." Nangong Ro didn't care about that and tried her best to pull Jiang Jiga away, who knew that Jiang Jiga, who was at the seed level, was much stronger than Nangong Ro. He knelt on the ground like a root, not moving at all. Nangongjin's face darkened when he heard the noise outside the mansion. He was secretly annoyed that he had not found Nangong Ro earlier and let Nangong Ro stay with Jiang Jiga for too long. Nangong Ro was very well behaved and sensible when she was a child. Now, Nangong Ro has become arrogant and rude, and even dares to directly call her biological father an old bastard. She must have been spoiled by Jiang Jiga during the 8 years she stayed with him. "Roar, you have some misunderstandings about your father. Give me some more time and your father will give me an answer." Jiang Jiga's expression remained unchanged. There was still a month left, so he was not in a hurry to get Nangongjin to give an answer. Nangongjin in the mansion nodded. Although Jiang Jiga was not good in other aspects, he was quite satisfied with his sensibleness. Little did he know that Jiang Jiga was kneeling outside the mansion not because he sympathized with Nangongjin, but because he was afraid that he would be caught by Nangongjin if he eloped with Nangong Ro. After Nangong Ro's persuasion failed, she wanted to kneel with Jiang Jiga, but was rejected by Jiang Jiga. It was not until the late night that Nangong Ro had to give up trying to persuade Jiang Jiga and return to her residence alone. Nangong Ro originally thought that Jiang Jiga would not kneel for too long, perhaps he would give up tomorrow, or perhaps Nangongjin would soon give the so-called attitude. However, a full week had passed and Jiang Jiga was still kneeling outside Zhou Zhang's mansion. Nangong Ro tried to find Nangongjin to argue, but unfortunately Nangongjin avoided her this time, as if he was determined to make her marry the blood-robed monk.
Chapter 71. You are not my father. Nangong Ro was so angry that smoke came out of her head.
In the past, even if Nangongjin would not agree to her request, he would not avoid her. Now that Nangongjin has not responded to Jiang Jiga, who knows how long Jiang Jiga will kneel outside Zhou Jingfu. Half a month passed, and no matter the sun, rain, wind or rain, Jiang Jiga never moved a step. Nangong tried to persuade and beg, but Jiang Jiga was still kneeling stupidly outside Zhou Zheng's house. She could only watch Jiang Jiga suffer. Although Daozhong realm has the power to fly with swords, it has not yet reached the realm of fasting, let alone kneeling on the ground without moving. Half a month later, Jiang Jiga's face had turned pale, his hands and feet were weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground several times, but he relied on his willpower to stay put. Nangong brought food to Jiang Jiga, but in order to let Nangongjin see his sincerity, Jiang Jiga has not eaten or drunk anything since he knelt down, and never accepted the food brought by Nangong As time came to the last 2 days, Zixiao City was decorated with lights and the Nangong family posted notices all over the city, informing Nangong that she was about to get married. They also invited many forces to the wedding, including the Bai family of Taishu Mountain where Bai Shouyuan was. At the same time, Jiang Jiga was still kneeling in front of Zhou Jingfu. He was in a trance and completely exhausted, kneeling on the ground almost instinctively. As if to make matters worse, God seemed to be mocking Jiang Jiga's overestimation of his own abilities, and it started to rain heavily. There were lightning and thunder, and heavy rain. Jiang Jiga couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground in the rain with a thud. Nangong happened to come over and saw Jiang Jiga lying on the ground. She was so scared that she ran over in a hurry to support Jiang Jiga. "Brother Ziga, wake up, don't scare Ruer." Nangong used an umbrella to shield Jiang Jiga from the rain, but she herself was drenched by the heavy rain. Hearing Nangong cry, Jiang Jiga regained some consciousness. He turned his head to look at Nangong and said weakly, "Roar, I'm sorry, I can't do anything, fool. You don't need to do such meaningless things." The rain mixed with Nangong's tears fell. She was angry at Nangongjin's indifference and felt distressed for Jiang Jiga's experience. "Roar," Jiang Jiga raised his hand and gently stroked Nangong's face, choking up unconsciously. If he couldn't impress Nangongjin, he really didn't know how to take Nangong away from Zixiao City. Is it possible that the life of more than a month is just a bubble-like dream? Seeing Jiang Jiga crying, Nangong cried even louder. She threw away her umbrella, threw herself into Jiang Jiga's arms, and cried, "Brother Jiga, please don't do this again. Go with Ruer, please." Jiang Jiga hugged Nangong and said in a trembling voice, "Okay, let's go together. Things have come to this point, whether he succeeds or not, he can only give it a try." High in the sky, two figures watched Nangong and Jiang Jiga quietly. It was Nangong's father Nangongjin and mother Shijijin. Raindrops as big as beans fell around the two of them, and evaporated instantly as if they fell into a raging fire, without being able to touch them at all. Shijijin's eyes were slightly red, and she asked in a low voice, "Jin, are you ready for the follow-up?" "Well, I have to thank this kid for giving me a month." Nangongjin closed his eyes, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. At teacho time the next day, Jiang Jiga and Nangong met at Lingxiao, preparing to leave Zixiao City under the cover of night. However, before the two of them could move, a familiar figure walked straight towards them from the opposite side of the Ling Bridge. Jiang Jiga's expression changed slightly, and the person who came was Nangongjin. Nangongjin walked up to the two of them with his hands behind his back and asked calmly, "What's the matter? Isn't there still 1 day left? Why are you so impatient?" "Uncle, Jiang Jiga was disheartened. It turned out that Nangongjin had guessed what he and Nangong were thinking a long time ago. I thought I could at least escape outside Zixiao City, but I didn't expect to be caught by Nangong Town before I even walked out of the Nangong family's stone platform." After a brief panic, Nangong quickly calmed down. She stared at Nangongjin and said through gritted teeth, "Dad, do you really want me to marry that half-human, half-ghost thing? Watch your words. He is the young master of the Xingyue sect. If you anger him, I can't protect you." Nangongjin looked indifferent and was not moved at all. "Hurry back. Today is the Qingyuan festival. Come with me to the Zongqi Mountains to hunt monsters at noon. If we can hunt a big monster, it will be a good opportunity to celebrate your wedding." Nangong wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Nangongjin. Nangong's face looked extremely ugly, and she pulled Jiang Jiga and tried to fly away forcibly. "Don't overestimate your abilities. There is a trap outside Zixiao City. Even those in the transcendent realm cannot leave, let alone you. Nangongjin said this with a slight wave of his hand, and Nangongro suddenly felt her feet fall back as if they were filled with lead. Nangongro was still unconvinced, but unfortunately, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape the gravity exerted by Nangongjin. Nangongjin was not in a hurry and watched Nangongro resist quietly. I don't know how long it took, but the sky turned pale. Nangongjin frowned slightly and looked up at the sky. He didn't expect that after 2 hours, Nangongro was still struggling. Although Jiang Jiga looked desperate, he was actually thinking about how to escape from Zishou City. Unfortunately, he simulated hundreds of methods in his mind, but none of them could escape Nangongjin's control, let alone break through the Tongtian binding array that could trap the transcendent realm. Nangongjin moved his lips and tried to persuade Nangongro several times, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Seeing the sun rising, Nangongro was completely desperate. Her eyes were red and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Nangongjin! You bastard! I hate you! I hate you!" What else could Nangongro do if she didn't struggle? Since she cannot marry Jiang Jiga and has to marry someone else, she might as well die. Go back, trust Dad, marry Yang Jing, you will be happier than staying with him. Nangongjin sighed softly, raised his hand to withdraw gravity, and walked back around the two of them. Looking at Nangongjin's back, Nangongro felt filled with resentment and grievance. Thinking of herself marrying someone else and Jiang Jiga leaving sadly, she became even more angry. Nangongjin, I don't have a father like you. As Nangongro spoke, she felt a sweetness in her throat, a trickle of blood flowed out of her mouth, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Hearing Nangongro's words, Nangongjin suddenly stopped. Roar! Jiang Jiga hurriedly supported Nangongro and gave her a pill to calm her mind. Jiang Jiga raised his head and glanced at Nangongjin's back. He thought Nangongjin was furious and was suppressing his anger. In order to prevent Nangongjin from taking any extreme actions, Jiang Jiga no longer hesitated, holding Nangongro and running around Nangongjin. After the two left, Nangongjin still stood there in a daze. He just stood there motionless, no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 72. Live well. After leaving Lingqiao, Jiang Jiga wanted Nangongro to lie down and rest for a while, and then make plans at noon. As a result, Nangongro held his hand tightly and refused to let him leave. Jiang Jiga also wanted to stay with Nangongro, so he just sat beside the bed and watched her. Roar! Jiang Jiga opened his mouth to say something comforting, but no words came out. Since he couldn't even comfort himself, how could he comfort Nangongro? Brother Jiga, I want to die. Nangongro sobbed and her tears kept flowing. Jiang Jiga's heart trembled. He could see that Nangongro was serious. Jiang Jiga's face turned pale. He lowered his head and said, "But Roar, I want you to live well." Nangongro pushed Jiang Jiga away and cried, "It's like this again. It's like this every time. You only know what you want, but you should also consider my feelings occasionally." For her, death would be a relief as she could not stay with Jiang Jiga and had to marry someone else. Jiang Jiga, who used to be able to crush Yuan High Realm, was pushed to the ground, like a weak cattail. He did not stand up, but lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "If you want to die, I will die with you." Jiang Jiga really wanted to change Nangongro's mind, and even more wanted to stop Nangongro's marriage, but unfortunately he could do nothing, really nothing, even if he just wanted to escape from Zishou City with Nangongro, he couldn't do it. He was powerless to do anything. It was because he was deeply aware of his own incompetence that Jiang Jiga avoided Nangongro's love in the past. It's a pity that the two of them finally came to this point. Nangongro's tears burst out like a dam when she heard this, and she reached out and threw herself into Jiang Jiga's arms. "Silly boy, you are different from me. No matter what, you have to live well." Nangongro cried like a tearful person and her speech was a little intermittent. Jiang Jiga did not refute. He hugged Nangongro tightly and suppressed his crying. In the end, the two were still the same. Each wanted to die, but did not want to see the other die. Inside the Zhengyang Palace, hundreds of powerful men silently watched the scenes in light and shadow. They all looked sad and were speechless. This situation gave everyone a lot of feelings and also made them a little envious. In the world of immortal cultivation where there are intrigues and thorns everywhere, it is extremely difficult to have a true love. The love between Nangongro and Jiang Jiga is more than unforgettable. Witnessing how far the two have come until now, their emotions have been constantly up and down, let alone Nangongro and Jiang Jiga who are in the middle of it. From some unknown time on, the two no longer feared death. The only thing they feared was regretting not being able to see each other again. Mozian withdrew her gaze from the light and shadow, turned her head to look at Nangongro who was crying, and then glanced at Jiang Jiga who was still half kneeling in the hall. "Jiang Jiga, it turns out that you sometimes do not care about anything for others. If I had met you earlier, would our ending be different? Emozian's eyes were moist and she was filled with mixed emotions. Unlike Nangong Ro, she had never hated Jiang Jiga. During the time when she was abandoned by Jiang Jiga, Emozian never hated Nangong Ro. She just didn't understand. Without Jiang Jiga, Emozian would have died long ago, and she felt that she had no right to hate Jiang Jiga. I thought I had let it go long ago and would no longer have that feeling towards Jiang Jiga, but after seeing Jiang Jiga's dying appearance, Emozian still couldn't be happy. Subconsciously, she didn't want to see Jiang Jiga having a good life, but she also didn't want to see Jiang Jiga die. Chinshur arrived quickly, and Nangong Ro and Jiang Jiga were like prisoners being sent to the execution ground, and were forcibly taken by Nangongjin to the Zongqi Mountains. Nangong Ro's face was ashen, and she was dragged by Nangongjin's spiritual power like a corpse. Although Jiang Jiga was bound by the spiritual power and could not move, he still did not give up and kept thinking about how to escape. However, Nangongjin is such a powerful man that it is extremely difficult for Jiang Jiga to slip away from him even by summoning Tiansha, not to mention that there is a trap formation in Zishou Tiancheng. Just when Jiang Jiga was feeling desperate, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, if they were to hunt down a big monster to celebrate Nangong Ro's wedding, the Nangong family would definitely send out a bunch of strong men and make a big scene. But now, Nangongjin only brought Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro with him, and Shi Zhizhen did not follow. Before Jiang Jiga could figure out the reason, Nangongjin suddenly brought the two of them back to the ground and released the spiritual power constraints. Jiang Jiga looked around quickly, feeling confused. We haven't even entered the Zongqi Mountains yet, so why is Nangongjin stopping here? At this moment, Nangongjin suddenly struck a palm print towards his hand behind his back. The palm print carried the power to destroy the world and swept across the area 3 miles behind, turning the mountains and forests into ruins and all living things into ashes. Jiang Jiga was secretly frightened. If this palm print had been directed forward, he and Nangong Ro would probably have been dead. Nangongjin turned his back to the two of them and said indifferently, "You guys go. I have lifted the trap of Zishou Tiancheng. This place is located at the border of Zishou Tiancheng. You will be able to leave soon." Nangongjin. Nangong Ro didn't care about anything and opened her mouth to curse Nangongjin, but Jiang Jiga quickly blocked her behind her. Jiang Jiga looked a little serious, and asked in a deep voice, "Uncle, what are you doing?" First he only brought him and Nangong Ro here, and now he inexplicably flattened the area 3 miles behind them. It was really puzzling. Nangongjin put his hands behind his back and snorted, "Boy, when do I need to explain to you what I do?" Jiang Jiga lowered his head and thought for a moment, and soon figured out Nangongjin's intention. He looked up at Nangongjin's back, bowed and said, "Uncle, I will always remember your kindness." After finishing speaking, Jiang Jiga did not leave, but said to Nangong Ro, "Roer, you go first." "Ah? Can we really leave? If I leave first, what about you, brother?" Nangong Ro's expression froze. She was completely unable to react. Jiang Jiga shook his head and said with a smile, "We can already leave, why bother about that? Don't worry, Roer, I will catch up with you soon." Listening to Jiang Jiga's unclear explanation, Nangong Ro pouted and stood where she was with no intention of leaving. "I told you to leave quickly, Jiang Jiga, you too, don't you understand?" Nangongjin's face turned dark. There was not much time left for the two of them to waste. He just killed the spy of Xingyue's sect. The people of Xingyue's sect will be here soon, and no one will be able to escape. Jiang Jiga was also extremely anxious, but it was obvious that Nangong Ro would not leave alone unless he explained the matter clearly. Chapter 73. No one can escape. Nangongjin would let Nangong Ro and Jiang Jiga go in this way. It must be because the Xingyue sect put a lot of pressure on him. He pretended to be indifferent in the past, probably because he was afraid that the Xingyue sect spies would find out. Now Nangong Town has freed the two from the trap and sent them to the border of Zishou Heaven Realm. Of course, they can escape from Zishou Heavenly City by running. Nangong Town has also specially guarded here, so even if there are pursuers, Nangong Town will stop them. But the problem is that both of them ran away. What should happen to Zishou Tiancheng? What should happen to Nangongjin, who was alone in resisting the pursuers? If Xingyue's sect did not have the strength to deal with Nangongjin, Nangongjin would not have to be so cautious. With this move today, Nangongjin not only let the two go, but also represented that he recognized Jiang Jiga and recognized that Jiang Jiga was qualified to accompany Nangong Ro. Putting aside the favor, with Jiang Jiga's character, how could he ignore his father-in-law's life and death? "Get out of here, you, no need to hurry, Nangongjin, none of you can escape." Nangongjin wanted to say something when an extremely cold voice suddenly came from the sky. The three of them looked over when they heard the voice and saw that it was the skinny young man Yang Jing and the old man with white eyebrows. Nangongjin's face changed slightly. It would take half a day to get from Xingyue Sect to Zhixiao City even if it was fast. How could Yang Jing and the white-browed old man get here so quickly? Yang Jing smiled grimly and said in a cold voice, Nangongjin, your poor acting skills can't even fool that kid, and you still want to fool us? The two had long felt that something was wrong with Nangong Town, and had been guarding near Zhixiao City just in case. They didn't expect that they would actually go to Nangong Town and try to send Nangong Ro away. Nangongjin did not panic, and said in a deep voice, Boy, take my daughter away quickly, I will stop them. But uncle, you, stop being so hypocritical to me. I'm doing this for my daughter, not for you. Zhang Zhiga wanted to fight alongside Nangongjin, but was interrupted by Nangongjin's angry voice. Nangongjin resorted to this desperate measure in order to make his daughter happy. If Zhang Zhiga died with him, how could Nangong Ro be happy? The white-browed old man sneered and said to Yang Jing, You go after the person you want, and I will stop Nangongjin. Yang Jing nodded and ran towards Zhang Zhiga and Nangong Ro like lightning. Zhang Zhiga's pupils shrank slightly. Yang Jing didn't look much older than him, but his whole body exuded the power of the soul-breaking realm. The soul-breaking realm is not as good as the Yuanhai realm. Even if Yang Jing's realm is not stable, Zhang Zhiga cannot be his opponent. Zhang Zhiga no longer hesitated, took Nangong Ro's hand and ran out of Zhixiao Ocean City. Do you think you can escape from me? Yang Jing sneered, revealing a look like a cat playing with a mouse. Nangongjin tried to stop Yang Jing, but unfortunately the white-browed old man quickly stopped him. Nangongjin, I heard that you are very strong. Today I want to see if you have the strength to crush those at the same level. The white-browed old man crossed his arms across his chest, and the might he exuded was so great that it was almost at the peak of the myriad realm, causing the void around him to tremble. Nangongjin looked grim and could only hope that the two could escape Yang Jing's pursuit. Yang Jing was very fast, perhaps even real lightning could not outrun him. Fortunately, Zhang Zhiga's flying speed on the sword was not slow either, so he was not caught up in an instant. Zhang Zhiga looked back and found that Yang Jing was following behind him at a leisurely pace, and it seemed that he had not yet reached full speed. Rower, if you are caught up, just go ahead and live. As many as you can survive is a good one. Don't talk nonsense, let's die together. Zhang Zhiga became more anxious after hearing this. He knew that Nangong Ro would not agree to leave alone, but he really hoped that Nangong Ro could survive. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yang Jing, who was following behind, gritted his teeth, with murderous intent in his eyes. He had been unhappy with Zhang Zhiga for a long time. The reason why he did not rush to kill Zhang Zhiga was that he wanted to take this opportunity to torture Zhang Zhiga to death. Now that he saw a beauty willing to share life and death with Zhang Zhiga, the murderous intent in his heart was even more intense. Die, bastard. Yang Jing didn't have the patience to tease Zhang Zhiga anymore, so he waved his hand and sent a stream of spiritual power towards Zhang Zhiga. The speed of spiritual power was extremely fast, and Zhang Zhiga could hardly dodge it. He could only take out the Tianjiu Fanshu Ji to try to parry. The spiritual power instantly shattered the spiritual defense in front of Zhang Zhiga. If his Tianjiu Fangsiji was not a spiritual weapon of his own natal Taoism, it would have been shattered as well. After the impact, Zhang Zhiga could escape, but in order to protect Nangong Ro behind him, he could only continue to use up the remaining spiritual power. Not bad, bastard. You are just a Dao Seed realm, but you can actually block my attack? Yang Jing had a gloomy look on his face. Although he didn't use his full strength, even an ordinary Yuanhai realm cultivator could not block this spiritual power. After the remaining force dissipated, Zhang Zhiga lost his balance and could no longer control the spirit sword, and fell straight to the ground. Bang! His body luckily hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Brother Zhiga. Nangong Ro's face turned pale and she quickly flew after him. Yang Jing did not take it lightly and waved his hand to blow away the dust that blocked his view. After the dust settled, Zhang Zhiga was revealed, who was smashed into the ground. He struggled several times and tried to get up, but his injuries were too severe and moving would only make them worse. Nangong Ro hurriedly came to Zhang Zhiga and wanted to feed him healing pills. Yang Jing snapped his fingers and released a stream of spiritual power, which instantly shattered the top-grade healing pill in Nangong Ro's hand. He slowly walked towards the two of them and sneered, "What? You're not running away?" Yang Jing was blinded by anger before, but now that he has calmed down, he has to thank Zhang Zhiga. He was blinded by anger just now. If Jiang Jiga had not been able to block that spiritual power, Nangong Ro would definitely have been killed. Nangong Ro supported Jiang Jiga with red eyes, and looked at Yang Jing and shouted angrily, "You scumbag! What on earth do you want to do? I'm a scumbag? Come on, I'm your fiancé. If it weren't for him, we would be married tomorrow." Yang Jing sneered and kept approaching the two of them. "You, don't come over." Nangong Ro was a little panicked. Now her father was stopped by the white-browed old man, and Jiang Jiga was also seriously injured. She had no one to rely on. Yang Jing doesn't look like a good person. Who knows what he will do when he comes here? Seeing Nangong Ro's panic expression, Yang Jing was a little excited and grinned. "I'm here, what can you do to me?" As he spoke, he quickened his pace and raised his hand to shoot a stream of spiritual power at Jiang Jiga. Nangong Ro wanted to help Jiang Jiga block it, but unfortunately the spiritual power was too fast. If she could block it, Jiang Jiga would not have risked serious injury to confront the remaining spiritual power. This time, Yang Jing used weaker force, and his spiritual power hit Jiang Jiga's chest directly. Although it made his injuries worse, it did not kill him directly. Jiang Jiga opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs were all displaced, and he was only able to hold on thanks to the powerful vitality of the Dao Zhong realm. Chapter 74. The Devil Cultivator is Born Asshole. Hit me if you dare. Nangong Ro was so anxious that tears were streaming down her face, and she stretched out her hands to block Jiang Jiga. "I'll hit you if you let me?" Yang Jing had a strange smile on her face, and she was so cute even when she was scolding people. She is indeed worthy of being a beauty. As he spoke, he used his spiritual power to push Nangong Ro away, and then shot another spiritual power at Jiang Jiga. Yang Jing has always liked to torture his opponents and has mastered the skill of controlling strength. Each of his attacks was very vicious and his strength was just right, causing Jiang Jiga multiple injuries but not taking his life directly. The spiritual power in his body kept stirring his internal organs, torturing Jiang Jiga like a slow slicing of flesh and blood. But in order not to worry Nangong Ro, he gritted his teeth and didn't cry out. Yang Jing was not in a hurry. He walked forward and stomped on Jiang Jiga's right leg, breaking it. A piercing pain rushed straight to his forehead, and with the injury in his chest, Jiang Jiga was almost overwhelmed by the pain, but he still held on and did not cry out. Yang Jing showed contempt on his face. He had tortured countless people and met many strong-willed guys. He would never get angry or frustrated about this. Instead, he would spend time torturing the other party until the other party begged for mercy. This period of time may be a whole day or 3 or 4 days. Those with real backbone can hold out for a week, and the longest one lasted for half a year before begging for mercy. Today is only the first day, and Yang Jing has plenty of time to play with Jiang Jiga. Stop it. Nangong Ro was filled with grief and anger. She stood up and ran over to stop Yang Jing. However, her strength was too different from Yang Jing's. Yang Jing only needed to raise his hand to cast a spiritual power shield to prevent her from getting close to him. Yang Jing ignored Nangong Ro, who was crying and screaming, and raised his foot to try to break Jiang Jiga's other foot. "No! Don't hurt him anymore. I am willing to marry you. Please." Nangong Ro's face was filled with tears as she weakly slapped her spiritual power shield. Watching Jiang Jiga being tortured, she felt it was more painful than having her legs stepped on and broken. Yang Jing stopped in mid-air upon hearing this, turned to look at Nangong Ro and asked, "So, you are willing to sacrifice yourself for him?" Nangong Ro's beautiful eyes were filled with tears and she hesitated a little. "Don't hesitate, I'll only give you one chance. Come and lick my dick. Not only will I not torture him, I'll also let him live." Yang Jing showed a crazy smile. In addition to torturing his opponents, he also liked to use various means to make people who were originally friendly and loyal to each other become enemies. Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro have such a deep relationship. What would Jiang Jiga think if he saw his woman being humiliated by other men? "Beast! I want you to die." Jiang Jiga's eyes were bloodshot and he wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. "It hasn't started yet, what are you shouting about?" Yang Jing's eyes were grim, and he raised his foot to step on Jiang Jiga's leg again. Nangong Ro, who was still struggling, was suddenly filled with fear and shouted urgently, "Stop! I promise you, for Jiang Jiga, she is willing to sacrifice her life, and her innocence doesn't seem that important." "Oh? Then come over here now. Also, don't play tricks on me. With your skills, you can't hurt me even if I stand still."
Yang Jing snorted coldly, still maintaining the movement of breaking Zhang Jiga's leg. By the way, let me ask you, since you are so deeply in love with him, you should have lost your virginity a long time ago, right?
I still, Nangong Ro's pretty face flushed. Let alone doing that kind of thing. The two of them had never even discussed such a revealing topic. Yang Jing was pleasantly surprised when he saw this, and said excitedly, "Very good. Very good. Come here quickly, let me check it out." In the outside world, countless people in the heavenly realm were outraged. No woman should be humiliated like this, let alone Nangong Ro, who was one of the 10 most beauties in heaven, even though nothing had happened yet. Just hearing Yang Jing's shameless remarks blaspheming Nangong Ro, everyone had the urge to cut him into pieces. The Demon Emperor is called the Demon Emperor by the world, but he has always maintained his original intention and has not done anything harmful to the world since he came into contact with the demons. Looking at this person again, he is not an evil cultivator or a demon cultivator, but he has a disgusting demon heart. That's right, although the Demon Emperor is the Demon Emperor, he killed this man to enforce justice. Everyone who was outside the matter and had prejudices against the Demon Emperor found it unbearable. How did Zhang Jiga feel at this moment? In fact, as long as Zhang Jiga can endure the humiliation, he can find an opportunity to take Nangong Ro away without Nangong Ro really doing that. But now, just hearing Yang Jing's words humiliating Nangong Ro, Zhang Jiga almost lost his mind, and his state of mind was shaken for the first time. That he didn't want to endure it, and he couldn't endure it. Not to mention actually seeing Yang Jing humiliating Nangong Ro. If he heard a frivolous word, he would completely lose his mind. God damn it! Don't worry, I'm always here. Along with a roar, Zhang Jiga's whole body emanated a demonic aura that instantly shrouded the area for thousands of miles in dark clouds dozens of miles away. Nangongjin and the white-browed old man both changed their expressions and turned to look in the direction of Zhang Jiga. Is that demonic energy? Nangongjin, let's stop fighting for now and join forces to kill the demon cultivator first. Demon cultivator? I want to kill you more than the demon. Nangongjin's eyes were cold, and he made a magic seal to send a lion-head spiritual power to the white-browed old man Nangongjin. Are you crazy? If a demon cultivator appears, not only you and me, but also Zishou Tianchang and even our Xing US sect will be razed to the ground. The white-browed old man had an ugly look on his face, and he quickly fought back to disperse Nangongjin's spiritual lion-headed demons. Although the demon cultivators are in human form, they are more terrifying than monsters. Because monsters are relatively common, demon cultivators are considered taboo. They usually hide themselves and avoid being discovered. Once they are born, they basically lose their minds and slaughter all living creatures they see like monsters. The most terrifying thing is that the demon cultivators can fight across levels. A demon cultivator in the transcendent realm can fight against two powerful cultivators in the myriad realm. Looking at the demonic energy rising into the sky in the distance, the demon cultivator who was born this time might have reached the level of all things realm. If we don't kill him right after he is born, I don't know how many lives will be killed. On the stone platform of the Nangong family, Shi Zhizhen looked up at the sky full of demonic energy. She was not afraid, but showed a thoughtful expression. Demon. I have lived for so long and have only heard rumors about it. I didn't expect to see a demon cultivator appear today. Is it God's will or coincidence? At this moment, except for a very few people who could remain calm, most people were filled with fear, including the birds and beasts living in the Zongqi Mountains, and Yang Jing, who was standing not far from Zhang Jiga. Demon cultivator? Yang Jing was so frightened that his face turned pale and he kept backing away. Even seniors like Shi Zhizhen had only heard rumors about him, let alone him. Chapter 75. Are you still him? As early as his childhood, Yang Jing had heard the teachings of the elders in the sect more than once that even if one's cultivation was far superior to that of a demon cultivator, one must quickly flee when encountering a demon cultivator. If you can't escape, then there is only one thing left, death. Yang Jing once disagreed, thinking that the story of demon cultivators was just a story used by elders to scare children and existed only in legends. However, today, Yang Jing not only encountered the demon cultivator, but he even tried to desecrate the demon cultivator's woman, killing people for their flesh and eating them, massacring cities and destroying nations for fun. When Yang Jing thought of the stories he had heard in his childhood, his legs went weak and he didn't even have the strength to run away. It's not that he is timid, but the demon cultivator is too terrifying. Moreover, it was Yang Jing himself who angered the demon cultivator, so he would probably be hunted down by the other party. Inside the Zhangyang palace, hundreds of strong men all looked disdainful. This guy likes to torture and kill his opponents, but he can actually feel scared? He is just a coward by nature. Killing is one thing, and being killed is another. That can't be said. Before the demon emperor became the emperor, practicing demons was a taboo for everyone. At that time, no one could survive if they saw a demon cultivator. If you wanted to completely kill a demon cultivator, you had to crush the cultivators of 3 or 4 major realms, or fill them with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Thousands of years ago, demon cultivators were classified as aliens and were not recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. After Jiang Zhiga proved himself emperor through his magic, he took control of the world and classified demons as evil, thus breaking the world's cognition. At that time, let alone Yang Jing, even if the immortal venerable Wen Xianjing saw the demon cultivator with his own eyes, he would feel frightened at the first moment, because the demon cultivators are not just powerful. All the demon cultivators who take the initiative to come into the world are crazy and insane, and their only purpose is to kill people. Not far away, Xu Yun's face remained ugly when he saw Jiang Zhiga displaying his demonic energy in public in the light and shadow, because Jiang Zhiga did not lose his mind, but gave up some control to the monster Tianxia. Jiang Zhiga's entire body was shrouded in demonic energy, his eyes were bloodshot, like a ferocious beast about to be born. Nangong Ro stood there, looking at Jiang Zhiga in disbelief. Yang Jing kept retreating, trying to escape before Jiang Zhiga took action. Jiang Zhiga was not in a hurry to kill Yang Jing, but kept looking at his body. Yet he let out a strange and smug laugh and said to himself, "Boy, I told you that this day would come sooner or later." At this moment, it was Tianxia who was controlling Jiang Zhiga's body. At that time, Tianxia saw that Jiang Zhiga was unwilling to practice magic, so just in case, he made an agreement with Jiang Zhiga that if Jiang Zhiga encountered a situation that he could not solve, Tianxia would help him 3 times. After 3 times, if Jiang Zhiga has not practiced magic, he will hand over his body to Tianxia. "Give me half of the control of your body, I want to kill him with my own hands." Jiang Zhiga's expression changed from smug to ferocious, and his eyes were fixed on Yang Jing, who was fleeing. Tianxia seemed to enjoy it very much, nodded and said, "Excellent, very wonderful, now your killing intent is even better than mine back then." As he expected, as long as Jiang Zhiga's reverse scale is touched, Jiang Zhiga will be more terrifying than a genuine demon cultivator. The next moment, Jiang Zhiga's figure disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared right in front of Yang Jing. "What?" Yang Jing was so frightened that he screamed out loud and his heart was broken. "No, don't." Without waiting for Yang Jing to beg for mercy, Jiang Zhiga stabbed him in the chest with one hand. Yang Jing vomited blood and was even more terrified. The strength and speed displayed by Jiang Zhiga at this time were already more terrifying than those of a normal Wanxiang realm expert. Jiang Zhiga did not stop there and tortured Yang Jing with even more cruel means than Yang Jing, breaking fingers, pulling teeth, poking eyes. They did everything they could. Jiang Zhiga continued to grin grimly. The life force in the soul-breaking realm is extremely powerful. As long as the heart and brain are not injured, Yang Jing will not die for a while. Moreover, Yang Jing seemed to have practiced some self-healing skills. His broken fingers quickly recovered. Yang Jing kept uttering heart-wrenching screams, her face covered with rouge and powder filled with fear and pain. Tianxia seemed to enjoy it, and said with a smile, "Boy, I have a few magical powers to torture souls, do you want to try it?" The soul-breaking realm refers to the ability to develop a second soul. As long as the soul is immortal, one can be reborn by possessing another body or repairing the physical body. One can also practice soul-related secret arts and magical powers. It stands to reason that a strong person in the soul-breaking realm is difficult to kill, but for Tianxia, let alone making his soul fly away, directly torturing Yang Jing's life soul and even his spirit is not a problem. Just what I want. Jiang Zhiga didn't think so much about it. He just wanted to kill Yang Jing in the most painful way. That's enough. Just as Jiang Zhiga was about to use his soul power, he heard Nangong Ro crying from behind. Jiang Zhiga's pupils shrank slightly, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Nangong Ro was not far away. What was he doing? A big part of the reason why he was unwilling to accept Nangong Ro's love in the past was because he was contaminated by the devil. Now, not only does he show his identity as a devil cultivator in front of Nangong Ro, he is even torturing others in such a cruel way. Jiang Zhiga stopped torturing Yang Jing. He put his 2 fingers together and shot out a stream of demonic energy that penetrated Yang Jing's forehead. This move is also a secret technique of the soul. Although it will not torture Yang Jing, it will also make his soul fly away. Tiansha suddenly felt frustrated. It would be too easy for him to kill Yang Jing just like that. Zhang Jiga turned his back to Nangong Ro, not daring to look at her expression at this moment, disappointment, fear, or disgust. Zhang Jiga tried to look Nangong Ro in the face and explain how he met Tiansha, but he just couldn't muster the courage. I'll go and lend a helping hand to my uncle. Stop. Zhang Jiga wanted to leave, but was stopped by Nangong Ro. Zhang Jiga stopped in midair, feeling extremely nervous. Nangong Ro's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Are you still him?" She had heard Zhang Jiga mumbling strangely before, and there was no reason not to suspect that Zhang Jiga's body had been taken away by a monster. Roar, Zhang Jiga clenched his fists, not knowing how to answer. Just when he was feeling guilty, suddenly a soft body hugged him from behind. Zhang Jiga's heart trembled slightly and his mind went blank. Silly, why didn't you tell me this? I'm so scared, I'm really scared. Nangong Ro's pretty face was covered with tears, and she hugged Zhang Jiga tightly as if she had found him again. She was never afraid of Zhang Jiga himself, she was only afraid that she would lose Zhang Jiga. When Nangong Ro saw Zhang Jiga doing something completely different from before, she was completely terrified and thought that he was possessed by a monster. When Nangong Ro heard Zhang Jiga addressing her in a familiar way, she instantly realized that he had never changed. Roar, now I am a demon, not a human. So what if you're a demon? You're Zhang Jiga, and you're my brother Jiga. That's enough. Chapter 76. There is only death. The two sides are in sync with each other, so what does it matter even if there is a huge difference between them? For Nangong Ro, no matter whether he is a demon, a human or a monster, as long as he is Zhang Jiga, he is more important than 1,000 words. Roar, I'm sorry, idiot, I am the one who is upset when you say something like that, okay? Nangong Ro was even more worried because Zhang Jiga always liked to say things that made her feel distressed. The two were speechless for a moment, quietly feeling each other's body temperature. I don't know how much time passed, but Zhang Jiga's expression gradually changed from guilt to melancholy, as if he had made some decision. He looked at the huge battlefield in the distance and said in a hoarse voice, Roar, uncle is still fighting. I want to help him. Well, I'll wait for you. Nangong Ro didn't think much about it and gently let go of Zhang Jiga. With the strength that Zhang Jiga had previously demonstrated, it should not be difficult for him to team up with Nangongjian to deal with the white-browed old man. Zhang Jiga nodded, and his figure turned into a shooting star and disappeared. At the same time, Nangong Town had fallen into a disadvantage in the battle. At first he was able to gain the upper hand, but halfway through the fight he began to have physical problems, as if he was unable to adapt to the high-intensity combat. The white-browed old man didn't even need to suppress Nangongjian. As long as he dragged Nangongjian and didn't let him leave, Nangongjian himself would become weaker and weaker. Nangongjian, since you are still stubborn, then go to hell. The white-browed old man had a gloomy expression on his face. He waved the 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and thousands of long swords with spiritual power appeared behind him and stabbed towards Nangongjian. Originally, he hadn't really thought about killing Nangongjian, but now if he didn't get rid of Nangongjian as soon as possible, he would be finished once the evil cultivator arrived. Nangong Ro tried to resist, but when she raised her hand she spat out blood without any warning, her face as pale as paper. Uncle, I'm here to help you. At this moment, a surge of demonic energy came from the east like a tsunami. The white-browed old man's expression changed drastically, and he turned around and fled without waiting for the magic sword to finish releasing its power. Damn it! The evil energy condensed into substance and transformed into hundreds of black-scaled dragons that pounced towards the white-browed old man. Thousands of spiritual swords shattered the black dragon like bubbles, unable to stop the black dragon's speed in the slightest. The white-browed old man showed fear on his face, and felt despair and unwillingness in his heart. He had defeated countless powerful enemies in his life, so how could he have expected to be killed in this way, just as the white-browed old man was about to be bitten to death by the black dragon? A dazzling white light rose from the ground and turned into a barrier to block hundreds of black-scaled dragons. Zhang Jiga frowned slightly and stopped chasing the white-browed old man. Nangongjian covered his chest and looked at Zhang Jiga in surprise. Although he had some guesses, he did not expect that the demon cultivator with the cultivation level of the all-seeing realm would be Zhang Jiga, who was very polite in his Nangong family and was liked by his daughter Nangong Ro. Ginger boy, are you crazy? Nangongjian didn't have time to care about the old man with white eyebrows. Instead, he was worried that Nangong Ro had been killed by Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga knew that Nangongjian would be worried, so he quickly replied, Don't worry, uncle. I have a heart as hard as stone and didn't hurt Roar at all.
Heart as hard as stone? The corner of Nangongzhen's mouth twitched, and he didn't quite believe what Zhang Zhiga said. He had seen a demon cultivator before.
Although he had not completely lost his mind, he was also crazy and enjoyed killing people.
He was not like a normal person at all. My friend, you have too much murderous intent. You don't seem to have a heart of stone.
Nangongzhen wanted to confirm it again when a sound like a huge bell suddenly came from the front. Zhang Zhiga and Nangongzhen looked over when they heard the sound, and saw an old man in Taoist robes holding a whisk and looking like an immortal walking out from behind the barrier.
Master of Taoism, Xian Yunzi? Nangongzhen's pupils shrank slightly. Xian Yunzi avoided the world but was a real powerful saint. Throughout the 100,000 li area of Chaozhou, there are only two great men who have entered the saint realm, one of whom is Xian Yunzi of the Taoist sect. Zhang Zhiga was not afraid, and asked in a deep voice, "This man aided and abetted the tyrant, and even 1,000 deaths would not be enough. Can't he be killed?"
Judging from Yang Jing's words and actions, he is definitely a scum who has done all kinds of evil. The old man with white eyebrows protects such a scum, so isn't he also a scum? Xian Yunzi shook his head and sighed. I don't know the whole story, but even if this person was killed, you are a demon cultivator and an alien, so you should be killed even more. You. Zhang Zhiga was speechless for a moment. He asked himself if he had ever done anything against the law, but he could not deny the fact that he was a demon cultivator.
Jiang boy. Don't be stupid.
Xian Yunzi may have great cultivation, but he is still no match for you.
He is obviously stalling for time on purpose.
Just when the situation was at a stalemate, Nangongzhen's voice suddenly woke Zhang Zhiga up. Nangongzhen endured the discomfort and stood in front of Zhang Zhiga, gritting his teeth and said, "Go quickly, I will hold them back."
But uncle, what are you going to do? What about Zixiao City? Zhang Zhiga didn't move at all.
In fact, before he arrived, he had already made plans to die in battle. Xian Yunzi's face was rather ugly, and he said unhappily, "Master Nangong, are you going to help the demon cultivator leave?" Nangongzhen ignored Xian Yunzi, turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhiga and said, "Idiot, I've said it before, I'm doing this for my daughter. Uncle.
I am doing this for Rower. You are her father. If I abandon you, how can I live my life as a human being? How can I face Rower with dignity?"
Before Nangongzhen could finish speaking, Zhang Zhiga interrupted him.
"You kid." Nangongzhen was stunned, not knowing how to refute. "Master Nangong, you, donor Xian Yun, why waste your breath? Nangongzhen is stubborn and unrepentant, no different from a demon, he deserves to be killed."
Xian Yunzi was still trying to persuade Nangongzhen when an angry shout suddenly came from the sky. When a few people heard the sound, they looked and saw a muscular monk with half his upper body exposed and holding a Zen staff walking towards them in the air. Nangongzhen's face looked even uglier. He didn't want to leave before, and now it might be difficult for Zhang Zhiga to leave. This person is the second great master in Chaozhou who has entered the saint realm. He is the abbot of Wanfei Temple and his Buddhist name is Jin Guang.
Supreme Deliverer, Xian Yunzi sighed deeply. Monk Jin Guang had arrived. It was feared that things would not end well today. Monk Jin Guang landed beside Xian Yunzi, glaring at Nangongzhen and Zhang Zhiga, and pounded the ground with the Zen stick in his hand, causing the entire Zixiao city to tremble. The four parties confronted each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Nangongzhen took a healing pill and whispered, "Zhang boy, since you don't want to run, don't count on me." He was in poor health and it was a problem for him to defeat the white-browed old man, let alone facing two great masters who had entered the saint realm, and if Nangongzhen guessed correctly, there were many Wanxiang realm masters rushing to Zixiao city. Xian Yunzi and Monk Jin Guang had high cultivation and fast speed, so they arrived first. "Uncle, don't worry about it. There is only death. I will try my best to let you see Ruhr safely." Zhang Zhiga remained unafraid. After revealing his identity as a demon cultivator in front of Nangong Ro, he was ready to die. And now that I can fight against two great saints, it is not a loss even if I die. Chapter 78 7 Killings. The devil is the devil. Pretending to be so affectionate and loyal really makes me sick. Monk Jin Guang's eyes were bloodshot, and his disgust for Zhang Zhiga reached its peak. Xian Yunzi showed helplessness. Monk Jin Guang hated evil to begin with. Seeing that Zhang Zhiga, who had become a demon cultivator, still had feelings for others, he could only feel resentment and disgust. He thought that Zhang Zhiga was, although Monk Jin Guang hated Zhang Zhiga very much, he did not dare to be careless.
He was shining with golden light and ran towards him quickly with a Zen stick in his hand.
Evil beast! Die! Boom! The Zen stick came smashing towards Zhang Jiga's head.
Zhang Jiga took out the Tianjiu Fengshu halberd to block it, making a trembling sound like a bell. Zhang Jiga looked grim, and said in a cold voice, "So what if you are a demon?
You can't tell right from wrong, you are unworthy of being a disciple of Buddhism."
He never denied that he was a demon cultivator, and when he later accepted the demonic energy, he no longer doubted himself. It was just that the world had too many prejudices against demon cultivators. For Zhang Jiga, demonic cultivation is actually a method of practice that can easily make people lose their minds. It is enough for him to control it. People in the world deny the practice of magic because there have been too many magic practitioners and monsters who have lost their minds and slaughtered living beings. Zhang Jiga will not stop people from denying the practice of magic, but he will never deny himself, because Zhang Jiga has done everything with a clear conscience since he was born. Absurd. Monk Jin Guang was even more furious and didn't want to waste any more words with Zhang Jiga. The two men fought each other, causing Zixia City to shake violently, and countless monsters in the Zongqi Mountains died in the aftermath. In the mortal world, people saw the shaking sky and the thick dark clouds, and thought that the gods were angry, so they knelt down in fear and prayed. In a short while, the two men exchanged dozens of moves, and for a while they were evenly matched. Zhang Jiga
looked sullen and decided not to waste any more time. 7 Killing Techniques.
Zhang Jiga was surrounded by black air, the ground beneath his feet was shattered like a spider web, and the aura around him was extremely terrifying. Monk Jin Guang's eyes changed slightly, and he quickly retreated to a distance of 100 meters, making hand seals and muttering something, "Disgrace." Zhang Jiga held the halberd in both hands and stabbed a beam of halberd light towards Monk Jin Guang. The light from the halberd is black but not evil, demonic but not demonic, and full of overwhelming power.
The Buddha asked Galen.
Monk Jin Guang clasped his hands together and summoned a golden bell to cover himself with. The halberd light suddenly fell on the golden bell, and it couldn't hold out for long before it made a crackling sound. After 3 breaths, there was a loud bang, and the golden bell completely shattered. The white-browed old man hiding in the dark was terrified. If Monk Jin Guang could be killed so easily, he, who was in the Wanxiang realm, would definitely die. Xian Yunzi in the distance was not panicked, his eyes were fixed on the battlefield. When the aftermath died down, the golden monk with tattered robes was revealed. Although blood was oozing from his mouth, he was not seriously injured. Before the white-browed old man could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Jiga, without even taking a break, raised his black halberd and rushed towards Monk Jin Guang.
Again.
What? Monk Jin Guang seemed a little flustered. He did not expect that after Zhang Jiga performed such a terrifying martial art, it seemed as if there was no consumption at all. Even for a demon cultivator, the demonic energy will eventually run out. Slander. Zhang Jiga approached Monk Jin Guang in the blink of an eye, and the black halberd in his hand stabbed out like lightning. With an unbelievable speed, Monk Jin Guang tried to dodge hastily, but Zhang Jiga's halberd was too fast, and it was difficult for him to even dodge or protect his vital points. Xian Yunzi flew over and shouted, "Abbot Jin Guang, I am here to help you."
Monk Jin Guang is obviously no match for Zhang Jiga.
If he doesn't help, Monk Jin Guang will surely die. Stop, you want to help me before I've dealt with you yet?
Nangongzhen was prepared and quickly stood in front of Xian Yunzi.
Master Nangong, at this point, are you still stubborn and unwilling to change your ways? Xian Yunzi's face darkened slightly. Monk Jin Guang was in danger, and he didn't have time to waste with Nangongzhen. Just think of me as someone who is stubborn and unwilling to change his ways.
You can kill me if you want.
Nangongzhen looked calm, and even more resolute than Zhang Jiga. Xian Yunzi snorted coldly and waved his whisk to shoot a ray of light towards Nangongzhen. Aura of light swept over, and Nangongzhen, who had the cultivation level of the all-seeing realm, was swept away like a leaf, falling far away and unable to get up.
You are overestimating your own abilities.
Xian Yunzi no longer paid attention to Nangongzhen and ran towards Zhang Jiga. With the joining of Xian Yunzi, the battle situation was instantly eased. After all, Zhang Jiga's combat experience was not as good as the other two. Even with the help of Tianxia's power, it was impossible for him to crush the two great saints.
Boy, this is not enough?
If I were in my prime, I could kill these two in the blink of an eye.
Don't talk about the past. Now you are just an ordinary monster possessing me. Zhang Jiga was quite unhappy.
Tianxia was able to see the light of day again after living in his body. If you had to say it, he was half the master of Tianxia. Tianxia saw Jiang Jiga's thoughts and sneered, "Give me all the control of your body, and I'll show you that the same moves and the same magic energy can have different powers." Jiang Jiga did not refuse, because it was basically impossible for him to defeat two great saints on his own. After Tianxia took control of the body, the situation of the battle changed again, and Xian Yunzi and monk Jingguang were being suppressed and beaten. Jiang Jiga was secretly surprised. Tianxia was indeed a veteran chaos monster. He could control a body that did not belong to him and was even stronger than Jiang Jiga himself. Monk Jingguang looked extremely unhappy, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Master, this evil beast is so strong, what should we do? We can't retreat. If we retreat, we don't know what lives will be harmed. At least we can hold on until other Taoist friends arrive." Xian Yunzi was shocked. He knew that Jiang Jiga would be very strong, but he didn't expect that even if he joined forces with monk Jingguang, two people who had entered the Saint Realm, they would fall into a disadvantage in a short period of time. "Boy! Watch carefully, what is the 7 killing technique?" Just hearing Tianxia's hideous laugh, the void was shattered into pieces under the horrified gazes of Xian Yunzi and monk Jingguang. Boundless demonic energy converged towards Tianxia like a hurricane, and the terrifying pressure swept across an area of 100,000 miles. The sky and the earth shook, the mountains and rivers shattered, as if the world was about to collapse. All the creatures in Chaozhou were terrified and screams were heard everywhere. Slander, insult, deception, evil, deceit, contempt, laugh. Tianxia held the Tianjiu Fangsuji in his hand and transformed into a dark shadow, running towards Xian Yunzi and monk Jingguang. One halberd broke through the two men's defense, and two halberds split the Zixiao city in half. The third halberd carried a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It transformed into a pitch-black halberd shadow several hundred feet long and slashed towards the two. Jiang Jiga was completely stunned. He knew that Tianxia was extraordinary, but he didn't expect that Tianxia could be so strong. The 7 killing technique is not a martial art, but a set of mental techniques that can enhance the power of all attacks. Jiang Jiga tried his best, but he couldn't even use the full potential of the 7 killing techniques. Tianxia was able to combine the 7 killing techniques into 3 halberds. Chapter 79, Despicable or Righteous. Xian Yunzi and monk Jingguang joined forces to resist, but it was like an egg hitting a stone, and their defense was instantly broken by Tianjiu Fangsuji. The shadow of the halberd came towards them, and neither of them had anywhere to hide. Xian Yunzi decisively stood in front of monk Jingguang, and turned his hands to form a giant yin-yang bagua diagram. "Master." Monk Jingguang opened his eyes wide and tried to stop it, but it was too late. The terrifying halberd shadow quickly shattered the yin-yang bagua diagram and cut Xian Yunzi in half on the spot. The scene was extremely bloody. Even though monk Jingguang was only hit by the aftermath, he was still knocked hundreds of meters away, spitting blood from his mouth. The white-browed old man hiding in the distance was terrified. If he were to face this halberd, there would probably be nothing left but ashes. "He's not dead?" Tianxia was quite surprised. He thought he could kill both of them directly. The fact that he was able to die to block most of the force for monk Jingguang proves that Xian Yunzi is also an extremely powerful existence in the realm of sainthood. Unfortunately, today he encountered a chaotic monster that had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Monk Jingguang was filled with grief and indignation. He stood up with the help of his Zen staff, looked at Jiang Jiga and shouted angrily, "You evil creature! You deserve to die, you deserve to die." The old man with white eyebrows felt that it was not good. The situation was now set. Once monk Jingguang was defeated, he would not be able to escape death. However, facing Jiang Jiga, who was able to crush two people who had reached the Saint Realm, the old man with white eyebrows would definitely not be able to escape. Seeing that Jiang Jiga was about to deal with monk Jingguang, the white-browed old man became more and more anxious. He looked around and finally set his sights on Nangongjin. Tianxia walked with a leisurely and indulgent pace, getting closer and closer to monk Jingguang. Monk Jingguang wanted to fight back, but his injuries were too severe. He felt his body was about to fall apart if he moved the slightest. "Evil beast! Even if I die today, countless fellow Taoists will come to kill you. You will die one day." Although monk Jingguang had no power to resist, he was not afraid of the impending death and continued to glare at Tianxia fiercely. "Mortal? Idiot, if your Buddhism and kindness were useful, I would have died long ago. Tianxia showed a strange smile and raised the Tianjiufangsuji high towards monk Jingguang. It is unknown how many years he has existed, he may even be much older than the Buddha Dai in the endless years. Tianxia has never realized any great truth. He only knows that he is called a demon. However, he has survived to this day with his demonic body. Countless emperors and gods and Buddhas have died in his hands. Wait. Boy, you don't want Nangongjin to die, do you? Just when Tianxia was about to chop monk Jingguang to death, the voice of the white-browed old man suddenly came from not far away. Zhang Jiga was startled and quickly took back control of his body. You kid, Tianxia couldn't help but feel helpless. Zhang Jiga was like this every time and valued other people's lives too much. Of course, this is also the key reason why Zhang Jiga is suitable for practicing magic. Zhang Jiga turned his head and found that the white-browed old man looked nervous, holding his sword against Nangongjin's throat. Although Zhang Jiga had shown friendship and loyalty to Nangongjin before, the white-browed old man didn't know whether Zhang Jiga still had his sanity. If Zhang Jiga didn't care about Nangongjin's life or death at all, he and monk Jingguang would surely die. Zhang Jiga's face was grim, and he said in a cold voice, "If you dare to hurt him, I will kill everyone in your sect." Who are you trying to scare? I'll die anyway if I don't kill him, so why shouldn't I take someone with me before I die? The old man with white eyebrows was not worried when he heard this. Instead, he felt relieved because the angrier Zhang Jiga is, the higher the status of Nangongjin in his heart. Nangongjin looked weak and smiled bitterly. Zhang boy, don't worry about me, do what you want to do. Originally, he was not so weak that he was taken hostage by the white-browed old man, but Xian Yunzi's attack injured him so badly that he almost lost his ability to move. Is this despicable behavior the righteousness you want? Zhang Jiga glanced at monk Jingguang, and the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. Monk Jingguang's expression remained unchanged as he snorted coldly. Nangongjin deserves to be killed for colluding with evil cultivators like you. Boy, as long as you are willing to let the two of us live, I can promise you not to harm Nangong town, and I will withdraw from Chaozhou and never come back. While the white-browed old man wanted to survive, he did not forget monk Jingguang. If he could escape this disaster and make friends with a powerful person who had entered the Saint Realm, it would bring him countless benefits. Besides, the white-browed old man has a low level of cultivation. If Zhang Jiga agrees to let the two go, monk Jingguang will be a guarantee for him to escape. Zhang Jiga's eyes were cold as he calmly calculated the speed of his attack. He was very fast, but the sword of the white-browed old man was already against Nangongjin's throat, and with the monk Jingguang beside him, there was no guarantee that an accident would happen. Nangongjin is not only his father-in-law, but also Nangong Ro's father. Zhang Jiga cannot take such a big risk. Donor Chang Yuan, Nangongjin certainly deserves to be killed, but I don't want to use such means to survive. Just when Zhang Jiga was about to agree, the monk Jingguang beside him suddenly shouted angrily and made a swastika handprint towards Nangongjin. It happened so suddenly that Zhang Jiga couldn't react at all. The white-browed old man was also thinking about how to ensure that Zhang Jiga would not chase him, and he also failed to react. Bang! The palm print pierced through Nangongjin's chest and almost affected the white-browed old man next to him. The white-browed old man's expression changed drastically, and Zhang Jiga was even more heartbroken. Uncle. Zhang Jiga flashed to Nangongjin's side and supported him before he fell. The vitality of Wanxiang realm is extremely strong. Even though his chest was pierced, Nangongjin still had a breath of life and did not die on the spot. The white-browed old man next to him retreated repeatedly, feeling filled with remorse. Monk Jingguang disdains to live in disgrace, but does he want to live? If he had known this, he should have waited for Zhang Jiga to kill monk Jingguang before taking action. Nangongjin's face turned pale. He looked at Zhang Jiga and laughed bitterly. Silly boy, no, don't blame yourself. I don't have much time left. Many years ago, in order to improve his strength and regain the position of head of the family, he practiced a martial art that was extremely life-consuming, and today he only has a few years left to live. It was precisely because he knew that he would not live long that Nangongjin was in a hurry to find someone to rely on for Nangong Ro, and chose to fight alone against the pursuers of Xingyue's sect for Nangong Ro and Zhang Jiga, instead of arranging for many family elders to come. And now that monk Jingguang has sent out this assassin, it is actually a relief for him. At least he doesn't have to drag down Zhang Jiga anymore. Zhang Jiga's eyes were filled with tears, and he said in a trembling voice, Uncle, can you, thinking of Nangongjin's previous pretense of indifference and then thinking of Nangongjin's good intentions, how could Zhang Jiga let it go? Even though Nangongjin is not Nangong Ro's father, he is an elder that Zhang Jiga can respect. Nangongjin looked helpless. He wanted to say more, but unfortunately the injury on his chest left him no time to have a long talk with Zhang Jiga. Chapter 80. Let's stop here. As soon as Nangongjin opened his mouth, he started coughing up blood and his vital signs became increasingly weak. Uncle. Zhang Jiga looked anxious and took out the elixir to try to save Nangongjin. Nangongjin shook his head and refused, saying weakly, "Boy, from now on, my daughter will be named after you." In terms of elixirs, his elixirs are much better than Zhang Jiga's, but this was an attack caused by a powerful person who had entered the Sate realm, and even a 5th grade elixir might not be able to save him. Uncle. Zhang Jiga's face was covered with tears and he was choking with sobs. Parting and death are human nature. Crying like this won't please my daughter. Nangongjin looked weak, his voice became smaller and smaller, and his eyes became increasingly cloudy. When he was on the verge of death, Nangongro's face gradually appeared in his mind, although he really wanted Nangongro to take back what she said. "You are not my father." Unfortunately, Nangongjin no longer had any extra time. All he could do was to agree to let Nangongro change her name to Ro, so that she would know that her father was not really opposed to her being with Zhang Jiga. Having said that, although Nangongro is neither quiet nor gentle, if you think about it carefully, gentle does seem to sound better than quiet. Zhang Jiga lowered his head and suppressed his crying, his heart filled with self-blame and desolation. "Uncle, have a safe journey." At this moment, Nangongjin's eyes were dull and there was no hope for life. If Zhang Jiga looked closely, he would have seen a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. In fact, ever since he started practicing such a life-shortening technique, Nangongjin no longer cared about his own life or death. It was much better to die in this way than to die quietly sitting in the mansion. Moreover, Zhang Jiga's tears also made Nangongjin understand that his daughter had indeed found a trustworthy man. With such a good son-in-law, Nangongjin no longer had any concerns about the rest of his daughter's life and went to his death with a smile on his face. Zhang Jiga gently put down Nangongjin's body, lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly. "I want you to be buried with your uncle." The sound was extremely eerie, as if it came from the netherworld of hell, making one's hair stand on end. The white-browed old man was so frightened that he turned pale and retreated as fast as he could to the outside of Zhixiao City. Zhang Jiga stood up, took out the Tianjiu Fanshuji, and threw it fiercely at the white-browed old man. The pitch-black giant halberd was as fast as thunder. Before the white-browed old man could react, it pierced his body. The white-browed old man didn't even have time to scream as he turned into a cloud of blood mist and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Zhang Jiga immediately turned around and walked towards Monk Jingguang, with murderous intent in his eyes. Obviously, he was not going to let Monk Jingguang die as easily as the old man with white eyebrows. Monk Jingguang was still not afraid of death and even showed a happy smile. When he rushed to Zhixiao City to resist the evil cultivators, he never thought that he could go back alive. It was already a huge profit if he could drag a scum who assisted the evil cultivators to be buried with him before he died. "You evil creature, I'll be waiting for you in the underground." Monk Jingguang was unwilling to die at the hands of an evil cultivator, so he reversed his own spiritual power and attempted to blow up his own Yuan Hai and die. Zhang Jiga flashed in front of Monk Jingguang, raised his hand to strangle him by the neck, and easily interrupted his self-destruction. Monk Jingguang had an ugly look on his face. He had not expected that Zhang Jiga could interrupt the cultivator's reversal of spiritual power so easily. "Old bald donkey, is it too easy to die like this?" There was a faint light flickering in Zhang Jiga's eyes, and he was ready to use Tiancha's soul power to torture Monk Jingguang. "Zhang Jiga." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Zhang Jiga's expression changed slightly, and he turned to look at the person who came. It was Nangongro, who was supposed to be dozens of miles away. Nangongro's eyes were red, and she shouted at the top of her lungs, "What on earth are you doing? Are you going to continue killing people?" "But Roar, he took my uncle, so what? Do you know how many people were killed by the halberd that split the Purple Sky City?" Zhang Jiga's heart trembled. It was Tianxia who controlled the body at that time, and he had never considered this at all. "That's enough. Let's stop here and let him go." "Roar, but he killed your father." Zhang Jiga lowered his head. "How could he let go of the enemy who killed Nangongjin? What else can we do? He came to Zhixiao City for justice. If you kill him now, you will have no way out." Nangongro burst into tears and almost collapsed. How could she not hate her father's murder? But Monk Jingguang had no evil intentions, and he also had an excuse to kill Nangongjin for the sake of the common people. Zhang Jiga has no way back now that he has killed Monk Jingguang. Even if he has not lost his mind, he will still be hunted down by monks all over the world. Zhang Jiga understood Nangongro's meaning. He was silent for a long time, but finally let go of monk Jin Guang. That he was not afraid of being hunted down, but he was afraid that it would implicate the Nangong family. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Zhang Jiga's voice trembled and he clenched his fists. Thought if he could save Nangongjin, perhaps things wouldn't be so complicated. Monk Jin Guang was stunned. He couldn't believe that a demon cultivator would suppress his urge to kill, and he also killed Nangongjin, whom Zhang Jiga valued very much. Nangong Ro stepped forward, held Zhang Jiga's hand, and said in a tearful voice, "Okay, let's go quickly. Just like we agreed, let's leave Zixiao City together." Zhang Jiga did not move, as if he did not dare to respond to Nangong Ro. He is a demon cultivator. Even if he has not lost his mind, he is still a demon cultivator. Even if he does not kill monk Jin Guang, he will still be hunted down and killed by countless righteous cultivators. Nangongjin had already been killed today, and Zhang Jiga couldn't imagine the scene of killing Nangong Ro one day. Don't be ridiculous. Didn't you promise that you would never leave me again? Nangong Ro's voice choked with sobs as she held Zhang Jiga's hand tightly. Looking at Zhang Jiga, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, she felt a sense of panic for some reason. Just as things were getting more and more complicated, a figure suddenly appeared behind Nangong Ro and knocked her out. And Zhang Jiga was stunned. The person who came was Shi Zhizhen. Shi Zhizhen reached out to catch the unconscious Nangong Ro and said with a sigh, "Xiao Jiang, make your own decision." Zhang Jiga lowered his head and fell into silence, standing there for a long time without saying a word. Not far away, monk Jin Guang was also staying where he was, feeling the heavy atmosphere all around him. For the first time in his nearly 1,000 years of life, he felt like he had done something wrong. This young man in front of him, who looks like an ordinary person and has so many people trust him unconditionally, really the devil cultivator he has in mind. I don't know how much time passed before Zhang Jiga finally made some movement. He walked up to Shi Zhizhen, his eyes dim, and reached out to gently touch Nangong Ro's tear-stained face. Zhang Jiga really wanted to take Nangong Ro with him, wanted to give Nangong Ro happiness, and wanted to stay with Nangong Ro forever. Unfortunately, he can't do that, and he doesn't have the qualifications to do so. Chapter 81. If there is an afterlife, he is a demon cultivator, not tolerated by the world, and will be hunted down by countless cultivators. And now, the battle has affected countless residents of Zixiao City. It is not an exaggeration to call it a heinous crime. Zhang Jiga knew how Nangong Ro felt, and he also knew that his departure would make Nangong Ro even more sad. However, he also loved Nangong Ro deeply and didn't want the person he loved to stay with a dangerous person like himself. And now let Zhang Jiga make the choice alone. If he lets Nangong Ro follow him on the run, would that still be love? And you should have made plans, right? Zhang Jiga's eyes were dull and he looked like a walking corpse. Shi Zhizhen nodded and said in a deep voice, "You have been kneeling in front of Zhou Jingfu for a month. We have already prepared a retreat. Whether you choose to take her away or go alone, or even go with us, it's all fine." From the very beginning, the Nangong family had never thought of pushing Nangong Ro to Yangjing, but instead took a stopgap measure to stabilize the Xingyue sect, using a month's buffer time to migrate with Nangong Ro and the entire clan. Yangjing has many wives and concubines, and he loves to humiliate and kill women. Not to mention his father Nangongjin. The other elders of the Nangong family would not agree to this. Although it would be a shame to migrate the entire family, it would be an even greater shame to hand Nangong Ro over to Yangjing. I understand, Aunt, you can take Ro away, and you, Shi Zhizhen looked embarrassed. If Zhang Jiga left alone, Nangong Ro would definitely cry and make a fuss when she woke up, or even break down and commit suicide. In that month, Shi Zhizhen and Nangongjin saw how much Nangong Ro loved Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga looked gloomy, lowered his head and said, "No, I am just a demon cultivator, I will cause trouble to everyone." As for Roer, Aunt, you should be able to erase her memory, right? The two elders had erased some of Nangong Ro's memories in the past, and they should be able to do it now. Yes, I can. Do you want to? Shi Zhizhen's eyes flashed slightly. Doing this would make Nangong Ro less painful, but what about Zhang Jiga, who still remembered these memories? Zhang Jiga sighed deeply and said with a wry smile, "Then erase Roer's memory. It would be best if we could change her memory so that I appear worse to her. Otherwise, she might get emotional." Are you sure you want to do this? Wouldn't it be hard for you if the person you loved the most hated you for the rest of your life? It won't be sad. As long as I still remember her and she is doing well, I won't be sad. Zhang Jiga shook his head. He only thought about Nangong Ro being well. Why should he consider his own feelings? Well, if that's the case, then you should leave earlier. There are countless strong men rushing to Zixiao City now.
Shi Zhizhen sighed. Time was running out, so she couldn't persuade Nangong Ro anymore.
She was about to leave with Nangong Ro in her arms.
Wait, Auntie, can I take something with me? Zhang Jiga tried to persuade her to stay. He quickly followed and looked at the hairpin on Nangong Ro's head.
Well, let's just keep it as a thought. Shi Zhizhen naturally would not refuse, so she took out her hairpin and handed it to Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga took the hairpin with both hands as if it were a treasure and held it tightly in his hands. There is a long way to go, Xiao Jiang. If you have achieved success in your cultivation in the future, you can come to us. Neither Roer nor I will care about your identity. Shi Zhizhen looked sad when she saw this. If it wasn't for special circumstances, she really didn't want to see such a pair of mandarin ducks separated.
Yes, I will.
Zhang Jiga took a deep breath and watched Shi Zhizhen walk towards Nangongzhen's corpse. Shi Zhizhen walked to Nangongzhen's corpse, held Nangong Ro in her right hand and Nangongzhen in her left hand, and quickly left the place in the air. She did not look at Nangongzhen's body, but her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. In fact, Shi Zhizhen already knew that there would be a farewell today, but separation between life and death is really beyond the explanation of human nature. If possible,
who doesn't want the one they love to be by their side all the time? Ajin, Roer, let's go home.
After Shi Zhizhen left, Zhang Jiga stayed for a long time before he withdrew his gaze and walked out of Zhixiao City alone. Monk Jin Guang did not shout for fighting anymore, but watched Zhang Jiga leave silently. To be honest, what he heard and saw today overturned his understanding of the magic cultivators. Was it Zhang Jiga who was wrong, or was it me who attacked the demon cultivator without knowing the truth?
Zhang Jiga walked a long way.
He did not shed tears, but walked forward silently as if he had lost his soul. Just when they were about to walk out of the Zongqi Mountains, Zhang Jiga was so distraught that he was suddenly tripped by a stone and fell to the ground. Zhang Jiga fell face first to the ground, and the hairpin in his hand fell out. There was some light in his eyes, and he hurriedly crawled over to pick up the hairpin, holding it in his arms as if it were a rare treasure, as if someone would try to snatch it from him. Not at this moment, Zhang Jiga no longer had any demonic energy in his body. He curled up on the ground in a very miserable state. Where was the invincible majesty he had before? Several powerful men from the all-seeing realm who came to besiege and kill the demon cultivator passed by this place, and they did not realize that the disheveled young man curled up on the ground under their feet was the terrifying demon cultivator who was causing panic among people in all directions. Roer, Zhang Jiga's face was pale. He held a hairpin in his arms, and kept calling Nangong Ro's name like in his sleep. As he shouted, tears gradually filled his eyes. The tears kept flowing until it became difficult for him to breathe, but Zhang Jiga kept crying that he didn't know what these tears were for. Was it the sadness of parting, or the self-blame for not being able to be with Nangong Ro? In fact, Zhang Jiga knew very well that he and Nangong Ro might never meet again in their lifetime. Putting aside the fact that Nangong Ro's memory will be erased, the entire Nangong family has relocated, and the world is so big that it is basically impossible for Zhang Jiga to find her again. Even if he found him, he would probably still be being hunted by then. How could he be qualified to meet Nangong Ro? Knowing this, Zhang Jiga asked Shi Zhizhen to erase Nangong Ro's memory. He was afraid that Nangong Ro would always remember him and ignore the better people around her. However, Zhang Jiga is also a human being. He only wants Nangong Ro to be well, but he also feels pain. Nangong Ro loves him deeply, but Zhang Jiga's love for him is 1,000 times greater. After this farewell, Zhang Jiga felt that life was worse than death. He wished he had frozen to death in Yuqing instead of living with this love until now. Zhang Jiga cried until he had no more tears to shed, and cried until no sound could come out of his throat. That he seemed to be drowning, and he curled up in the forest and struggled for 7 days and 7 nights. Roer, it was not until a ray of morning sunlight shone that Zhang Jiga, who was like a dead body, regained some consciousness. He tightly grasped the March Spirit hairpin in both hands, staggered to his feet, and limped out of Zhixiao City. If there is an afterlife, I wish to be a pair of wings in the sky, and a pair of branches on the ground. Chapter 81. We are just friends. Inside the Zhengyang Temple, Nangong Ro's face was pale as she stared at the scene in the light and shadow, and now that she knew the truth, she didn't feel too happy, but more desolate and a sadness that went deep into her bones. I wish to be a pair of wings in the sky, and a pair of branches on the ground. You clearly remembered it. Why did you refuse to explain until the last moment? Snap! Snap! Nangong Ro's voice trembled, and 2 lines of tears slid down her face. The shackles that sealed her memory seemed to be broken, and past events emerged in her mind like a kaleidoscope. In Yuqing, Zhang Jiga knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, just to ask for food to fill her stomach. He was so humble and even willing to die rather than surrender, just to prevent her from becoming a slave. In the snowy plains, Jiang Jiga cut his meat for food, fearing that Nangong Ro would starve. He burned her clothes for warmth, fearing that Nangong Ro would catch a cold. In Tianyun Pavilion, Jiang Jiga rejected Ning Qiushui 3 times just to avoid making her sad. After Nangong Ro left, Jiang Jiga practiced hard for 5 years and then spent more than half a year searching thousands of miles to find Zhixiao City. On the other hand, Nangong Ro seemed to have done nothing for Jiang Jiga. She thought she loved Jiang Jiga deeply, but in fact she always maintained the mentality of a younger sister and enjoyed Jiang Jiga's doting. However, can one-sided pampering really be considered love? Jiang Jiga. Why are you always like this? Yes, I'm the younger sister, I don't understand anything. You're the older brother, I let you decide everything. But I don't ask for anything for you, I just ask to still like you. Is it really that difficult? Nangong Ro fell to her knees and cried bitterly, tears pouring out like a spring. Thinking of the past scenes and what she had done, Nangong Ro collapsed, completely collapsed. Tiansha tried to shake Jiang Jiga's mind back then, but he remained true to his heart for Nangong Ro. Later, Nangong Ro's memory was sealed, and she did not wake up until recently. Nangong Ro has now reached the rotation stage, while Shi Zhizhen, who sealed her memory, has only reached the early stage of the myriad realm. It is definitely not that the seal is too strong, it was because her own faith was too weak and she failed to firmly trust Jiang Jiga. Self-blame, guilt, pain, sadness, and all kinds of negative emotions tortured Nangong Ro like sharp blades. She wanted to die, but in her heart she prayed that she could reconcile with Jiang Jiga as before. But she also knew very well that she was no longer qualified to talk about love with Jiang Jiga, although it was Jiang Jiga who took the initiative to propose rewriting memories. He had done so much for Nangong Ro. Even if Nangong Ro were to reincarnate for 100 lifetimes, it would be difficult for her to repay his kindness. Hundreds of strong men bowed their heads in silence, and the only sound in the hall was Nangong Ro's heart-wrenching cry. Not far away, Mozian's eyes were red and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Nangong Ro asked Jiang Jiga why he didn't explain, but among the army of cultivators, she, Nangong Ro, had the strongest murderous intention towards Jiang Jiga not to mention the disappointment. Even if Jiang Jiga wanted to explain, would Nangong Ro write to him? On this day, the truth became known to everyone, and countless people in heaven were filled with emotion. I still remember someone once said that although the demon emperor was arbitrary and tyrannical, he was worthy of Nangong Ro. Now that I think about it, Jiang Jiga is more than worthy of Nangong Ro. The so-called murder of his own father was actually Jiang Jiga risking his life to protect Nangong Town. The so-called family treasure was actually a hairpin that Jiang Jiga gave to Nangong Ro. Jiang Jiga took back the hairpin as a souvenir and remembered Nangong Ro for 1,000 years. However, Nangong Ro hated him for 1,000 years and even joined forces with other monks to kill him. Inside the Zhengyang Palace, Nangong Ro, before she had even finished crying, suddenly attacked the heaven binding chain that was locking Jiang Jiga. Fairy Nangong, don't get excited. We understand your feelings, but the devil is still the devil. Didn't you say that before? Although hundreds of powerful men had anticipated this, they still couldn't help but feel frightened. The relationship between Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro in my memory was indeed touching, but he is now the demon emperor who was feared by the 9 heavens. Who knows whether he will change his mind after escaping from the predicament, or continue to slaughter people. Perhaps after Jiang Jiga escapes, he can go back to the past with Nangong Ro and keep Nangong Ro by his side as his Taoist partner, but he will not let go of those outsiders who participated in the siege of Xuanzang Holy Land. Nangong Ro ignored it and continued crying while bombarding the seal of the sky binding chain. Someone wanted to get close to stop Nangong Ro, but she slapped him and blasted him out of Zhengyang Temple on the spot. Hundreds of strong men became more and more frightened. It seemed that Nangong Ro was determined to rescue Jiang Jiga this time. Nangong Ro has the cultivation level of half-emperor realm, which is definitely the highest among all the people present. Even if hundreds of strong men join forces, it would be difficult to gain any advantage from her. The most important thing is that Su Qingqiu, who was able to stop Nangong Ro, remained silent. Who knows what her attitude is? If Su Qingqiu supported Nangong Ro, a great emperor and a half-emperor would join forces, and all the people in the heaven would only end up dying. Chuyuan's face was gloomy. He walked forward and said, Xiao Ro, is it really worth it for you to risk the world's condemnation for him? You have to think clearly. He may not necessarily forgive you. However, even though Chu Yun advised her against it, Nangong Ro still turned a deaf ear to him and did not take action to slap him away. How could Nangong Ro still think about getting Jiang Jiga's forgiveness at this moment? All she wanted was to keep Jiang Jiga alive, nothing more. Nangong Ro had made one mistake after another before. This time, even if her body was torn into pieces and her soul was scattered, she would never give in to the world again. Not far away, Mozian also sighed silently. Jiang Jiga is deeply in love with Nangong Ro, and Nangong Ro also loves Jiang Jiga. The previous resentment was just due to love turning into hate. Now that the truth is out, how can we talk about forgiveness? There is no right or wrong in this relationship. It's just that there are too many ups and downs that have led to the current situation between the two. Seeing that Nangong Ro ignored him like she treated everyone else, Chu Yun felt a strong sense of frustration and hysterical anger.
Nangong Ro, let me ask you, after you rescue him, what are you going to do? Are you really going to join hands with this tyrannical and bloodthirsty demon emperor to travel the world together?
Nangong Ro still didn't answer, but her silence made Chu Yun understand her attitude. Chu Yun was even more desperate.
He clenched his fists and asked in a trembling voice, "What about me? You love him, so what am I to you?" Hearing this, Nangong Ro finally reacted. She stopped bombarding the sky binding chain and remained silent for a long time with her back to Chu Yun. "Chu Yun, I only consider you a friend."
After these words were spoken, Chu Yun froze in place, his face as pale as paper.
Friends?
Tears welled up in Chu Yun's eyes and he staggered backwards. He looked at Nangong Ro's back with his lips moving. He wanted to say something several times but stopped himself, but he didn't say a word. All the past events came to his mind, and Chu Yun felt that he was a joke, a clown who was laughed at by the world. Chapter 82. Do you remember me too? Jiang Jiga has known Nangong Ro for 1,000 years and has remembered her for 1,000 years, but Chu Yun has also known Nangong Ro for hundreds of years, but all he got was the word friend. Back then, Jiang Jiga only regarded Nangong Ro as a younger sister, while Chu Yun had been trying hard to please and pursue her since they had known each other for a short time, and had gone through several life and death tests before they got to where they are. Today, how could Chu Yun accept the word friend now? Friend? What a friend! Chu Yun's face was covered with tears, but he was laughing hysterically, as if he had gone mad. He was unwilling to accept this, really unwilling to accept this. I remember that Jiang Jiga once said that he was just lucky and stayed with Nangong Ro for a few more years when Nangong Ro needed support. But it is these few years that have surpassed Chu Yun's hundreds of years of pursuit. Chu Yun also understood the difference between helping someone in need and adding icing on the cake, but his love for someone of hundreds of years was also based on a sincere and true heart. How could he be willing to accept such an ending? Chu Yun's expression gradually darkened, and he said in a cold voice, Nangong Ro, let's not talk about what happened between us for now. Jiang Jiga is just a demon cultivator, and we cannot allow such a tyrant who harms all living beings to survive in the world. Just because of his unwillingness, he would never let Nangong Ro let Jiang Jiga go. What's more, Jiang Jiga was the demon emperor, and the consequences would be disastrous if he escaped. As the initiator of the encirclement and suppression of Xuanzang Holy Land, Chu Yun, together with Nangong Ro and several other girls, designed to trap Jiang Jiga. He can definitely be considered the mastermind. When Jiang Jiga escapes, he will probably be the first to die. Nangong Ro ignored Chu Yun and raised her hand to continue bombarding the sky binding chain. The sky binding chain was too strong, and even she couldn't make any impact for a while. Seeing this, Chu Yun's face turned completely gloomy, and the atmosphere among the hundreds of strong men around him was also very solemn. Although Nangong Ro was very strong, things have come to this point, and they can't just sit back and watch Nangong Ro break the seal of the sky binding chain. Just as the atmosphere in the hall became increasingly tense, the scene in light and shadow changed again. In the hazy memory, the figure of a little girl flashed by, making those who noticed the picture in the light and shadow secretly surprised. The girl was obviously not Nangong Ro, but she seemed familiar, as if they had met not long ago. Who was that just now? Wasn't that Fairy Nangong? Could it be that, in addition to Fairy Nangong, the demon emperor had other girls who left a deep impression on him? Mozian looked at the light and shadow screen when she heard the sound. When she noticed the scene in the screen, her heart trembled violently. The familiar yet unfamiliar small town, and the sect where I had lived for more than 10 years, 1,000 years had passed, but everything seemed still vivid in my mind. Facing the crowd's relentless pressure, Nangong Ro did not give in at all. She took out a crystal-clear magic sword, stood up, and prepared to fight to the end. Xiao Ro, don't you want to finish reading his memories? Emozian turned to look at Nangong Ro, her expression somewhat complicated. Once Jiang Jiga escapes, his subsequent memories will no longer be made public. Ziyin, you should understand that I won't care what he does next. Nangong Ro looked cold and perhaps a little selfish, but she already knew the truth of what happened back then. Even if Jiang Jiga later became a murderous demon, she wouldn't care. Emozian looked back at the light and shadow screen, sighed and said, "That's not what I meant, Sharo, can you give me some time? I want to take another look." Nangong Ro's eyes flashed when she saw this, and she followed Emozian's line of sight to look at the light and shadow screen. She was not a fool. Thinking of the rumors about Emozian and Jiang Jiga, she knew that the two must have had a past. Nangong Ro was silent for a long time, and ultimately did not engage in battle with everyone in the hall. She did not give up on rescuing Jiang Jiga, but she also wanted to see what Jiang Jiga had experienced later and whether the rumor that he had taken away Emozian's innocence was true. Jiang Jiga, who was always paying attention to the movements in the hall, sighed inwardly. As expected, even if Nangong Ro was completely moved, it would not be so easy to escape. Having said that, Jiang Jiga felt relieved when he learned that Nangong Ro had stopped. After all, Nangong Ro was alone. If she goes alone to rescue Jiang Jiga at the risk of public condemnation, she will suffer heavy losses even if she succeeds, or even die. Jiang Jiga has no feelings for Nangong Ro, and doesn't like the heroine very much, but he doesn't want to see Nangong Ro die because of him. Inside the hall, Emozian looked increasingly melancholy, with mixed feelings in her heart, delighted, shocked, or incredulous. She herself didn't know. Perhaps only by seeing the later memories can Emozian figure out what kind of feelings she has for Jiang Jiga. Jiang Jiga, it's been almost 1,000 years, so, you still remember me? In the light and shadow pictures, after several years of escape and more than 10 years of experience, Jiang Jiga finally chose to return to Tianyun Pavilion. That year, Jiang Jiga had reached the late stage of Yuanhai realm, and Lu Tianjie was also designated as the next pavilion master, and was externally known as the young sect master. Not long after, Jiang Jiga was ranked as the chief elder of the sect, and Lu Tianjie broke through the soul-breaking realm. At the age of less than 50, he took charge of Tianyun Pavilion and enjoyed a great time. Another 60 years passed, and Jiang Jiga broke through to the transcendent realm, while Lu Tianjie was still stuck in the late soul-breaking realm. In the name of sparring, Lu Tianjie deliberately lost to Jiang Jiga in front of the whole sect and forcibly gave up the position of pavilion master to Jiang Jiga. He then retreated behind the scenes and became the supreme elder of Tianyun Pavilion. Although Jiang Jiga was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to take over as pavilion master and manage the affairs of the pavilion together with Lu Tianjie. That year, Tianyun Pavilion was known as the #1 immortal sect within 1,000 miles. The reputation of Jiang Jiga and Lu Tianjie spread far and wide, and no one dared to disrespect the disciples in the sect. In the Jingxin Pavilion, Lu Tianjie and Jiang Jiga drank together as usual. Lu Tianjie took out the immortal wine, filled a glass for Jiang Jiga, shook his head and smiled. "Brother Jiang, I haven't seen you smile for a long time." Back then, Jiang Jiga was mature and steady, but at least he still had some youthfulness. After he went out to look for Nangong Ro and came back, his personality became cold and serious, giving people a feeling that he shouldn't be approached by strangers. In recent years, as he has grown older, Jiang Jiga has become even colder than an ice chip. Although he has a handsome face, countless female monks admire him, but they are afraid to approach him because of his personality. So much so that decades later, Jiang Jiga still doesn't have a confidant. Jiang Jiga gently shook the immortal wine in the cup and said lightly, "Brother Lu, a smile is something only the weak need." Nangong Ro's matter has always been a thorn in his heart. He has tried to find Nangong Ro over the years, but has never received any news. How could Jiang Jiga laugh when he thought that Nangong Ro was resenting him? "Look, you're at it again." Lu Tianjiao smiled bitterly. This sentence was a joke in the mouths of others, but it was very convincing when Jiang Jiga said it. Chapter 83. Yaya's Candide has. When dealing with people over the years, Jiang Jiga never showed a hypocritical smile, but even so, those people would still flatter him. If this isn't strength, what is? "Brother Jiang, you seem to have not left Tianyun Pavilion in recent years. Why don't you go to the secular world to relax and see if there are any talents that can be recruited into the pavilion?" "Brother Lu, Tianyun Pavilion is not so declining that I need to personally recruit disciples." Jiang Jiga's expression remained unchanged. He was busy dealing with the affairs of the pavilion all day long, and he had to find time to practice. How could he have the leisure to travel in the secular world? Lu Tianjie waved his hands and said helplessly, "No, you are a natural talent, but the young people in the sect are not.
When the two of us are no longer capable, will Tianyun Pavilion still be so glorious?
Zhang Zhiga frowned slightly when he heard that.
Lu Tianjiu was right.
The reason why Tianyun Pavilion could be so prosperous nowadays was purely because of them. There is no genius among the young people in the pavilion who can break through to the Yuanhai realm before the age of 50.
If this lack of successors continues, Tianyun Pavilion will inevitably go downhill in a few hundred years. It just so happens that the 5-yearly recruitment examination will be held soon. Just think of it as going down the mountain to try your luck.
As for the affairs of the pavilion, I will take care of them for you for the time being.
What do you mean temporarily? It should have been handled by you. Speaking of this, Zhang Zhiga suddenly felt unhappy. If Lu Tianjiu hadn't cheated, he wouldn't have to bear so much responsibility. Inside the Zhangyang temple, Nangong Ro was quite emotional.
Decades had passed, and Tianyun Pavilion had become very different from what she had remembered. At this moment, she wanted to know more and more what Zhang Zhiga had experienced in the 1,000 years when she was not by his side, to become the evil demon emperor. Seeing that Nangong Ro had stopped, hundreds of strong men began to discuss again.
Is this still Tianyun Pavilion?
In nearly 100 years, Tianyun Pavilion has really changed a lot.
By the way, can the demon emperor be considered a genius? I remember that he didn't have a mediocre talent for cultivation.
The demon emperor has a mediocre physique and ordinary spiritual roots, but he has a talent for magic cultivation that is unmatched by ordinary people. It is not an exaggeration to call him a genius. The discussion among the crowd was very quiet. At this moment, rather than the demon emperor's past itself, they hoped that the subsequent memories would make Nangong Ro give up on rescuing the demon emperor, because even if the demon emperor was not so evil, everyone in the palace had truly offended him. In the light and shadow pictures, after Zhang Zhiga left Tianyun Pavilion, he traveled to several mortal countries. 3 months later, he met many children with good talents, but unfortunately they were still far from the gifted. Once he wanted it, many of them can only practice with difficulty. If they enter Tianyun Pavilion, it is impossible for them to reach the level of Zhang Zhiga and Lu Tianjiu. On this day, Zhang Zhiga was wearing a bamboo hat and cloth clothes, walking in a plain little town. From time to time, he would look at some boys and girls under the age of 20, but most of his eyes were on observing the customs and people in the city. Lu Tianjiu was right.
Finding disciples was secondary. It was also good to come out and relax occasionally. After all, the chances of finding a talented genius among the mortal world are too low, and you may not be able to find one even after spending another 10 years. Not long after Zhang Zhiga entered the city, he suddenly heard a cry in front of him. He looked in the direction and found a little girl about 8 or 9 years old. The girl was wearing a stained and somewhat tattered light pink dress. Her little face was also covered in dust, and the tear marks left by her tears were clearly visible. She knelt in front of the government office, crying and shouting, "I want to report to the authorities! I want to report to the authorities!" Zhang Zhiga remained calm and listened quietly to the discussions of the people around him. Isn't this Yaya? What happened to her?
This silly girl, her candied haws were stolen, and she actually ran to the government to report it, hoping that the constable would help her catch the criminal.
Tonghulu? Isn't this nonsense?
When everyone learned the truth, they found it funny and thought it was a big deal. It turned out to be just a string of candied haws lost. Amidst the laughter, only Zhang Zhiga's eyes were clear that he could see the extreme sadness in the girl's eyes. After all, she was a girl of 8 or 9 years old. She would never cry like this for a string of candied haws. Zhang Zhiga glanced at the people around him and quickly found an old woman with a guilty look in her eyes. Before he could do anything, the bailiff in front of the government office suddenly pushed the girl down and said impatiently, "Little devil, don't you see where you are? If you want to make trouble, go home to your parents." After hearing this, the girl cried even louder and stayed in front of the government office, refusing to leave. Seeing this, the Yamen runner frowned, thinking that the girl was throwing a tantrum on purpose, and said coldly, "Stupid girl, I think you are not going to accept my toast and you will have to drink a penalty drink." As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the girl, looking ferocious. No one in the crowd tried to dissuade them, because this was in front of a government office, and the girl was being unreasonable and disrupting order, so it was understandable to beat her up. I thought the girl would back down, but she still stayed in front of the government office, crying loudly, "I won't leave, I won't leave." This is where criminals are caught. You have to help Yaha catch them. The bailiff's face turned dark, and he didn't know what to do. Although the girl was being unreasonable at first, He couldn't really hit a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. Seeing that no one came forward to take the girl away, Jiang Jiga sighed silently, walked over and helped the girl up. He squatted in front of the girl and asked softly, "Girl, why are you crying like this over a string of candied haws?" Candied haws, yeah, I finally bought them." The girl's face was covered with tears and she was sobbing and couldn't explain herself clearly. Jiang Jiga was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the old woman hiding in the crowd and asked, "Did you steal this girl's candied haws?" "Nonsense! How could I, an old woman in her 70s, steal this girl's candied haws?" The old woman immediately tried to explain herself upon hearing this, but the guilty look in her eyes betrayed her. Everyone around was also stunned. If the old woman didn't steal the candied haws, the first thing they should have thought was that Jiang Jiga was not asking them, instead of rushing to make excuses with a guilty look on their faces. After all, if the old woman didn't steal the candied haws, she wouldn't be a suspect at all. No way? Why would Grandma Wang, at her age, steal a girl's candied haws? Who knows? Grandma Wang is so poor that she couldn't bear to give away the candied haws, so maybe she secretly gave them to her grandson. By the way, who is this young man? Could he be Yaya's father? How is that possible? Her parents died a long time ago, and she only has one sister. Hearing the discussions of the people around him, Jiang Jiga felt quite sad. No wonder the girl cried even louder after being pushed down by the Yamen runners. It wasn't that she was hurt by being pushed, but that her parents had passed away early and she had no way to go home to see them. Chapter 83, Candied haws are more than just candied haws. Amid the discussions of the people around her and Jiang Jiga's questioning gaze, the old woman finally couldn't bear the pressure and chose to confess she did steal the candied haws, but they were taken home early and may have been eaten by her grandson. The girl did not scold the old woman, she just wanted her candied haws back. So, even though she knew there was little chance, the girl still followed the old woman to find her grandson. Jiang Jiga hesitated for a moment and followed. He was not out of curiosity and wanted to watch the fun, but this girl was the most talented child he had met since he went out. If the girl has no problems with her character and personality, Jiang Jiga will take her back to Tianyun Pavilion for training. The two followed the old woman and walked for about half an hour until they arrived at a relatively desolate area in the city. The houses were old and close together, the alleys were dilapidated and covered with moss, the air was filled with a musty smell, and you could smell a strange stench every time you walked a certain distance. This place is very far away from the city, and it takes at least a quarter of an hour to walk to the place where candied haws are sold. Soon, the old woman led the two people into a small courtyard. There was only a narrow thatched house in it. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't tell that anyone lived there. A snotty-nosed little boy about 6 or 7 years old was squatting in the yard, happily playing with ants with a stick. The old woman had a confused look on her face and stood at the gate for a long time without saying a word to the girl, who was originally anxious to get the candied haws back, now remained silent for some reason. After a long silence, no one spoke, but the boy noticed that the old woman had returned home. "Grandma, you're back. I'm so hungry, can we not have porridge tonight?" The boy hurried over to the old woman, completely unaware of the solemn atmosphere. The old woman reached out to wipe the boy's nose and said with a forced smile, "Aliang, the string of candied haws that Grandma gave you before." When the boy was asked about the candied haws, he immediately became excited and shouted, "I still have the candied haws. I want to wait for Grandma to come back and eat them together." As he said this, he ran into the thatched hut and took out a string of candied haws that had already melted into syrup. The sugar and candied haws are gone, the boy choked softly, and the snot that he had just wiped started flowing again. The old woman was quite flustered when she saw this. She was about to explain to the girl, but she interrupted her and said, "Grandma Wang, Yaha doesn't want the candied haws anymore. You guys can eat them." "Nizi, I stole your candied haws. I am guilty, but this candied haws can still be eaten after it has melted. I will compensate you with another one later." The old woman said this, but she didn't feel confident at all when it came to compensation. The girl shook her head and smiled. "No, it's just a candied haws." The old woman felt even more remorseful upon hearing this. Turbid tears welled up in her eyes and she lowered her head, not daring to look at the girl and Jiang Jiga. For people living at the bottom of society, a candied haws is more than just a candied haws. She had seen the girl kneeling in front of the yamen and crying heartbrokenly. The girl said nothing more, turned around and left the yard silently. Jiang Jiga did not say anything either, but turned his head and quietly observed the girl's expression. The girl said it was just a candied haws, but Her eyes were red and she looked like she was trying hard to hold back tears. Obviously, she didn't dislike the fact that the candied haws melted and only the hawthorns were left. Perhaps she was too sad. The girl did not notice Jiang Jiga was still following her, and she walked home with her head down, trying hard to hold back her tears. Not far away, the girl stopped in front of a dilapidated house, pushed open the door and walked in. Jiang Jiga understood that the girl lived not far from the small courtyard, and she was most likely acquainted with the old woman. As he walked into the courtyard, Jiang Jiga discovered that there were even more weeds in the courtyard, and the house was in a dilapidated state with missing bricks and tiles. If I'm not mistaken, the girl was not the original owner of the house. She just secretly moved in because she saw that the house was abandoned. When Jiang Jiga looked away, the girl was already squatting under the eaves, with her head buried, seemingly crying. Jiang Jiga quietly walked over and sat next to the girl. When he looked down at her face, he was stunned even for his calm demeanor. At this moment, the girl's tears gushed out like a dam bursting. To describe her face as tears streaming down was an understatement. She was obviously crying heartbroken, but she was forcing herself not to cry out loud. It seems that even Jiang Jiga underestimated the importance of the string of candied haws to the girl. The girl cried for an unknown amount of time, and even after her tears stopped, she was still sobbing. So the girl took a long time to relax, until it was getting dark, and then she made herself look normal. The girl wiped her tears vigorously, stood up and was about to walk into the house, when she suddenly found Jiang Jiga sitting next to her. You are. The girl froze in place, not reacting for a moment. She remembered that Jiang Jiga was the older brother who helped her in front of the yamen before, but she didn't realize that Jiang Jiga followed her all the way home. Jiang Jiga sighed softly, and instead of answering, he asked, "Girl, what's your name?" Perhaps because of her shy personality, the girl answered timidly even though she was at home, "My name is Mo. Mo? What kind of a name is that?" Speaking of Mo, why do I feel like this little girl is a bit familiar? Damn, her last name is Mo. Could she be? Hearing that the girl in the light and shadow picture called herself Mo, many people in the hall turned their eyes to Mozn. At this moment, everyone discovered that there was more sadness and reminiscence in Mozn's eyes than before. Considering the rumors that the demon emperor knew Mozn in his early years, it was hard for people not to suspect that Moyaya in the light and shadow picture was Mozn. However, judging from appearance alone, Moyaya and Mozn in light and shadow are worlds apart. When I first saw young Nangong Ro, her cute face was somewhat similar to her now, but Moyaya in the light and shadow has nothing to do with the words cute and beautiful, and she doesn't look like Fairy Ziyen, one of the top 10 beauties in the world today. Jiang Jiga didn't dwell on the name, and continued to ask, "Yeah, does that string of candied haws have any special meaning to you?" When talking about candied haws, Moyaya's expression became aggrieved and sad again, as if she was about to cry again. Jiang Jiga had no intention of saying anything to comfort her. He just stared at Moyaya quietly. Moyaya held back her tears for a while, but ultimately she didn't cry and began to explain the matter of the candied haws to Jiang Jiga. After hearing what Moyaya said, Jiang Jiga was speechless for a moment, feeling mixed emotions. Moyaya didn't buy that string of candied haws for herself, and she didn't shed those tears for herself. Chapter 84, Only Fear and Terror. When Moyaya was born, her mother died of dystocia, and her father was killed by a wild beast outside the city when she was 2 years old. Fortunately, she was taken in by a woman and she did not starve to death on the street. This woman had a similar experience to Moyaya. The two of them called each other sisters and depended on each other for 6 years. Originally, the two sisters could barely make ends meet thanks to the elder sister's odd jobs. However, recently the elder sister was diagnosed with a strange disease, and her health has been getting worse. She has been bedridden for some time and has no way to earn money to support Moyaya, who was only 8 years old. After her sister fell ill, she looked as pale as death all day long. In order to make her smile again, Moyaya ran around trying to make money, but she was too young and no one wanted her. It was not until today that Moyaya finally found a job as an errand runner. Although the other party agreed to let Moyaya help, the wages were reduced by half, and if she made any mistake, her wages would be deducted completely. Moyaya ran back and forth for the entire morning, trying to collect enough money to buy candied haws, all just to make her sister smile. As for what happened later, Jiang Jiga saw it all of the two sisters have trouble getting enough food, so even if they make money, they shouldn't spend it on candied haws, but in order to make her sister happy, Moyaya used the hard-earned wages to buy candied haws, but they were stolen. Moreover, the thief was Grandma Wang, who lived not far away. Grandma Wang's family conditions were not much better than those of the two sisters. She only stole the candied haws for her grandson on impulse. Seeing the candied haws melted in the syrup, Emoyata couldn't ask for them back even if she wanted to make her sister happy. As the saying goes, a hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune only strikes the unfortunate. Since she was born, Emoyata seems to have never encountered any good things except meeting her sister. Jiang Jiga sighed softly, stood up and asked, Yaya, where is your sister? It's in the house, big brother. Emoyaya had a dazed expression, wondering what Jiang Jiga was going to do. I'm a doctor and I can cure your sister's illness. Jiang Jiga nodded, turned and walked into the house. Wait a minute. Seeing this, Emoyata hurriedly stopped Jiang Jiga, looking very embarrassed. Jiang Jiga put his hands behind his back and said calmly, don't worry, I won't charge you for my treatment. No, my sister. Emoyaya looked conflicted, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Jiang Jiga was not in a hurry and waited quietly for Emoyaya to give an explanation. Emoyaya's face changed constantly. Thinking of her sister's condition, she asked, Big brother, can you really cure my sister? Jiang Jiga glanced at Emoyaya. He said no more and walked around Emoyaya and went into the house. Are you kidding? Jiang Jiga is a powerful being in the transcendent realm after all. He can move mountains and fill the sea with a wave of his hand. Even if he does not have specialized medical skills, it is impossible for him to not cure mortal diseases. Hey! Big brother! Emoyata didn't know what to do and could only follow quickly. Jiang Jiga walked into the room and saw a woman lying on her back on the bed. The woman was dressed in rags, like a beggar, but she had a stunningly beautiful face, and her pale complexion added a touch of sad beauty to her. At this moment, her eyes were lifeless and she lay motionless on the bed. If it wasn't for the fact that she was still breathing, others would probably have thought she was a dead body. Jiang Jiga looked the woman up and down, frowning. The woman's body was covered with red spots, and these were only the visible parts. It was probably even more creepy under her clothes. This condition is obviously caused by syphilis due to excessive sexual intercourse. However, the woman who could take in a sister like Emoyaya was definitely not a dissolute woman. From what Emoyaya had described about the woman before, she should not have ever been to a brothel to sell her body. Before Jiang Jiga could figure out the reason, Emoyaya's tears that she had held back burst out again. She went forward to hug her sister with a wrong look on her face, crying, Sister, I'm sorry, Yaya is so useless. Hearing her sister's crying, the woman's eyes regained some spirit. She slowly turned her head to look at Emoyaya and said weakly, What's wrong with Yaya? Did someone bully you again? Emoyaya began to tell about what happened today. After listening to her, the woman naturally didn't care about a string of candied haws, and comforted Emoyaya in a soft and gentle voice. It was not until Emoyaya stopped crying that the woman noticed Jiang Jiga standing not far away. She was stunned and asked, Who are you? Jiang Jiga did not answer the woman, and said to Emoyaya, Yeah, go out first, I will treat your sister. Emoyaya wiped her tears and nodded, then trotted out of the house without asking any more questions. She knew that some methods of treatment were not convenient for others to see, not to mention that her sister had a strange disease that caused red spots all over her body. The woman became even more confused when she saw this. It was the first time she saw Emoyata trust other people so much, and it was related to her sister. After Emoyata left, Jiang Jiga walked over and sat down beside the bed. He took off his bamboo hat and asked, What's your name? When the woman who was still confused a second ago saw Jiang Jiga's appearance, she was stunned for a moment. What kind of face was that? His facial features were sharp and angular, and his eyes seemed to contain vast stars, which made people fall deeply in love with him. Her indifferent and ethereal temperament is like that of a banished immortal who was not tainted by the slightest bit of worldliness. Just one glance at her makes people feel ashamed of themselves. Sir, you should only see the painting. I am the only one who understands the essence of this. Writing to the end of the sky, I am definitely not a person from the dust, the woman murmured to herself and subconsciously reached out to touch Jiang Jiga's face. There was no love between men and women in her eyes, but a hint of longing. Jiang Jiga looked calm and let the woman's hand move closer to him. Just when her hand was about to touch Jiang Jiga, the woman sighed disappointedly and gently withdrew her hand. Lu Chuyao's eyes misted up and her gaze returned to the rooftop. If she had met Jiang Jiga earlier, someone like her would have mustered up the courage to love him, right? But now, let alone admiration, just looking at him a few more times made Lu Chuyao feel extremely nervous. Lu Chuyao, I can cure your illness. Jiang Jiga's voice was calm, but it stirred up waves in Lu Chuyao's stagnant heart. Unfortunately, the waves were small and the water soon returned to calm. Lu Chuyao closed her eyes and whispered, No need, master. Chuyao only wants to die. If you die, what will happen to your sister?
She is only 8 years old and can't support herself. Sir, you will take care of her for me. Lu Chuyao's voice was very soft, but it gave people a very firm feeling. Zhang Jiga frowned slightly and pretended to be indifferent. What if I don't know how to do it? No, you will. Lu Chuyao's voice was still very soft, and she didn't even open her eyes to look at Zhang Jiga. Chapter 85. The past. Logically speaking, Lu Chuyao's confidence was blind, but she was right in her guess that Zhang Jiga had made plans to protect Imoyaya. Of course, Zhang Jiga would not take care of Imoyaya as an elder like Lu Chuyao did, but would accept her as a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. When a mortal enters the gate of immortality, it is like reaching heaven in one step, and he no longer needs to worry about food and clothing. I see. Zhang Jiga put on his hat again, stood up and walked out of the house. Just as he was about to push open the door, Lu Chuyao slowly opened her eyes. Sir, wait a minute, can you listen to Chuyao and say a few words? Lu Chuyao's eyes were filled with tears and her voice was filled with a hint of crying. Zhang Jiga didn't answer, but still stopped. Lu Chuyao spoke in a very low voice, as if she was afraid of being heard by Imoyaya, who was outside the house. If Zhang Jiga did not have the cultivation level of the transcendent realm, he probably would not have been able to hear her point. 2 years ago, Lu Chuyao and Imoyaya were homeless and were almost like beggars. When they passed by this place and noticed that this house had been abandoned for a long time, the two sisters secretly moved in. Now I was feeling lucky to have found a place to live that was sheltered from the wind and rain and didn't cost any money, but I didn't expect that this area was a mixed bag, with many rabble with no moral bottom line, and even criminals being hunted by the government. At first, the two sisters were robbed of their money by a group of people and were threatened that they would have to pay money every day if they wanted to live here safely. At that time, Lu Chuyao thought about taking Imoyaya away, but then she changed her mind and realized that the cost of staying in and outside would be more than what she paid here. Instead of wandering outside all the time, it would be better to pay some money on time and settle down here with Imoyaya. Unfortunately, facts have proved that Lu Chuyao is still too naive. She has a stunning face, and it is easy for ordinary men to have bad thoughts about her, let alone the ruffians living nearby. Not long after, a homeless man sneaked into the house at night. Lu Chuyao wanted to fight to the death, but the other party threatened Imoyaya's life. She struggled in despair, but finally chose to compromise. Lu Chuyao could die to preserve her innocence, but she didn't want to see Imoyaya, who was only 6 years old at the time, die because of her. The next day, Lu Chuyao washed her whole body and hid in the house crying all day. The worried Imoyaya came over to ask her, but she lost her temper at Imoyaya for the first time when Lu Chuyao was in trouble. She went without food for 3 days and 3 nights, but she had always been chaste, and even though she had an attractive appearance, she never stooped to a brothel. Who would have thought that the innocence she left for her future husband would be lost to an ugly homeless man? How could Lu Chuyao not be sad and angry? But no matter how grief-stricken she was, and no matter how much she blamed Imoyaya for being a burden, she still did not choose to commit suicide. Because she died, no one could take care of Imoyaya anymore. After this incident, Lu Chuyao no longer hesitated and wanted to take Imoyaya away, but before they went far, they were stopped by a group of people and were not allowed to leave. At that time, Lu Chuyao realized belatedly that they had been targeted since the moment they entered this urban area. Lu Chuyao thought about sneaking away quietly, or escaping in disguise and away from the crowd, but she had already been spotted by the biggest local tyrant nearby, and was followed and monitored almost all day long. During that period, different people came to humiliate Lu Chuyao every day, treating her as a brothel girl who could be molested by anyone. These people were becoming more and more excessive and had no bottom line. Lu Chuyao was becoming more and more desperate and numb. She even stopped resisting and only asked the other party not to let Imoyaya find out. She spent every day in pain and torture, and thought about dying more than once, but she just couldn't let go of Imoyaya. Since when? The responsibility of taking care of Imoyaya has become an obsession supporting Lu Chuyao, until recently, when Lu Chuyao was diagnosed with syphilis, a fatal disease. Those people finally stopped coming. This was the only thing that made her feel relieved. When she first contracted syphilis, those people couldn't tell at all and were infected by her without knowing it. Venereal disease could not be cured in this small town, and there was no one in the whole country who could treat it. Moreover, the infection rate was extremely high. At least 80% of those who had violated Lu Chuyao would be buried with her. After listening to Lu Chuyao's story, Zhang Jiga lowered his head and fell silent. After a long while, he turned around and looked at Lu Chuyao, and said in a deep voice, I have a few spells that can restore your body to the state it was 2 years ago, and can also erase your memory. Lu Chuyao, you can start over. No need, sir, thank you for listening to Chuyao. A light of tears slid down Lu Chuyao's face,
and she looked a little lonely. The body can recover and the memory can be erased, but can the facts that happened never have happened? Zhang Jiga clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "But you only have less than half a month left to live." Lu Chuyao closed her eyes again and did not answer Zhang Jiga. Zhang Jiga had a complicated look in his eyes and stood there waiting quietly. Unfortunately, he waited for a long time, but Lu Chuyao still didn't respond. Zhang Jiga finally sighed and could only push the door and leave the room. Fate plays tricks on us. Lu Chuyao is quite good looking. If she could have found someone to rely on earlier, she wouldn't have fallen to this point even though her family was poor. Since she told the demon emperor these things, she must be hoping to be rescued. Why did she choose to remain silent? If the demon emperor wasn't so perfect, and after listening to Lu Chuyao's words and saying some heartfelt words to comfort her, maybe she would be able to muster up the courage to live? Yes, Lu Chuyao should have had a better life. After meeting the demon emperor, the sense of loss only made her want to die even more. Everyone in the hall had complicated feelings. Lu Chuyao had lived a miserable life since childhood. If she had never met Zhang Jiga, perhaps one day she would have come to terms with it and thought that losing her innocence was no big deal. After all, there are countless sufferings in the world, and many women sell their bodies to survive. Unfortunately, Lu Chuyao met Zhang Jiga, an immortal who looked like he walked out of a painting. At that moment, thinking that if she had not lost her virginity, she might have been able to settle down with a good man and have a happy life. How could she continue to deceive herself? Not far away, Mozian had a dazed look on her face, tears streaming down her eyes unconsciously. Every word that came out of Lu Chuyao's soft voice felt like a needle piercing her heart. Sister, sister, Mozian staggered and covered his chest, struggling to breathe. 1,000 years had passed, and scenes from the past emerged in her mind, almost causing her to lose her mind. It took Mozian a full 1,000 years to learn the truth, and the last time she visited Lu Chuyao's grave seemed to be more than 100 years ago. Chapter 86. You are the immortal. I remember that at the beginning of her practice, Mozian had the idea of changing her destiny, hoping that one day she would be strong enough to have the power to bring her sister back to life. However, if Mozian had the power to reverse the cycle of yin and yang, what would be the use of Lu Chuyao dying in such a way? If she hadn't been a burden back then, maybe Lu Chuyao would have had a happy life. I'm sorry. Mozian's voice trembled and she cried like rain. She didn't know what to do. All she felt was guilt and grief. Unfortunately, no matter how sad she was, Mozian could not go back 1,000 years to prevent the tragedy, nor could she make up for her mistakes. Chuyan walked to Mozian at the right time and comforted her softly. Zian, you don't have to blame yourself too much. If she saw your current achievements, she would rest in peace in her grave. I blame myself, but I don't even have the qualifications to blame myself. Mozian's face was still covered with tears. At this moment, any comfort seemed pale and powerless to her, even if the other party was Chuyun. Chuyun sighed deeply. He also understood that it would be better to let Mozian calm down alone for now. Regarding Lu Chuyao's matter, words would not have any effect at all. Instead, crying could make Mozian less painful. Yaya had been waiting anxiously outside the house. When she saw Zhang Jiga coming out, she immediately ran over and asked, "Big brother, how is my sister?" Zhang Jiga shook his head and sighed. "I'm sorry, he's seriously ill. There's nothing I can do." "I am seriously ill." Yaya was stunned on the spot, unable to believe what she heard. Zhang Jiga didn't explain and turned to walk out of the house. That he is an immortal and should not be too involved in the trivial matters of the mortal world. He is willing to help Lu Chuyao, more because of Yaya. Now that Lu Chuyao is determined to die, even if Zhang Jiga feels pity for her, he can't stop her. Yaya hurriedly chased after him, hugged Zhang Jiga's legs and cried, "Big brother, there is still a way, right? My sister can still be saved, right?" Zhang Jiga still didn't say much and let Yaya cry at his feet. Zhang Jiga's silence made Yaya more desperate. She collapsed to the ground and cried loudly. She didn't even have the strength to hug Zhang Jiga's legs. In fact, Yaya also knew how serious her sister's condition was, but she held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps a miracle would happen. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiga's words, "The patient is terminally ill," brought Yaya back to reality. Zhang Jiga had mixed emotions. Experiencing this separation of life and death might be the first step for Yaya to embark on the path to immortality. Once they embark on the path to immortality, all worldly ties are a thing of the past. In their lifespan of hundreds of years, the life of an ordinary person is just a flash of lightning. It's not that Zhang Jiga couldn't forcibly revive Lu Chuyao, or that he didn't have a way to rekindle her hope, but Lu Chuyao was determined to die, so there was no need for him to act on his own. This move may seem cold, but Zhang Jiga also had the ambition to eliminate all injustice in the world. After 100 years of ups and downs, he has long lost his cynicism. What happened cannot be undone, and the same goes for people. Just follow your heart. Half a month later, Lu Chuyao died like many people. Her death was insignificant and did not cause any waves in the world. In the small town, only Imoyaya was crying for Lu Chuyao. Passers-by would just glance at her twice and perhaps soon forget that a woman had died of illness here. In this world, countless people die every day. Those who are still alive will not know that a beautiful woman passed away sadly, let alone the tragic experience she had in her life. Even Jiang Jiga only knew about Lu Chuyao's past from a few words, and had no idea of the sadness and misery in her life. When she was about to die, Lu Chuyao had no fear of death, no reluctance to leave the world, and no fantasy about whether she could have a safe and happy life in the afterlife. Some are just relief and liberation. Many years ago, she might not have been able to imagine that death could be a kind of beauty. As for Moyaya, after seeing Jiang Jiga, Lu Chuyao let go of her obsession. Apart from himself, Jiang Jiga was the first person that Moyaya trusted so much, and in just one day. A trust that seems incredible but comes from the bottom of the heart is better than too many unpredictable human hearts. As for why Moyaya trusted Jiang Jiga and why Lu Chuyao trusted Jiang Jiga, they themselves couldn't explain the specific reasons. That if I have to say it, it would be that Jiang Jiga gives people a feeling of being out of touch with the world. He does not have any evil thoughts belonging to the human world, and does not seem to be entangled by any desires. On the day Lu Chuyao died, Moyaya held her body and cried for a long time. At the age of 8, she did not quite understand the meaning of death. She only knew that her sister had left her and would never be able to hear her voice or speak to her again. Moyaya cried for too long and was too tired, and finally fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up, I saw an inconspicuous grave in front of me, and Jiang Jiga was standing beside it with his hands behind his back. Moyaya didn't care about the situation around her, nor did she care what had happened. She immediately started crying again, her heart filled with sadness that her sister had left her. Jiang Jiga closed his eyes and waited from dawn to dusk, until Moyaya was tired of crying, until her crying subsided. "Girl, have you ever heard of immortals? Xian, can you save my sister?" Moyaya kept sobbing and looked at Jiang Jiga with tearful eyes. Jiang Jiga remained calm and said calmly, maybe not. Then can Yaha go find a fairy? Moyaya was confused and didn't even understand what an immortal was. "Go east 100 miles, across 5 mountains and 6 rivers, and you will be a fairy." Jiang Jiga looked up at the dark night sky, raised his hand and swept it lightly, and the surroundings were as bright and dazzling as the sun in the sky. Moyaya was stunned for a moment, totally confused as to what was going on. It was clearly night just a moment ago. Why did the sun suddenly rise? When I came to my senses, Jiang Jiga was no longer around. Moyaya's expression gradually became firm. She wiped her tears and murmured, "Sister, Yao will definitely save you." Even though she was still young, she could see that Jiang Jiga was definitely not an ordinary person. If he is not immortal, then he must be an immortal. Only by becoming an immortal can Moyaya have a chance to save her sister. Wow, 100 miles to the east, this test is too harsh, isn't it? When Yao Qianji tested the demon emperor, it was only 10 miles. He asked the 8-year-old fairy Ziyan to walk 100 miles alone. Not to mention the wild beasts in the mountains, she would starve to death. That's not right. If it's really 100 miles away, how could fairy Ziyan have arrived safely back then? Lu Chuyao's near-death memories. Why does Lu Chuyao trust Jiang Jiga and Moyaya? Chapter 87. A test too harsh. Everyone in the hall was whispering. They had tolerated Jiang Jiga walking 10 miles in the snow back then, but how could the 8-year-old Mozian cross 5 mountains and 6 rivers and walk 100 miles? Chuyan was also quite confused and cast a questioning look at Mozian, and Mozian had no intention of explaining and was still immersed in the sorrow of Lu Chuyao's painful death. In the light and shadow picture, Moyaya went east with some food. As Jiang Jiga said that day, she was not like Jiang Jiga back then. She did not consider whether she could walk the 100 miles. She did not even know how far 100 miles was. She just felt that she had to walk the 100 miles. At first everything went smoothly. Moyaya did not encounter any bandits who robbed her on the way, nor did she encounter any wild beasts living in the mountains. When I was tired, I sat on the side of the road to rest. When I was hungry, I ate some food. Since I didn't bring any water, when I was thirsty, I could only look for water sources around. If I couldn't find any for a while, I had to endure it. When it got dark, Moyaya slept on the ground. The cold wind at night made her shiver. She would cry in her sleep from time to time and wake up from her sleep from time to time. After waking up, Moyaya would always cry for a while, repeating sister over and over again, until she was tired of crying and fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, the food they brought was finished, so Moyaya started looking for food nearby. If she was lucky, she could find wild fruits, but if she was unlucky, she would just eat leaves and grass roots. She cried while chewing the bitter leaves, mumbling, "My sister said that leaves and grass roots are edible. As long as the land is not dry, people will not starve to death." Although the leaves taste terrible, if her sister can eat them, then she can also eat them to sustain her life. 7 days later, Moyaya was in a trance and staggering, not knowing which direction she was going. Leaves are edible, but they cannot meet a person's nutritional needs. It is a miracle that 8-year-old Moyaya can survive until today. Can't stop, there are 5 mountains and 6 rivers, and I haven't even seen one mountain yet. In the past, Moyaya might have given up long ago, but now that she thought she could save her sister, there was no way she would give up halfway. A month later, Moyaya lost a lot of weight. She was already skinny to begin with, and now she was just skin and bones. Moyaya still did not give up. She tried every possible way to maintain her life and would move forward as long as she had a little strength. Inside the Zhangyang temple, everyone saw Mozian's miserable condition and wanted to complain about Jiang Jiga, but due to Nangong Ro's previous lesson, they could only keep silent with gloomy faces. Asking a skinny 8-year-old girl who had barely eaten a full meal to walk 100 miles was more than just suffering, it was sheer torture. Moreover, Moyaya in the picture walked too slowly and didn't know the way. After half a month, she only walked a dozen miles. After 7 days, she fell down almost every few steps and it took a long time for her to get up. It was heartbreaking and people were worried that she might die. Chuyun's face was grim, and he said in a cold voice, "The Demon Emperor is indeed worthy of being the Demon Emperor." He was so cold and indifferent back then. It is hard to imagine what attitude he has towards human life now. With these remarks, he was not trying to discredit Jiang Jiga intentionally, but he thought from the bottom of his heart that Jiang Jiga was too cruel. The Moyaya in the picture is undoubtedly Mozian who was beside him. How could Chuyun not be angry when he thought about how Mozian was treated by Jiang Jiga? Jiang Jiga was not surprised as he observed the movements in the hall. In the novel, Mozian and Chuyun had the best relationship among the 3 female protagonists, and it remained the same until the finale. Chuyun would naturally stand up for Mozyan. As for Nangong Ro, Chuyun might still be unwilling, but Nangong Ro chose Jiang Jiga, and as the male protagonist, he naturally would not force it. It has been mentioned in the novel that Chuyun actually couldn't stand Nangong Ro's ambivalent attitude, and he also didn't like her spoiled and overbearing personality. If Nangong Ro hadn't looked cool and beautiful, and many of her actions could be called a contrast of cuteness, Chuyun probably wouldn't have persisted until now. Having said that, Jiang Jiga actually likes the heroine Mozian the most, because she is not only considerate, but also gentle and kind, and treats everyone equally. If pursuing Nangong Ro requires an unforgettable experience, as well as qualities or conditions that can make her fall in love. To pursue Mozian, you only need a heart that loves her, love her enough to make her love you too. And then becoming a Taoist couple will be a natural thing. Of course, no matter who you pursue, you have to ensure that there is no problem with your character and that their values are still very positive. Outside the hall, hundreds of strong men looked at each other, not daring to speak out in agreement with Chuyun's remarks. Nangong Ro's face darkened slightly. Although she would not agree, she could not refute it either, because the test that Jiang Jiga gave Moyaya in the scene was a bit strict. No matter how you look at it, logically speaking, Jiang Jiga had experienced the test of 10 miles of snowfields and knew how difficult it was, so he should not be so harsh on the young people. However, he imposed double the difficulty on an 8-year-old girl. Could it be that Jiang Jiga himself had suffered before and wanted others to suffer like himself? Mozian herself did not complain about this. She still had tears in her eyes and whispered, "Chuyun, I don't hate him. He led me into the immortal path and granted me immortality. This is a favor that changed my fate." If it weren't for Jiang Jiga, the 8-year-old Mozian would have starved to death living in that small town and would not have had the good fortune she has today. It was because of this kindness that Mozian did not hate Jiang Jiga, nor did she resent Jiang Jiga for abandoning her later. If you already have half of something you didn't have in the first place, why would you complain about not having the other half? Everyone in the hall was impressed when they heard this. Should they say that Mozian is open-minded, or should they say that she has a broad mind? Although it is an introduction to the immortal path, it may not necessarily be a good thing. What's more, Mozian's success today is mostly due to his own efforts. Jiang Jiga only served as a guide, and he tested Mozian in such a harsh way. However, Mozian still remembers Jiang Jiga's kindness to this day. Chuyun had a complicated expression and didn't know what to say. Mozian is always like this. Normal people remember the bad things but not the good things, but she only remembers the good things Jiang Jiga did to her and doesn't remember the bad things Jiang Jiga did to her. In the light and shadow picture, time came to night again, and the exhausted Imoyaya luckily found a cave. At this moment, she was almost out of breath, but she was still happy that she had found the cave. For the past half month, Imoyaya had only been able to sleep on the floor, tortured by the cold wind every night. Today, she finally had a place to shelter from the cold for her. Whether she can survive until tomorrow is tomorrow's matter. Being able to find a cave to sleep in today is a good thing worth being happy about. Chapter 88. Silly girl Imoyaya looked around the cave and soon found a place full of hay where she could lie down. Imoyaya walked over and almost fell into the haystack, closed her eyes and fell asleep, completely unaware that there were a few furry creatures next to her head this time. With the softness of the hay and the cave blocking the cold night wind, Imoyaya slept much more comfortably than before and was not easily awakened by nightmares or cold wind. However, not long after, a sound of non-human footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. I saw a black bear walk into the cave, sticking its head out and sniffing the strange smell in the air. The black bear followed the smell all the way to Imoyaya, and its newborn baby was right next to Imoyaya's head. The black bear immediately let out an angry growl, while also looking at Imoyaya carefully. Although Imoyaya did not seem to have any aggressive intent, she had violated the black bear's territory and might have threatened the black bear cubs, which was unforgivable for the black bear. Just as the black bear opened its mouth to bite Imoyaya to death, time seemed to stand still around it. The black bear remained motionless in midair, and several black bear cubs also stopped breathing. Only Imoyaya was still breathing steadily and sleeping soundly. Jiang Jiga walked slowly into the cave with an expressionless face. He put his hand on the black bear's head, and the black bear instantly disappeared between heaven and earth as if evaporating, without even leaving a trace of blood. Jiang Jiga originally wanted to kill a few more black bear cubs, but after thinking it over, he withdrew his hand. Imoyaya should be able to deal with the black bear cubs, and then she can eat meat to supplement her nutrition. Jiang Jiga then floated away from the cave, as if he had never appeared. The next morning, Imoyaya woke up slowly and looked around in confusion. Perhaps she fell asleep too quickly last night and forgot that she was sleeping in a cave. After regaining consciousness, Imoyaya touched her hungry stomach and prepared to find something to eat before moving on. After getting up, she noticed that there were several furry creatures in the haystack where she slept. Several black bear cubs seemed to have been born not long ago. They huddled together and shivered, looking at Imoyaya very timidly. Imoyaya's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation she walked forward, held the cubs in her arms, and rubbed her head in their arms. Imoyaya's expression and action showed that she liked these cute furry creatures very much. The black bear cub was also infected by Imoyaya's kindness and was no longer wary of her, but was still a little resistant to her touching and rubbing. After a while of tenderness, Imoyaya's heart suddenly skipped a beat and she realized that these cute creatures had a mother. Although I don't know what kind of animal this is, since it lives in the forest, it is definitely not a domestic cat or dog. Imoyaya looked reluctant and said weakly, "I'm sorry, Yada has to leave, otherwise your mother might eat ya." She gently put the black bear cub back to its original place and tiptoed out of the cave. Jiang Jiga, who was hovering in the sky, shook his head and said helplessly, "Silly girl, kindness is valuable, but it also depends on the timing. When you can't even protect yourself, being too kind will only kill yourself and even those around you." If it were Jiang Jiga back then, when he walked into the cave and saw the black bear cubs, his first reaction would definitely be that he would have meat to eat, rather than thinking how cute the black bear cubs were. It's not that Jiang Jiga is indifferent to life, most people would be the same, you know. Imoyaya hasn't eaten normal food for half a month and is on the verge of starvation. Even if you feel soft-hearted, you should not miss the opportunity to prolong your life. However, Imoyaya didn't even have the slightest intention to kill the black bear cub, let alone eat it. It seems that this girl still has a long way to go. Jiang Jiga withdrew his gaze and decided to test Imoyaya again. He had seen Imoyaya's character in the small town before, and now he wanted to test Imoyaya's character. Imoyaya has decent talent and good character, but her character still needs to be examined. If her character is too bad, Jiang Jiga will not allow her to join Tianyun Pavilion, because people with bad character, no matter how amazing and determined their talent, are not suitable to embark on the thorny path of cultivating immortals. I knew that the Demon Emperor would not sit idly by and watch Fairy Xian's safety. I had guessed it a long time ago. His sight has been following Fairy Xian's movements, proving that the Demon Emperor has been paying attention to Fairy Xian's every move since the beginning. By the way, the Sky Binding Chain only reveals the Demon Emperor's most profound memories, which proves that Fairy Xian is also very important in the Demon Emperor's heart. Seeing Jiang Jiga appear in the light and shadow, hundreds of powerful men who had been silent for a long time started talking again. They couldn't belittle or complain about Jiang Jiga in front of Nangong Ro, but they could at least say nice things about him, right? Saying more nice things would not only help Nangong Ro to dispel her hostility, but might also allow Jiang Jiga to forgive them. Then even if Jiang Jiga escapes, they would be spared. Chu Yun frowned slightly. He thought that Mo Zian was recognized by her own will, but he didn't expect that Jiang Jiga let her go during the test. Having said that, Chu Yun would not think that Jiang Jiga was kind-hearted, because this cruel test was set by Jiang Jiga that he made Mo Zian suffer so much, and at the critical moment, he pretended to care about her very much. He was simply being a hypocrite. Mo Zian didn't think too much about it, and just stared at the picture in the light and shadow in a daze. Only today did she know that Jiang Jiga had saved her during the test of crossing 100 miles. It seems that I may be like Nangong Ro, with many things I don't know. No, that's not right. So many things happened later. Mo Zian just felt a little bit of sympathy, but quickly dismissed the idea. In her opinion, this should have been just an accident, or perhaps Jiang Jiga was soft-hearted for a moment, otherwise why would he have been so cruel as to abandon her back then? As for the discussions of the people in the hall, Mo Zian didn't take it to heart. Thinking of the past events after she became Jiang Jiga's disciple, she could not believe that the master who always ignored her, the leader of Tianyun Pavilion who was as cold as ice, would regard her as important as Nangong Ro. Jiang Jiga and Nangong Ro had such an everlasting love. How could I, a girl who was lucky enough to be admitted into Tianyun Pavilion, be compared with Nangong Ro? In the picture of light and shadow, another half moon has passed. During the past half month, Mo Yaya still had a hard time, but for some reason, she miraculously survived. Whenever I was about to starve to death, there would always be a fruit tree or a kind person on the roadside giving me food. Whenever I was about to starve to death, I could always hear the sound of flowing streams in my ears. Chapter 89, Immortal. Moreover, a whole month had passed and Mo Yaya had not encountered any danger at all. The only hardship seemed to be starvation. Mo Yaya didn't think much about it, she just thought that she was lucky, or that her sister's spirit in heaven was blessing her. A few days later, Mo Yaya walked into a village where dozens of families lived. The villagers were all very warm and kind. When one family saw Mo Yaya, who was dirty and deformed from hunger, they quickly took her into their house and took care of her. Mo Yaya's body had indeed reached its limit. Seeing how enthusiastic the villagers were, she took the opportunity to recuperate in the village for 2 days. With the help, Mo Yaya finally had a hot meal and slept on a bed with bedding. She was so moved that she cried non-stop. Especially the villagers' meticulous care reminded Mo Yaya of her deceased sister Lu Chuyao. Since I was born, apart from Lu Chuyao, it seems that only the villagers have been so kind to me. 2 days later, Mo Yaya's physical condition had not recovered yet, but she still got out of bed impatiently. Just then, a little boy of about 6 or 7 years old walked into the room, looked at Mo Yaya who had gotten out of bed, and asked in confusion, "Sister, where are you going?" Mo Yaya scratched her head and said, I want to move my body." She couldn't say that she was going to look for an immortal, right? "Sister, have you recovered? Then I will take you for a walk in the village." The little boy was happy to hear that. He had been wanting to play with Mo Yaya these past 2 days, but the adults always said that Mo Yaya was in poor health and it was inconvenient for her to get out of bed and walk around. Mo Yaya agreed without much thought. She also wanted to see everyone in the village and say thank you to everyone. That day the boy took Mo Yaya for a long walk. They didn't just wander around the village, but went to many places that the boy thought were fun. There were waterfalls in the mountain stream, rocks in the woods, and on the mountain tops where one could overlook the scenery. Mo Yaya, who was in a weak body, was almost exhausted, but she still followed the boy. It was not until dusk that the boy took Mo Yaya to the top of the mountain to look at the scenery, and he also noticed that Mo Yaya seemed very tired. The boy felt quite guilty and asked without confidence, "Sister, did I make you unhappy?" Mo Yaya was sweating profusely, and she sat on the ground, smiling and saying, "How could it be? Yaya hasn't been so happy in a long time. The little fish in the stream and the scenery here are so interesting." She wasn't lying, she really hadn't played like this for a long time. When she was in the small town before, she didn't even have a friend of the same age. The boy was delighted when he heard this and asked excitedly, "Sister, do you think so too? Then can you come and play with me often in the future?" Mo Yaya was stunned for a moment, and suddenly fell silent. She had never thought about it before, but after hearing what the boy said, it seemed like a good choice for her to stay in the village. Everyone in the village is very nice. There is no intrigue and no need to worry about making a living.
More importantly, Moyada can have playmates like boys. Moyada pondered for a moment, and suddenly asked, "What's your name?"
When his name was mentioned, the boy straightened his chest and introduced himself seriously. "My name is Li Xiaohai. Adults all call me Xiaohai, but I think I am the Li Dahai."
Moyada stood up, patted her butt, nodded and said, "Well, Xiaohai, let's go back quickly. Your parents should be worried."
"What?
Xiaohai? You are only 2 years older than me, so you should call me Dahai." "No, sister, you haven't answered my question yet. Can you play with me more often in the future?"
Xiaohai is Xiaohai. Even if he is 1 or 2 years older than you, he is still older than you."
Moyada giggled, turned around and walked back. "Sister, you are like this again. You haven't answered my question yet.
Wait for me, hurry up, it will be dark if you don't go home." Moyada made a face at Li Xiaohai and quickened her pace. With her back turned to Li Xiaohai, Moyada's eyes revealed a melancholy that was not typical of her. To be honest, it would be nice to stay in the village, but Moyada can't do that. She still has to go find the immortal and walk 100 miles. Only by walking 100 miles to find the immortal can she have a chance to save her sister. The next day, Moyada got up early, prepared to say goodbye to everyone in the village, and continued to walk the 100 miles that Jiang Jiga mentioned. However, when Moyada got up and walked out the door, she suddenly noticed several older men practicing boxing not far away. The boxing technique was so powerful that every move was like a chivalrous swordsman. Moyada showed curiosity, took small steps over and asked, "Uncle, you guys are so amazing, are you immortals?" The cloth-clothed man who was questioned by Moyada was stunned and laughed. "We are just practicing boxing to facilitate hunting and so on.
Immortals are existences in legends.
They can shake the earth and mountains with a wave of their hands.
We don't even know if they exist or not. A legend?"
Moyada was quite confused, but she had clearly seen a real immortal. On that day, Jiang Jiga was able to turn night into day with just a wave of his hand. He was even more magical than an immortal. The man in plain clothes also became interested when he saw this, and asked with a smile, "Yaya, do you want to know what a fairy is?"
Moyaya's eyes lit up and she nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
The immortals live as long as the sky and are as tall as the sky. They may soar into the clouds and fly without wings, or ride on dragons and clouds and ascend to the heavens, or transform themselves into birds and beasts and float in the blue clouds, or sneak across the rivers and seas and soar over famous mountains, or breathe in air and fast and eat mushrooms, or enter and leave the world without being recognized by others, or hide themselves so that no one can see them.
And this is only 1 in 10,000.
The word immortal is far beyond the ability of ordinary people like us to explain. The common man showed longing on his face. Once one has heard of immortals, how many people would not be yearning for them? Unfortunately, almost no one has ever seen one, let alone becoming an immortal. Speaking of immortals, there is a legend in our village that anyone who can pull up the sword in the center of the village will have the qualifications to become an immortal. However, over the years, no one has been able to pull it up even a little bit.
"Yeah, do you want to give it a try?" The man in plain clothes looked down at Moyada.
He always felt that this girl who accidentally walked into the village was very special.
Maybe she could really pull out the sword. If it is pulled out, can Yaya become an immortal?
That's not necessarily the case, but there are some possibilities. The man in plain clothes shook his head. After all, it was just a legend and he didn't dare to guarantee anything for Moyada. Moyada clenched her 2 little fists and said seriously, "Yada wants to try it. If drawing the sword could really make one immortal, then perhaps she wouldn't have to walk 100 miles, and could save her sister on her own." The man in plain clothes didn't think much about it, and immediately took Moyada to the center of the village. After arriving at the center of the village, an unremarkable iron sword stuck in the ground came into view. The iron sword was surrounded by weeds and the blade was rusty. It didn't look like it could turn into an immortal once it was pulled out. Moyaya's expression remained determined.
No matter what, she had to give it a try.
Chapter 91. The immortal sword in hand shows no mercy. The man in plain clothes sighed inwardly. Although Moyada was a little special, he didn't have too high expectations, because the legend that one can become an immortal by drawing the sword has been passed down for a long time. Many heroes have come to try. Unfortunately, even they could not shake the iron sword. Moyada walked to the iron sword, took a deep breath, and placed both hands on the hilt. She tried to use some force with her palm, and the next moment, the iron sword was pulled out with a whoosh of the cloth-clothed man not far away had his eyes wide open. He expected that Imoyata had a chance to pull out the iron sword, but he didn't expect that she could really pull it out, and so easily. Imoyaya was also stunned. She thought it would be difficult, but unexpectedly she could pull it out with just a little effort. Before the two could come to their senses, the ground suddenly shook, and the ground under Imoyaya's feet shattered into pieces.
Yeah, is Yaya going to become an immortal?
Imoyaya was very excited and thought it was a miracle from the gods. The man in plainclothes was also startled at first, but soon realized that something was wrong. The earth shaking did not seem like the appearance of a god, and there was no legendary fairy aura around Imoyaya. Things were exactly as the commoner man thought. There was no such thing as becoming an immortal instantly. There was just a hole in the ground, and Imoyaya pulled out the iron sword, causing the ground to crack.
Silly girl! Come back soon!
The man in plain clothes hurriedly wanted to rescue Imoyaya, but it was too late.
Imoyaya fell into the pit as soon as he walked over. The man in plain clothes felt cold in his heart and asked loudly, "Ya, are you okay?"
"Uncle, I'm fine.
This pit is not very deep."
Hearing Imoyaya's words, the man in plain clothes immediately ran over to check on her condition. The hole was indeed not very deep.
Imoyaya was not even injured, let alone dying from the fall.
She just hurt her butt.
"Yeah, give me your hand.
I'll pull you up first." The man in plain clothes breathed a sigh of relief. If Imoyaya had fallen to her death because of this, he would probably have to spend the rest of his life filled with self-blame and guilt. Imoyaya didn't rush to climb up, but looked around the pit and said in surprise, "Uncle, there is another hole in here.
Maybe I can become an immortal if I walk in."
"Don't be silly, girl.
There are no immortals in the world. Drawing a sword to become an immortal is just a legend."
The commoner man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The legend of drawing the sword was just a legend. Now that Imoyaya had drawn the sword, not only would she become an immortal, she would really fall into a trap. And now that I think about it, the so-called immortals may not exist at all, and the legends in the past were probably just people's imaginations of immortals. Imoyaya was quite disappointed when she heard this, but she was not too discouraged, because she had seen real immortals. Her failure to become an immortal this time was probably just bad luck. As long as he walks 100 miles, he will definitely see the immortal and will be able to save his sister. Just as the cloth-clothed man reached out his hand to pull Imoyaya up, screams and the noisy sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the village. The expression of the man in plain clothes changed drastically, and he realized something in an instant.
"Yeah, then you stay inside and don't move. It's better if you can hide in that hole. I will come to find you later. If I don't come to find you, you just stay hidden and don't move. Do you understand?"
The man in plain clothes had an anxious look on his face.
After giving Imoyaya some instructions, he walked back. Imoyaya was stunned and didn't understand what was going on.
She could only follow the instructions of the man in plain clothes and stay in the pit. After the cloth-clothed man left, Imoyaya looked at the hole in the pit and walked in decisively. There is a pit under the iron sword, and there is a hole inside the pit. Not to mention the rumors about immortals. Just driven by curiosity, she must go into the cave to take a look. About half a quarter of an hour later, dozens of horse bandits roamed around the village, threatening every household with knives to hand over their property. However, how could a remote mountain village hand over gold, silver, or food that would satisfy the bandits? The bandits would not give up, but tied up the villagers together and threatened them to hand over their hidden property. The village chief knelt in front of the scarred horse bandit leader and begged, "My dear fellows, we are poor people who farm and hunt. We really don't have anything else valuable." A bandit also came up to the scarred bandit and shook his head, saying, "Second master, these bumpkins really look poor.
I don't think we can squeeze anything valuable out of them."
"Idiot! How could these people place valuables where we can be seen when they knew we were nearby? Not to mention the gold and silver treasures, there must be food and other things as well." The scarred horse bandit sneered. He had been a bandit for most of his life and had much more experience than some of the young men who had just entered the mountains. It is impossible that the villagers have not heard about the recent horse bandits. Since they did not run away, they must have made certain preparations. Seeing that their thoughts were known, some young people in the village could not help themselves, including the man in plain clothes. Their numbers are smaller, but some of them have been hunting or farming outside all year round and their physical fitness is not bad. There is no reason for them to allow themselves to be slaughtered by the bandits.
Village chief, let's fight them.
That's right.
They don't even leave us a way out. What's the difference between us dying of starvation later and dying now?
Some people picked up the hoes or sticks nearby and prepared to fight a bloody battle with the bandits. The old village chief showed grief on his face, but he also knew that if even the hidden food was taken away, they would not live to see the end of the year. The scarred bandit showed disdain on his face and sneered, "Do you really think that just because you have practiced a few tricks and hunted for a few years, you can be compared with us who have our heads tucked in our pants?" They have been fighting outside for years, and their combat experience is far beyond that of a group of villagers. What's more, every one of them is riding a horse and carrying a sword, while the villagers can only bring out a few axes at most. Stop it. Just as the two sides were about to start fighting, a childish cry suddenly rang out. The scarred horse bandit leader hesitated for a moment, and looked in the direction where the person was heading. It turned out to be a little girl who was not even as tall as the horse's legs. The man in plain clothes' heart skipped a beat. He never expected that Moyaya could climb up by herself and run over here. Moyaya swallowed her saliva secretly and pretended to be tough and said, "If you leave now, I can still let you go. Otherwise, the magic sword in my hand will show no mercy."
Immortal sword?
The scarred horse bandit narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Moyaya carefully. Moyaya was holding a long sword, with a faint light flowing around her.
When thinking about what she said, she did have some of the demeanor of an immortal. Unfortunately, Moyaya was just pretending.
She couldn't hold the iron sword steadily with both hands, and she was so scared that her calves were shaking when facing dozens of knife-wielding bandits. The scarred bandit thought for a moment, then suddenly dismounted and walked in front of Moyaya, put the knife on her neck, and sneered, "Little girl, you want to scare people with your appearance? I think you are tired of living."
Moyaya's face turned pale.
She felt the sharpness of the long knife at her neck, and the shadow of death continued to spread in her heart. The man in plain clothes also looked desperate. This group of horse bandits were extremely vicious and cruel. It would be useless for Moyaya to just show off her strength.
Chapter 92, Heart of Tao. Just when the commoner wanted to compromise for Moyaya looked up and stared at the scarred bandit, snorting, "Breaking? Why don't you chop the knife off and try?"
The scarred horse bandit was stunned. How could a little kid who was not even as tall as a horse's leg have such courage? Could it be that the little girl in front of me is really an immortal? The scar-faced horse bandit was actually not confident, because there was indeed a spiritual aura flowing around Moyaya, but her young and timid appearance made people suspicious. The scar-faced horse bandit wanted to test her, but he didn't expect that Moyaya, who was only 8 years old, would not back down in the face of him. An 8-year-old girl should not have such courage, unless Moyaya really has the ability to deal with dozens of horse bandits. The scarred bandit still refused to give up and pretended to be calm, saying, "Since you say you are an immortal, why don't you kill me?"
How can an immortal waste time talking to us mortals? At this point it was no longer a question of how much food he could rob. As the leader of a mountain bandit, if he surrendered in front of a little girl, how could he lead so many bandits in the future?
I can't kill you, but Moyaya looked embarrassed. She couldn't bear to step on an ant to death, so how could she dare to kill someone with a sword? Besides, Moyaya couldn't even lift the iron sword in her hand, and she didn't have the strength to kill the scarred horse bandit. Before Moyaya could explain, the scarred bandit's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something, retracted his long knife, turned his head and quickly looked around.
"Do you have any immortal elders nearby?"
The scarred horse bandit had a solemn expression on his face. Although Moyaya looked to be less than 10 years old and not a child incarnated by an immortal, if she was really a descendant of an immortal sect, there should be immortal elders guarding her nearby. Children from ordinary families have to be accompanied by their parents when they go out, and the children of immortal sects are no exception. Moyaya said that she couldn't kill anyone, but what about the elders behind her? Thinking of the legends about immortals who moved mountains and filled the
sea, the scarred bandit couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Moyaya was stunned, and answered subconsciously, "The elder of the immortal family? Do you mean the big brother?"
When she mentioned immortal and the word elder, she could only think of Zhang Jige. Zhang Jige raised his hand and turned night into day. He was definitely an immortal without a doubt. When she was with Zhang Jige before, he also gave Moyaya a sense of intimacy, so it was not an exaggeration to call him an elder. The three simple words "big brother" instantly made the scarred bandit feel terrified. Moyaya felt a little guilty before, but this time she answered subconsciously, proving that She was indeed connected to the immortal. If the scar-faced bandit guessed correctly, there was an immortal guarding Imoyaya at this moment, and the immortal was even watching him not far away. If I really had the intention to kill Imoyaya just now, I would probably have become a corpse before I even got off the horse. Go! Go! The scarred horse bandit no longer worried about the embarrassment he would suffer. He quickly ran back, jumped on his horse, and hurriedly left the village with a group of bandits. The other bandits had no objection. They also noticed that Imoyaya was very unusual. Perhaps there are still some doubts about the identity of immortal Imoyaya, but there is no need for them to risk their lives for some food. By the time the bandits fled, the villagers were stunned. They couldn't believe that the horse bandits who were so ferocious not long ago would be scared away by an 8-year-old girl. After a long time, the cloth-clothed man came back to his senses first. He walked to Imoyaya and said with a wry smile, "Yeah, thank you so much this time." They were a group of grown men hunting in the mountains, yet they needed a little girl to rescue them. It was such a disgrace. Facing the villagers' gratitude, Imoyaya was quite shy, lowered her head and whispered, No need to thank me. Ya just doesn't want anyone to get into trouble." Not long ago, she found a stone in a hole in the pit. The stone was crystal clear and emitted a faint glow, very much like the legendary fairy air and spiritual energy. After Imoyaya picked up the stone, she just climbed out of the pit when she heard the noise here. Realizing that everyone in the village would be in danger, she quickly thought of a way to scare away the horse bandits. Imoyaya was naturally not acting on impulse. She put the spirit stone in her clothes, and a faint spiritual light appeared around her body. Even if it did not scare away the bandits directly, it would at least make them suspicious. "Sister! You are so amazing! When I saw those bad guys just now, I was so scared that I didn't dare to move, but you actually scared them away." At this time, Li Xiaohai ran to Imoyaya and looked at her with admiration. Facing Li Xiaohai, who was a few years younger than her, Imoyaya lost her shyness and said proudly, "Of course, I am your elder sister, and it is my duty to protect you." Li Xiaohai wanted to say something, but suddenly he looked sad. Imoyaya couldn't help but wonder, and asked, "Xiaohai, what's wrong with you?" "Sister, you haven't answered my previous question yet. Can you stay in the village and play with me?" Li Xiaohai seemed very unconfident because he also noticed that Imoyaya seemed to deliberately avoid answering him yesterday. Hearing this, Imoyaya suddenly woke up as if from a dream. She had forgotten that she was going to say goodbye to everyone today. The rest of the villagers also looked at Imoyaya expectantly. After 2 days of getting along with each other, they all liked this well-behaved and sensible girl very much, not to mention she had saved their lives today. "Yeah, please stay here. Even if we can't make you rich, you should have enough food to eat. Yeah, you were alone when you came here before. You can't just go wandering around again, right?" Looking at the sincere eyes of the villagers, Imoyaya's eyes gradually turned red. Not to mention that she could live a better life in the village, the mere attachment made it difficult for her to let go. Unfortunately, Imoyaya couldn't just stay here after all. "I'm sorry, everyone. Ya wants to stay, but she has to walk 100 miles and cross 5 mountains and 6 rivers to find the legendary immortal and save her sister." Imoyaya's eyes were red and she bowed deeply to everyone in the village. She also missed leaving everyone in the village because they were the best people to her besides her sister. The 2 days spent in the village are definitely one of the most unforgettable memories of Imoyaya's life, but she couldn't stay where she was. She had to find the legendary immortal. Only by finding the immortal could she save her sister. The cloth-clothed man had a complicated look on his face. He squatted in front of Imoyaya and asked with a sigh, "Yaya, what will happen after you find the immortal and save your sister? You have to understand that immortals are not that easy to find." Yaha doesn't know. Yaya only knows that the immortal is very important to her. Even if she can't find the immortal after walking 100 miles, or even can't save her sister, Yaya will not give up. Imoyaya's eyes were blurred with tears, but she looked at the man in cloth with a firm expression. This answer was neither standard nor accurate, but the man in plain clothes still understood what Imoyaya meant. Imoyaya's yearning for immortality originated from her elder sister Lu Chuyao, but it was not limited to her elder sister Lu Chuyao, because life is a long journey, let alone a fairy. She knew she still had a long way to go, but she would never give up. Imoyaya couldn't explain this feeling, but the common man understood that this was a heart that sought the Tao. The man in cloth smiled indifferently and reached out to touch Imoyaya's head. "Girl, there's no need to look for it. You are the immortal." Chapter 93. Entering the immortal gate. Although he was only 8 years old, he had the courage to face the horse bandits without fear, and the perseverance not to be hindered by constraints and stability. With such a character, no matter how far she can go, it at least proves that Imoyaya is qualified to join the immortal sect. Before Imoyaya could come to her senses, the surrounding scene disappeared like a phantom, and the villagers in front of her turned into smoke and dust. Xiao Hai! Uncle! Imoyaya was horrified and reached out to grab them, but unfortunately she could only grab a handful of dirt. When the phantom dissipated, another scene replaced it. The jade buildings and the idyllic gardens are so beautiful that the word fairy cannot fully describe them. Look overhead, there are flocks of cranes flying by. Look in front of you, there are immortals guarding the gate of heaven with their eyes closed. The vast spiritual energy passed through her body without leaving any trace, and Imoyaya felt as if she was in another world. A pale-faced scholar stepped forward, bowed, and asked with a smile, "Little sister, are you here to join the immortal sect as well?" Fairy Ziyan has such a heart for the Tao that we are really ashamed of ourselves. I was also immortal back then. It was only by chance that I had the chance to become an immortal. But when I was 8 years old, I seemed to still be playing in the mud. Fairy Ziyan's Tao heart is indeed respectable, but it seems to be a little worse than the demon emperor when he was 9 years old. Why do you bring this up? It's okay as long as I'm better than you. Everyone in the hall was talking about this. At this moment, they were just discussing their own opinions and had no prejudice against the king himself and Jiang Jiga's identity as the demon emperor. Chu Yun, who was not far away, had a gloomy expression on his face. The hundreds of powerful men in the hall had completely forgotten why they appeared in the Xuanzang Holy Land, and were actually discussing the scenes in light and shadow as if they were watching a play. This is the memory of the demon emperor Jiang Jiga. Can it be compared with singing in opera? If this continues, I guess everyone will just keep a normal mind and not regard Jiang Jiga as the unforgivable demon emperor. The scenes in the main memory are all memories of Nangong Ro and Emozian. They have nothing to do with murder and arson, let alone the key to causing everyone to besiege the Xuanzang Holy Land. The reason why everyone risked their lives to besiege the Xuanzang Holy Land was mainly because Jiang Jiga had intended to destroy the heavens, absorb the power of one realm for his own use, and join forces with the 3 demon emperors from other realms to open up a demon world. Now, their memories have nothing to do with these things, nor are there any memories that can help them understand the great Tao, let alone the scenes of Jiang Jiga killing people and setting fires. Everyone can only watch the show for now. Imoyaya came back to her senses after hearing the voice. She turned to look at the pale-faced scholar and murmured, "No, Yao wants to find an immortal, looking for it? Once you enter the immortal gate, you are already an immortal. Why would you need to look for it?" The pale-faced scholar burst out laughing. Anyone who could come here was qualified and had the hope of becoming an immortal. Imoyaya was too unconfident listening to the words of the pale-faced scholar. Imoyaya still felt as if she couldn't recover from her daze. Where did the villagers go? Where is this place? So many questions troubled her. The hour has come, all of you, come before me. At this moment, a sound like a huge bell came from the front. The pale-faced scholar looked surprised. The immortal was indeed an immortal. His voice could be heard so far away. Imoyaya also looked up and saw about 1,000 steps in front of her. Above the steps was a door suspended in the air, and a white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the door. Imoyaya suddenly became excited and climbed up the stairs in a hurry. The pale-faced scholar couldn't help but laugh. Imoyaya was so unconfident before, but now she was the first one to walk up the stairs. The stairs are very dense, and one can cross 3 or 4 steps in one step. For ordinary people, these 1,000 stairs are neither too many nor too few. There were probably dozens of qualified people around, and they all walked relatively easily, except for 8-year-old Imoyaya, who walked with difficulty. Even though she tried her best to cross her legs, she could only walk up 2 flights of stairs. She was exhausted and out of breath after just a few steps. It would probably take her until dark to finish walking up 1,000 flights of stairs. Soon a strong man walked to the door first. He thought he would be praised, but the white-haired old man didn't even raise his eyelids. The white-haired old man flicked his finger and shot a ray of light at the strong man, and many veins suddenly flashed on his body. 17 spiritual roots, enter the outer gate, stand on the left. The sturdy man didn't quite understand, but still stood obediently to the left side of the door. The next person followed, and the white-haired old man emitted a ray of spiritual light as usual, and the same veins flashed around his body. 21 spiritual roots, enter the outer gate, stand on the left. The people who were still walking up the stairs were secretly wondering, the second person clearly had 21 spiritual roots, but was no different from the first person. Dozens of people took turns to have their auras checked by the white-haired old man, but unfortunately, they were all from the outer sect without exception, so there was a crowd standing on the left, but no one on the right. After an unknown amount of time, it was the turn of a beautiful girl in an emerald green sari dress. This woman has a noble temperament and fair skin, and she definitely holds an extraordinary status in the secular world. The spiritual light fell on her, flashing with intricate veins, and ordinary people could not tell how many there were. The white-haired old man slightly opened his eyes and nodded. 56 spiritual roots. Enter the inner gate and stand on the right. The beautiful girl looked surprised and ran to the right side of the door with brisk steps. The people standing on the left couldn't help but feel envious. Even without looking at the white-haired old man's expression, they knew that the beautiful girl's talent was better than theirs. There are a total of 56 spiritual roots, more than twice as many people on the left. The next one was the pale-faced scholar. The white-haired old man's spiritual power fell on him, and his body actually shone with a light that was brighter than that of the beautiful girl. Everyone was even more astonished. The brighter the light, the more spiritual roots there were. The white-haired old man opened his eyes and looked at the pale-faced scholar, and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, 67 spiritual roots. Enter the inner gate and stand on the right." "Thank you, elder." The pale-faced scholar bowed and, suppressing his excitement, stood beside the beautiful girl. The beautiful girl has peach blossoms in her eyes. The pale-faced scholar has a handsome appearance and better talent than her, and they happen to be admitted to the immortal sect together. She can already imagine the beautiful love between herself and the pale-faced scholar. The pale-faced scholar didn't care about her thoughts. He looked at Imoyata, who was still climbing the stairs, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Now only Imoyaya was still climbing the stairs, and she had just finished halfway. The white-faced scholar was thinking of waiting for her, which was why he climbed to the top so slowly. Anyone could see that Imoyaya was not only young, but also extremely weak, as if she had never had a full meal since she was a child. The white-haired old man did not go to help Imoyaya, nor was he in a hurry, but waited quietly. As everyone was new to the immortal sect, even if they were impatient, they would not show it and could only wait with the white-haired old man. It was not until it was almost dark that Imoyaya, who was almost exhausted, climbed up. When the white-haired old man was about to use his spiritual light on Imoyaya, the breathless Imoyaya looked up at him and asked excitedly, "Grandpa, are you an immortal?" Chapter 94, Heaven-Stealing Holy Body. Everyone was stunned. Among the immortals from the previous dynasty, in such a big world, there was probably only Imoyaya. The white-haired old man laughed and asked, "Little girl, why do you ask that?" "Yaha wants to save her sister." Only by finding the immortal can Yaya save her sister. Although Imoyaya was gasping for breath, her expression revealed a moving determination. The white-haired old man showed regret and shook his head, saying, "The dead are gone. What if the immortals can't save your sister?" Imoyaya's eyes suddenly turned red when she heard this. She tried to hold back her tears and said, "If we can't save him, then Yaya will keep looking for him. There will always be hope no matter how hard we try." The white-haired old man stroked his white beard and nodded, saying, "Yes, the immortal path is endless, the road is vast, there is always another mountain after you cross one mountain, there is always another river after you cross one river. Maybe one day, you will be able to do everything you want to do." Imoyaya seemed to understand what he said. Was the white-haired old man saying that the road she would take was far more than just mountains and rivers? "Girl, come to me." Imoyaya wanted to ask more questions, but after hearing what the white-haired old man said, she could only walk up to him first. The white-haired old man released his spiritual power as usual, and the spiritual power flowed through Imoyaya's body, soon emitting a dazzling purple light. The white-haired old man widened his eyes and asked excitedly, 39 spiritual roots?" He never imagined that this plain-looking little girl in front of him was actually a genius who could rival the Grand Elder of Tianyun Pavilion Dai in the world of immortal cultivation. There are many factors that will determine the future, but the three most important ones are physique, bloodline, and spiritual roots. These three factors are inherently unchangeable, yet they are the irreversible key to the path to immortality. The merits of spiritual roots do not depend on the quantity but on the quality. Some people are suitable for practicing the 5 elements kung fu, some are suitable for practicing strange phenomena and supernatural powers, and so on. The so-called 39 spiritual roots are actually 3927 spiritual roots. This kind of spiritual root is extremely unobstructed, and the speed of cultivation is far superior to that of ordinary people, because the best quality spiritual roots are those with 9 as the maximum. For example, 39 is 27 spiritual roots, 49 is 36 spiritual roots. Some people were born with hundreds of spiritual roots, but they were still far inferior to 99 is 81 spiritual roots. Among the 9 kinds of spiritual roots, with ninth being the highest, it is not the case that the later ones are superior. The cultivation speeds they provide are almost the same. What is more important is the quality and type of these spiritual roots. Now, regardless of the quality, Moya, who possesses the 9th highest spiritual root, is definitely a top prodigy rarely seen in Tianyun Pavilion in hundreds of years. The white-faced scholar and the others were even more shocked. Why did the white-haired old man, who seemed to have an immortal look, suddenly become so excited? Moya was also confused, but before she could react, the white-haired old man's expression changed slightly again. No. You have a special physique? The white-haired old man's fingers were holding a thread of spiritual power, carefully checking Moya's physical condition. After a moment, the white-haired old man turned his face to regret, and sighed deeply. The rare Sanjia spiritual root in 100 years can actually be a heaven-stealing saint body. In the end, my Tianyun Pavilion is not blessed to enjoy it. The heaven-stealing holy body, an extremely rare ancient physique, can steal the fortune of heaven and earth and seize the great way of a world. It is a terrifying physique that has the potential to make one an emperor, but because of this, the cultivation of the heaven-stealing saint body is extremely resource-intensive. Not to mention the Tianyun Pavilion, even the great saints cannot afford to support it, let alone support it to the level of the great emperor. Even if it is possible to raise him, there is no need to waste so many resources to support the heaven-stealing saint body. It would be better to use these resources to support other geniuses. Anyway, it is almost impossible for the heaven-stealing saint body to break through to the great emperor. When the heaven-stealing holy body was born, it amazed an entire era. But now, times have changed, and this physique has long since declined to become one of the most useless physiques. It would be better to have no physique at all. The white-haired old man showed guilt and regret on his face, and sighed. Girl, go back, your path is not here. He withdrew his hand, turned around and stopped looking at Moya. Logically speaking, as long as one steps into the gate of Tianyun Pavilion, one can become an outer disciple even if one has poor talent. However, Moya possesses the heaven-stealing holy body, and her cultivation is difficult to improve and is not much different from that of ordinary people. There is no need for her to stay in Tianyun Pavilion and waste time. Moya was stunned. She still didn't quite understand what the white-haired old man said, but she knew that he wanted her to go back. Seeing that the white-haired old man was about to leave, Moya hurried over and hugged his thighs, crying, Yaha won't leave. Yaha won't leave. Yaha finally got to see the immortal. She walked for a month and went through untold hardships to find the immortal gate in order to save her sister. If I were to return to the small town, what would be the point of all these days of hard work and the reluctant farewells to everyone in the village? Seeing Moya's heartbroken look, the white-haired old man looked reluctant. Well, if there is an elder willing to take you in, you can stay in Tianyun Pavilion. The white-haired old man disappeared from the spot, leaving only a voice echoing around. There were still tears in Moya's eyes, but she found that the thigh in her arms had disappeared. How can this be? Yada has come such a long way. Moya knelt there and cried bitterly, thinking that the white-haired old man didn't want to save her sister. The pale-faced scholar not far away sighed softly. Just as he was about to go over to comfort Moya, ripples suddenly appeared on the door behind him. When everyone heard the sound, they looked back and saw a dozen elders in sky-blue robes riding on cranes, slowly landing in front of the dozens of people standing on the left. They looked at everyone, nodding and shaking their heads from time to time. My friend, you have a lot of spiritual roots, but they are quite numerous. Come to my spiritual beast peak to raise spiritual beasts. Perhaps you will achieve something here. My friend, your spiritual roots are so complicated and mysterious, you must have a very high level of understanding. Coming to my enlightenment peak is the best choice for you. After hearing what the elders said, everyone instantly realized that they were being chosen. Faced with the elders' decision, no one dared to object. On the contrary, as they had just entered the immortal sect, they were yearning for all things Taoist. The selected people stood beside the elders one after another, and dozens of people were quickly assigned their destinations. The immortals are indeed immortals, but they are also divided into different levels: Spirit Beast Peak and Enlightenment Peak. The elders say these words in nice ways, but in fact, Spirit Beast Peak is for serving spirit beasts, and Enlightenment Peak is for guarding sects. Classics, but people are not allowed to look through them at will. It is the same principle as when Jiang Jiga cultivated spirit herbs in the medicine garden. Not long after, the gate was in turmoil again, and 5 elders came in from the air and landed beside the pale-faced scholar and the beautiful girl. A woman with a beauty mole and a dignified appearance carefully looked at the beautiful girl, nodded and smiled. Yes, this girl has twin spiritual roots of fire and wood, and she is also beautiful. She must come to my Danfang. The other 4 elders could not help but smile bitterly. The sect recruited disciples once every 10 years, and it was not easy to get one to enter the inner sect, but the woman snatched one away without saying a word. Chapter 95. What is meant by following God's will? Although they were helpless, the 4 elders did not argue, because the beautiful girl was indeed the most suitable person to enter Danfang to study alchemy. Alchemy refers to alchemy. If the practice is successful, 1 pill can save a life and 1 pill can break through a realm. It is said that the sails of the ancestor dragon are raised in Panglai, and the sound of alchemy is heard by the golden phoenix of Han. Alchemists have had a high status since ancient times, and this is also true in Tianyun Pavilion. However, to practice the Tao of alchemy one must possess spiritual roots of fire or wood attributes, and the beautiful girl has both fire and wood spiritual roots, so it is perfect for her to become a disciple of Danfang. The beautiful girl also realized that she was different from the group on the left, and immediately said happily, "Disciple Gongsun Yenran, meet the master." "Girl, you're pretty quick to become my disciple, right?" The woman smiled and gladly accepted the title of Gongsun Yenran. There are many outer disciples in Tianyun Pavilion. Entering a peak is just entering a peak. It is difficult to become a direct disciple, but it's different for the inner sect. Every inner sect disciple is a direct disciple of the inner sect elders. Even if Gongsun Yenran doesn't call her that today, she will have to call the woman master in the future. Seeing that the woman was not angry, Gongsun Yenran was even more delighted, and she leaned over and asked, "Master, is there something special about me taking you as my master?" The woman saw through Gongsun Yenran's thoughts but did not expose them. She nodded and explained, "In Tianyun Pavilion, there are a total of 18 peaks in the outer sect, most of which deal with the sect's miscellaneous affairs. There are only 5 peaks in the inner sect, which are divided into alchemy, body cultivation, weapon casting, talisman carving, and ink art. The disciples of the 5 peaks will all be the backbone of our Tianyun Pavilion in the future. Above the inner sect, there are 7 elders in the council hall. Those who receive their true teachings can be called true disciples. They are geniuses cultivated with the strength of the entire sect. More than 60 years ago, Jiang Jiga was the grand elder of the council hall of Tianyun Pavilion, and his master Yao Qianji 100 years ago was the second elder of the council hall. Unfortunately, Jiang Jiga's talent was too poor at that time, and he could not comprehend Yao Qianji's true teachings, so he could only go to the medicine garden to cultivate spiritual herbs. As for Nangong Ro back then, she was designated as a true disciple when she entered the sect. If she had not been taken away by Nangong Tuiyuan, she would have definitely received the true teachings of Yao Qianji. Mo Yaya now possesses 39 spiritual roots and originally had the potential to become a true disciple, but unfortunately she also has the physique of a heaven-stealing saint. Body Gongsun Yenran felt a little disappointed after hearing this. It turned out that there was a true secret above the inner sect. She thought the pale-faced scholar was her chosen one, but now it seems that she has better options. Seeing that the woman was getting along well with Gongsun Yenran, the other 4 elders could no longer linger and turned their gazes to the pale-faced scholar. Before he could take a closer look, one of the elders suddenly showed excitement and said with a smile, "This boy has a literary and artistic aura, and his 67 spiritual roots are not mixed with any attributes. He is the destiny of our Rufang." We finally found 2 promising talents, but they were both selected. You're fine. My Fufeng hasn't had any new disciples in 50 years, so there are spider webs growing in some places. The other 3 elders looked regretful. The talents of the 2 had already determined their fate, and they could only watch helplessly. The pale-faced scholar was not surprised at his destination. He bowed to Elder Ruffing and said with a smile, "My disciple's surname is Gu, my courtesy name is Lin, and my given name is Wen Yuan." "Nice to meet you, Elder. No need to be so formal. Everyone who enters my Confucian Peak is a gentleman." Elder Ruffing smiled and stepped forward to help Gu Lin up. Ruffing refers to the Mo Dao, which seems to have weak combat power and mainly focuses on writing techniques and martial arts, but the immortals' calligraphy is different from the mortals' literati and writers. They can comprehend the truth for 1,000 days, read the documents thoroughly, and break through several realms with a snap of their fingers. To practice other Taoist methods, one must start from the body refining stage, but Mo Dao can achieve immortality in one day. It was already night, and the dozens of people who had come to the gate of Tianyun Pavilion today had found their way, except Mo Yada, who was still kneeling not far away. Seeing the elders selecting people, she thought she would be taken away too, but she didn't expect that until now no elder had paid any attention to her. Mo Yaya is young but not stupid. She knows that the elders don't want her because they think she is bad. Mo Yada did not complain about this, because she herself thought that she was not qualified, but she just wanted to save her sister. Yaha won't give up. Mo Yaha sniffed her nose. She also had self-esteem. If no one wanted her, she would not force it. She believed that as long as she persisted, an immortal would agree to save her sister. Yulin felt pity. He looked at the elders around him and wanted to plead for mercy several times but couldn't say it out loud. After all, he himself had just entered the immortal sect. What qualifications did he have to interfere with the decisions of the immortals? The elders looked at each other and shook their heads one after another, indicating that they were unwilling to take Mo Yaya away. They were naturally aware of Mo Yaya's talent, but since Mo Yaya possessed the heaven-stealing sacred body, it would be better for her to stay in the mortal world and live a peaceful life rather than step into the realm of immortality. If Mo Yaya were allowed to join Tianyun Pavilion and given normal resources for cultivation, she would never be able to break through to the Lingwu realm in her entire life, and the body refining stage could only extend her life by a few decades at most. Unable to pursue immortality, unable to witness the scenery of the fairyland, when Mo Yaya is in her 70s or 80s, she will definitely regret wasting her time in Tianyun Pavilion. It would be better for her to enjoy the prosperity of the world in the mortal world. Looking at Mo Yaya, who was not taken in by the elders, everyone present who had just entered the immortal sect, except Gulin, felt a sense of elated, although it still seems a little dreamy. From today on, they are immortals, immortals that exist in legends. Mortals like Mo Yaya can only feel admiration and yearning. Gongsun Yenran couldn't help but feel proud. The feeling of being an immortal and looking down on mortals was truly indescribable. As for those idiots on the left, how dare they have the same mentality as me? What a blasphemy! What a blasphemy! I am a disciple of the inner sect elders and a noble being with the hope of becoming an alchemist. But the woman said that the outer sect people are basically doing odd jobs, so how can they be compared with the inner sect people? The immortal sects are also divided into different levels, and this is not a joke. Feeling the emotions of the disciples around them, the elders felt helpless. Many of those present were young people who had entered the immortal sect without any training, so it was hard for them not to be so arrogant. Gongsun Yenran walked up to Mo Yaya, wiped her tears, and asked hypocritically, "Little sister, you said before that you came to look for immortals in order to save your sister?" Mo Yaya didn't notice Gongsun Yenran's hypocrisy and nodded with emotion. "You should go back. Life, aging, sickness and death are all subject to God's will. There is no need to insist on doing anything unnecessary." Gongsun Yenran sighed, looking compassionate. The feeling of being touched disappeared instantly. Mo Yaya frowned slightly and immediately retorted, "You are not an immortal. You don't know how powerful immortals are." That day, she saw with her own eyes Jiang Zhiga turning night into day. That was a true immortal. As for Gongsun Yenran, she is ignorant, frivolous, and vulgar. She is just an ordinary passerby. Moreover, Gongsun Yenran's words were very ambiguous. What was pointless persistence? What was following the will of heaven? If it is God's will that my sister died of a miserable life and illness, then the so-called God's will is even more hateful than the evil people who commit murder and arson. Chapter 96. He is dependent you. Gongsun Yenran's face flushed. She originally wanted to experience the feeling of an immortal facing immortal with Mo Yaya, but she didn't expect that this girl seemed to understand immortals better than she did. Gongsun Yenran resisted the urge to swear in front of all the elders, and could only force a smile, saying sarcastically, "As a newcomer to the immortal sect, I naturally don't have that much ability, but you are not recognized by the immortal sect, you are just a mortal, how can you save your sister?" Mo Yaya didn't have as many thoughts as Gongsun Yenran. When she thought that she couldn't save her sister, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes again. Ji Yulin felt a little depressed when he saw this. Mo Yaya did nothing, but was suppressed by Gongsun Yenran. Such a pitiful girl knelt in front of the immortal gate and begged with tears, while many immortals just looked at each other indifferently. If this is also considered as being an immortal, then the immortal sect he longs for does not seem to be so kind. Gongsun Yenran was secretly proud of herself. Mo Yaya was far from being able to compete with her.
To become an immortal, what you need is never recognition.
Just then, a voice sounded from behind the portal. A handsome and stern young man wearing a jet black robe came flying in the air.
Greetings, Pavilion Master.
The elders immediately bowed their heads and saluted. Gu Lin and others also reacted quickly and followed suit, saluting the young man. When she first heard the word Pavilion Master, Gongsun Yenran was a little flustered, and then she bowed her head and saluted. But when she took a quick look, she found that the Pavilion Master was actually a young man with a handsome appearance like a demon.
No way, there is such a beautiful face in the world?
Gongsun Yenran's heart was pounding and she quickly looked away, not daring to look again. Just 2 glances and she felt the urge to marry no one else but him. In the past, Gongsun Yenran had a noble status in the secular world. She was a princess of a country and she disdained the admiration of many famous and talented men. But now, she keeps her head down and dares not even look at that man twice. It was not just his appearance. Gongsun Yenran was tempted at first when she thought that such a young and handsome man would be the leader of an immortal sect, but after a little thought, she felt ashamed. I have just entered the immortal sect, and I am not sure whether I can get along with the true disciples of the sect, let alone the master of Tianyun Pavilion who was as handsome as a demon, and even the elders of the inner sect have to bow respectfully. If you think about it carefully, those beautiful fairies who are so beautiful that they can make the moon ashamed and the flowers ashamed, are just one of his many suitors, right?
Girl, I told you that you are a fairy.
Zhang Jiga smiled and reached out to gently touch Mo Yaya's head not far away. Many elders who were still saluting were extremely surprised. It seemed that they had not seen Zhang Jiga smile for decades. Mo Yaya was also stunned. This smile was really like the warm sunshine in winter. All the sadness and all the difficulties were left behind at this moment. Mo Yaya's eyes were red. She stared at Zhang Jiga. Tears as big as beans kept falling down. Big brother, I knew you were still there. Zhang Jiga's eyes flashed slightly. He was wearing a bamboo hat when he met Mo Yaya that day, but he didn't expect that Mo Yaya could recognize him at a glance. Of the next moment, Mo Yaya suddenly reached out and hugged Zhang Jiga, buried her head in his thighs and cried, "Big brother, Yada is really sad. Yada wants to save her sister." The elders not far away were shocked. They usually didn't dare to get too close to Zhang Jiga, who was not allowed to approach strangers. But Mo Yaya actually hugged Zhang Jiga's thigh. Gongsun Yenran noticed that the atmosphere around her was not right and secretly glanced at Zhang Jiga. Seeing Mo Yaya hugging Zhang Jiga's thighs, Gongsun Yenran's eyes suddenly burst into tears. She gritted her teeth and had the urge to rush over and push Mo Yaya away. How could a mortal girl hug and cry in the arms of a man whom she could only look up to? Gongsun Yenran was burning with jealousy, but considering that the elders around her didn't dare to move easily, she finally held it back. Zhang Jiga didn't care. He knew that Mo Yaya relied on him and used tears to vent her sadness for her sister's death and the hardships of a month of asceticism.
Girl, are you willing to become my disciple and join my Tianyun Pavilion? My disciple. Can Yaya stay with Big Brother more often in the future?
Mo Yaya wiped away her tears gently. She didn't know much about the word master and just wanted to stay by Zhang Jiga's side. Even though Mo Yaya only felt a sense of security in the village before, Zhang Jiga made Mo Yaya feel unprecedented intimacy, and she had a sense of belonging when staying with him. If I stay with him, I will definitely be very happy and I will definitely be able to find a way to save my sister. Zhang Jiga had a complicated expression and said softly, "You can stay as long as you want." When he first met Mo Yaya, he had never thought of taking Mo Yaya as his apprentice, nor had he ever thought of taking in a disciple. But later, after seeing Mo Yaya's perseverance during her ascetic practice and her stubbornness while kneeling in front of the mountain gate, Zhang Jiga finally changed his mind. How similar is this girl who lost her parents at a young age to myself back then? The only thing Mo Yaya has is an older sister, while Zhang Jiga doesn't have one, so she is more immature than Zhang Jiga was back then, and now, Mo Yaya's only sister is gone. So Zhang Jiga must stand up. He must let Mo Yaya survive and give Mo Yaya hope. Yaya is willing to take Big Brother as her teacher. Then remember to call me master instead of Big Brother from now on. Zhang Jiga shook his head, turned and walked towards the door. He is over 100 years old this year, and it is really awkward for a little girl to call him Big Brother. Mo Yaya hurriedly followed Zhang Jiga, looked up at him and said seriously, "Yada got it. You must call me master when you see me in the future." Zhang Jiga looked helpless. It seemed that simply changing the address would mean nothing to Mo Yaya. "Master, can Yaya hold your hand?" Mo Yaya stared at Zhang Jiga's hands behind his back. her eyes revealing anticipation. She still remembered that when her father was alive, she always told him to hold his hand if she didn't want to get lost. Jiang Jiga didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand to Moyata. Moyata giggled, grabbed Jiang Jiga's hand, and followed him into the door. Moyata couldn't explain the feeling of being with Jiang Jiga, but when she grows up, perhaps she will understand that it is a kind of dependence. An 8-year-old girl, without parents and with a sister who had lost her sister, found someone to rely on. Master, can Yaya also become an immortal in the future? Master, this door is so strange, can Yaya walk in? Master, are you speaking, Master? Jiang Jiga remains silent, secretly feeling a headache. Children are indeed children, and their emotions change too quickly. Inside the hall, Emozian's eyes turned red and she secretly clenched her fists. Perhaps it was that smile back then that made her fall into the endless abyss. Chapter 97. Sweating like rain. Back then, Moyata had nothing, with Jiang Jiga being the only one left by her side, so naturally she regarded him as everything. Unfortunately, in the eyes of this eternal black ice, she is just a rebellious disciple and a mediocre person with no ambition to make progress. With an innocent body and a heart full of love, all I got in return was nothing. Happened. Back then, Mozian was forced into marriage by a playboy who loved to play with women. If Jiang Jiga, the head of Tianyun Pavilion, valued her, he would have been able to scare the other party away without any action. However, Jiang Jiga didn't care about Emozian at all, and even thought that marrying Emozian off would reduce his burden. In order to preserve his innocence, Emozian has been in exile for more than 10 years, trying to survive in the cracks. However, due to his heaven-stealing holy body, he suffers torture every day. Now thinking back to the past, Emozian said that she did not hate Jiang Jiga, but that was a lie. However, what she hated was not what Jiang Jiga did, but Jiang Jiga's ruthlessness and indifference. After watching this scene, Chuyun was originally worried that Emozian would be like Nangong Ro and be moved by the scene, but he did not expect that Emozian's eyes would reveal a rare hatred. Chuyun was surprised. What kind of evil things had Jiang Jiga done to make a woman like Emozian hate him? Regardless of what Jiang Jiga had done, it was a good thing for Chuyun that Emozian hated Jiang Jiga. Now he was afraid that Emozian would abandon him like Nangong Ro. After seeing the two people, one big and one small, leave, the elders were stunned. The pavilion master, who seemed as cold as ice, not only smiled, but also took the initiative to accept a girl as his disciple? That's not right. That girl has the heaven-stealing saint body. The pavilion master accepted her as his disciple because he wanted to. Don't be too presumptuous of the pavilion master. Even if the Tianyun Pavilion puts all its efforts into it, it will still be difficult for her to break through to the Dao Seed realm. The pavilion master will naturally consider more than us. Listening to the discussions of the elders, Gongsun Yenran became even more unwilling. The elders all thought it was inconceivable that Jiang Jiga would accept a disciple, let alone her. Gongsun Yenran also wanted to become the pavilion master's personal disciple and wanted to stay with such a handsome man all day long, but the treatment she wanted was snatched away by an 8-year-old girl not far away. Gu Lin looked ashamed as he quietly looked in the direction the two people left. Jiang Jiga was right. To become an immortal, one does not need recognition. There are countless immortals who can destroy the world with a wave of their hands. As long as one has the talent, everyone can become an immortal. The only real immortal is in your heart. It can be an old man in his 70s or an 8-year-old girl. Ji Lin was indignant at the indifference of the elders, but not long ago, when he learned that he had the hope of becoming an immortal, didn't he do his best to show himself, hoping to be noticed by the immortals and become their disciple? Now that he has just entered the immortal gate, although Gu Lin is not arrogant, he has never thought about benefiting the common people. Just thinking about becoming an immortal, isn't that a kind of vanity? In the light and shadow pictures, time passed and came to 2 years later. Moyaya was unable to experience the sense of superiority taught by the pavilion master in the Tianyun Pavilion, nor was she able to experience a relaxed and comfortable life. Instead, she spent every day under Jiang Jiga's strict demands. Although she could have enough food to eat, change into new clothes frequently, and stay in Jiang Jiga often, Moyaya's daily hardship was no less than when she was in the mortal world. Moyaya never complained about this. She knew that Jiang Jiga was definitely doing it for her own good. What's more, after entering the sect, Jiang Jiga stated in advance that if Moyaya wanted to live longer and follow in the footsteps of others, she would have to endure training that was far superior to that of others. Moyaya knew that she was bad, but Jiang Jiga still took her in, so she couldn't let Jiang Jiga down again. Over the past 2 years, he initially just practiced standing still and taking medicinal baths, but later he even endured various physical tortures such as freezing and burning. Moyaya has been working hard to break through the spiritual martial arts realm. She practices diligently every day and consumes all kinds of spiritual medicines and elixirs like eating, so that her whole body exudes a faint medicinal smell. If Jiang Jiga had taken so many spiritual medicines back then, he would have been able to at least reach the blood training realm, not to mention Imoyaya, who possessed a level 39 spiritual root. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to cultivate the heaven-stealing holy body in the early stages. 2 years had passed, and although Imoyada had practiced so hard and taken all kinds of elixirs, she was still only at the marrow refining stage. Tianyun Pavilion. Bayun Peak. Jiang Jiga sat in the pavilion, holding a cup of hot tea, watching Imoyada, who was practicing boxing hard not far away. The purpose of practicing boxing is not to practice boxing, but to improve Imoyaya's physical fitness so that she can break through the body training stage faster. Imoyaya had been punching non-stop since early morning, and she hasn't stopped until noon now. Imoyaya's entire body was soaked with sweat as she repeatedly performed a set of boxing techniques, unleashing a force far beyond that of the body refining stage, and even capable of threatening the spiritual martial realm. This kind of power is very strong for an ordinary 10-year-old girl, but it is far from enough for Imoyada, who possesses the 39 spiritual roots and the heaven-stealing saint body. Imoyaya was breathing heavily, her stomach growling with hunger, and from time to time she would secretly glance at Jiang Jiga, who was not far away. After boxing for a whole morning, she wanted to rest, but she didn't want to. Jiang Jiga took a sip of tea, seemingly not noticing Imoyaya's gaze. Liu Tianjiao appeared in the pavilion at some point. He looked at Imoyada, who was still practicing boxing, and sighed. Brother Jiang, only you can be so strict with such a lovely girl. Moyada knew that her physique was peculiar and not suitable for cultivation, so she was willing to work hard to gain Jiang Jiga's recognition, but no matter how strong her will is, she is just a 10-year-old girl. How could she not want to rest? Moyaya practiced only to gain Jiang Jiga's recognition. If Jiang Jiga was not so strict, she would not feel guilty even if she did not practice hard. Simply put, although Imoyada would not have any complaints about Jiang Jiga's strictness, she would be happier if Jiang Jiga was not so strict. Imoyada is only 10 years old. No matter how sensible she is, she longs for rest and wants to play like other children of her age. Jiang Jiga shook his head slightly and said calmly, she has the heaven-stealing saint body. If I am not strict with her today, she might hate me in a few decades. He said so, but he still thought that if Imoyada could break through to the Lingwu realm as soon as possible,